The dim sunset sparsely casts some afterglow, as if it wants to cover up the barrenness of this land. Among the jagged rocks, a bullet-shaped gray-black object stood quietly, drawing a slender shadow on the ground. That was my survival pod, and I was trapped in this small space. Where am I? I raised my neck desperately, trying to see clearly the celestial body emitting bright light in the sky. The silvery appearance, clearly visible craters, and desolate surface are very similar to the common moon. But it is 4 or 5 times bigger than the moon. I could even see details hidden in the darkness, as well as rounded outlines. In the distance, the setting sun hangs not far above the horizon. It is only the size of a football. I can't feel any temperature from the sun. Suddenly, an electronic synthesized sound without any emotion exploded in my mind. Human, welcome to the boundless deep space full of challenges and explorations. This place is tens of thousands of light years away from your star system, but on the scale of celestial bodies, it is still just a distance not worth mentioning. Happily, you can still call yourself galactic life. Due to my negligence, when I was driving the shuttle, I passed by your home planet at a very fast speed and accidentally caused your home planet to disintegrate. As compensation, I have placed all the surviving humans on your home planet on similar planets nearby. You can use your own power to transform this planet. After the transformation is successful, you can choose to take other of your kind back, or choose to live out your life alone. Of course, it doesn't matter if you fail. There is an escape pod in the aircraft. It can freeze you to a temperature of -200 degrees Celsius and launch you in a random direction. In theory, you can spend the rest of your life in a sleeping state during the long journey. For other matters, you can touch the ether crystal on the back of your left hand to find out. Good luck to you, surviving humans. What the hell? I digested the information I just heard and felt like my head was going to explode. Family, who knows? You may not believe it, but when I woke up, my home planet exploded. I was thrown to a place tens of thousands of light years away from the sun. Is this something to be happy about? I looked at the diamond-shaped crystal on the back of my left hand, which was emitting a grayish-white light. It should be the ether crystal mentioned by the voice. After hesitating for a moment, I gently stroked the ether crystal. A light blue light was projected from the ether crystal, and formed a light blue light curtain in front of me. The interface of the light curtain was like a mobile phone screen, with square-shaped icons arranged neatly, brightly colored, and very design-conscious, with the corresponding names below. Survival Warehouse Information, Planet Information, Chat Channel, Interstellar Exchange, to be opened. No, buddy, you turned this into a survival game. I clicked on Survival Warehouse Information, and saw the details of the survival warehouse. Interstellar Survival Pod. Introduction, accept your fate, this is the home you can never leave in this life. Fuel, 0/100, cannot move. Electricity, 10/500, electricity is the basis of your survival. Oxygen, 24/500, each unit of oxygen can sustain you for 1 hour of intense exercise, 2 hours of rest/sleep, or 10 hours of hibernation. Purified water, 10/500, unit, liter. Food, nutritional paste x3, each tube of nutritional paste is enough to maintain 1 day's calorie consumption. Space, January 12, items not stored in the survival chamber may be damaged by extreme temperatures or other reasons. Accessories, solar panel, damaged, electromagnetic wave communicator, damaged, hibernation chamber, usable, escape pod, usable. Expansion interface, 2. I couldn't help but give him a middle finger. This is too stingy. Oxygen is only given for 24 hours, water is only given for 10 liters, and what the hell is this nutrient paste? I fumbled around and soon saw 3 tubes of toothpaste-like things, with a pure white surface without any words or patterns. I tried to twist the nutrient paste open and squeezed out a little brown substance from it, which smelled strange. Is this for dogs? I tried to lick it and almost vomited the leftover rice. The taste was like putting all the ingredients in the kitchen into a juicer and adding all the seasonings. It tasted salty, sour, bitter, spicy, and fishy. To describe it in a precise word, it was Indian food. Although I wasn't hungry at the time, I just couldn't stand the strange smell of this thing, so I quickly twisted the lid back and threw it aside. Next, I opened Planet Information. Unknown planet. Introduction. You know nothing about this planet, but fortunately, all the data of this planet are the same as your home planet. Rotation time, 24 blue star hours. Revolution time, not important. Current surface temperature, 50 to 75 degrees Celsius. Current status, midnight sun. Current gravity constant, 9.8 n/kg. Current atmospheric composition, nitrogen 80%, carbon dioxide 19%, other 1%. After reading the planet information, I was confused. Apart from the gravity and rotation time, how else is this planet the same as the blue planet? The sun is about to set, but the surface temperature is still above 50 degrees, and the atmosphere is either nitrogen or carbon dioxide. Where is the oxygen? Where did my 21% of oxygen go? Then, I opened the chat channel, and finally found a sense of home. Hey, the guy who just spoke, come out. My daughter is only a little over a year old and she's not weaned yet. Where's my daughter? She's not trying to survive on some planet, is she? Only people who are 18 years old or older will be sent to the planet to survive, and the rest of the people will be in hibernation in the escape pod. Once you have successfully transformed the planet, you can send out electromagnetic waves to bring your family back. Below the player who raised the question, there was a reply in red font. Seeing that they could communicate with the being that brought us here, the players became even more excited and entered their requests in the chat box. Hey, you blew up the blue planet, so it's okay for you to give us some more compensation. Hurry up and multiply all my resources by 100, no, 10,000 times. That's right. Besides humans, there are many cute animals on Earth. You are such a cruel person. You should die in exchange for your life. Back off. Give us back the blue star. Suddenly, I saw that the avatars of the three players who spoke turned gray, and there was a blood-red word, death, in the lower right corner. The red font appears again. Only the strong can make requests, the weak do not deserve the right to speak. In the words of the oldest civilization on your planet, those who follow me will prosper, and those who go against me will perish. Hiss. I couldn't help but gasp. I thought the being who brought us here was kind, but I didn't expect him to kill people without hesitation, and he killed 3 people at once. But it makes sense if you think about it. That being is not a human being at all, and may not even be a humanoid creature, or it is unknown whether it is a carbon-based life form. It is impossible to know whether he has morality. Even if he has morality, due to the huge gap in technological level, he will not have any mercy on the surviving humans. Sending all humans to the wild planets for survival may just be a thought on his mind, and he thinks it's fun. After realizing this, I no longer had any extra expectations for him to provide additional resources to humans, and decided to explore on my own. I looked at the chat channel, which is divided into 3 sections, region, and world. The regional channel currently has 9,997 people, which means that including the 3 who died, there are 10,000 people. The regional channel has 1 million people, and the world channel has more than 3 billion people. This number is less than half of the original population of Blue Star. It should be that children under the age of 18 did not join the planet survival, or others did not survive the disaster of the explosion of Blue Star. Finally, I clicked on the Interstellar Exchange, and found that there was nothing there, so I closed the interface. I took inventory of my resources. Right now, the most urgent thing is to find oxygen. Food and water are enough to last for a long time, and I can survive for 3 or 4 days without food or water. But even if I sleep all the time and maintain the minimum oxygen consumption, the oxygen can only last for 2 days. Thinking of this, I looked around and found a transparent cabin on each side of the metal wall. One is the escape cabin and the other is the hibernation cabin. The purpose of the escape cabin is very clear, that is, after the resources are exhausted, it is used to escape from this wild planet and sleep forever in the vast universe, in other words, waiting for death. The hibernation cabin can greatly reduce the oxygen consumption during sleep. I touched the glass door of the hibernation chamber, and a light curtain was projected on the ether crystal. Deep hibernation, like sleeping, can help you recover your energy. Hibernation can greatly reduce oxygen consumption, but hibernation will not reduce mental stress. Please avoid using hibernation continuously. Every 10 hours of sleep will consume 1 unit of power. Do you want to start sleep? No. I quickly closed the prompt box. It turns out that hibernation is not a perfect solution. It not only consumes electricity, but also does not reduce mental stress. I looked at the interior space of the survival chamber. The bottom is about 2 meters * 3 meters and the height is 2 meters. Staying in this cramped environment for a long time will indeed cause mental stress. Then I noticed that there were 2 pieces of clothing in the corner of the room. One piece was very thick and looked like a spacesuit you've seen in videos. The other piece was very thin and looked like a diving suit, except for the spherical glass cover on the head. Heavy load out of cabin suit. Introduction: a very heavy spacesuit with an exoskeleton to assist in movement. It can withstand extreme environments, maintain your normal body temperature in an environment of -100–300 degrees Celsius, and carry objects weighing less than 1 ton. Electricity consumption, 1 unit/hour. Oxygen consumption, same as resting consumption. Lightweight extravehicular suit. Introduction: this extremely light space suit allows you to move freely, has some protection, and can maintain your normal body temperature in an environment of -5100 degrees Celsius. Power consumption, none. After seeing the introductions of the 2 space suits, I became more aware of the importance of electricity. I was going to go out and see the world, with 2 goals. One was to find oxygen or items that could produce oxygen, and the other was to find materials to generate electricity or repair solar panels. But before that, I climbed up the U-shaped steps on the wall to the top of the glass cover and looked around. It was desolate and dead. The place I was in was like the Gobi Desert on the blue planet. There was nothing but sand and stone. I couldn't see any signs of biological activity, not even plants. Come to think of it, the atmosphere of this planet is mainly composed of nitrogen and carbon dioxide, and the surface temperature is above 50 degrees. How could any living creature survive on the surface? I observed for a long time at the observation deck and finally chose a boulder about 3 kilometers away from the survival cabin. The shape of this boulder reminded me of the tall nut in Plants vs. Zombies, which can be used as a landmark to avoid getting lost. For the first exploration, I mainly wanted to understand the surrounding environment. If I walked too far, I was afraid that I would not be able to come back. After spending more than 10 minutes observing and confirming that there was no movement along the way, I started to move. I put on a lightweight space suit first, which felt like a layer of skin-like texture on my body. I didn't feel uncomfortable or stuffy at all, and even the touch of my skin was retained. Then I checked the details of the lightweight extravehicular suit. The lightweight extravehicular suit can carry up to 5 units of oxygen, 1 liter of water and a few other items. After thinking about it, I decided to fill up all 5 units of oxygen, fill up the water bag, and bring all 3 nutrient pastes. This way, even if I need to stay outside for a short period of time due to some unexpected events, I will not die due to lack of resources. If these things are not used up, they can still be recycled, so there is no need to worry about waste. After taking the supplies, I looked around and found that there were many metal cylinders hidden in the walls around me, used to hold resources. These metal cylinders are usually inserted into the wall, and you can't find them if you don't look carefully. As long as you touch them gently, the metal cylinders will slowly protrude from the wall. The metal cylinders are the size of an adult's calf. The cylinder is silvery white, probably made of aluminum or similar alloys, hollow inside, with a sealing cover that can be rotated open, and overall not too heavy. This cylinder can be used to collect resources or as a self-defense weapon. In this way, the preparations for leaving the warehouse were completed. I went over the details of the exploration after leaving the warehouse several times in my mind to confirm that there was nothing missing, and then walked to the hatch. Hiss! There was a sound of gas gushing out, and I first arrived at a smaller transfer chamber. The survival chamber system recovered the oxygen in the chamber before opening the hatch leading to the outside. As the hatch gradually opened, I held the metal cylinder tightly with both hands, preparing for possible danger. Fortunately, nothing happened, and the surroundings were still desolate and dead silent. I stretched out my right hand and felt the temperature outside. The air in front of me was slightly distorted, and there was obviously a scorching air wave. However, with the protection of the lightweight space suit, I didn't feel anything unusual and still felt very comfortable. Whoa! I walked down the spiral staircase slowly and stepped onto the ground. The soft sand felt comfortable to the touch. It was the first time I left my footprints on a wild planet tens of thousands of light years away from my home planet. That's one small step for me, one giant leap for mankind. My name is Lin Ming. Soon, the whole planet will remember my name. He 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 he. After saying such a naive speech, I felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. As the only human being on this planet, I must find some fun, otherwise it would be so boring. After the fun, I regained my cautiousness and walked around the survival chamber. The ground was covered with fine gravel, which looked no different from the desert on Blue Star. Below the gravel was a hard surface, dark brown in color, very dry, without a trace of water. I found the landmark Tallnut Rock, and suddenly my eyes felt slightly warm. Then, I felt that the Tallnut Rock in my field of vision was all red and black dots of light. My heart skipped a beat. Could it be that the high nut rock was radioactive and the high-energy radiation particles penetrated my retina? I looked around and found that some of the small rocks scattered around were also flashing black and red spots. I blinked my eyes, the fever gradually faded, and I found that the flashing spots disappeared. What happened? Could it be that he had a bad taste and was going to use high-energy radiation particles to write the words, "You are bugs," on my retina? Although I was confused, I kept walking, step by step, slowly towards the high nut rock. The glass helmet did not block the sound, and I could clearly hear the sound of footsteps and the whistling wind around me. As I walked, I looked around. There was nothing but gravel and rocks. Rustle. The sound of footsteps was very loud in the quiet environment. I held my breath several times and could hear my own heartbeat. I turned around and saw the black survival chamber standing there quietly, motionless. I'm really the only one here. I collected my messy thoughts, my eyes gradually became firm, and I looked at the high nut rock, walking straight towards it step by step. It took me more than half an hour to walk the 3 kilometers. I drank a few sips of water through the straw at my mouth, and then looked at this big guy who was more than 5 meters tall. The high nut rock was gray-brown in color, with a smooth surface and obvious layers of texture. It was obvious that it had stood here for a long time, exposed to wind and sun, and had passed through countless years. But beyond that I found nothing else, no traces of bryophytes, no fossils, nothing. I stood at the foot of the boulder, speechless for a long time. Ah! I suddenly let out a long roar towards the sky. I clenched my teeth, grasped the metal cylinder tightly with both hands, and smashed it hard at the high nut rock. Bang! Bang! Twice! Bang bang bang! I smashed harder and harder, leaving white marks on the high nut rock. Suddenly, with a loud crash, a fist-sized rock broke off and fell at my feet. I picked up the stone and found that the fault was the same as outside. There was nothing there. I threw the stone away and continued to hit the boulder with all my strength. Bang, bang, bang. Pieces of gravel fell from the high nut rocks one after another. I didn't even look at them and continued to smash them hard. Bang, bang, bang. Finally, the lightweight spacesuit made a soft sound, indicating that the oxygen reserve had dropped by half and it was time to plan a return trip. I just stopped. I looked at the boulders scattered on the ground, gasped heavily, and then took a few gulps of water. I squatted on the ground and examined the rubble piece by piece. Nothing, nothing, and nothing. Nothing. I picked up another stone, took a look at it, and was about to put it down when I was suddenly stunned. I held the stone in front of the glass helmet and looked at it carefully. There was a broken piece of a black object in the stone. The black object was square and only the size of a fingernail. This is... I swallowed and confirmed again and again, and finally determined that it was a chip. Ha 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 ha, I'm not the first person to come, nor the only one. I'm not alone. Ha 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 ha. I laughed like crazy for a long time, looking at the stones on the ground, and suddenly I felt that they were all so cute. I checked the metal cylinder, and except for some small bumps on the bottom, the whole thing was not deformed. So I unscrewed the lid of the metal cylinder, put the stones on the ground in one by one, and tightened it carefully. After doing all this, I walked happily and reached the survival chamber in just half an hour. You need to be disinfected after leaving the warehouse. Please wait in the transfer warehouse. It is forbidden to bring items collected outside the warehouse directly into the living warehouse. Please place them in the recycling area on the left-hand side and the processing system will work. Hiss. 100-degree hot wind blew towards me. After 10 minutes of disinfection, I entered the living cabin and took off my lightweight spacesuit. This time we recycled 2 units of oxygen, 500 milliliters of water, and 3 nutrient pastes. I looked at the remaining oxygen, there were still 20 units, and 9.5 liters of water. At this moment, the ether crystal in my left hand made a soft humming sound. I clicked it and saw a pop-up window with a message. This time, we collected 6 rocks. Decomposing them will consume 1 unit of electricity. Do you want to decompose them? I quickly asked, if there is something inside the rock, will it be damaged by decomposition? The pop-up window said, decomposition will gradually peel off the rock, and any potentially useful objects will be preserved. I felt relieved and confirmed the option, yes. The sound of grinding sounded, and soon the prompt pop-up window appeared again. This decomposition yielded 1 F-level universal chip, 1 damaged universal chip, 1 rust ore. Soon, a tray appeared next to the warehouse door, and several objects appeared there. I took 2 steps at a time and ran over quickly. I was stunned when I saw the black chips and red rust ore in the tray. I remembered the black and red spots of light that appeared in my field of vision just now, distributed in the high nut rocks. Could it be that I could see the resources in the high nut rocks? But now is not the time to think about these things. I bent down and saw a square black object the size of a fingernail. It should be the universal chip. I wiped my hands vigorously, touched the metal wall, and made sure there was no static electricity on my body, then carefully picked up the universal chip. The ether crystal promptly gave the light curtain information. F-class general-purpose chip. Introduction: general-purpose chips with extremely low computing power are almost worthless. Tip: can be used to repair electromagnetic wave communicators. Repair the electromagnetic wave communicator. I quickly asked the ether crystal, what is the purpose of repairing the electromagnetic wave communicator? The electromagnetic wave communicator can be used for long-distance communication. Depending on the computing power of this chip, it can complete one of the following tasks. 1. Send a distress signal to all spaces within a light-minute distance around you, consuming 1 unit of electricity. 2. Send a distress signal to the specified direction at a distance of 5 light minutes, consuming 1 unit of electricity. 3. Use powerful electromagnetic waves to scan a distance of 10 kilometers around you and draw a 3-dimensional topographic map of more than 5 meters underground. Note: due to the low computing power of the F-class general-purpose chip, the above work needs to be overclocked before use. After use, the general-purpose chip is damaged and cannot be repaired. After reading the reply from the ether crystal, I swallowed my saliva. The electromagnetic wave communicator equipped in the survival cabin seemed to be much more powerful than I thought. I then asked, what's the use of sending a distress signal? Will anyone come to save me? The ether crystal quickly replied. The distribution density of life in the universe is much smaller than you think. Generally speaking, it is measured in tens of thousands of light years. There are always various accidents during interstellar travel, causing some life forms to drift to wild planets. In order to give them enough time to wait for rescue, various life forms will launch a large number of resource supply capsules into the universe. As long as they receive a distress signal, they will fly to the location of the distress signal. That's what happened. I soon understood. I began to examine the 3 options. The first 2 options were similar, the only difference being the space covered by the distress signal. Option 1 covered a sphere with a radius of 1 light minute centered on me, while Option 2 covered a cone with a height of 5 light minutes. Option 1 covered a larger space, while Option 2's distress signal could reach a greater distance. As for Option 3, my current range of activity was relatively small, and even with a high-precision map of the surrounding area, I couldn't reach it, so I simply gave up. After much thought, I chose Option 1. In terms of probability, the larger the space, the greater the probability of finding a resource supply cabin. So, I quickly made a choice: repair the electromagnetic wave communicator. I choose Option 1. The ether crystal quickly did it. The F-level universal chip was placed in the electromagnetic wave communicator. Not long after, the ether crystal popped up a prompt. A distress signal has been sent. The F-class universal chip has been damaged. I raised my eyebrows. Is that it? During this process, I didn't hear any sound or feel anything unusual. The text on the screen continued to change. After 1 minute, the distress signal will reach the farthest end, and the return signal will take the same amount of time. After 2 minutes at the latest, we can confirm whether there are any resource supply pods nearby. I nodded nervously, staring at the countdown that kept jumping on the screen. 1:59, 1:58, 1:57. When the countdown reached 30 seconds, the light curtain immediately changed. Resource supply capsule *1 detected. Based on the capsule's current trajectory and speed, it is estimated to arrive in 6 hours. I clenched my fist and said, "Okay." I continued to wait. After all, there were still 30 seconds left. What if there were another resource supply pod nearby? After all, with every second that followed, the area covered by the distress signal would be larger than the previous second. Unfortunately, the result disappointed me. There was only one resource supply cabin within a distance of 1 light meter around me. That's all. Who needs a bicycle? Looking at the animation on the screen showing that the resource supply cabin had begun to change track, I felt relieved and started to look at the next harvest. Damaged universal chip X1. The ether crystal promptly reminded that the damaged universal chip can be repaired through laser cutting and high-precision welding depending on the location. However, due to possible errors during the repair process, approximately 10 damaged universal chips can be repaired into one normal chip. The chip can be repaired. What Zenith Star technology? Lin Ming was a little surprised. Although he was not an electronics major, he knew that the lowest usable chips were at the micron or even nanometer level. There was even a chip repair instrument in the survival cabin. The system currently lacks a high-precision 3D printer. With this component, let alone chips, anything with a manufacturing blueprint can be printed as long as there is enough raw material. Looking at the words appearing on the screen, Lin Ming nodded. He believed it. Finally, there is the rust ore, which is completely red and a little smaller than a fist. Rust iron ore. Introduction. After decomposition, 1 unit of oxygen and 1 unit of ultrafine iron powder can be obtained. Consumption, 1 unit of electricity. Oxygen is available. Lin Ming became excited instantly. Oxygen is the scarcest thing for him right now. After all, you can survive 7 or 8 days on an empty stomach, and 3 or 4 days without water. But without breathing, he can probably only live for 2 or 3 minutes. Oxygen is something that is not very visible at normal times, but it is really indispensable without it at the critical moment. But decomposing rust ore can actually produce oxygen. Thinking of the tall nut rock and the countless large and small rocks around it, Lin Ming breathed a sigh of relief. Now there should be no shortage of oxygen. The problem is that electricity is running out of steam. Decomposing the stone just now consumed 1 unit of electricity, and sending the distress signal consumed another unit of electricity. He currently has 8 units of electricity left. It can be said that if you do anything, the electricity will be gone. Therefore, Lin Ming decided to store the rust ore in a metal cylinder first and decompose it when there was insufficient oxygen. He has now figured out that no matter what the survival capsule does, the minimum amount of electricity consumed is 1 unit. If he collected more rust ores and decomposed them together, the amount of electricity consumed would probably be less. After doing all this, Lin Ming felt a little hungry. He took out the nutritional paste and drank half of it with water, and felt his stomach feel better. Since it was polar day at this time, there was no concept of day and night, and in order to pass the time, Lin Ming decided to test the various functions of the ether crystal. Lin Ming opened the regional chat channel and browsed through the content to see if other players had any new discoveries. I'm so bored. Without a cell phone, Weibo, or TikTok, my world is dark. I need to find someone to chat with. It's best if she's a pretty girl. Handsome guy, I added you. If you pass, it only takes 1 unit of oxygen and I can play with you via video for 10 minutes. You're too dark. Right now, everyone only has enough oxygen to breathe for 1 or 2 days. If we can't find a source of oxygen today, most of them will probably suffocate to death tomorrow. Yes, have any brothers or sisters found a source of oxygen, food, water, or electricity? That's right, everyone, don't be selfish. After all, one person's ability is limited. Only by uniting together can we overcome the difficulties. Lin Ming looked at the messages that flashed in the regional chat channel, and his heart was slightly moved. Lin Ming was ready to tell others about the fact that universal chips and rust ore could be mined from stones, but not now. Now no one in the regional channel has given such news. It may be that no one has discovered it, or it may be that they have discovered it but no one has said anything. After all, information asymmetry is one of the main sources of profit. Thinking of this, Lin Ming opened the Interstellar Exchange channel and found that some players had already started trading. Water, X1 liter exchanges, oxygen, X3 units. Nutritional paste, X1 exchanges for, oxygen, X5 units. Oxygen, X3 units exchange for, electricity, X1 unit. Urine X500 ml exchange water X100 ml. As he watched, Lin Ming frowned. He could understand using water or nutrient paste to exchange for oxygen. After all, oxygen is a relatively scarce resource at present, and most people will encounter the problem of insufficient oxygen after 2 days. He could also understand exchanging oxygen for electricity. Maybe some players had already discovered the use of electricity. But what the hell is exchanging water with urine? Suddenly, the last transaction information flashed, indicating that the two players had reached a deal. Lin Ming soon figured it out. Since water resources are limited and the human circulatory system continuously produces urine, before the discovery of drinking water resources, if the water source dried up, people would have to drink urine. It sounds disgusting, but drinking urine is indeed a way to survive in a water-scarce environment. At this time, if there are players who are not mentally strong enough to choose to sell urine in exchange for relatively less water resources, then there will definitely be players who will exchange it. After all, 500 milliliters of urine is more useful to the human body than 100 milliliters of water. Thinking of this, Lin Ming reacted quickly and put the rust iron ore on the shelf. When people are pushed into a corner, they can do anything. Maybe there are already many players exploring the surrounding area at this time. If you continue to treat the rust ore as a treasure, its value will likely plummet in a few hours. Rust ore, X1 in exchange for X3 units of electrical energy. Lin Ming put the price of rust ore at a very high price. After all, rust ore is not an initial resource, and it can decompose into much-needed oxygen. At the beginning, the price is high, and then it will be gradually lowered. Lin Ming estimates that it should be able to be sold when the price drops to 2 or 2.5 units of electricity. After all, electricity is not a survival resource for most players and is dispensable. In fact, Lin Ming wanted to directly ask for 5 units of electricity, but the Interstellar Exchange imposed restrictions, and the rust ore could only be exchanged for a maximum of 3 units of electricity, so Lin Ming had to give up. As soon as the rust ore was posted, the chat attached to the Interstellar Exchange instantly became heated. Who is Lin Ming? Where did you get this rusty iron ore? Brothers, look at the illustrations. Rust ore can be decomposed into oxygen. Boss Lin Ming, please guide me and tell me the source of the rust iron ore. This section is for the more polite players. Lin Ming, we are all compatriots. You'd better tell us the source of the resource, rust ore, which can be decomposed into oxygen. Yes, I sprained my ankle a few days ago, and my legs and feet are not very convenient. Lin Ming, please sell it to me at a low price. I will return it to you later. The fact that he was able to find rust iron ore at this time means that there is a mine near his survival cabin. The iron ore is free. You can pick up more and give it to everyone. Everyone can contribute some nutrient paste and water as a reward for your hard work. Some players were more forthright and spoke their minds. Lin Ming simply ignored these players. However, he wanted to ignore them, but these players would not let him off. Many of them directly sent him trade requests. Player, Chen Kuan, wants to exchange water, X500 ml for rust ore, X1. Do you agree? Player, Li Jibei, wants to exchange nutritional paste, X0.14, rust ore, X1. Do you agree? Player, Qin Lingling, wants to exchange urine, X300 ml for rust ore, X1. Note, brother, I am a girl, and the water is still warm, hee hee, if you like it, I will give it to you in the future, do you agree? Looking at the transaction applications that came one after another, Lin Ming felt overwhelmed. He simply rejected them with one click and closed the transaction application option. At this moment, a prompt box popped up from the ether crystal, and the player Tang Howren traded 3 units of electricity for your rust ore, X1. Please place the trading items in the trading area in time. Player Tang Howren applies to add you as a friend. Lin Ming raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect that even though the rusty iron ore was sold at such a high price, there would still be players willing to buy it. He placed the rust ore in the trading area projected by the ether crystal. Soon, a blue light flashed, the rust ore disappeared, and the power of the survival capsule increased by 3 units. Is it so magical? Lin Ming was stunned by the scene in front of him. After thinking about it, Lin Ming agreed to Tang Howren's transaction request. Hello, Brother Lin. Tang Howren was very humble and sent a message to Lin Ming. I didn't expect that a big boss who mined precious resources would appear in the area so quickly. I am honored to be part of it. Lin Ming didn't know what Tang Howren was up to, so he could only reply, no, I just happened to find this thing nearby by chance. Tang Howren did not hesitate and said directly, Brother Lin, to be honest, I am ready to take over your rust iron ore business. You give me a base price, and I will buy it no matter how much rust iron ore you have. It turns out that they wanted to play Monopoly. But where did Tang Howren get so much electricity? Lin Ming expressed his doubts, and Tang Howren quickly replied, Brother Lin, there are more than 500 people in our regional channel, all from Tang province. Our combined electricity should be able to consume a lot of rust ore, right? It turns out it's from Tang province. Lin Ming quickly understood. Tang province has produced many merchants since ancient times and is a famous commercial province. Now it has boarded the express train of foreign trade and there are many wealthy businessmen. Moreover, the people of Tang province are very united. When they are bullied in other provinces, all the people from the same province nearby will gather together. Gradually, no one dares to mess with them. Seeing that Lin Ming did not reply, Tang Howren continued, Brother Lin, I will not hide it from you. Judging from the current situation, oxygen is destined to be a scarce resource. Now it may only be exchanged for 2 or 3 units of electricity. If other resources are produced in the future, the rust ore will still be of great value and can be exchanged for more precious things. Of course, we buy in large quantities on the premise that you won't sell to others at a lower price. Lin Ming clicked his tongue and said, he is worthy of being from Tang province, he has a long-term vision. So he decided to agree to the deal with Tang Howren. Okay, if the prices are the same, I will give priority to you. If other players offer a higher price, I can't guarantee it. Lin Ming thought for a moment, then replied, the minimum exchange rate is 1 piece of rust ore for 2 units of electricity, but my output is limited, after all, I still need to mine. Can. Tang Howren readily agreed, Brother Lin, just keep digging. We will take whatever you can. With Tang Howren's assurance, Lin Ming instantly became full of energy. At this time, his electrical energy has reached 11 units, exceeding the initial amount. So, Lin Ming decided to try the heavy-duty spacesuit. Compared with the lightweight extravehicular suit, the heavy-load extravehicular suit is larger in size, can withstand greater extreme temperatures, and with the assistance of an exoskeleton, Lin Ming can carry 1 ton of cargo. The only drawback is that the heavy-loaded spacesuit consumes electricity regardless of whether it is being transported or not. Now that Lin Ming had the guarantee of sales channels, he naturally pursued efficiency. With the purpose of mining rust ore, he no longer cared about the electricity consumption of 1 unit/hour. Most importantly, he has to race against time. Currently, all players should be in the exploration stage. I don't know how many players are trying to move the surrounding stones to the survival cabin for decomposition. As long as the same resources appear on the market, the price will be quickly pushed down. Thinking of this, Lin Ming did what he said, quickly put on his heavy-duty cabin suit, and completed the resource supply. Compared with lightweight spacesuits, heavy-duty spacesuits can carry more resources. A maximum of 10 liters of water, 10 units of oxygen and a certain amount of food can be carried. The maximum amount of electrical energy that can be stored is 10 units, which means that the heavy-duty extravehicular suit can currently remain active for up to 10 hours. Anyway, the unused consumables can be recycled, so Lin Ming was not stingy and just filled it up. After putting on the heavy-load extravehicular suit, Lin Ming felt that his body was connected to the exoskeleton. The heavy-load extravehicular suit was very flexible. As long as he made any action, the exoskeleton would immediately perform the same action without any delay. After just a few movements, Lin Ming had completely adapted to wearing the heavy-load space travel suit. Laugh. After recovering oxygen and balancing the air pressure in the transfer chamber, Lin Ming successfully descended to the ground. Compared with the first time he went out of the cabin, Lin Ming felt that he was much more proficient the second time, and his purpose was also very clear: high nut rock. Although other rocks may also contain rust ore and universal chips, Lin Ming has already explored the high nut rock and broken it down into many smaller stones. Other rocks are distributed over a wider area, and the efficiency of mining them may not be as high as transporting high nut rocks. Rustle. Lin Ming was wearing a heavy-duty extravehicular suit, and every step he took left deep footprints in the gravel. Fortunately, there is hard ground under the gravel layer. Otherwise, Lin Ming suspected that he might get stuck in the gravel. With the help of the exoskeleton, Lin Ming walked briskly and strode towards the high nut rock. This time, it took only a dozen minutes to reach the tall rock. "Hey, here I go again." Lin Ming greeted the tall nut rock. Instead of rushing to mine, he tried to look for black and red spots on the high nut rocks, but found nothing. Could it be that what I just saw was an illusion? Lin Ming carefully recalled what he did when he saw the black and red spots. Gaze, just gaze. He understood it instantly, stood 5 meters away from the high nut rock, and stared at the high nut rock. After watching for about 10 seconds, Lin Ming felt his eyes getting slightly hot. Black and red spots of light flashed on the high nut rock again, evenly distributed throughout the rock. Lin Ming stretched out his right hand. The heavy-duty spacesuit was specially reinforced at the hands and chest. It had a thick reinforcement layer and a layer of metal armor on the outside. He planned to give it a try first, bombarding the high nut rock directly to see if the heavy-loaded spacesuit would be damaged. Out of caution, Lin Ming did not use all his strength in the first punch, but only used 30% of the power of the exoskeleton. Boom. Lin Ming punched the high nut rock and saw a white mark appear on the rock. There were no cracks in the high nut rock and the heavy-loaded spacesuit was not damaged. Come again. Lin Ming set the exoskeleton power to 50% and threw another punch. Boom. Snap. This time, several cracks appeared centered on where Lin Ming landed his fist, and the high nut rock had begun to crack. Lin Ming carefully checked the hand armor of the heavy-load extravehicular suit and found no damage or deformation. Lin Ming increased the power of the exoskeleton to 70% and threw another punch. Crash. One punch knocked down a basketball-sized rock, and countless pieces of gravel flew everywhere. Once you have mastered the force to smash high nut rocks, the next step will be easy. Lin Ming attacked left and right, following the location where the black and red light spots appeared, and smashed the high nut rock in circles. In just half an hour, he broke the high nut rock into dozens of pieces and scattered them all over the ground. After doing all this, Lin Ming checked the consumption. After nearly an hour of work, the heavy-duty extravehicular suit consumed 1 unit of electrical energy. The oxygen consumption surprised him a little, as it only consumed 0.6 units of oxygen. It seems that the exoskeleton armor is the main source of power. The amount of exercise I do most of the time is not much different from that at rest. That's good news. Lin Ming looked at the stones scattered on the ground and picked up a larger one with both hands. Beep, beep. The heavy load out of the cabin suit immediately sounded the alarm. The current mass of the object is 1.4 tons. It is overloaded. The power consumption will double, and prolonged operation may cause damage to the exoskeleton. Hearing the dense reminder sounds, Lin Ming quickly put down the stone. I didn't expect that the seemingly small stone actually weighs 1.4 tons, which is nearly half of the maximum load capacity of the heavy-duty extravehicular suit. Lin Ming made a sound of tisk in his mouth, but his hands did not stop. He smashed the stone into 2 pieces, one large and one small, with one punch. I picked up the larger piece and this time I didn't hear the prompt sound. So Lin Ming picked and chose, collecting only the stones that had sparkling light. He picked up 2 stones, one large and one small, weighing a total of more than 900 kilograms, and then walked towards the survival capsule. Because it was close to the maximum load, the return speed was much slower. It took Lin Ming more than 20 minutes to reach the life capsule. After putting down the 2 stones, Lin Ming remotely controlled the robotic arm in the survival capsule to retrieve the stones. This time, we collected 2 stones. Decomposing them will consume 1 unit of electricity. Do you want to decompose them? Sure enough, when Lin Ming saw the prompt light screen of the ether crystal appearing, he chose no. He planned to collect a few more stones to see how many units of stone could be decomposed by 1 unit of electrical energy. At present, each round trip takes more than 40 minutes. Lin Ming moved the stone again, operated the robotic arm to recover it, and then began to try little by little. Finally, Lin Ming tried and found that 1 unit of electrical energy could just decompose 1 cubic meter of stone, just as he imagined. We have collected 3 rocks this time, totaling 996 cubic decimeters. Decomposing them will consume 1 unit of electricity. Do you want to decompose them? Lin Ming confirmed the option, yes. Sizzle, sizzle. The sound of grinding sounded, and soon the prompt pop-up window appeared again. This decomposition yielded 1 F-level universal chip, 3 damaged universal chips, and 3 rust ore. Really? Looking at the pop-up window, Lin Ming raised his eyebrows slightly. He saw a total of 4 black spots and 3 red spots on these 3 stones. In this case, when the black light spot flashes, it means there is a universal chip there, and when the red light spot flashes, it means there is rust ore there. His eyes can directly see the resource distribution points. Suppressing his inner ecstasy, Lin Ming calculated the consumption. Mining 1 ton of stone, plus transportation, and heavy-loaded spacesuits would consume 1 unit of electricity. Decomposing rocks consumes another 1 unit of energy. If these rust ores are traded to Tang Hauren, 6 units of electricity can be obtained, plus universal chips and fragments can be obtained, which is generally pretty good. I don't know if it was because of the different mining methods or if he was just lucky the first time, but this time he only mined 1 complete universal chip and not many chips were damaged. Lin Ming shook his head and stopped worrying about these things. Instead, he opened Tang Hauren's chat box. Brother Tang, 2 pieces of rust ore for 4 units of electricity. Tang Hauren immediately agreed to the deal and replied, Brother Lin is really efficient. He collected 2 pieces of rust iron ore so quickly. Looking at Tang Hauren's reply, Lin Ming sneered. He could see that Tang Hauren was testing his output efficiency. So, Lin Ming replied. Don't mention it. I put on a heavy-duty space suit this time, which consumed 1 unit of electricity. Not only did I consume a lot of oxygen and water, but I also consumed 1 unit of electricity to decompose the rocks. If you calculate carefully, I seem to be at a loss. Looking at Lin Ming's reply, Tang Hauren had a smile on his face on a wild planet many light years away. This guy consumed 2 units of electricity and a minimum of 1 unit of oxygen, and produced 2 pieces of rust ore, so the overall profit was not much. Not to mention wearing a heavy-duty space travel suit. This thing is an energy hog, and he hasn't even thought of using it yet, just in case. Moreover, the heavy-duty extravehicular suit is a consumable item. If you use it now, you may not be able to use it in the future. He noticed that the sun was hovering near the horizon, and the surface temperature was still around 50 or 60 degrees. If the sun is in the sky, the temperature must be 100 or 200 degrees or even higher. In such a situation, lightweight spacesuits cannot be used, and heavy-load spacesuits are the only option. Thinking of this, Tang Hauren gave Lin Ming 100 milliliters of water. Brother Lin, you have worked hard, drink some water and take a break. Seeing Tang Hauren giving him 100 milliliters of water as a gift, Lin Ming secretly cursed this guy for being stingy. He replied, Hey, I didn't expect to be so far away from home and work as a miner on a wild planet. What a damn life. After complaining a few times in the chat box, Lin Ming closed the chat window. He would not let Tang Hauren think that the rust ore was easy to mine, so that he would have the opportunity to lower the price, so he kept 1 piece of rust ore. In Blue Star, he started out as a salesman, and spent the whole day dealing with small bosses worth tens of millions or even hundreds of millions. We are all thousand-year-old foxes, so don't play tricks on each other. After a short rest, Lin Ming continued to move back and forth between the rubble pile and the survival capsule. After his eyes were able to see the resource points, his efficiency in moving stones increased significantly, and he simply ignored those stones that contained no resources. It took nearly 5 hours for Lin Ming to finally move back half of the high nut rock. The spoils obtained in this way are also very considerable. F-grade Universal Chips X4, damaged Universal Chips X7, rust ore X12. Lin Ming only traded half of the rust ore with Tang Haoren, and the remaining rust ore was stored in metal barrels. No matter how valuable an item is, its value will gradually decrease as the output increases. Therefore, Lin Ming chose to control the quantity of rust ore transactions. Why do I feel like I'm seeing a diamond merchant? Lin Ming muttered. He reviewed the current resources. Power, 20/500. Oxygen, 13/500. Purified water, 8/500. Food, nutrient paste X2. Rust ore, 7. F-class general purpose chip, 4. Universal chip fragments, 8. The amount of electrical energy is steadily increasing, but the resources that sustain life, oxygen, food, and water, are decreasing. At present, Lin Ming can only be self-sufficient in oxygen, and no source of food and water has been found. I hope the resource supply cabin can give me some surprises. Looking at the resource supply capsule on the light screen that had been captured by the planet's gravity and was in the stage of entering orbit, Lin Ming rubbed his hands excitedly. As the animation played on the light screen showed, the resource supply capsule was getting closer and closer to the survival capsule. Lin Ming looked up and saw a meteor appearing in the sky, dragging a white tail flame, and falling to the ground along a parabolic trajectory. When it was several thousand meters above the ground, Lin Ming could already vaguely see the shape of the resource supply capsule, which was similar to the survival capsule in shape, but much smaller in size. Then, flames appeared at the head of the resource supply cabin, and it began to reverse and slow down. Warning, the resource supply cabin is about to arrive, please stay 100 meters away from the marked point to prevent accidents. The ether crystal promptly marked the landing point of the resource supply cabin and the danger zone. Lin Ming simply entered the survival capsule and watched the resource supply capsule slowly land through the glass dome. After the resource supply cabin landed, the hatch on the side opened and a square metal box was thrown out. The robotic arm of the survival capsule immediately moved and retrieved the metal box. Lin Ming saw that the metal box was quickly opened and filled with gray cubes, each with a standard side length of 1 decimeter. The resource supply cabin has been recovered. This time we obtained electricity X5, superalloy X1, universal code X6, fuel X1. Lin Ming. Hey, are you deducting my resources? Such a big box, it should be 1 cubic meter, but it only gave 5 units of electricity. Don't think I'm blind. What are those gray and white squares? Where's the food, where's the water, where's the oxygen? Also, what is the universal password? Ether Crystal responded promptly. There are 950 units of energy storage blocks in the box, which can provide 950 units of electricity. But over the long years, most of the electricity has been dissipated, and currently only 5 units of electricity can be recovered. Superalloy is the material used to make supply boxes. It is very suitable for building expansion warehouses. It has been recycled. There is not only human-like life, or carbon-based life, in the universe. In addition to carbon-based life, there are also silicon-based, sulfur-based, arsenic-based, iron-based, amino-based, and other life forms. What they need to survive is not oxygen or water. Energy is the only thing that all life needs. Therefore, most general resource supply pods only provide energy. As for the universal code, it is used to decipher the corresponding life form. The more accurate the deciphered code is, the higher the level of the resource supply cabin corresponding to the life form obtained, and the better the supply. After all, due to cost and total resource considerations, the higher the level of the resource supply cabin in the universe, the smaller the number, and the greater the energy consumption to maintain the normal resources in the cabin. Lin Ming nodded, he probably understood. The resource supply capsule should have been launched into outer space by other life forms out of charity or for some purpose. Since it is a charity, the cost must be considered and we cannot just mindlessly invest all of it into the advanced resource cabin. Thinking of this, he asked, "What is the universal password, and can it be cracked now?" The words changed, and the reply from the ether crystal appeared on the light screen. "Of course, with an F-class universal chip, we can decipher it now, but we can only decipher the most basic codes." Lin Ming touched his chin. He had already imagined an extremely complex computer, or a very sophisticated mechanical password box. After all, it was a creation of an extremely advanced life form and must be extraordinary. Thinking of this, his curiosity began to take over. "Can I see the universal password?" "Certainly." The ether crystal responded to every request, and soon a metal tray holding a black object appeared. This object was the size of a fist and was completely black, which reminded Lin Ming of the ink block used to grind ink. Lin Ming noticed that the black object was suspended above the metal tray and was not in direct contact. He wanted to reach out and touch it, but was stopped by the ether crystal. "The universal code is stored in a low temperature below -200 degrees. In order to keep the code deciphered accurately, please do not make any contact." Lin Ming immediately retracted his hand that was about to explore and stared at the black object motionlessly. This is a rectangular block that has been polished to be extremely smooth, and you can even see a human figure on the black surface. Lin Ming sighed. He didn't expect the boxes storing universal passwords to be so exquisite. He waited for a long time, but the box was not opened, so he asked in confusion, "Why don't you open it?" "Ether crystal." "Why open it?" "Lin Ming, how can we decipher the password if we don't open it?" "Ether crystal, this thing itself is the code." Lin Ming understood instantly and exclaimed, "I understand. This thing may look smooth on the surface, but it actually has many nanometer scale lines. You need an electron microscope to see them, right? I went to college, so I understand this." "Ether crystal. What is the universal language of the universe?" "Common language. English. After all, in American commercial films, aliens all speak English." Lin Ming was speechless for a moment. The ether crystal did not keep the secret and continued to explain in words, "It's mathematics. The ratio of the length, width, and height of this object is the universal code. As long as we measure the length of each side and perform mathematical calculations, we can decipher the universal code." Lin Ming was a little confused. The ether crystal then explained, "There is a basic tacit understanding in the universe that high-tech life cannot directly transfer technology to low-tech life. Therefore, in order to prevent low-tech life from directly obtaining high-tech products from the resource supply capsules, advanced civilizations added universal codes to the corresponding resource supply capsules." Lin Ming said, "Oh," he no longer dared to say that he understood. Fortunately, ether crystal is not a teacher who likes to ask questions, so he just continued to explain. "So, as long as we measure the ratio of each edge, the more accurate the measurement, the higher the computing power, and the closer the deciphered code is to the correct answer. As long as you calculate the correct ratio to 10 decimal places, it will be the most basic universal code, which can summon the lowest level of carbon-based resource supply cabin." Lin Ming nodded. He could only nod now. Suddenly, he had an idea and asked his own question. "I remember in physics class, the teacher said that objects expand when heated and contract when cooled. Would the measured ratio be inaccurate?" "Ether crystal, this situation will occur, so the measurement conditions will be set to the default value to avoid interference caused by other factors. Generally speaking." Lin Ming has learned to answer quickly. Generally speaking, it is under the conditions of 0 or 20 degrees Celsius and 1 standard atmospheric pressure. "Ether crystal." Lin Ming scratched his head. "Am I wrong?" "Ether crystal, standard atmospheric pressure is only a special case of blue star. Celsius is also artificially set by blue star based on the freezing and boiling of water under standard atmospheric pressure. This is not universal in the universe. Usually, the measurement conditions are absolute zero and absolute vacuum. Both of these conditions are difficult to achieve, and therefore reflect the technological level of a civilization." Lin Ming swallowed his saliva. According to the current level of human technology he possesses, absolute zero can only be approached infinitely but can never be reached. After all, humans cannot prevent heat exchange between objects. Thinking of this, Lin Ming tried to ask, are other universal codes similar? After other forms of civilization obtain these universal codes, how can they determine which object corresponds to their own life form? The ether crystal replied, it's very simple. The object in front of you is made of pure carbon. One sentence can wake up the dreamer. Lin Ming was impressed by the fact that the universal password was set to be extremely simple yet extremely ingenious. The universal code of carbon-based life is made of carbon, and the universal code of silicon-based life is made of silicon, sulfur-based, arsenic-based. The technological level of life that can drift into space has reached a considerable level, and it can confirm the elements that make up an object with just a little testing. Then measure the length, width, and height ratios and get the universal password, so that you can summon a resource supply cabin of the corresponding level and life form. Wonderful. Lin Ming was already impatient. Your calculation ability should be quite good. How many decimal places can you measure? Ether crystal, my civilization is one of the ones that deployed the resource supply capsule. We already have the highest level code, so there is no need to decipher it. But I can't tell you. You can only decipher it with your own strength and corresponding resources. Based on the resources you have and the measurement conditions you can achieve, 2 F-class general-purpose chips can barely decipher the code to 10 decimal places and obtain the most basic resource supply cabin corresponding to the life form. Deciphering consumes 1 unit of electricity. Are F-class universal chips so bad? Lin Ming was a little disappointed. Fortunately, he now had 4 F-class universal chips, which allowed him to perform the initial decryption. After taking out 2 universal chips, the ether crystal quickly began to decipher the information, and soon gave Lin Ming a string of numbers. 1:3.124235556:7.6575866645. With the most basic universal code, Lin Ming replaced the burned-out chip on the electromagnetic wave communicator with a universal chip, selected a space with a radius of 1 light minute, and sent a distress signal. 2 minutes later, the ether crystal indicated that nothing was found. That's normal. Compared to the vastness of space, the number of resource supply capsules deployed is too sparse. Lin Ming sighed. He still had an F-class universal chip left, so he could only rely on his luck. Lin Ming randomly selected a direction and chose to send a distress signal to a space 5 light points away in the specified direction. The ether crystal reminded at the right time. After 5 minutes, the distress signal will reach the farthest end, and the return signal will take the same amount of time. After 10 minutes at the latest, we can confirm whether there are any resource supply cabins nearby. Looking at the countdown on the screen, Lin Ming felt a little nervous. Time passed minute by minute, until 9 minutes had passed and still nothing was found. The countdown for the farthest signal to return remains, 10, 9, 83, 2, 1. No carbon-based life resource supply cabin was found in the specified direction. Day. Seeing the prompt on the screen, Lin Ming slapped his thigh and said, "No, that's not how it's played in the movies. Usually, in the last few seconds, a lot of resource supply pods are detected flying over in a line. It turns out that the logistics army has arrived. Hey, is there something wrong with the deciphered code?" The ether crystal simply stopped responding. Lin Ming was somewhat helpless. Well, let's continue working and make some more general-purpose chips. As he stood up, Lin Ming thought of the 8 damaged universal chips he still had, so he asked, "You said before that 10 damaged chips can be repaired into a complete universal chip with a high probability. So is there a chance that 8 universal chips can also be repaired into a complete universal chip?" This time, the ether crystal gave a reply, "As long as the chip is mostly intact, theoretically 2 damaged universal chips can be repaired into a complete universal chip, but the probability is extremely small, and the benefits are not proportional to the risks." Lin Ming nodded, "Then let's just try using 8 damaged universal chips. The lack of 2 chips shouldn't have much impact. Anyway, I'm already in a bad mood today. Repairing the universal chip will consume 1 unit of electricity. Do you want to repair it?" Looking at the prompt on the screen, Lin Ming waved his hand. "Repair it, repair it. Everything needs electricity. It seems that electricity is the most precious resource." Sizzle. After a while of backroom operations by the ether crystal, a complete F-class universal chip appeared in front of Lin Ming. "Repair successful." "Hey! Lin Ming's mood improved a little. He replaced the chip on the electromagnetic wave communicator again, selected a direction, and sent a distress signal. The ether crystal reminded again, after 5 minutes, the distress signal will reach the farthest end, and the return signal will take the same amount of time. After 10 minutes at the latest, we can confirm whether there are any resource supply cabins nearby. Then, there was a 10-minute countdown. When the countdown reached 3 minutes and 17 seconds, the light curtain changed. A carbon-based life resource supply capsule *1 has been detected. Based on the capsule's current trajectory and speed, it is estimated to arrive in 13 hours. Wow, that's pretty fast. Lin Ming was very happy. The basic resource supply cabin was just a fraction of his distance away, and it would take him 6 hours to get there. This resource supply cabin was beyond his 3 light point distance, but it could arrive in just 13 hours, which was obviously much faster. Looking at the resource supply cabin's trajectory change and arrival animation displayed on the light screen, Lin Ming felt lighter. He clapped his hands. There are still some stones left. Pick them up, break them down, sell them to Tang Haoren, and then take a break. After confirming that there were no new resource supply capsules in the remaining space, the diligent Lin Ming put on a heavy-duty space travel suit and set off again. He did not feel the passage of time while working happily. In less than 5 hours, Lin Ming had moved all the remaining stones and completed the decomposition. After the decomposition was completed, Lin Ming had only a pitiful 5 units of electrical energy left. Lin Ming counted the spoils. F-grade Universal Chip X3, damaged Universal Chip X12, rust ore X15. What made him feel helpless was that there were many more damaged universal chips, but fewer complete chips. Fortunately, there are already 23 pieces of rust ore. Lin Ming tried it and found that 1 unit of electricity could decompose at most 3 pieces of rust ore. If there were more, the energy consumption would increase. After thinking about it, Lin Ming opened Tang Haoren's chat box and took out 8 pieces of rust ore for trading. "Brother Lin, what a great harvest." Tang Haoren quickly replied, "Your efficiency is really good. With this output, you don't have to worry about oxygen and electricity." Lin Ming casually replied with a few words and waited for Tang Haoren to make the transaction, but Tang Haoren had not confirmed it yet. Lin Ming felt something was wrong. "What's going on?" Tang Haoren replied after a while, "Brother Lin, can you give me a bit cheaper? I don't have enough electricity here." "Goodman, you're trying to lower the price." Lin Ming refused directly. The reason for trading rust ore with Tang Haoren is that he has stable channels and can purchase in large quantities. I didn't expect that after only 2 transactions, they were already preparing to lower the price. He had made it very clear to Tang Haoren before that if the prices were the same, the rust ore would be sold to Tang Haoren first. At this time, Tang Haoren decided to lower the price, but Lin Ming did not give in and directly listed 8 pieces of rust ore on the Interstellar Exchange at a price of 2.5 electric energy per piece. In less than 10 seconds, the rusty iron ore was eaten up. Tang Haoren immediately sent a message, "Brother Lin, what are you doing?" Lin Ming, "What?" Tang Haoren quickly replied, "Didn't we agree before that the rust ore would only be sold to me?" Lin Ming, "I said that if the prices are the same, I will give priority to you. Now you are trying to lower the price. Can't I sell it to someone else?" Tang Haoren, "Brother Lin, it's not that I'm going to lower the price, but you also know the market. When things first come out, the price is expensive. As time goes by and more people accumulate, the price will definitely drop gradually." Lin Ming, "But I don't see anyone else selling rust ore on the Interstellar Exchange." Tang Haoren, "That's because we bought all the ones that appeared. Brother Lin, the person who bought the rust iron ore just now was also one of ours. We must get the exclusive rights to this resource. I know you're going to pay a high price, but we've tried it before, and the maximum power of rust ore is 3. Lin Ming, I call you brother because I'm giving you face. To tell you the truth, before I came to this damn place, I ran several trading companies and I've done this kind of thing many times. As the saying goes, more friends mean more paths, fewer enemies mean fewer walls. Lin Ming, in a word, 1.5 electric energy per piece of rust iron ore. I won't lower the price anymore. If you dare to list it on the Interstellar Exchange at a price higher than this, I will no longer have you as my friend." Seeing Tang Haoren's reply, Lin Ming was amused. Has the true face of the unscrupulous businessman been revealed so quickly? He also said he would not lower the price anymore, which was what he said a few hours ago. Not to mention that they are now hundreds or thousands of light years apart, and it is still unclear whether they can meet in this life. Even if Tang Haoren was standing in front of Lin Ming would not accept his threat. He has met many small bosses, like Tang Haoren, who can't keep his cool. Most of them are small characters with annual transaction volume of about tens of millions, profit of less than 5%, and they also need to evade taxes. An old fellow who is truly presentable, even if he still uses those inferior methods in private, at least he is friendly in front of others. After all, after decades of struggle, he finally cleaned himself up from being a gangster and made it to the affluent state. What he values most is his face. Lin Ming simply ignored Tang Haoren and directly listed the remaining 15 pieces of rust ore on the Interstellar Exchange at the price of 3 electricity per piece. Just like before, they were sold out in less than 10 seconds. In the chat channel of the Interstellar Exchange, large groups of players were wailing. "You beast, couldn't you leave me a piece of rust ore? My oxygen is about to be consumed by half." "That's right, don't even mention 3 electricity. I'm willing to exchange it for 5 electricity. If anyone has rust iron ore, please bring some up. Boss, please give me some soup. I was hit by a strong wind here, and a rock smashed my survival capsule and created a crack. Now the oxygen is leaking out. If I don't have any more oxygen, I'll suffocate to death." At this moment, Tang Haoren's message appeared in the chat channel. "I'm selling a lot of rust ore. The price is 8 electricity per block. Trading method: first give me 5 electricity, then we can trade. We operate with integrity and never cheat anyone." After seeing Tang Haoren's message, Lin Ming couldn't help but give this guy 2 thumbs up. The Interstellar Exchange stipulates that one piece of rust ore can only be priced at 3 electricity, but there is no limit on giving it away. This trading method can not only increase the selling price of rust ore, but also completely avoid risks. Most people really can't think of this method. Since he had already torn his face with Tang Haoren, and Lin Ming had long planned to share the source of the rust ore with other players, he edited a message. "You don't have to buy the rust ore at a high price. There are large stones near your birthplace. Wear a heavy-duty space suit and mine and decompose them to get the rust ore. There will be no middlemen making a profit from the price difference." After editing, Lin Ming sent the message to the chat channel of the Interstellar Exchange and the regional chat channel. Less than 5 seconds after sending the message, Tang Haoren immediately sent a message to Lin Ming. "Lin Ming, what are you doing? Cutting off someone's financial resources is like killing their parents. Quickly withdraw the message." Lin Ming sneered and edited in the chat box, "Then I'm sorry for making you an orphan. Then, send and block the whole process." He sent out these messages not only because he was angry with Tang Haoren, but also because of more considerations. At this time, the surviving humans are scattered on the wild planets throughout the Milky Way, struggling to survive. Development is always the slowest at the beginning. Only if the vast majority of people develop, trade with each other, and share what they have, will they have a chance of survival on this harsh and wild planet. Of course, there is another reason, that is, Lin Ming has earned 71 units of electricity, which has slightly widened the gap with other players. If Tang Haoren and others are allowed to develop further, they will definitely be overtaken. By then, even if he can see the resource points, he will still fall behind step by step. After doing all this, Lin Ming ignored the noise in the chat channel and prepared to take a break. At this time, there are still 8 hours before the carbon-based life survival capsule arrives, which is just enough time for a nap. He still has 8 units of oxygen left. If he chooses to sleep normally, he will consume at least 4 units of oxygen. Oxygen was very precious at this time, so Lin Ming decided to go into hibernation. Hibernation only consumes 1 unit of oxygen and 1 unit of electricity. Lin Ming, who has 71 units of electricity, doesn't care about this tiny energy consumption. Lin Ming lay down in the hibernation chamber and set it to sleep for 8 hours. The comfortable environment made his head gradually become groggy and he fell asleep quietly. 8 hours later, the hibernation chamber woke Lin Ming up on time. He opened his eyes, looked around with some confusion, and then checked the time. Did I really sleep for 8 hours? Lin Ming sat up from the hibernation capsule in disbelief. He now understood why there was a reminder like, hibernation will not reduce mental stress, please avoid using hibernation continuously. Because he felt like he had just fallen asleep and was then woken up, and he had no memory of what happened in between. It's like a switch was installed in my head. As for normal sleep, even if you are unaware of it when you fall asleep, when you wake up the next day, you can feel that you have spent a certain amount of time. This resulted in Lin Ming's body having rested well, but he always felt a little tired mentally and had not gotten enough rest. Today's goal is to get more oxygen, find a way to get some food or water, and then reward myself with a good night's sleep. Lin Ming stretched his body slightly, then opened the ether crystal. The light screen showed that the carbon-based resource supply cabin was expected to arrive in 10 minutes. Not long after, a bright light appeared on the horizon, dragging a long tail of flame, and flew straight towards where Lin Ming was. In midair, the carbon-based resource supply capsule began to reverse thrust and then landed steadily near the survival capsule. As before, the hatch opened and an alloy cube was released. The resource supply cabin has been recovered. This time we obtained 3D metal printer X1, super alloy X1, big mouth flower seeds X5, fuel X1. That's it. Lin Ming was shocked at how stingy the carbon-based resource supply cabin was. This is no different from the previous universal supply cabin. Lin Ming touched the ether crystal and began to check the properties of each item. 3D metal printer type I. Introduction. Using ultrafine metal powder as raw material, the corresponding objects are printed according to the drawings, with a maximum printing resolution of 100 microns. Consumption, 1 electricity/hour. Seems okay. After seeing the introduction of the 3D metal printer, Lin Ming thought it was a good thing. As long as there were blueprints and ultrafine metal powder, various metal instruments could be manufactured. At present, he has plenty of electricity. Ultrafine metal powder can decompose rust, or to obtain ultrafine iron powder, or superalloys can also be decomposed into powder. There is no need to worry about these. What he lacks is the manufacturing drawings, not even a single one. Let the survival capsule start to assemble the 3D metal printer, and Lin Ming began to read the introduction of the big-mouthed flower seeds. You don't know until you see it, and your eyes will widen instantly when you see it. There are such creatures in the universe. Big-mouth flower seeds. Introduction. This special plant was cultivated using biotechnology and can survive in extremely harsh environments. When mature, it grows a lantern-shaped mouth that can devour other plants. It also specializes in the characteristics of the plants it devours while retaining strong adaptability. The description of the big-mouth flower was very difficult to understand. After reading it several times, Lin Ming finally understood the purpose of the big-mouth flower. Simply put, the big-mouth flower is not picky about its growing environment, and can mutate into corresponding plants after devouring other plants, but its strong adaptability remains unchanged. For example, if the big-mouth flower devours rice, it will specialize into rice, but it does not need the growth environment of rice. To put it simply, you are what you eat. It is worthy of being called a carbon-based life resource supply cabin. It provides only good things. Now that we have the seeds of the big-mouth flower, the next thing to consider is to make the seeds of the big-mouth flower germinate and mature. Generally speaking, during the germination stage of a plant, as long as it is provided with suitable temperature and a certain amount of water, it will be enough. At this time, Lin Ming has met the conditions for the big-mouth flower to germinate. But if you want the big-mouth flower to mature, you must provide it with certain nutrients. Even if the growing environment that the big-mouth flower can tolerate is very harsh, the basic law of conservation of matter must still be followed. At this time, the best quality waste material Lin Ming could access was human excrement. It sounds disgusting, but Lin Ming, who has lived in the countryside, knows that there was a compost pile not far from his childhood home. Adults said that this thing is more useful than chemical fertilizers. Those who achieve great things do not care about trivial matters. Lin Ming quickly overcame his physical nausea and posted several trading links on the Interstellar Exchange. Oxygen X 0.5 units are exchanged for urine X 500 ml. Oxygen X 0.5 units are exchanged for feces X 500 g. After the link was established, Lin Ming put on a heavy-duty spacesuit and went out to continue mining stones. After all, he only had 7 units of oxygen left, not even enough for a day of intense activity. In addition, oxygen is needed to exchange resources, so if Lin Ming does not work harder to mine, his oxygen stocks will run out. After leaving the survival capsule, Lin Ming stared in the direction where there were more rubbles. Soon, some of the rubbles began to flash red spots. Lin Ming took a rough look and found that the valuable stones accounted for less than 1/3 of the total, and they were all red spots. This means that if he can't see the resource point, he will need to put in 3 times more labor. Crash, crash. Lin Ming worked diligently to travel back and forth between the gravel area and the survival capsule. After several hours, he spent 5 electric energy and obtained 20 pieces of rust ore. At this time, Lin Ming only had 2 units of oxygen left. He no longer hesitated and directly decomposed all the rust ore. This decomposition consumed 7 units of electrical energy and obtained 20 units of oxygen and 20 units of ultrafine iron powder. Phew, at least I don't have to worry about suffocating to death. Lin Ming returned to the survival capsule, took off his heavy-duty spacesuit and took a short rest. At the same time, he tapped the ether crystal and opened the interstellar exchange channel. As soon as he opened it, he saw thousands of transaction links flashing continuously, which made Lin Ming very confused. Come to think of it, rust ore, which can produce oxygen, is in great demand. It was once sold by Tang Howren at a sky-high price of 8 units of electricity per block. Now, some players know how to mine rust ore with Lin Ming's guidance, but because it takes time and electricity, the price of rust ore remains stable at 2 electricity per block. Lin Ming directly exchanged oxygen for excrement which they considered to be worthless. How could the players let such a good thing slip away? Each transaction application came with a note. Lin Ming randomly read a few of them. Boss Lin Ming, I'm your fan. Thank you for sharing the method of mining rust ore. I just pulled this one out. It's still warm. I'll give it to you for free. Boss Lin Ming, I didn't expect you to like this. I have diabetes, so my taste is better than others. Let me take mine. Brother Lin Ming, I offered you a deal before but you refused. Now you are actively buying it. Hee hee, I didn't expect you to be so reserved. I'll give you an extra pair of original stockings for this deal. Day. Lin Ming was so exhausted that he could hardly breathe. What kind of nonsense were these people thinking? When he saw the third one, Lin Ming raised his eyebrows and found a familiar name, Qin Lingling. After thinking about it, Lin Ming opened Qin Lingling's temporary transaction chat box. Although Qin Lingling's words were full of teasing, her profile picture looked to be only about 25 or 26 years old, with a charming smile on her lips. This shows that she has entered society and has fully understood the advantages of her beauty and knows how to use it. Lin Ming sent a message, "Are you there?" Qin Lingling quickly replied, "Yeah, it's Brother Lin Ming, I'm here." After saying that, Qin Lingling also sent a 10-second video. In the video, a long-legged beauty in cool clothes and suspenders and black stockings was dancing with a graceful figure and showing provocative and bold movements. Qin Lingling, video. Lin Ming watched the video with a critical eye, and secretly sighed in his heart, small branches can produce great results. Suppressing the restlessness in his heart, Lin Ming asked Qin Lingling, "Is there any more urine?" Qin Lingling, "Don't worry, Brother Lin Ming, I've been saving some for you, but it's only 300 milliliters. Lin Ming nodded. He already knew that Qin Lingling did not have enough. The reason why he wanted to trade with her was because Qin Lingling had other uses. He then replied, "I'll take a loss, 0.5 units of oxygen for 300 milliliters of urine. You said before that you also brought a pair of original stockings." Qin Lingling, "Yes, brother, this pair of stockings is original. If you don't believe me, I can record a video of taking off the stockings for you." Lin Ming, "I don't need the video, that's all." After Lin Ming clicked send, the transaction was initiated. Qin Lingling, "Okay, Brother Lin Ming, I'll take it off now." Qin Lingling, video. The transaction was completed. Lin Ming did not handle the items he obtained. He directly put the ether crystal into the metal cylinder, including the pair of original black stockings that still had body temperature. The reason why Lin Ming paid a higher price to buy Qin Lingling's original black stockings was not because he had a strong taste, but because he vaguely remembered that in order for composting to be successful, in addition to the raw materials, the participation of microorganisms was also needed. And original black silk is, of course, an ideal source of microorganisms. Of course, this has nothing to do with gender, men's socks can achieve the same effect. But when he thought about trading socks that the masters had worn for who knows how long, Lin Ming felt a chill. After the transaction was completed, Lin Ming used 5 units of oxygen and 10 players to complete the transaction, and sealed the traded items tightly into a metal cylinder to ensure that there would be no leakage. Even so, Lin Ming still felt a little uncomfortable, so he simply threw the metal cylinder into the transfer warehouse so that he wouldn't have to worry about it. After doing this, Lin Ming took out an F-class universal chip and replaced the one on the electromagnetic wave communicator, then said to the ether crystal, "Use powerful electromagnetic waves to scan a distance of 10 kilometers around you and draw a 3-dimensional topographic map 5 meters underground." The ether crystal is made very quickly. The powerful electromagnetic waves covered an area with a radius of 10 kilometers. Soon, a map of the surrounding 10 kilometers appeared on the light blue screen in front of Lin Ming. The lower half of the map is dark brown, indicating that the area 5 meters below the ground is all soil. The surface is covered with gravel and rubble. Lin Ming noticed that about 3 or 4 kilometers away in the opposite direction of the tall nut, there was an underground pit similar to an ant nest. Lin Ming carefully checked the scale and found that the diameter of these holes was more than 2 meters, which was enough for him to enter in his heavy-duty space travel suit. The pit is shaped like a tree branch, constantly branching and winding downwards. Obviously, there are more branches deeper underground, but electromagnetic waves cannot detect distances beyond 5 meters underground. Structures like this are definitely not naturally formed but excavated by some kind of life. I just don't know if these lives are still in the pits. Lin Ming couldn't help feeling a little nervous when he thought that there might be some unknown life form 3 or 4 kilometers away from him. Lin Ming was carefully looking at the direction of the pit, when suddenly, he felt his eyes slightly warm. Densely packed spots of light suddenly appeared on the originally ordinary map, in red, black, and green. It turns out I can also see the resource points on the map. Looking at the dense spots of light, Lin Ming was very excited. There are countless red dots around him, which means that the distribution of rust ore is extremely widespread, so there is no need to worry about oxygen problems in the short term. He zoomed in on the underground pits and saw sporadic green spots of light 3 meters underground. Not only that, the green light spots were moving back and forth in the pit, and even occasionally lingered near the entrance of the pit. It's a living thing that can move. Lin Ming's mood instantly improved. Living creatures meant meat to eat. Moreover, there will most likely be water and food nearby the creatures. He carefully observed the movement paths of the green light spots and found that their movement paths were very fixed, as if they were patrolling, once every 10 minutes. Lin Ming decided to take action. Since he might have to deal with unknown creatures this time, Lin Ming did not take it lightly. Instead, he consumed 2 units of electricity and let the 3D metal printer use 2 units of superalloy to print out a big sword and a heavy shield respectively. In less than 10 minutes, the 3D metal printer completed the task. The blade of the great sword is sharp, flashing a cold light, and the heavy shield is very thick, giving people a sense of security. Lin Ming tried to pick up the big sword and found that it weighed at least 100 or 200 pounds. With his strength, he could only barely move the big sword. Fortunately, he had a heavy-duty spacesuit. After putting on a heavy-duty spacesuit and replenishing consumables, Lin Ming easily picked up his sword and shield and left the survival capsule. Compared with sending distress signals over ultra-long distances, the power consumption of the electromagnetic wave communicator to detect the surrounding map is much smaller, and the F-class general-purpose chip can last for 1 hour before being burned out. Therefore, Lin Ming is equivalent to carrying a real-time map. It took Lin Ming about 20 minutes to reach the entrance of the pit and he found a stone 50 meters away to hide his body. On the light curtain map, the patrolling green dot slowly climbed up along the inclined pit, and soon reached the entrance of the pit. Lin Ming looked up and found a black crab as big as a wash basin crawling out of a cave not far away. It's actually a crab. Lin Ming raised his eyebrows slightly. After leaving the cave, the crab looked at the setting sun in the distance, changed its angle, pointed its black carapace towards the sun, slightly raised its body, and then lay motionless. Is this thing basking in the sun? Lin Ming thought of the red-eared slider turtle he had raised before, which needed to bask in the sun every day. Could it be that crabs also have this habit? After estimating the size of the black crab, Lin Ming felt that he could deal with it. He checked the real-time map and saw that the other crabs were patrolling the cave as usual, so he decided to sneak over. Lin Ming circled around and approached the black crab quietly from behind. When he was about 10 meters away from the black crab seemed to sense something and lay down, preparing to turn around. Lin Ming jumped up instantly, turned the power of the heavy-duty cabin suit to the maximum, and flew directly over a distance of more than 10 meters, slashing with the giant sword in his right hand. Clang! Sparks flying. The black crab was split directly in half from the middle, and sparks kept flashing at the broken part of its body. When the sparks stopped flashing, Lin Ming saw the inside of the black crab clearly and couldn't help but exclaimed. This is not a living creature, it's clearly an electronic crab. Inside is not the familiar crab roe or crab lungs, but black electronic circuit boards and energy storage batteries. In the middle of the electronic circuit board, Lin Ming saw a familiar figure, a universal chip. Unfortunately, this universal chip has been split in half and cannot be used again. Lin Ming was unwilling to give up. He didn't expect that after having such high hopes, he actually caught an electronic crab and couldn't even get a bite of meat. Thinking back to the electronic crab basking in the sun just now, it was clearly using solar energy to charge itself. Solar charging. Lin Ming remembered that there was a damaged solar panel among the accessories of the survival capsule. Can the materials decomposed from this crab be used to repair solar panels? Lin Ming held the shield sword in his right hand, grabbed 2 crab legs with his left hand, picked up the electronic crab that was chopped in half, and strode towards the survival cabin. Decomposing the parasitic crab will consume 1 unit of electricity. Do you want to decompose it? Looking at the prompt that popped up from the ether crystal, Lin Ming chose yes. So this thing is called a mimic crab. The parasitic crab has been recovered. This time we obtained 2 high-purity silicon ingots, 1 damaged universal chip, 1 damaged circuit board, and 1 damaged electromagnetic coil. High-purity silicon ingots can be used to repair solar panels. The current repair needs are as follows. 1. Primary repair. Repair the primary function of the solar panel, making it usable. Consumes 10 high-purity silicon ingots and 1 electromagnetic coil. 2. Complete repair. Completely repair the solar panels and maximize their power generation capacity. Consumes 50 high-purity silicon ingots and 5 electromagnetic coils. It works indeed. Lin Ming felt distressed when he saw the materials needed to repair the solar panels. Killing the pseudo-crab will not affect the output of high-purity silicon ingots, but the electromagnetic coils, circuit boards and general chips will be damaged. If you want to get the complete electromagnetic coil, you must catch the crab alive. But if he tried to catch such a big thing directly, even if he could catch it, Lin Ming was worried that the sharp claws of the pseudo-crab would pierce his heavy-duty cabin suit, and he didn't have the materials to repair it now. After pondering for a long time, Lin Ming remembered the actions taken by the parasitic crab after it left the cave, and his eyes suddenly lit up. After putting on the heavy-duty extravehicular suit, Lin Ming set out again. This time he did not carry a superalloy greatsword, but only a superalloy heavy shield. At the same time, he recycled the superalloy greatsword and let the 3D printer weave a superalloy net. At this time, the F-class universal chip on the electromagnetic wave communicator was damaged. Lin Ming replaced it with a new one and monitored the situation inside the pit in real time. The disappearance of a mimic crab did not cause much commotion. After discovering that one of their companions was missing, several parasitic crabs gathered together and soon redistributed their patrol routes. The patrol range of each pseudo-crab expanded by about 20%, thus filling the gap left by one less companion. It's pretty smart. Looking at the real-time map, Lin Ming clicked his tongue when he saw the green dots on it resume their regular movement. When he arrived near the entrance of the pit, Lin Ming started working. He put down the super-alloy heavy shield and began to move the stones. With the help of the heavy-duty extravehicular suit, he easily lifted the millstone-sized stone and placed it 2 meters next to the pit. Then, Lin Ming's men kept piling up stones one by one, and surrounded the entrance of the pit with a 2-meter-high stone wall, leaving only a 1.5 meter opening. After finishing all this, half an hour had passed. Lin Ming opened the real-time map and looked at the green dot inside. As usual, in a few minutes, the outermost patrolling crab will start basking in the sun to recharge. Sure enough, with the timing accurate to the second, the patrolling parasitic crab paused for a moment, then turned back and began to crawl upwards along the inclined tunnel. Lin Mingmao was hiding behind a stone wall, with only half of his head showing. He watched a creature that was completely black and looked exactly like the pseudo-crab crawl out of the cave. After coming out of the cave, the pseudo-crab habitually looked at the position of the sun and then began to stare blankly. It took a full minute for the pseudo-crab's general-purpose chip, which had low computing power, to understand what had happened, and it began to grope around along the stone wall. Seeing the pseudo-crab leaving through the hole, Lin Ming, who was lying in ambush nearby, moved quickly and picked up a huge stone to block the gap. Swish, swish, swish. The pseudo-crab reacted very quickly. The moment Lin Ming appeared, it was ready to escape back to the pit, but found that it was blocked by huge rocks. Brush. The pseudo-crab did not hesitate and ran more than 10 meters away from Lin Ming in an instant. Lin Ming was not in a hurry as he watched this guy running away extremely quickly. He leisurely picked up the heavy shield beside him and hung it far behind the pseudo-crab. After a period of trial and error, Lin Ming discovered that the warning zone of the pseudo-crab was 10 meters. As long as you get within 10 meters of the crab, it will immediately flee. Otherwise, it will think the surroundings are safe and start trying to turn its back to the sun and prepare to recharge. Lin Ming was not willing to give it a chance to recharge. He held a heavy shield, firstly to prevent the pseudo-crabs from suddenly counterattacking, and secondly to block the sunlight to prevent the pseudo-crabs from charging. The pseudo-crab that came out to recharge must not have much energy stored in its body. As long as Lin Ming chased it for a while longer, he believed that this guy would run out of remaining energy. The fact was just as Lin Ming had expected. After chasing the pseudo-crab for half an hour, the pseudo-crab finally stopped responding to Lin Ming's approach. Instead, it lay there and began to try to recharge. Lin Ming did not rush to catch it. God knows how much reserve energy this little guy has in his body. He stood 5 meters away from the pseudo-crab, holding up a heavy shield to block out the sunlight in the area where the pseudo-crab was. After more than 10 minutes, Lin Ming tried to approach the pseudo-crab, but the little guy still did not move. Lin Ming kept getting closer, then poked the pseudo-crab gently with his heavy shield, only to find that it still had no reaction. Hey, the power must be out. Lin Ming chuckled. Even so, he still did not choose to take action. Instead, he took out the large super-alloy net wrapped around his waist and caught the pseudo-crab in the net. Afterwards, Lin Ming held the super-alloy net bag in his right hand and used a heavy shield with his left hand to block the sunlight to prevent the pseudo-crab from secretly charging, and soon returned to the survival capsule. A dormant parasitic crab has been detected. You can choose from the following 2 options. Option 1, recyclable pseudo-crab, obtain, high-purity silicon ingots X2, F-level general chip X1, circuit board X1, electromagnetic coil X1. Option 2, the crab can be reprogrammed to gain full control. Seeing option 2, Lin Ming was a little surprised. It is even possible to reprogram the parasitic crabs. Of course, Lin Ming chose option 2. Reprogramming the mimic crab will consume 1 unit of electricity. Confirm. Confirm. After confirmation, after waiting for about 10 seconds, the ether crystal popped up a prompt that the pseudo-crab had been reprogrammed. So soon. Lin Ming was a little surprised. Since the pseudo-crab was in a dormant period with its energy exhausted, he asked the ether crystal to put the pseudo-crab outside the survival capsule, waiting for the little guy to bask in the sun and recharge. In fact, the pseudo-crab can also be charged by directly consuming the reserved electricity in the survival capsule, but the sun is right there, and it would be a waste if it is not used. 10 minutes later, the pseudo-crab finished charging, walked to the exit of the life capsule, and waited quietly. Lin Ming had the little guy disinfected with hot air in the transfer warehouse, and then put him into the living warehouse. The ether crystal reminded Lin Ming that as long as he gave a voice command, the pseudo-crab would do it. So, Lin Ming sent a command, turn around. Crack, crack, crack. The parasitic crab turned in a circle. Get down. Shake hands. Roll around. Lin Ming trained the parasitic crab just like training a dog and had a lot of fun. After playing with it for a while, Lin Ming asked the ether crystal, "What other functions does this thing have?" Ether crystal, it can do anything within its capabilities, such as mining, patrolling, fighting, etc. Afterwards, the ether crystal lit up a light curtain, which showed the perspective of the pseudo-crab. Lin Ming's height of 1.83 meters appeared particularly tall in this perspective. Great, I can use this little guy to explore the pits. Lin Ming's heart moved. Electromagnetic wave communicators can only explore a distance of 5 meters underground and cannot reach any deeper. The pseudo-crab can just blend in and share vision with Lin Ming in real time, which can be said to be very useful. Tip: due to hardware limitations, the maximum connection distance with the parasitic crab is 10 kilometers, but it may be shortened under complex electromagnetic conditions. It is recommended to add a clause when issuing patrol orders: if the order is not received, return immediately along the original route. Lin Ming nodded. The distance that electromagnetic waves can be transmitted underground must be very short. The hint given by the ether crystal is still very useful. He changed into a heavy-duty out-of-cabin suit, and after finishing the supplies, he said to the motionless crab beside him, "Let's go, follow me." Crack, crack, crack. The pseudo-crab immediately followed Lin Ming with cheerful steps. The man and the crab soon arrived near the entrance of the pit. Through the real-time map, Lin Ming saw that the remaining few pseudo-crabs had readied their work, expanded their patrol areas, and were conducting patrols in an orderly manner. This is the advantage of Tamagotchi. As long as they have enough energy, they will never get tired. Are all black-skinned things so durable? Lin Ming murmured, and then gave the pseudo-crab an order: go explore the inside of the pit. Remember, if you can't receive any orders or your energy is running out, return as soon as possible. The crab stretched out its 2 large claws and clamped it to show its understanding, then quickly crawled into the hole. After entering the pit, it was dark inside. Fortunately, the parasitic crabs have infrared transmitters and probes that can transmit images with decent clarity. Lin Ming saw that the surface of the pit was full of traces of excavation. It was obviously not formed naturally. It should have been dug out bit by the pseudo-crabs using their claws. As the pseudo-crab continued to move down the gentle slope, the ether crystal considerately began to draw a 3D model of the interior of the pit. Crack, crack, crack. A faint sound was heard, and Lin Ming looked at the real-time monitoring on the map. Another patrolling pseudo-crab was slowly approaching. Lin Ming's heart was slightly lifted. How would the other pseudo-crab react when faced with its companion who had disappeared and reappeared? Through the screen, Lin Ming saw that the indigenous mimic crab was in alert posture, with its 2 large claws dancing in front of it and making a warning clicking sound. The controlled parasitic crab also stretched out its 2 claws, clamped them regularly, and made the same sound. Afterwards, the indigenous mimic crab stopped being on guard, ignored the other party, and continued its patrol. Lin Ming felt relieved. Fortunately, I got through the IFF system. The mimic crab continued to move downwards and had reached a fork in the road. There were 2 mimic crabs patrolling alternately at each fork in the road. Lin Ming randomly chose a side and let the pseudo-crab continue to move down. Crack, crack, crack. After using the crab claw gesture to deceive its former companions, the pseudo-crab had already gone 5 meters underground, an area that Lin Ming was unfamiliar with. He saw that the fork in the road was still divided into 2 again, but one of the forks was obviously no longer going down slowly, and the terrain began to flatten out. Lin Ming's heart moved, and he controlled the pseudo-crab to move towards the fork in the road on the flat terrain. After walking less than a few meters, Lin Ming saw 3 pseudo-crabs forming a circle, their claws stirring the ground in front of them. There is liquid in the pothole. Lin Ming could vaguely distinguish that as the crab claws stirred gently, ripples appeared on the ground, which was obviously liquid. I just don't know if it's the water source or something else. Lin Ming looked at the 3D model of the pit drawn by the ether crystal next to him, and his eyes lingered on it for a moment. With his eyes slightly warm, Lin Ming saw a blue liquid light spot appear in the pit. It's a water source. Lin Ming was so excited that he almost cried out. He only had 6 liters of water left. Even this is still a case of extreme frugality. He would not drink water unless he was extremely thirsty. How could I not be excited when I found a water source? Using electromagnetic waves to send commands to the pseudo-crab, asking it to return along the same route. Lin Ming decided to let the pseudo-crab take the metal cylinder down with it this time and bring it back with a metal cylinder of water first. But there are patrolling parasitic crabs everywhere, and if you just come out of the water, you will inevitably be surrounded and attacked. After thinking about it, Lin Ming decided to divide his forces. He let the pseudo-crab return to the pit and sent a communication signal to the outermost pseudo-crab, asking that pseudo-crab to come out to recharge, while it patrolled along the original route. The indigenous parasitic crab had no suspicion and obediently gave up the patrol route, then crawled out of the pit to bask in the sun and recharge. Where is the sun? The pseudo-crab waited for 1 minute, finally realized something was wrong, and started circling around the stone wall. So, Lin Ming used the same trick again and harvested another pseudo-crab that had fallen into hibernation due to lack of electricity. Next, Lin Ming frequently went back and forth between the survival capsule and the pit entrance, and caught 5 pseudo-crabs in one go. As a result, there were only 3 parasitic crabs patrolling the upper level of the pit, and the security force was drastically reduced. Lin Ming owns 6 parasitic crabs, and it can be said that he has the upper hand in strength. Snap, snap. 6 parasitic crabs lined up in a long line, following Lin Ming obediently, waving their claws. He gave each of the 6 parasitic crabs a metal cylinder and ordered them to fetch water. The group of mimic crabs that received the order rushed directly into the pit. This time they did not use the correct signals. When they encountered a surviving patrolling mimic crab, 2 of them went up to hold it down, while the remaining mimic crabs took the metal cylinders to fetch water. Soon, the group of mimetic crabs came up with 6 metal cylinders filled with water, and also brought back a struggling indigenous mimetic crab. Lin Ming picked up a metal cylinder in one hand, and the remaining mimic crabs holding metal cylinders and the indigenous mimic crab followed behind, returning to the survival capsule in a mighty manner. After reprogramming the struggling mimetic crab, Lin Ming's mimetic crab group expanded to 7. The survival capsule quickly recovered the metal cylinder and identified the liquid inside as water, but it was contaminated. It's polluted. How is it polluted? Lin Ming opened the atlas of polluted water, and the information of polluted stinky water was displayed. Polluted smelly water. Description: it's full of foul-smelling sewage. Trust me, you don't want to drink it. Looking at the black sewage atlas, Lin Ming seemed to smell the stench and felt like he was about to vomit the food he had eaten the night before. Lin Ming asked, "Can it be purified with electricity?" The ether crystal quickly replied, "Every 5 parts of polluted stinky water can be purified into 4 parts of pure water and 1 part of polluted water." There is no need to explain pure water. Lin Ming looked at the illustration of pollutants. Pollutants. Introduction: it is full of various humus pollutants, which will cause diarrhea when eaten by animals, but it contains nutrients that are essential for plant growth. When Lin Ming saw the illustration of pollutants, he was overjoyed. This was not a pollutant at all, it was clearly excellent fertilizer. Purify everything. After consuming 1 unit of electricity, Lin Ming quickly obtained 5 cylinders of pure water and 1 cylinder of pollutant. Purified water was added directly into the water tank of the survival capsule. Lin Ming saw that the amount of purified water soared from 5 liters to 55 liters. With a source of water, Lin Ming happily took a few gulps and said happily, "Now I can drink it for several days, and even take a bath." However, taking a bath was just a thought for him. The current water reserves were still a little low, so he decided to store more. In addition, electrolyzed water is also a source of oxygen. It can be said that with rust ore and water, Lin Ming no longer has to worry about the problem of lack of oxygen. At this time, Lin Ming only had 8 units of oxygen left. He directly issued an order to the remaining 7 pseudo-crabs. "Young men, you have rested for 5 minutes. It is time to get to work. Go and move all the rocks that you can carry to the vicinity of the survival cabin and stack them up." Crack, crack, crack. The 7 parasitic crabs moved quickly and began searching for rocks nearby, piling them up on the open space next to the survival capsule. Lin Ming observed and found that the parasitic crab could lift stones that were almost the same size as its body. This load-bearing capacity was already very good. The most important thing is that the parasitic crab does not need to consume the electricity of the survival capsule, it just needs to bask in the sun. Moreover, they are tireless and are much stronger than their black-skinned predecessors who needed to be whipped and consumed food centuries ago. While the pseudo-crab was collecting rocks, Lin Ming opened the survival cabin interface and ate the nutritional paste while checking the current resources. Fuel, 2/100. Electricity, 43/500. Oxygen, 8/500. Purified water, 55/500 L. Food, nutrient paste X2. Ultrafine iron powder, 21. Super alloy, 2. Space, 2 out of 12. Accessories, solar panel, damaged, electromagnetic wave communicator, damaged, hibernation chamber, usable, escape pod, usable. Rust ore, 0. Generic chips, 0. Chip fragments, 13. Currently, water and electricity are relatively sufficient, and there is no need to worry about oxygen. The only thing we need is food. Lin Ming entered the Interstellar Exchange and found that the items being traded were still basic resources. Rust ore was very rare, so he had to give up. Looking at the time, he had been awake for 7 or 8 hours in a row. In addition, he felt a little sleepy after taking the nutritional paste, so Lin Ming simply prepared to take a nap. Due to sufficient oxygen, Lin Ming no longer hibernated but slept normally. 2 hours later, Lin Ming woke up yawning. Through the perspective shared by the pseudo-crab, the stones outside had been piled up into 7 small hills. Of course, Xiaoshan is looking at it from the perspective of the pseudo-crab. Lin Ming looked through the glass cover on top of the survival capsule and saw that each hill was only 2 or 3 cubic meters. Get to work. Lin Ming operated the robotic arm, continuously bringing stones into the survival capsule. When 1 cubic meter of stones was filled, he began to decompose them. Buzz buzz buzz. Electricity was constantly being consumed, and after 17 cubic meters of stone were broken down, Lin Ming also obtained a huge amount of resources. This decomposition yielded F-level universal chips X20, damaged universal chips X96, rust iron ore X53. Lin Ming collected all the universal chips for future use, and simply decomposed the rust ore. After consuming 18 units of electrical energy, the rust ore is converted into 53 units of oxygen and the same amount of ultrafine iron powder. Such energy-consuming operation caused Lin Ming's energy reserves to run out immediately and return to single digits. He calculated that if we don't take into account the byproducts of decomposition and only calculate the output of oxygen, on average 1 unit of electrical energy can decompose into 1.5 units of oxygen. Of course, this calculation is not very reasonable. After all, the value of general-purpose chips is not small. Lin Ming opened the Interstellar Exchange and prepared to exchange oxygen for some electricity. Before he refreshed a few times, Lin Ming saw a new transaction prompt. Player Tang Howren put 200 pieces of rust ore on the market and marked the price. Rust ore, X1 in exchange for X3 units of electrical energy. Lin Ming raised his lips slightly. Sure enough, the price of rust iron ore has slowly come down. Do you want to make a move? At this time, they had been on the wild planet for more than 20 hours. Even though some players began to mine stones and decompose rust ore to produce oxygen as Lin Ming said, it was still only enough for their own use, and some were even unable to make ends meet. Oxygen is definitely a hot commodity at this time. As expected, as soon as the rust mine was released, the chat channel of the Interstellar Exchange instantly became hot. Boss, are you finally ready to sell the rust ore? The price is a bit high. The one above, you think it's expensive, and I think it's expensive too, but now the oxygen is almost gone, so you have to buy it if you don't want to suffocate to death. You are all big guys with electricity. In a blink of an eye, you have bought up half of the rust ore. Wait for me, you see, Big Boss Lin Ming has started selling oxygen directly. No, it's actually true. That's not right. Did Mr. Lin Ming list the wrong price? Why is 1 unit of oxygen only listed at 2 units of electricity? Wow, so cool. Boss Lin Ming is doing charity. Love it. I'll be the first to show my respect. Lin Ming kept 9 units of oxygen for his own use and put out 50 units of oxygen, which were snapped up almost instantly and exchanged for 100 units of electricity. Lin Ming made precise calculations as to why only 2 units of electrical energy are required for every unit of oxygen. According to his previous experience, players need to spend about 1 hour to collect 1 cubic meter of stone, and reloading the cabin suit consumes 1 unit of electricity. It takes 1 unit of electricity to decompose stone, and 1 unit of electricity to decompose rust ore. In other words, most players can obtain 3 units of oxygen by consuming 3 units of electricity, with an output ratio of 1:1. This does not include the additional physical exertion and time cost, as well as the consumption of water, food, and physical exertion. If we exclude the 1 unit of oxygen consumed in breathing, then 1.5 electrical energies are required to produce 1 unit of oxygen. Lin Ming directly posted a price of 1 unit of oxygen for 2 units of electricity, which directly saved the other players from the extra consumption. The price difference was brought by the hard work of the pseudo-crabs. After the transaction was completed, Lin Ming was in a good mood. He crossed his legs and watched the pseudo-crabs busying around, feeling extremely enjoyable. At this moment, the ether crystal popped up a prompt. Player Tang Qing'an applies to add you as a friend. Lin Ming raised his eyebrows. Tang Haoran has been blocked by him and cannot be contacted. This Tang Qing'an is probably from Tang province just like Tang Haoran. Lin Ming chose to agree. Tang Qing'an immediately sent a message, Lin Ming, you are smashing the market. You are disrespecting the fruits of your own labor by doing this, do you understand? Don't respect the fruits of your own labor. Thinking of the hard-working crabs outside, Lin Ming took a sip of water and replied, what does this have to do with you? Tang Qing'an. Haoran should have made a deal with you before. I know his character. He is still a child and sometimes he is impulsive. He may have angered you. I apologize to you on his behalf. Seeing the news about Tang Qing'an, Lin Ming burst out laughing. From a business perspective, Tang Haoran tore up the agreement first, so Lin Ming would never do business with Tang Haoran again, and even the people in Tang province felt a little annoyed. Therefore, he did not set the price of oxygen too high, hoping that the people in Tang province would sell the rusty iron ore more slowly. He responded, oh, I don't accept that. My friend, this is not necessary. Tang Qing'an was obviously more cunning, and he said in a gentle and persuasive way. Just think about it. You have so much oxygen resources. If we cooperate, you provide the resources and we operate, we can definitely get several times more electricity. You know, before the solar panels were repaired, electricity was very precious and could be said to be non-renewable. Without such a good resource as oxygen, how else could you earn electricity? Seeing Tang Qing'an's words, Lin Ming laughed and put the universal chip that he had prepared long ago on the shelf. F-level universal chip, X5, only exchange non-basic resources, some come. 1 stone can cause 1,000 ripples. At this time, most players were still worried about the problem of insufficient oxygen, but Lin Ming had already started selling non-basic resources. Many players have found F-class universal chips when mining, but the quantity is extremely small, not enough for their own use, let alone selling. Lin Ming sold it for 5 yuan each, which was a very generous amount. Seeing the transaction information posted on the Interstellar Exchange, Tang Qing'an's face turned extremely ugly. It's not that they haven't mined out any F-class universal chips. In fact, the universal resource supply capsules that some players in Tang province have called for have already arrived. I thought this progress was already very advanced, but I didn't expect that Lin Ming already had so many F-class general-purpose chips to sell. Hundreds of players from Tang province working together are still no match for Lin Ming. In the chat channel of the Interstellar Exchange, players started talking about it. A universal chip that can be used to repair electromagnetic wave communicators. Has the boss collected non-basic resources so quickly? Can someone tell me what the use of repairing the electromagnetic wave communicator is? I don't know about the one on top, which is wrapped around my waist, but I need to tell you that I am very big. I, the kite flyer, said that the repaired electromagnetic wave communicator can be used to call the universal resource supply cabin. I have already called one, and it will arrive in 3 hours. And there is also a general resource supply cabin. What's inside? I want to eat a fried chicken family bucket. Lin Ming looked at the discussion in the chat channel with a slight smile on his face. Suddenly, a transaction reminder sounded. Lin Ming's heart skipped a beat. He has blocked the transaction application for basic resources, so anyone who can initiate a transaction at this time must have non-basic resources in hand. Lin Ming quickly clicked it and saw a black chip in the transaction column. Is it also a universal chip? Lin Ming opened the illustrated guide of trading items. Constant room construction drawings. Introduction allows you to build an expansion cabin, a constant temperature room to avoid being disturbed by extreme temperatures, multiple authorizations, and binding after use. Material requirements: ultrafine metal powder *100 units, electrical energy *50 units. Construction requirements: 3D metal printer required. Constant temperature room construction drawings. Lin Ming felt his heart being tightly grasped. As the name suggests, the main function of a constant temperature room is to maintain a constant temperature. He now has big-mouthed flowers, as well as abundant water resources and organic matter, and was just worried about having no place to plant them. Isn't this something that has been delivered to his doorstep? The player who was trading was called Sun Yao. He sent a private message to Lin Ming at this time: constant temperature room construction drawings in exchange for 5 F-class universal chips. Do you want to trade? Seeing Sun Yao's private message, Lin Ming narrowed his eyes slightly. Sun Yao's last 2 words revealed his inner thoughts. He felt that the constant temperature room construction drawings were not worth 5 general chips. Without giving a direct answer, Lin Ming asked, "Where did you get the construction drawings of this constant temperature room?" Sun Yao quickly replied, "It was opened from the General Resource Supply Cabin." Universal Resource Supply Cabin. Sure enough, some players have already mined F-level universal chips and called in universal resource supply cabins. Why can Sun Yao provide the construction blueprints for the constant temperature chamber, while he can only provide electricity and universal codes? Lin Ming thought for a while and replied, "Now the survival capsule can maintain a constant temperature function. I don't think I need an additional constant temperature room. I can't sleep in the survival capsule in the first half of the night and in the constant temperature room in the second half of the night, right? Besides, I didn't even know what a 3D metal printer was." Sun Yao also felt that the constant temperature room was a bit useless at the moment, so he took the initiative to lower the price. How about replacing it with 4 universal chips? Seeing Sun Yao lower the price, Lin Ming immediately knew that this guy was still unsure, and said, "Brother, since you can call the resource supply cabin, you should have known about the universal password. You know how valuable the F-class universal chip is. It can be said that each chip corresponds to an opportunity to call a resource supply cabin. I don't deny that the constant temperature room may be useful in the future, but at this point in time, I can't think of its use. Sorry, I don't recognize its value." After sending 2 messages in succession, Lin Ming clenched his fists. His psychological price was 3 general-purpose chips. As long as Sun Yao agreed, Lin Ming would immediately agree to the transaction. After all, the constant temperature room means too much to him, and he has plenty of general-purpose chips. If Sun Yao deciphers the code and calls for the carbon-based life resource supply cabin, he will immediately understand the role of the constant temperature chamber and will no longer choose to sell it to outsiders. 5 minutes later, when Lin Ming was about to get impatient, Sun Yao replied, "Okay, boss Lin Ming, you have done well. You must have needed this kind of post-production tool earlier than us. Fixed price, 2 universal chips, no lowering. Make a deal." Lin Ming almost shouted these 2 words from his throat. Fortunately, Sun Yao didn't know what he looked like now, otherwise he would definitely regret the deal and raise the price. After the transaction was completed, Lin Ming looked at the black chip in his hand, and examined it left and right, touching it like a treasure. Building a constant temperature chamber requires 50 units of electricity and 100 units of ultrafine metal powder. He already had enough electrical energy at this time, but he only had 74 units of ultrafine metal powder and ultrafine iron powder, which was still a little short. Lin Ming looked at the pseudo-crabs working hard outside and estimated that it would take less than an hour to gather the remaining metal powder, so he was not in a hurry. After trading the constant chamber construction blueprints, Lin Ming continued to refresh the interstellar exchange. At this time, only a small number of players have dug out F-level universal chips and called for the universal resource supply capsule. It is estimated that it will take several hours for the universal resource supply capsule to arrive. Therefore, players like Sun Yao who gain anything from the general resource supply cabin are extremely rare. Lin Ming spent half an hour browsing but no other transaction applications appeared, so he closed the transaction interface with no interest. At this time, each parasitic crab collected a lot of stones and piled them next to the survival capsule. Lin Ming operated the robotic arm to collect the stones as before, and then decomposed them one by one. This time, 9 cubic stones were decomposed, and the ether crystal popped up a prompt. This decomposition yielded 7 F-level universal chips, 68 damaged universal chips, and 31 rust ore. TSK, the output ratio of rust ore is quite good this time. Lin Ming looked at the prompt interface and was very satisfied. After the rust ore is decomposed, the ultrafine metal powder used to build the constant temperature chamber is collected. Lin Ming first sold 30 units of oxygen for 60 electric energy. After thinking about it, he hung up the damaged universal chip again. He now has 177 damaged universal chips, and according to the probability, he can synthesize 17 universal chips. But Lin Ming thought about it and simply put the damaged universal chips at a relatively low price. Each damaged universal chip can be exchanged for any 1 unit of basic resources. In this way, many players who have collected 7 or 8 damaged universal chips can combine them into an F-level universal chip at an acceptable price and call for a resource supply cabin. Sun Yao's case proves that only when the region develops well as a whole can he make greater profits. Otherwise, no matter how many resources he has, he will be limited by the development level of regional players and will not be able to exchange for better things. Capitalists improve workers' treatment because they want to gain more profits, not out of kindness. Lin Ming murmured, then exhaled the 3D metal printer and placed the constant chamber construction drawing chip on it. Start building the constant temperature room. The constant temperature room is so huge that it is almost as big as a survival capsule. Therefore, the construction is not inside the survival capsule, but outside, and it also requires the use of one expansion interface. The robotic arm transported the 3D metal printer outside the survival capsule and began to slowly build a constant temperature room. Lin Ming looked at the light screen showing the construction progress. It will take 8 hours to complete the construction. The speed is a bit slow. Ignoring the busy 3D metal printer, Lin Ming took out the universal chip and prepared to call the carbon-based life resource supply cabin. At this time, the ether crystal prompts, multiple F-level universal chips have been detected. 10 F-level universal chips can form a chip array to further decipher the universal password. Deciphering requires 10 units of electricity. Do you want to form a chip array? Seeing the prompt from the ether crystal, Lin Ming confirmed it without hesitation. After all, after cracking the universal code, he can continue to benefit from it and can use it every time in the future. 10 minutes later, the ether crystal prompted, the universal code has been successfully deciphered. You will be able to detect the F-class carbon-based life resource supply cabin. Is it only at this time that F-level can be detected? Lin Ming secretly complained that those high-level civilizations that dropped the supply capsules were too stingy. No matter what you say or how much you argue, the signal for help still needs to be sent out. The ether crystal once again popped up a prompt, multiple F-class universal chips have been detected. 10 F-class universal chips can form a chip array, which will greatly increase the coverage of the call signal. Do you want to form a chip array? Seeing the prompt screen, Lin Ming cursed, damn, you are determined to cheat me of more resources, right? He watched word by word as the distress signal's coverage improved. After forming the chip array, the calling range is expanded to a spherical space with a radius of 5 light minutes with it as the center, or a conical space with a height of 10 light minutes. Compared with before, it can be said that the covered distance has been greatly increased. Confirm. The chip array has been formed, please select the call range. Lin Ming thought about it. Since the planets are constantly orbiting the stars, and the stars are rotating along with the Milky Way is moving at a high speed within the local group of galaxies. Therefore, the space covered by the distress signal he had sent out before was already an unknown distance away from him. So, Lin Ming made a choice. I choose to send a distress signal within a spherical space with a radius of 5 light minutes and me as the center. The ether crystal immediately popped up a prompt screen. Sending the distress signal this time will consume 10 units of electricity. After 5 minutes, the distress signal will reach the farthest end, and the return signal will take the same amount of time. After 10 minutes at the latest, we can confirm whether there are any resource supply pods nearby. It will consume 10 units of electricity. Why didn't you warn me earlier? Seeing the consumption indicated on the light screen, Lin Ming felt very painful. I hope the reward he gets this time will be worth the money. Time passed by minute, and at the 4th minute, Lin Ming had already seen the orbital information of the first carbon-based life resource supply capsule. Hey, why is it a basic carbon-based life resource supply cabin? Where is the F-class cabin you promised me? I want the F-class cabin. Lin Ming felt like his heart was bleeding. Then, at the 6th, 8th, and 9th minutes, the ether crystal reminded him that 3 carbon-based life resource supply cabins were detected again. Blood loss. Watching the countdown decreasing by 1 second at a time, Lin Ming felt a little upset as he only detected the most basic carbon-based life resource supply cabin. At 9 minutes and 30 seconds, the ether crystal prompted again, F-class carbon-based life resource supply cabin detected. Oh no. Lin Ming paced back and forth excitedly. He didn't expect that the scene in the movie would really happen to him. In the last few seconds, the situation turned around. Hey, you know what, although the plot is old, it is quite useful when it happens to you. You can select up to 3 resource supply pods to summon. Please make your choice within 10 seconds. Lin Ming did not hesitate. I choose the F-class carbon-based life resource supply cabin, and the other 2 can be the closest ones. One F-class carbon-based life resource supply capsule has been called. Based on the capsule's current trajectory and speed, it is estimated to arrive in 9 hours. A carbon-based life resource supply capsule *1 has been called. Based on the capsule's current trajectory and speed, it is estimated to arrive in 10 hours. A carbon-based life resource supply capsule *1 has been called. Based on the capsule's current trajectory and speed, it is estimated to arrive in 13 hours. Really? Looking at the 3 prompts that appeared one after another, Lin Ming nodded. The F-class carbon-based life resource supply cabin was the farthest away from him, more than 4 light minutes away, but it arrived the earliest. This means that after a certain level of upgrading, the manufacturing technology of resource supply cabins is higher and the speed is faster. After doing all this, Lin Ming no longer had anything urgent to do, so he prepared to have a good sleep. Lying in the hibernation chamber, Lin Ming ate nutritional paste while browsing the information on the Interstellar Exchange before going to bed. Just as he expected, there were players who kept exchanging basic resources for damaged universal chips. In addition to oxygen and electricity, some even exchanged for water and nutrient paste. It seems that these players are just missing a damaged universal chip to synthesize a good one. I hope you can call for a good resource supply cabin. Wish you good luck. Looking at the prompts of successful transactions that kept popping up, Lin Ming was very satisfied and fell asleep in a happy mood. 8 hours later, Lin Ming was awakened by the alarm clock. He sat up, stretched, and felt refreshed. Normal sleep can not only restore physical strength, but also give full spiritual satisfaction. This time he did not have the feeling of being asleep and yet not asleep as he did during hibernation. Opening the information screen, Lin Ming looked at the progress of various things. The parasitic crab is still working hard and never gets tired. Each parasitic crab has collected 3 small hills of rocks. The fastest F-class carbon-based life resource supply capsule will arrive in 1 hour, and the other 2 basic supply capsules will arrive one after another within a few hours. There is also good news, that is, the constant temperature room has been built. Lin Ming stood up, washed his face with water, regained his spirit, and walked to the expansion interface leading to the constant temperature room. This is a metal gate with a diameter of 2 meters. The ether crystal promptly reminded, the constant temperature room has balanced the air pressure and temperature. You don't need to wear a cabin suit to enter or exit. Lin Ming nodded and pressed the door opening button, and the metal door opened. After passing through a 3-meter-long cylindrical connecting pipe, Lin Ming arrived at the constant temperature room. This is a huge space that is no different from a survival capsule. The only difference is that there are 3 rows of neatly arranged shelves in the middle. This is a soilless cultivation framework system. Once activated, it will consume 5 units of electricity/24 hours, 1 liter of water/24 hours, 1 unit of oxygen/24 hours, and 1 unit of nutrients/24 hours. Do you want to activate it? Yes. Although the constant temperature room consumes a lot of resources every day, they are all necessary investments. Therefore, Lin Ming chose to start the soilless cultivation framework system without hesitation. Crash. After confirmation, purified water began to be injected into the pipes on the shelves immediately. Soon, the water resources were injected, and the constant temperature room automatically extracted nutrients from the metal cylinder and began to circulate. Fortunately, all this is done in a sealed duct and no odor spreads. Lin Ming solemnly took out 5 big-mouthed flower seeds and placed them on the culture medium. Almost at the same time, the culture medium began to become moist, and the temperature and humidity were adjusted to suitable conditions for germination. Lin Ming gently touched the culture medium and said softly, "Grow up quickly, the Indian-flavored nutrient paste is so damn disgusting." After doing all this, Lin Ming returned to the survival capsule, opened the interstellar exchange channel, and began to check his harvest. All 177 damaged universal chips were traded in exchange for 113 units of electricity, 35 units of oxygen, 21 tubes of nutrient paste and 8 liters of water. It can be said that the harvest was fruitful. At this point, Lin Ming no longer had to worry about survival. At present, organic nutrients are relatively scarce, so he simply hangs out 10 units of oxygen, exchanging 1 piece of feces for every 0.5 units of oxygen. In less than a minute, the oxygen was completely consumed and replaced with 5 units of organic nutrients. Together with the remaining 2 units of organic nutrients, this was enough to keep the constant temperature room operating for a week. At this time, there was still half an hour before the F-class carbon-based life resource supply capsule arrived. Lin Ming simply stopped decomposing the stones and concentrated on waiting for the arrival of the resource supply capsule. Through the hemispherical glass cover above his head, Lin Ming looked at the moon, which was several times larger, and couldn't help but feel homesick. "I have been staying in this barren land for more than 2 days. I can never go back to Blue Star." After sighing for a while, Lin Ming saw white light appear in the sky, with the tail flame in front of the white light, which was extremely dazzling. He knew that it was because the F-class carbon-based life resource supply capsule was moving too fast, so it needed to be reversed and slowed down in advance, otherwise it would most likely pass over the wild planet where he was and disappear into the endless deep space. Not long after, the F-class carbon-based life resource supply capsule slowed down to a speed that could be captured by the planet's gravity. The reverse thrust power gradually decreased, and it drew a parabola and slowly landed next to the survival capsule. Laugh. As before, the hatch of the resource supply bay opened, releasing a 1 cubic meter standard alloy box. The F-class carbon-based life resource supply capsule has been recovered. This time we obtained Micro-Exploration Satellite Manufacturing Blueprint X1, Dehydrated Vegetable Package X1, Dehydrated Seed Package X1, Super Alloy X1, Fuel X3. Micro-Exploration Satellite Manufacturing Blueprints. Dehydrated Vegetable Pack. Dehydrated Seed Packets. Seeing the information given by the ether crystal, Lin Ming was a little excited. He opened the illustrated book of Micro-Exploration Satellite Manufacturing Blueprints. Micro-Exploration Satellite Manufacturing Drawings. Introduction: It can greatly expand your horizons, detect surrounding terrain, predict short-term weather, and conduct limited exploration of interstellar space. It is authorized multiple times and can be reused. Consumption: Launch consumes 5 fuel, and maintaining in orbit consumes 1 fuel/24 hours. Material requirements: high-purity silicon ingots X20, electromagnetic coils X2, F-grade general-purpose chips X10, circuit boards X10, superalloy powder *10 units, ultrafine iron powder *100 units, fuel X6, minimum. Manufacturing requirements: 3D metal printer is required. Seeing the materials needed to make a micro-exploration satellite, Lin Ming raised his eyebrows. This requires too much material. It seems that the plan to repair the solar panels needs to be postponed. Lin Ming felt a headache. While operating the robotic arm to recover the mountain of rocks, he began to place a transaction application on the interstellar exchange. Oxygen, X1 unit exchanged for superalloy, x1 unit. Pure water, x1 liter in exchange for superalloy, x1 unit. Nutrient cream, x1 tube exchange, superalloy, x1 unit. Electric energy, x1 unit in exchange for superalloy, x1 unit. Boss Lin Ming is out to trade again. Oh my god, there are nutrient paste and water. Boss, how rich are you that you can even exchange these? By the way, what is a superalloy? When rust iron ore is decomposed, only ultrafine iron powder can be obtained. Is there a superalloy ore? You don't know, you little brat. Superalloy is a byproduct of recycling resource supply cabins. The boss must have recycled the resource supply cabins and stockpiled the relevant resources in advance. Boss Lin Ming, can you wait for 5 hours? My resource supply cabin will take another 5 hours to arrive. I will exchange with you then. Lin Ming simply ignored the messages in the chat channel of the Interstellar Exchange. He put up the trade just to exchange it for superalloy as soon as possible. If you have the time to wait, wouldn't it be better to just use the F-class universal chip to send out a distress signal and call for a few more universal resource supply pods? Player, Sun Yao, exchanged 4 units of superalloy for 1 tube of your nutrient paste and 3 liters of pure water. Looking at the prompt that popped up from the ether crystal, Lin Ming exclaimed. He was not surprised that Sun Yao possessed superalloys. After all, he had traded the constant chamber construction blueprints with him before, which meant that he had already called for the resource supply cabin. But Lin Ming didn't expect that Sun Yao actually had 4 units of superalloy. This means that he has recovered at least 4 resource supply capsules. It seems that what he said about the constant chamber construction blueprints being taken from the universal resource supply pod is not necessarily true. But Lin Ming doesn't care about these. Everyone has something different about themselves. He can see where resources are distributed, and Sun Yao might have other strengths as well. After thinking for a while, Lin Ming opened Sun Yao's private chat and sent him a message. Happy trading. If you have any experience in the future, please communicate more and make progress together. Sun Yao quickly replied, okay, Boss Lin Ming, I will. After Sun Yao traded superalloy, other players also traded several units of superalloy. Lin Ming set the purchase limit of superalloys at 20 units. After all, one never knows what he might need in the future, so it's always a good idea to stock up a little. After dealing with the superalloy, Lin Ming then looked at the remaining items. Dehydrated vegetable pack. Introduction: vegetables that have been processed by dehydration preservation technology can be restored by adding water. Dehydrated seed pack. Introduction: seeds that have been treated with dehydration preservation technology have no possibility of germination again. There were only a few gray-black objects in the dehydrated vegetable package. It was obvious that this thing had been wandering in space for an unknown period of time and had long lost its original appearance. The dehydrated seed packet is similar, with only 2 shriveled seeds and no chance of germination. However, all of this has been anticipated by the advanced civilization that launched the carbon-based life resource supply capsule. As long as these things are swallowed by the mature big-mouth flower, the big-mouth flower will specialize into corresponding traits. After processing the harvest, Lin Ming also decomposed the mountain of stones. At this time, all the stones that could be moved by the mimic crabs within a few kilometers around the survival capsule have been collected, and only a few larger rocks are left. The parasitic crabs need to go farther to collect stones, resulting in a gradual decrease in efficiency. Lin Ming decomposed a total of 41 cubic meters of stone this time, and the ether crystal gave a hint. This decomposition yielded F-level universal chip X38, damaged universal chip X132, rust iron ore X116. The rust ore was directly decomposed by Lin Ming, producing 116 units of oxygen and ultrafine iron powder. Considering that he would go to the pit to catch pseudo-crabs later and the constant temperature chamber would continue to consume oxygen, Lin Ming kept 20 units of oxygen this time and put the rest into the Interstellar Exchange. 126 units of oxygen were given out and exchanged for 252 units of electricity. Lin Ming noticed that the speed at which players exchanged electricity for oxygen was gradually slowing down. This means that either everyone has started mining rust ore to decompose it to get oxygen, or the electricity reserves are running low. In either case, the value of oxygen is gradually decreasing, and the value of electricity will become increasingly prominent. After completing the manufacture of the microsatellite, the repair of the solar panels needs to be put on the agenda. Having made up his mind, Lin Ming asked the 3D metal printer to reprint a superalloy sword. After putting on the heavy-loaded spacesuit, he left the survival capsule with the sword, heavy shield, and superalloy net. "Come here, all of you." Of course, Lin Ming did not forget to bring back 7 parasitic crabs and metal cylinders, and also brought back some polluted water. Soon, Lin Ming arrived near the entrance of the pit. The stone wall he had set up before was still there, and through the real-time map, one could see that some more pseudo-crabs had emerged from the depths of the pit and were continuing their patrol along the original route. This situation made Lin Ming feel a little relieved. The manufacture of a microsatellite requires 20 high-purity silicon ingots, which means at least 10 parasitic crabs need to be decomposed. If there are too few parasitic crabs in the pit, it will be a problem. With an army of 7 mimic crabs, Lin Ming certainly would not trick the mimic crabs out one by one and catch them after exhausting their energy as he did before. Instead, they directly divided the pseudo-crabs into groups of 2 and forcefully broke into the pit. After deceiving the indigenous pseudo-crabs with secret codes, they directly carried them out and dragged them to the survival cabin for reprogramming. "Be careful, don't get hurt. Whoever gets hurt will be disintegrated." Lin Ming gave orders to the group of mimic crabs. Seeing a lone mimic crab at his feet, he handed it the metal cylinder and said, "You two, don't just sit there. Go get some water." The parasitic crab obeyed the order and immediately entered the pit holding the metal cylinder. One after another, the mimic crabs were carried to the survival capsule and reprogrammed, and then became part of the army of mimic crabs that were loyal only to Lin Ming. This cycle continued, and in less than 3 hours, Lin Ming's army of pseudo-crabs had suddenly increased from 7 to 30. Looking at the real-time map, Lin Ming discovered that no new green dots appeared 5 meters underground. "Wow, we accidentally made the pseudo-crab extinct." Lin Ming chuckled, stood with his sword in hand, and naturally ordered his group of pseudo-crabs to continuously extract polluted water from the branch channels. One metal cylinder after another was brought out of the tunnel by the pseudo-crab, which made Lin Ming in a good mood. He was considering whether to enter the tunnel and explore it himself when he suddenly felt a slight vibration under his feet. "What's going on?" Lin Ming quickly opened the real-time map. He suddenly saw a huge green light spot appear in the pit at the bottom, approaching the ground rapidly. At the same time, the 5 pseudo-crabs that were fetching water in the pit lost contact with Lin Ming at the same time. Lin Ming immediately ordered a pseudo-crab to go down and investigate. In the shared vision of the pseudo-crabs, a huge pseudo-crab instantly appeared in front of its field of vision, and then the picture disappeared. "Bring out the big one." Lin Ming immediately stepped back, holding a shield in his left hand and a sword in his right hand, ready to meet the enemy. Crack, crack, crack. The vibration became stronger and stronger, and in a flash, a pitch-black pseudo-crab with a body length of more than 5 meters crawled out of the pit. Lin Ming saw that the body of this pseudo-crab leader was more than 2 meters in diameter. Its upper body looked like a pseudo-crab, while its lower body was similar to a centipede, which looked extremely creepy. The leader of the pseudo-crabs has 3 pairs of huge crab claws on its upper body, and each claw holds a struggling pseudo-crab. Snap. The crab claws exerted force and crushed 6 parasitic crabs at the same time. The leader of the parasitic crabs swallowed the fragments, and the joints under its body grew again, and its body length increased by another 1 meter. What a weird thing. Take my sword. Lin Ming adjusted the power of the heavy-loaded spacesuit to maximum and threw the sword with all his strength. Whoosh! The big sword turned into a white stream of light and rushed straight towards the leader of the pseudo-crabs. However, although the leader of the pseudo-crabs was huge, his reaction was not slow at all. He moved more than a dozen pairs of long black legs, making a teeth-grinding clattering sound, and directly dodged the giant sword. Whoosh! Lin Ming threw out the heavy shield again, and while the big guy was dodging, he had already exerted the power of the heavy-duty suit to the extreme, turned around and ran. While running, Lin Ming was careful and did not run directly towards the life capsule, but ran in the opposite direction. Snap! The leader of the pseudo-crabs did not chase after him. Instead, he stood at the entrance of the pit and watched Lin Ming coldly as he went away. Then, his huge body sank into the pit. Phew, that was close. Lin Ming felt his heart beating violently and the blood vessels in his temples throbbing. If he had entered the pit just now, he would have been torn into pieces by the pseudo-crab leader by now. Who said this is a wild planet? There are such horrible things near the survival capsule. It's such a big planet, who knows how many dangers there are. After confirming again and again that the pseudo-crab leader had not caught up with him, Lin Ming stopped and gasped for breath. He carefully erased his footprints, made a big circle, and returned to the survival capsule 2 hours later. That's it for now. Don't go to the pit again for a while. That big guy is not easy to deal with. Looking at the 24 surviving pseudo-crabs, Lin Ming confirmed with the ether crystal again and again that the big guy would not locate him based on the positions of the pseudo-crabs before he felt relieved. Even so, Lin Ming did not let these pseudo-crabs move around near the life capsule, but instead waited for orders 2 kilometers away from the life capsule. After doing all this, Lin Ming took a long time to calm down in the survival capsule before he calmed down his excited mind and looked outside through the hemispherical glass cover. Outside the survival module, 2 carbon-based life resource supply modules have arrived. Recover the carbon-based life resource supply cabin and let me see what good stuff we have this time. The carbon-based life resource supply cabin has been recovered. This time we obtained electricity X8, blue algae freeze-dried powder X1, superalloy X1, universal code X6, fuel X1. The carbon-based life resource supply cabin has been recovered. This time we obtained electricity X5, F+, level universal chip X1, superalloy X1, universal password X6, fuel X1. 2 prompts appeared in succession, and Lin Ming saw that in addition to the basic universal password and electricity, there were 2 different things. Blue algae freeze-dried powder. Introduction: this tenacious little thing does not need oxygen when growing, and can carry out photosynthesis to produce oxygen. It also has a certain nitrogen fixation effect, which slightly improves soil fertility. F+ grade general-purpose chip. Introduction: a general-purpose chip with relatively low computing power. It is an upgraded version of the F-class general-purpose chip and can withstand short-term overclocking without damage. Good. The 2 resource supply cabins that arrived later were the most basic, so Lin Ming did not hold out much hope. But Lin Ming was quite surprised by what the 2 resource supply cabins gave him. Freeze-dried blue algae powder needs no further explanation. Other plants can convert carbon dioxide into oxygen through photosynthesis, but at night, when there is no light, they also respire, which consumes oxygen and they cannot survive in an anaerobic environment. Cyanobacteria can survive in an anaerobic environment. In the past, cyanobacteria played a vital role in the transformation of the blue planet from an anaerobic environment to an aerobic environment. Moreover, blue algae can increase soil fertility and can be eaten directly during special periods. It can be said that it is very suitable for Lin Ming's current environment. F+ grade universal chip is an upgraded version of the F grade universal chip. Lin Ming immediately replaced the damaged one on the electromagnetic wave communicator. Ether crystal pop-up prompt. It has been detected that the computing power of the general chip has been improved, and the function of the electromagnetic wave communicator has been strengthened. It can continuously provide real-time maps within a radius of 10 kilometers without burning the chip, or send a distress signal every 12 hours. After sending, the chip will overheat and enter a dormant state, and it will not be damaged. Really? Lin Ming is very satisfied that universal chips are no longer purely consumables. He adjusted the status of the electromagnetic wave communicator to continuously detect the surrounding movements, and saw that the huge green light spot in the pit was staying near the water source, motionless. The leader of the pseudo-crabs was a major concern for Lin Ming. Without getting rid of it, Lin Ming always felt a little unsafe. But there is no more suitable means of combat at the moment, so we can only monitor first and take our time. Holding the blue algae freeze-dried powder, Lin Ming entered the constant temperature room. He looked at the culture medium and couldn't help but let out a soft cry. The big-mouth flower is indeed a product of bioengineering. Under suitable conditions, it has begun to sprout in just a few hours. At this rate, it can probably be transplanted tomorrow. Lin Ming poured the freeze-dried blue algae powder into the first layer of the soilless cultivation system. The freeze-dried blue algae powder fluttered up and down in the water, absorbing moisture and beginning to revive. Of course, judging from the appearance, Lin Ming did not see any changes at the moment, so he could only wait quietly. After finishing all this, Lin Ming was about to check the current resources and prepare to manufacture the microsatellite, but he felt the ether crystal on the back of his hand vibrate slightly, which had never happened before. What happened? Lin Ming gently stroked the ether crystal and found that many players were speaking enthusiastically in the regional chat channel. He climbed up the stairs and saw the message marked in red, looking a little surprised. Zhao, brothers and sisters, I'm sorry to say goodbye to everyone. I can't hold on any longer. My life capsule is damaged. The oxygen content is close to zero. I have already felt the symptoms of hypoxia. I am preparing to eject the escape capsule. There are still some basic resources left. I have unconditionally posted to the Interstellar Exchange, hoping to bring you some help. My name is Zhao, and I am on a distant and desolate planet. I wish you good luck. Player Zhao put pure water, x 3 liters on the shelf, in exchange for pure water, x 1 milliliter. Player Zhao put on the shelves electric energy, x 1 unit in exchange for pure water, x 1 ml. Player Zhao put heavy load extravehicular suit, x 1 on the shelf in exchange for pure water, x 1 ml. Player Zhao put lightweight extravehicular suit, x 1 on the shelf in exchange for pure water, x 1 milliliter. Unexpectedly, Zhao put all his assets up for sale at a price that was almost free, but no player traded for them. Many players sent in the chat channel. Old Zhao, you coward, don't give up. I have extra oxygen. I'll give you 1 unit. Yes, there is strength in numbers. It would be unwise to give up at this time. I will also give you 0.5 units of oxygen. I don't have many resources, but I'll save as many as I can. I'll give you 0.3 units of oxygen. Messages were sent one after another, and the players who had been haggling over every detail during transactions suddenly burst out with an incredible power of unity. A small window suddenly popped up in the lower right corner of the chat channel, showing Zhao live broadcast. Zhao is a young man in his 20s who looks full of energy. He is sitting in the escape capsule, trimming his hair. As if knowing that he was being watched by all the players, he smiled and waved gently, "Goodbye, everyone." After saying this, Zhao lay down calmly. Laugh. White mist appeared on the glass cover of the escape pod. Player Lin Ming used 1 milliliter of pure water to exchange for 3 liters of pure water from player Zhao. Player Lin Ming used 1 milliliter of pure water to exchange for 1 unit of electric energy from player Zhao. Player Lin Ming used 1 milliliter of pure water to exchange for 1 piece of heavy load extravehicular suit from player Zhao. Player Lin Ming used 1 milliliter of pure water to exchange for 1 piece of lightweight extravehicular suit from player Zhao. The sudden appearance of the transaction prompt made all the players watching the live broadcast excited. Which blind dog comes out at this time to eat up the whole family? It's Boss Lin Ming. Boss, you don't need these resources, right? There's no need to take advantage of them. You can't judge a person by his appearance. Lin Ming's good development doesn't mean he is a good person. Besides, the spacesuits cannot be manufactured at present. Maybe Lin Ming has his eyes on these things. Lin Ming simply ignored the disturbance of these people. He said in the regional channel, "Zhao, go into hibernation without worry. I took your things and made a promise to you. When I transform the planet, I will bring you back, as well as all my compatriots under the age of 18 who are still wandering in the universe." Seeing the message in the regional chat channel, Zhao nodded vigorously, his eyes glistening with tears. White mist rose up and quickly froze Zhao to a temperature of -200 degrees Celsius. The tear in the corner of his eye also solidified there and turned into a crystal ice bead. Whoosh! Zhao escape capsule spewed out a dazzling tail flame and separated from the survival capsule, like a sharp arrow, piercing the sky. A few minutes later, the light of the tail flame could no longer be seen and turned into a star among the countless stars in space. the live broadcast is over. There was silence in the regional chat channel for a moment. All the surviving players felt an inexplicable sense of sadness in their hearts, and everyone felt a sense of grief for the loss of another. Lying in this escape capsule is Zhao Yihong. Next one, who's it? Could it be me? Number of people chatting in the area, 9996/10,000. Seeing that one person had been removed from the regional channel, Lin Ming sighed. He knew that once the first player ejected the escape pod, there would be a second and a third. The number of players in the regional channel will decrease. This does not mean a decrease in competition, but an increase in the probability of death. After all, every player owns a wild planet with infinite resources to develop. The higher the level of development of the players, the greater the benefits they bring to each other. They are in a competitive and cooperative relationship, not a zero-sum game. Lin Ming pondered for a long time and finally made a choice. Hello everyone, I'm Lin Ming. I have cracked the universal code for the F-class carbon-based life resource supply capsule. I would like to share it with you. I hope it will be helpful to you. The password is 1:3.12423555607.6575866645. Sure enough, just as Lin Ming expected, the ether crystal did not prohibit the sharing of universal passwords. In the regional chat channel, players have become active again. Boss Lin Ming, you are very open-minded. I admire you. Yes, thank you, Mr. Lin Ming. Good people will have a peaceful life. TSK, who knows if the password is real or fake? Maybe you got scolded for taking someone else's things, so you just post something to shut everyone up. Shut up, you dog up there. Don't judge others by your own standards. I've also cracked it. I've proven that the code sent by Boss Lin Ming is correct. I have tested it myself and it works. I didn't expect that I would detect the F-class carbon-based life resource supply capsule just after I sent out the distress signal. It will arrive in an hour. Thank you, Mr. Lin Ming. The sporadic discordant voices in the regional channel were quickly drowned out by the players. Lin Ming noticed that some players had cracked the F-level universal password. This means that those players are developing at the same rate as him. But Lin Ming did not regret it. Some spirits, once they appear, will bring different things. He just planted a seed. Player Zhao Hongzhong applied to add you as a friend. Looking at the friend notification that suddenly popped up, Lin Ming raised his eyebrows and chose to accept it. Hello, Boss Lin Ming. Zhao Hongzhong exchanged a few pleasantries and without any unnecessary words, sent Lin Ming an illustrated guide, Electromagnetic Gun Manufacturing Drawings. Electromagnetic Gun Manufacturing Drawings. Introduction: a weapon that can convert electrical energy into kinetic energy, lightweight and portable, with average firepower, multiple authorizations, and binding after use. Material requirements: electromagnetic coil X5, F-level general chip X1, circuit board X1, super alloy powder *3 units, energy storage block X1, minimum. Usage requirements: each shot consumes 1 metal bullet, recyclable, and 1 unit of electricity. Manufacturing requirements: 3D metal printer. Electromagnetic gun. Lin Ming was stunned. After a long while, Lin Ming replied, "What's your price?" Zhao Hongzhong immediately replied, "I admire what Boss Lin Ming has done. I will give you this electromagnetic gun manufacturing blueprint for free. I only hope that when you have enough materials, you can help me build one for free." Lin Ming agreed immediately. The materials needed to make an electromagnetic gun are not many, and he can get them together now. Player Zhao Hongzhong would like to exchange electromagnetic gun manufacturing blueprint, X14, pure water, X1 milliliter. Do you accept it? Yes. After Lin Ming confirmed, a chip the size of a fingernail appeared in the palm of his hand. After summoning 10 pseudocrabs, Lin Ming chose to decompose them. This decomposition consumes 10 units of electricity, and obtains 20 high-purity silicon ingots, 10 F-level general-purpose chips, 10 circuit boards, and 10 electromagnetic coils. Lin Ming looked at the materials needed for the electromagnetic gun, and he has already prepared them all. The energy storage blocks can be selected freely, with a minimum of 1 block and a maximum of 5 blocks. Each shot consumes 1 unit of electricity. Anyway, the energy storage blocks can be disassembled freely, and the resource supply cabin had given him several thousand energy storage blocks before, so Lin Ming just filled it up. After consuming 2 units of electricity, Lin Ming directly produced 2 swords. Wow, you call this a gun? Looking at the 2 silver-white, sparkling electromagnetic guns on the ground, Lin Ming swallowed his saliva. The electromagnetic gun mainly relies on electromagnetic guides to provide energy and accelerate the bullet, so the barrel alone is 1.5 meters long, and together with the gun body, it is more than 2 meters long. Each energy storage block has 1 cubic decimeter, and when 5 blocks are stacked together, they look quite substantial. Lin Ming held the electromagnetic gun with both hands, and used all his strength to barely lift it up, and then immediately put it down. Each electromagnetic gun weighs about 100 kilograms. Without a heavy-duty spacesuit, it can't be used at all. Lin Ming made several more bullets using superalloy. Each unit of superalloy can produce 3 electromagnetic gun bullets. Although they are called bullets, they are actually no different from cannonballs, whose bullets are as thick as a thumb and as long as a forearm. This is clearly an armor-piercing shell. Lin Ming generously filled the energy storage block with electricity and traded it to Zhao Hongzhong for an electromagnetic gun and 6 bullets. The bullets can be reused. If you need them in the future, just let me know. Provide the materials and I will help you process them for free. Zhao Hongzhong didn't expect Lin Ming to manufacture the electromagnetic gun so quickly. He was impressed by the resources Lin Ming had and replied hurriedly, "Thank you, Mr. Lin Ming. I will ask you to process other drawings in the future." Zhao Hongzhong's words made Lin Ming understand instantly. Yes, he now has plenty of electricity and owns a 3D metal printer. If other players have blueprints, he can help them make them for free in exchange for more blueprints. Lin Ming can serve as a processor in their area, turning basic resources into high-end items for sale. In this way, the profits can be extremely considerable, and he can also possess many advanced technologies. Just do it. Lin Ming no longer hesitated and called over 5 parasitic crabs to decompose the weapon. He then remade an electromagnetic gun and listed it on the Interstellar Exchange at a high price of 9,999 units of oxygen, adding a note. We purchase all kinds of rare materials or processing drawings, and can exchange the drawings for free processing of various products. Lin Ming's products must be high quality. Gun. What kind of super scientific electromagnetic cannon is this? I'm still struggling with mining, and boss Lin Ming has already come up with something like this. Fuck, it has an electromagnetic gun, and if it's equipped with a heavy-duty spacesuit and a flight backpack, wouldn't it be a low-profile mecha? With the new toy, Lin Ming was eager to try out the power of the electromagnetic gun. He quickly put on his heavy-duty spacesuit, and after completing the replenishment, he left the survival capsule with the electromagnetic gun and 3 bullets. Standing outside the survival capsule, Lin Ming saw a huge rock 3 kilometers away. The boulder was not much smaller than the tallnut rock he had once mined. Being able to blow this thing to pieces, the power has met my expectations. Lin Ming held the gun in his right hand, took out a long armor-piercing bullet with his left hand, and stuffed it into the muzzle of the gun. This scene reminded him of the development of firearms. Initially, gunpowder firearms developed from muzzle-loading rifles, and the same is true for electromagnetic guns today. With the help of the heavy-duty extravehicular suit, Lin Ming held the gun with one hand without any shaking, aimed at the middle of the boulder, and pulled the trigger. Whoosh! The slender bullet shot out in a streak of light. The powerful recoil caused Lin Ming, who was wearing a heavy-loaded cabin suit, to slide back half a meter, and his feet left 2 tracks on the gravel. Then, nothing happened. Did it miss the target, or was the range not enough? Looking at the unresponsive boulder in the distance, Lin Ming blinked. 7 or 8 seconds later, Lin Ming heard a muffled sound. The heavy-duty extravehicular suit had a high-precision camera. Lin Ming turned it on and zoomed in. He saw a small hole in the middle of the boulder, the size of a finger, which was still emitting wisps of green smoke. As for the bullet, it had already passed through it and flew to an unknown distance. Go, follow that direction and retrieve the bullet. Lin Ming issued an order to a pseudo-crab. The parasitic crab took happy steps and ran away into the distance with a clacking sound. The ether crystal popped up a prompt, electromagnetic gun data calculation completed, muzzle velocity 3000 meters per second, effective range 10 kilometers. Effective range is 10 kilometers. The data calculated by the ether crystal shocked Lin Ming. He remembered the description of the electromagnetic gun, light and portable, with average firepower. Well, this firepower is too average. However, the armor-piercing bullets have strong armor-piercing capabilities, but their destructive power is relatively average. Lin Ming returned to the survival capsule and reprocessed 3 bullets. The shapes of these 3 bullets are similar to the previous ones, but the middle of the head is hollowed out and has a few cuts on it. They are the infamous dum-dum bullets. Due to its specific shape, the dum-dum bullet will quickly break in the direction of the pattern after entering the target. Combined with its own rotation, it will cause extremely powerful damage inside the target body. Since the dum-dum bullet looks like a flower after deformation, it is also called the flower of death. After modifying the warhead, Lin Ming aimed at the boulder in the distance and continued trying. Whoosh! Just like before, the silver-white bullet turned into a streak of light, and a second later, the boulder turned into smoke and dust. Boom! After 7 or 8 seconds, even with the isolation of the helmet, the deafening sound still caused Lin Ming to temporarily lose his hearing. The ether crystal popped up a prompt, electromagnetic gun data calculation completed, muzzle velocity 3000 meters per second, effective range 5 kilometers. The effective range of a bullet carrying a dum-dum bullet is halved, but its power is greatly increased. When used in conjunction with an armor-piercing bullet, it has unexpectedly miraculous effects. Lin Ming waited for more than half an hour before the parasitic crab that went to pick up the armor-piercing bullet finally arrived. It held the armor-piercing bullet without any deformation in its claws and handed it to Lin Ming. Lin Ming had already recovered the deformed dum-dum bullet and made a new one. After charging the electromagnetic gun, Lin Ming decided to go to the pit with 3 armor-piercing bullets, 3 dum-dum bullets, and the metal net he had made before, to fight with the leader of the pseudo-crabs. Crack, crack, crack. 10 pseudo-crabs followed Lin Ming holding metal cylinders, forming an army to attack the pseudo-crab leader. Half an hour later, Lin Ming arrived near the pit. He did not rush to let the crabs go down to fetch water to lead the crab leader out, but instead ordered 10 crabs to start digging a hole about 20 meters away from the pit. With the experience from last time, he decided to make a simple trap to prevent him from being unable to dodge when the leader of the pseudo-crabs chased him at high speed. Snap, snap, snap. The claws of 10 parasitic crabs danced vigorously on the hard ground, digging holes in the earth with great difficulty. It took a full hour for the 10 parasitic crabs to dig a hole less than half a meter in diameter. Is the ground that hard? Lin Ming clicked his tongue and covered the pit with a metal mesh, then covered it with some stones. After the hole looked less conspicuous, Lin Ming called out to a pseudo-crab, "Go, lure your boss out." The leading crab was very obedient. It quickly entered the pit carrying the metal cylinder and walking happily. Through the perspective sharing of the mimic crabs, Lin Ming saw that the previous mimic crab leader was staying quietly beside the sewage pool, motionless. The pseudo-crab had no idea what fear was and was about to hit the water with the metal cylinder. Brush! The leader of the mimic crabs stood up quickly, swung the huge crab claw on his right side, and slammed the mimic crab that was splashing water directly into the wall. The shared view disappears. Lin Ming turned to look at the real-time map, and saw that the huge green dot next to the sewage pool began to move rapidly towards the cave entrance. Here it comes. Lin Ming held the electromagnetic gun in his right hand, his legs slightly apart, ready for battle. Soon, the huge body of the pseudo-crab leader appeared at the entrance of the cave. Its 2 small eyes quickly locked onto Lin Ming, and it became furious when it discovered that this shameless carbon-based creature was coveting the water source again. Crash! More than a dozen pairs of crab legs were running in the sand and gravel, splashing up a cloud of dust. Lin Ming held the electromagnetic gun with his eyes slightly narrowed. Suddenly, the leader of the pseudo-crabs stumbled and stepped into a pit that had just been dug. Several crab legs were entangled in the tough superalloy metal net and could not break free for a while. Whoosh! Lin Ming pulled the trigger without hesitation. The alloy armor-piercing bullet turned into a silver light and went straight to the chest of the pseudo-crab leader, where its universal chip was located. However, the leader of the pseudo-crabs reacted extremely quickly and began to dodge almost the moment the armor-piercing bullet was fired. Laugh. The armor-piercing bullet pierced a dark hole in the abdomen of the pseudo-crab leader. Judging from the flexible body of the leader of the pseudo-crabs, it was not affected at all. Snap. The leader of the pseudo-crabs simply gave up on several crab legs that were entangled by the superalloy metal net, and several huge crab legs fell off its body. Almost at the same time as escaping from the trap, the leader of the pseudo-crabs rushed towards Lin Ming again. Seeing the 6 claws of the pseudo-crab leader raised high and swung towards him quickly, Lin Ming raised his electromagnetic gun. It's over. Silver light whizzed out, and the extremely close distance made it impossible for the pseudo-crab leader to dodge. Boom. This time, Lin Ming used dum-dum bullets. The powerful destructive force directly caused the chest of the pseudo-crab leader to explode, and in an instant, the head and tail were separated. After killing the leader of the pseudo-crabs, Lin Ming dragged its huge body and asked the remaining pseudo-crabs to lift up its head together and quickly walk towards the survival cabin. This decomposition yielded 30 high-purity silicon ingots, 10 circuit boards, and 10 electromagnetic coils. Since Lin Ming directly smashed the chest of the pseudo-crab leader, the universal chip and the circuit board disappeared without a trace, and even the damaged universal chip was not decomposed. Fortunately, there are still circuit boards and electromagnetic coils in the huge body of the pseudo-crab leader, so Lin Ming's harvest this time is quite considerable. Lin Ming looked at the materials he currently had, which were enough to build a microsatellite. Lin Ming took out the chip containing the micro-exploration satellite manufacturing drawings, put it on the 3D metal printer, and started manufacturing. Sizzle, sizzle. The 3D metal printer began to work hard, and since the microsatellite is not large in size, it only takes 1 hour to complete the manufacturing. During this period, Lin Ming began to purchase fuel. He now has only 7 units of fuel. A microsatellite can carry at least 6 units of fuel, 5 units of which are used for launch, and then 1 unit of fuel is consumed in orbit every day. Lin Ming didn't want the microsatellite that cost so many resources to be launched and crashed just 1 day later. Opening the Interstellar Exchange, Lin Ming sent a message in the chat channel, buying fuel, with a price of only 1 unit, be quick or you will miss out. Since Lin Ming had previously shared the password for the F-class carbon-based life resource supply cabin, and many players had already begun sending out distress signals, the progress of purchasing fuel was extremely smooth. Boss Lin Ming, I'll give you 1 unit of fuel for free. Thanks to you, I was able to get the nutrient paste. Even though it's dried up, it's better than going hungry. Boss Lin Ming, do you have any food? Just give me a tube of nutritional paste and I'll give you 3 portions of fuel. The one above, let me go first. I only want half a tube. Boss Lin Ming, please exchange with me first. I have a big appetite and I finished the 3 tubes of nutrient paste given at the beginning on the first day. Looking at the influx of trading notifications, Lin Ming felt overwhelmed. He had no intention of taking advantage of others, so he exchanged 1 tube of nutrient paste for 1 unit of fuel and got 5 units of fuel. After the transaction, Lin Ming's fuel reached 12 units, and there were 17 tubes of nutrient paste left. Each tube of nutrient paste is enough for Lin Ming for 1 day, and the big-mouth flowers in the constant temperature chamber have begun to sprout. After swallowing the dehydrated vegetables and seeds, Lin Ming can change his taste and no longer have to eat this unpalatable Indian food. After exchanging the fuel, Lin Ming waited for a while and the microsatellite was completed. Lin Ming opened the launch interface and found that the microsatellite could carry a minimum of 6 units of fuel and a maximum of 10 units. Tip: due to the power limit of the microsatellite engine, it can only hover at a certain height above the ground and cannot enter the synchronous orbit. It needs to consume 1 unit of fuel every day to change orbit to maintain its altitude. After the fuel is exhausted, it will fall into the atmosphere and burn up. When Lin Ming saw the launch notification of the microsatellite, he felt his heart bleeding. Despite consuming so many resources, the microsatellite can only be used for a maximum of 5 days. But with satellites, we can have more information. Therefore, Lin Ming did not hesitate, injected 10 units of fuel into the microsatellite, and then chose to launch. The robotic arm took the microsatellite out of the survival capsule and gently placed it on the ground. Laugh. The engine nozzle at the bottom of the microsatellite spewed out hot flames, straight into the sky. 10 minutes later, the ether crystal popped up a reminder screen. The launch of the microsatellite has been completed. The current satellite can complete the following tasks. 1. Weather forecast. Microsatellites can detect changes in clouds and air currents around you. After calculation, they can determine weather changes within a 100-kilometer radius around you within 12 hours. 2. Orbital calculation. Microsatellites can simply observe the orbital changes of your planet and stars and obtain corresponding information through calculation. 3. Designated observations. Microsatellites can specifically detect changes deep within the strata. After a certain period of time, they can derive the deep geological conditions of a stratum within a diameter of 1 kilometer, with a maximum depth of 100 meters. 4. Deep space exploration. Microsatellites can scan deep space and obtain the trajectory of objects around you within 1 light hour. Seeing the prompt from the microsatellite, Lin Ming nodded repeatedly. This satellite does a pretty good job. He thought for a moment and said, "Let's do the weather forecast first. Let me see what the weather is like recently." The microsatellite changed its orbit in time, aimed the probe at the clouds below, and began mapping. 10 minutes later, the ether crystal appeared on the light screen, saying, "The weather will be good for 12 hours, and there will be no abnormal changes." The weather is stable during polar day, so Lin Ming felt relieved. After thinking for a while, Lin Ming gave instructions to the microsatellite again: calculate the orbit and see when the polar day ends. Laugh. A tiny flame spurted out of the nozzle of the microsatellite, and its attitude was slowly adjusted as it began to observe the relative orbital motion of stars and wild planets. 10 minutes later, the ether crystal appeared with a prompt light screen. It is predicted that after 30 hours, the angle of the star relative to the surface will gradually increase, reaching an extreme value of 90 degrees after 12 hours and lasting for 48 hours. At that time, the surface temperature may reach over 100 degrees. Please be careful to avoid direct sunlight. The polar day will not pass, the sun will not linger near the horizon, but will hang high in the sky, and the surface temperature will rise to over 100 degrees. Seeing this news, Lin Ming couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. Currently, the life capsule can maintain a suitable temperature, but if it is exposed to direct sunlight and the temperature rises, and the surface temperature is above 100 degrees, it is hard to say whether the life capsule can maintain the current temperature. Even if it can be maintained, the consumption of electricity or other resources will increase dramatically, so Lin Ming must make plans early. Thinking of this, Lin Ming's face became serious, and he gave instructions to the microsatellite: detect the designated location, I need to know detailed information deep underground. The place he wanted to explore was the pit where the pseudocrab was. After the location is specified, the microsatellite adjusts its orbit and begins to detect conditions deep underground. A pale blue light curtain emerged from the ether crystal, and the map deep in the pit was slowly unfolding at a speed of 5 meters per minute. Lin Ming saw that the deep part of the pit was as complex as tree branches, and at the end of each passage, there was a relatively large space. His eyes narrowed slightly, and his eyes became hot. The map in front of him changed again, and Lin Ming kept inhaling. In each branch channel, there were several green light spots patrolling along a fixed path. In the space at the end of the pit channel, there was a huge light spot perched there, motionless. The map was still expanding. At 80 meters underground, Lin Ming suddenly saw a red light spot at the deepest part of the underground. Looking at the glaring red dot, Lin Ming took a deep breath. He planned to move the survival capsule to an underground pit to avoid extreme weather. After all, where there is polar day, there will be polar night. When the temperature drops to dozens of degrees below zero, it is better to keep warm in underground pits. But if there is something in the pit that can threaten him, this plan will need to be postponed. However, Lin Ming is not worried about this problem as he has a very powerful electromagnetic gun. It is only a matter of time before all the pseudocrabs in the pit are killed or recruited. After 30 hours, the sun will start to move and the temperature will gradually rise. In order to avoid problems with the survival module, we must make plans early. Lin Ming pondered secretly. The heavy-load extravehicular suit can withstand temperatures as high as 300 degrees, and in theory the survival capsule can also withstand the same temperature. But he couldn't gamble. The life capsule is the foundation of his survival. If the life capsule is damaged, the slight advantage he has accumulated so far will be gone. Previously, Zhao Yihong was short of oxygen because of a leak in the life capsule, so he had to sleep in the escape capsule and was launched into the boundless deep space. Lin Ming didn't want to follow in his footsteps. In the face of survival, any resources and wealth are vain. While the preparations began, Lin Ming switched the function of the microsatellite and began deep space exploration. If the microsatellite discovers the F-class carbon-based life resource supply cabin, it will send a distress signal in time. In this way, there will be no situation where a distress signal is sent but the resource supply cabin cannot be found. After the preparations were completed, Lin Ming took sufficient supplies and the remaining few pseudo-crabs and began to move towards the pit. He looked at the map and saw that there were still 9 huge green light spots and 1 red light spot in the pit. As for the tiny green dots of light representing the pseudo-crabs, there are about 100 of them. As for the pseudo-crabs, Lin Ming did not intend to kill them in exchange for resources, but instead prepared to reprogram them all. With all the maps in the pit and the ability to see the resource points, Lin Ming was extremely fast. Group in pairs, take the guys patrolling outside back to get them programmed first. Lin Ming gave the order. The group of pseudo-crabs moved extremely quickly. Following Lin Ming's instructions, they formed groups of 2 and rushed into the pit like bandits. Brush. Before the patrolling parasitic crab could figure out the situation, it was picked up by 2 bandits who rushed in and quickly taken out of the pit. Crack, crack, crack. The patrolling parasitic crab waved its 2 claws helplessly, but there was nothing it could do. Soon, this pseudo-crab was reprogrammed and became a member of Lin Ming's command. There is strength in numbers. In less than half an hour, all the patrolling pseudo-crabs had been recruited by Lin Ming. He saw that the huge green dot that was originally motionless in the pit at the second fork began to move towards the entrance of the pit. Just in time. Lin Ming stood beside the cave entrance, holding an electromagnetic gun in his right hand, ready for battle. Not long after, a slight vibration was heard, and a huge pseudo-crab with a pitch-black body and 6 claws quickly jumped out of the pit, waving its 6 claws left and right. Who told you to leave the hole with your left foot first? Without waiting for this guy to react, Lin Ming quickly pulled the trigger of the electromagnetic gun, and a flash of silver light whizzed out. Boom. Before the leader of the pseudo-crabs could figure out what was going on, his chest was shattered into pieces, with his head and tail separated. After we recover your boss, we will move on to the next level. Lin Ming commanded the pseudo-crabs to carry the body of the pseudo-crab leader back to the survival capsule for recovery. At this moment, the ether crystal popped up a prompt: F-class carbon-based life resource supply cabin X2 detected, 3.7 light minutes away, do you want to send a distress signal? Certainly. The benefits of microsatellites quickly became apparent. If it were before, Lin Ming could only take his chances. And now, the microsatellite has detected 2 F-class carbon-based life resource supply capsules at one time. 2 F-class carbon-based life resource supply capsules detected. Based on the capsule's current trajectory and speed, it is estimated to arrive in 5 hours. Seeing the prompt on the light screen, Lin Ming nodded with satisfaction. When he had dealt with the pseudo-crab leader in the pit, the supply cabin arrived. With previous experience, Lin Ming was adept at dealing with the pseudo-crabs in the pit. One by one, the pseudo-crabs were brought back to the survival capsule, and after being reprogrammed, they came back to become part of the team that opened up the pit. Lin Ming stayed at the entrance of the cave leisurely and gave a fatal blow to the leader of the pseudo-crabs who rushed out of the pit in anger. As the underground pit grew deeper, it took an hour to completely clear one branch, and the pace grew slower and slower. A few hours later, Lin Ming felt a little tired. TSK, it looks like I can only deal with 6 pseudo-crab leaders today, the remaining ones will have to wait until tomorrow. Although the heavy-load extravehicular suit has an exoskeleton to assist in movement, it is still far from as comfortable as wearing clothes. Therefore, after being out of the cabin for a few hours, Lin Ming needs to return to the survival capsule to rest. Okay, that's all for today, guys, let's go home. Lin Ming took count and found that the number of his army of pseudo-crabs had reached a terrifying 65. After recovering 6 pseudo-crab leaders, the number of high-purity silicon ingots exceeded 100, and there was also a lot of inventory of electromagnetic coils and circuit boards. After entering the survival capsule and taking off his heavy-duty spacesuit, Lin Ming touched his sweaty hair and felt sticky all over. In such high temperatures, he hasn't taken a shower for 3 days and feels very uncomfortable. Fortunately, there is no shortage of water now. Let the crab fetch water from the hole while we sleep. Lin Ming decided that he wanted to take a bath. There is enough water in the pit, and he now has plenty of electricity, so the water needed for bathing is no longer so precious that it is unacceptable. Moreover, the bath water can be added to the constant temperature room, and at worst it can be repurified in the survival cabin, which only consumes 1 unit of electricity. Soon, Lin Ming asked the survival cabin to boil hot water, took a good bath, and cleaned his underwear. Comfortable. After drying his body with hot air, Lin Ming felt refreshed. In such an extreme environment, being able to take a hot bath is an extremely relaxing thing. After opening the ether crystal and seeing that the F-class carbon-based life resource supply cabin would not arrive for another half an hour, Lin Ming simply went to the constant temperature room. You don't know until you see it. It's shocking. The seeds of the bigmouth flower have passed the germination period and have been transplanted to the hydroponic growth rack by a robotic arm in the constant temperature room. The dense roots are growing wildly in the nutrient solution. The root system of each bigmouth flower is more than half a meter long. The slightly turbid nutrient solution flows through the root system and becomes clear and transparent. Moreover, Lin Ming discovered that on the originally green plant, there was already a gorgeous purple bud about to bloom, and it would probably not take long before it would fully bloom. It is indeed a product of life science and technology. Mature quickly. Lin Ming held the nutritional paste in his mouth, swallowed it with difficulty, and murmured. Soon, 2 F-class carbon-based life resource supply cabins landed one after another, ejecting 2 1-cubic-meter superalloy boxes. The F-class carbon-based life resource supply cabin has been recovered. This time we obtained long-distance microwave transmission technology blueprint X1, superalloy X1, fuel X3. The F-class carbon-based life resource supply cabin has been recovered. This time we have obtained vitamin supply packs X10, high-protein frozen cans X10, superalloy X1, fuel X3. Cans. Looking at the 10 huge cans stacked in front of him, Lin Ming swallowed hard. The cans are stored in special containers that look like plastic, are flexible, and are extremely corrosion-resistant. In each special container is a large block of frozen high-protein food, each weighing 10 pounds. Hey, I can have a good meal for a while. Lin Ming continued to freeze the remaining 9 cans of food and opened the remaining one impatiently. It looks pink, and has clearly visible meat fibers. Lin Ming swallowed his saliva. It was canned meat. Lin Ming quickly used the 3D metal printer to print out superalloy tableware. After the outer layer of the can thawed, he hurriedly cut off a piece and stuffed it into his mouth without waiting for it to be heated. The chewy texture, rich meat, and the fragrant meat made Lin Ming drool. It tastes better if fried. Lin Ming patiently cut off a few slices and baked them with hot air. Soon, the originally pink and tender meat slices turned slightly burnt brown and slightly curled. Lin Ming picked up a piece with alloy chopsticks and tasted the burnt aroma of meat. The taste was rich and layered. Comfortable. After eating a pound of canned fried meat in one go, Lin Ming touched his stomach with satisfaction and froze the rest. Just these few cans are worth the money. Lin Ming then opened the vitamin supply pack. I saw that each package contained a large can of freeze-dried powder-like substance, in addition to 2 1-liter plastic bottles. It didn't say what it was specifically, but the ether crystal gave a prompt note: freeze-dried vitamin powder, add water and drink, it can supplement the necessary vitamins. White sugar. Cooking oil. Yes, that's very thoughtful. Lin Ming added some freeze-dried vitamin powder and white sugar into the superalloy cup, added hot water, and shook it slightly. Soon, a cup of fragrant hot vitamin drink is ready. Lin Ming took a sip and found that it tasted unexpectedly good, with an alluring aroma that left a tingling taste on his lips and teeth. He drank the hot vitamin drink in one gulp, burped comfortably, and picked up the chip containing the long-distance microwave power transmission technology blueprint. Long-distance microwave power transmission technology drawings. Introduction: it records a technology of using microwave power transmission. You can use related equipment to perform long-distance microwave power transmission. Lin Ming took the chip to the life capsule. The robot arm gently picked up the chip and loaded it into the reading interface of the life capsule. The ether crystal popped up a reminder screen: the new technology is being decoded. The estimated decoding time is 6 hours. After the decoding is completed, the new technology will be available: microwave transmission. Okay, you take your time deciphering it. I'm going to sleep. Lin Ming lay in the hibernation chamber, changed into a comfortable position, and slowly fell asleep. In his dream, Lin Ming came to the entrance of the pit and found that the huge red dot on the real-time map was slowly moving upwards. Holding an electromagnetic gun, he waited at the entrance of the pit for the unknown creature to appear. Soon, a huge tremor came from underground, and a pseudo-crab with a body of more than 10 meters and more than a dozen pairs of huge claws broke out of the ground. Why can't we kill him? Lin Ming sat up suddenly. He wiped his sweaty forehead and let out a sigh. It was just a dream. After 8 hours of sleep, Lin Ming regained his energy. The ether crystal popped up a prompt, indicating that the microwave power transmission technology had been deciphered and the 3D metal printer could start manufacturing microwave power transmission equipment. Lin Ming opened the technical details and found that the microwave transmission equipment is divided into the transmitting end and the receiving end. The electric energy required to manufacture the transmitter and receiver has been increased from the basic 1 unit to 5 units. The manufacturing of each device requires 10 high-purity silicon ingots, 2 circuit boards, 5 electromagnetic coils, and 1 general chip of any level. There is also a distance limit for microwave power transmission. The transmitted power is attenuated by 1% for every 1 kilometer between the transmitting and receiving devices, and the maximum transmission distance is 100 kilometers. Wait, something seems wrong. Lin Ming thought about it and suddenly found a problem. He only mastered the technology of microwave power transmission, but not the manufacturing technology of solar panels. It's no use. Lin Ming curled his lips. 16 hours later, the sun was shining brightly in the sky. He had originally wanted to build some solar panels around to form an array and achieve electrical energy freedom. However, the materials he had at this time were enough to repair the damaged solar panels. Repair solar panels, select full repair. Lin Ming gave orders to the ether crystal. Soon, the ether crystal popped up a prompt: the solar panel was repaired successfully. This repair consumed 10 electricity, 50 high-purity silicon ingots, and 20 electromagnetic coils. Solar panels deployed. Lin Ming felt the life capsule vibrate slightly. He climbed up the escalator and saw through the hemispherical glass that the solar panels on both sides of the life capsule that had been retracted began to unfold. Soon, the 2 solar panels were fully unfolded. Each side of the solar panel was composed of an array of 5 small panels of 1 square meter, with a total area of 10 square meters. The current sunlight level is low, and the estimated power generation capacity is 10%, which means 1 unit of electricity can be obtained per hour. That is to say, when the light intensity is the highest, we can get 10 units of electricity per hour, which is not bad. After dealing with the solar panel issue, Lin Ming stood up, washed up, and went into the constant temperature room to check on the growth progress of the big-mouth flower. You wouldn't know until you see it. The plant of the big-mouth flower is twice as tall as it was yesterday, reaching half a meter. The originally purple buds have fully bloomed and are opening and closing rhythmically. It grows so fast. Lin Ming felt a little surprised. He immediately took out the dehydrated vegetable and dehydrated seed packets he had obtained earlier. I don't know what was in the dehydrated vegetable package, but it had turned black and looked completely rotten. Lin Ming tried to place the black dehydrated vegetables near the buds of the big-mouth flower. The buds of the big-mouth flower seemed to sense something, and the buds that were originally opening and closing slowly began to speed up, and the plant also bent slightly towards the dehydrated vegetable bag. Seeing this, Lin Ming put the dehydrated vegetables into the flower buds. The flower bud closed quickly, wrapping the dehydrated vegetables inside, and then the big-mouth flower remained motionless, without any further movement. Lin Ming observed for a while and saw that there was nothing unusual about the big-mouth flower, so he put the remaining 2 dehydrated seeds into the 2 big-mouth flower buds respectively. Eat quickly. Looking at the big-mouth flower buds wrapped in dehydrated vegetables and seeds, motionless, Lin Ming was filled with infinite longing. He is tired of the nutritional paste and he really can't accept the Indian flavor. Although canned meat tastes good, it is limited in quantity. Therefore, crops that can produce continuously are the basis for long-term survival. At this time, there were still 2 big-mouthed flowers with their buds open, swaying gently, looking hungry for food. Lin Ming opened the Interstellar Exchange channel and browsed to see if other players were selling products such as plant seeds. This sight surprised Lin Ming greatly. The prices of oxygen and electricity began to rise continuously, and compared to yesterday, they are already sky-high. Water, x 5 liters exchange, oxygen, x 1 unit. Water, x 5 liters in exchange for, electricity, x 1 unit. Stone, x 2 cubic meters exchange, electric energy, x 1 unit. Who has extra electricity? I have mined enough rocks, but I don't have enough electricity to break them down. Please give me oxygen, please give me oxygen. I am willing to exchange all the remaining purified water I have. I still have 6 liters. Hurry up and buy it. The one above, you are just drinking poison to quench your thirst. Even if you get oxygen, how long can you live without water? Where's the boss? Boss, please take us flying. Boss Lin Ming, come out and sell some oxygen. Don't mention Lin Ming. This guy is a shameless bastard. He must be waiting for us to run out of oxygen so that he can sell it to us at a high price. I've seen this kind of trick many times. It's so funny. Can you think before you speak? You're selling oxygen at a high price. What valuable things do you have that are worth Boss Lin Ming's attention? Is it your kidney that you only use for 1 minute a day? After taking a quick look at the players' chat records, Lin Ming got a general idea. Although there is no distinction between day and night during the polar day, according to the time calculation, it is already the morning of the 4th day. Even if most players remain in a resting state, their oxygen supply will definitely not be enough to sustain this period of time. Therefore, those players who want to kill time by AFK will start to run out of oxygen. Water resources and nutritional paste are not that scarce. After all, in extreme cases, you can still survive these 3 days without eating or drinking. Lin Ming looked at the message mentioning him in the chat channel, his heart calm. He is not a saint, and he will do things within his ability, such as contributing the F-level universal code to promote better development of the region. But if he were asked to contribute the oxygen and resources he currently has, he would definitely not do it. Not to mention how many players these resources can help. Even if they can help, what will happen if those players run out of resources after a while? You can do small good deeds, but don't seek God's grace. Lin Ming opened the regional chat channel and found that after one night, the number of players suddenly dropped to 9,857. This means that more than 100 players entered the escape pod or died directly. Zhao Yihong was the first player to enter the escape pod, so the ether crystal specifically sent out a reminder that Zhao Yihong was in hibernation and also broadcast it live. But other players did not receive such treatment. On some desolate planet countless light years away from Lin Ming, they died alone, or were taken to the boundless universe in escape pods while in hibernation. Not even a frame of picture or any sound was left. Lin Ming gritted his teeth. There are still 16 hours left before the start of the polar day with the scorching sun in the sky. He needs to speed up, otherwise he may also be one of them. After thinking about it, Lin Ming decided to remind other players. Hello everyone, I'm Lin Ming. Have you noticed any changes in the orbit of the sun on your planet? I'm observing that the sun seems to be a little higher where I am. One stone can cause 1,000 ripples. Due to his previous actions, Lin Ming's name has become a well-known brand in the area. Soon a player responded. Boss Lin Ming has appeared. I have been observing it every day. The relative position of the sun has been changing and continues to rise. Compared to when I first arrived, it has risen by 5 degrees. It's very professional. I don't have relevant knowledge, but the information interface shows that the surface temperature here has risen from over 50 degrees to 70 degrees. You are so lucky. The surface temperature here has exceeded 100 degrees. The lightweight spacesuit can no longer be worn. If you want to go out now, you can only wear a heavy-duty spacesuit. The sun is already very hot at this angle. If it were to rise to the top of our heads, wouldn't it be? It seemed that most players realized what he wanted to express, and Lin Ming nodded with satisfaction. He did not take the opportunity to resell supplies and make a fortune. After all, we have already thought it through clearly before. StarCraft is a competitive and cooperative mode, where everyone competes and cooperates. If extreme means are used to plunder resources in the early stages, causing most players to hibernate or die, then over time, the overall development level of players in his area will be slower. This resulted in Lin Ming being unable to obtain higher-level resources from other players. After all, basic resources can only be used to sustain life, while advanced resources or technology are the driving force for development. The electromagnetic gun is the best proof. This is also the reason why Lin Ming finally decided to contribute the F-level universal password. Moreover, Lin Ming always had a sense of crisis in his heart. The ether crystal has suggested that if the planet is transformed to be habitable, one can choose to take in the remaining surviving players, or choose to live out the rest of his life alone. Then is it mandatory to take all the players over, without the players' consent? Does the owner of a habitable planet have absolute control over other players? If other people develop well and forcibly take back all players, including Lin Ming, then do they have to obey the owner of the habitable planet? It would be fine if the players on the habitable planet are from the same country, but what if they are from other countries? Thinking of what those foreigners did in previous centuries when they sold human-powered cotton looms, Lin Ming felt a strong sense of crisis in his heart. By then, it is very likely that they will no longer be on equal footing, but will become a matter of the planet owner and his more than 3 billion slaves. Lin Ming closed the information screen and looked up at the first layer of pipes, which had been occupied by blue algae and had all turned green. At present, the oxygen produced by cyanobacteria is sufficient for the bigmouth flower in the constant temperature chamber to use. In terms of oxygen resources, the constant temperature chamber has achieved a balance between income and expenditure. That's good. I hope we can achieve net oxygen output soon. Lin Ming touched the pipes dyed green and returned to the living cabin. He stretched his arms and legs, put on a heavy-duty spacesuit, picked up an electromagnetic gun, and after replenishing his supplies, his eyes were determined. Today's goal is to clear the underground pit. No matter what that huge red dot underground is, it's dead today. Since he had to deal with 3 pseudo-crab leaders and unknown red spots at this time, Lin Ming made an electromagnetic gun and enough bullets, and only then did he feel a little relieved. Crack, crack, crack. After the supplies were completed, Lin Ming wore a heavy-load space travel suit, holding electromagnetic guns in both hands, an electromagnetic gun on his back, and a thin super-alloy bullet wrapped around his waist, looking extremely violent. An army of more than 60 pseudo-crabs formed 6 columns and followed Lin Ming in an orderly manner. Opening the real-time map, Lin Ming saw that the huge green dots that were originally distributed in various branches in the pit had moved at some point and were now gathering around the cave entrance in a triangular shape. Lin Ming sighed softly, "Wow, are you ready to fight to the death?" If someone is not on guard, they might think that the pseudo-crab leaders are coming out one by one, and they might suffer a great loss. However, Lin Ming had a pit map, and he could see the distribution of resource points on it, so he would naturally not fall victim to this ambushes. I looked at the bullets I was carrying, 5 dum-dum bullets and 3 armor-piercing bullets. I should be able to deal with the 3 pseudo-crab leaders with confidence. Lin Ming asked the army of mimic crabs to stand in front of him to prevent the 3 mimic crab leaders from attacking at the same time, and then sent one of them to seduce them. Crash! There was a slight vibration, and Lin Ming saw 3 pseudo-crabs rushing out of the pit one after another. These 3 pseudo-crabs had no intention of playing tricks at all. They just planned to defeat Lin Ming with force and directly use their strength. However, Lin Ming had an electromagnetic gun. He focused his eyes, aimed the electromagnetic gun at the entrance of the pit, and pulled the trigger the moment the first pseudo-crab appeared. Whoosh! The silver-white bullet turned into a streak of light, directly separating the body of the pseudo-crab leader who had just come out of the cave. With the assisted aiming of the heavy-duty extravehicular suit, the stability of the exoskeleton, and the extremely stable trajectory of the electromagnetic gun, Lin Ming had no worries about missing the target. After hitting the target, Lin Ming pulled back and at the same time picked up the second dum-dum bullet from his waist and stuffed it in from the front of the electromagnetic gun barrel. Boom! The second pseudo-crab leader blew away the corpse falling from above and jumped out of the pit entrance. Its small eyes immediately locked onto Lin Ming, who was loading bullets. "Young ones, go ahead." Lin Ming had just loaded the bullet and had not yet started aiming. As he retreated, he ordered the army of pseudo-crabs to swarm forward and block the advance of the pseudo-crab leader. Snap, snap, snap. The swarming pseudo-crabs made the pseudo-crab leader very annoyed. He waved his 6 claws and kept knocking away the pseudo-crabs. At this moment, Lin Ming had already loaded the bullet and pulled the trigger at the leader of the pseudo-crabs. Boom. The loud noise blew the lower abdomen of the pseudo-crab leader into pieces. Lin Ming was not at all complacent. He pushed the ground hard with his right foot, and with the power of the exoskeleton, he moved sideways more than 10 meters. Wow! Amidst the black fragments, a gigantic pseudo-crab leader jumped out, and slammed its 6 claws hard onto the ground. If Lin Ming had not seen through the real-time map that the third pseudo-crab leader was hiding behind and attacking him, he would probably have been killed by this attack. How insidious! Fortunately, I am one step ahead. Lin Ming didn't have time to change the bullet. He quickly threw the electromagnetic gun to the ground and took another one from behind. Aim and fire. In less than 2 minutes, the 3 pseudo-crab heads died one after another and exploded into silicon blocks on the ground. He assigned 10 pseudo-crabs to clean up the battlefield, and Lin Ming sent all the remaining 40 or so pseudo-crabs into the pits. There are still about 20 pseudo-crabs in the pit, led by the 3 pseudo-crab leaders who just died. At this time, the leader died, and the 20 or so pseudo-crabs were leaderless, and even their patrols stopped. Lin Ming naturally would not give up on them, so he dragged them all out and reprogrammed them. At the same time, a scout team consisting of 5 pseudo-crabs went deep underground and headed straight for the red light. Gently stroking the ether crystal, Lin Ming opened the light curtain and watched the perspective shared by the pseudo-crab in real time. I saw that the pit below was the same as the one above. There was a relatively flat space in each branch, where there was a sewage pit. When he reached the 7th branch, Lin Ming suddenly felt that the sewage pit was a little different. It seemed that there was something else in the pit besides sewage. This is... Lin Ming asked the pseudo-crab to come closer, and his claws reached deep into the sewage pit, then he retracted them and put them in front of the pseudo-crab's eyes. The view angle gradually zoomed in, and Lin Ming took a breath of cold air. There was clearly a layer of blue algae floating on the sewage pit. After switching the perspective of the pseudo-crab from night vision mode to normal mode, Lin Ming discovered that the cave here was brightly lit, obviously providing light for the blue algae. Strange, the parasitic crabs don't need oxygen. Are these blue algae produced naturally or planted intentionally? With doubts, Lin Ming ordered the pseudo-crab scout team to continue moving downwards. Sure enough, blue algae were found again in the sewage pits of the 8th and 9th branches. Not only that, the further down you go, the more blue algae grow. In the sewage pool of the 9th branch, a dense layer of blue algae has floated, dyeing the entire sewage pool green. The pseudo-crab scout team continued to move downwards, and Lin Ming focused on watching the shared view. Whatever that giant red dot is, it should be there by now. The pit continued downwards, and suddenly, a huge space appeared. Lin Ming had seen on the real-time map before that the space at the bottom of the pit was very spacious, but due to the existence of the huge red dot, he ignored this detail. Only now, through the perspective shared by the pseudo-crab, did Lin Ming realize how big this space was. This is a hemispherical space, like an inverted bowl, with a diameter of more than 10 meters and a maximum height of about 5 meters. There weren't many things in the space, just some stones that had obviously been carved. Lin Ming frowned slightly. These stones looked a bit like furniture, stone tables and stone chairs. And in the middle of the space, Lin Ming saw something that looked familiar. Hibernation chamber. The moment he saw the hibernation capsule, Lin Ming's face changed drastically. Are there other players on this planet besides him? No wonder the light spot is a glaring red. At this moment, the hibernation capsule made a hissing sound, white mist emerged, and a humanoid creature that was approximately human-shaped but completely different from human sat up. This guy's skin is extremely dry and wrinkled, and dry flakes of skin will fall off with the slightest movement. There is a huge pupil on its forehead, and the dull eyeball is the size of a goose egg, which is staring straight at the pseudo-crab. The humanoid creature made a dry sound in its throat, UN% asterisk at hashtag UN% at UN%. The ether crystal promptly popped up a prompt. A request was detected from the self-decoding system. Has been received from the decoding system, decoding in progress. Soon, a dry and hoarse voice sounded. I have been waiting for you for a long time. Why did you come at this time? Lin Ming didn't say anything. He didn't know what this humanoid creature wanted to express, so he had to listen. 100,000 years. A full 100,000 years have passed. The humanoid creature's huge eyes stared at the pseudo-crab, as if it could see Lin Ming behind the shared perspective. Reapers, you finally arrived. Reaper. This unfamiliar name made Lin Ming a little confused. He said, I don't know what you mean. I am not the Reaper you are talking about. The humanoid creature smiled, with wrinkles on his face, trembling like a Shar-Pei dog. Reaper, do you want to hear a story? Without waiting for Lin Ming to answer, the humanoid creature said to himself. A long, long time ago. How long was it? Well, using your way of counting, it should be 100,000 years. At that time, our planet Urea was a very beautiful planet, with tens of billions of species of plants and animals growing, reproducing, and living on the planet. Lin Ming's heart moved when he heard this. He didn't expect that this wild planet, like the blue star, had once given birth to so many lives. Until one day, our scientists discovered that a man-made spaceship appeared in the star system. It passed by our planet so fast that we couldn't even take a clear image of it and could only calculate its approximate orbit. Then, we detected that a small cabin separated from the spacecraft and landed on the planet Urea. Our troops and scientists quickly arrived at the landing site and found only the opened landing capsule and a small amount of black tide remnants. You've probably seen it before. It's the stuff that looks like sewage. We call it black tide. After bringing the remaining black tide in the cabin back to the laboratory, our scientists came to a very terrifying conclusion. This thing will end all life on our planet. When Lin Ming heard this, his eyebrows slightly raised. It seemed that the story of the extinction of life on the planet Urea was about to begin. In the Kuroshio, there is a kind of black microorganism that will frantically devour all organic matter, even inorganic nutrients, in order to grow stronger. These microorganisms have been bioengineered to be immune to any toxins, viruses, and bacteriophages. Our groundwater is contaminated, and with it our rivers, lakes, and oceans. Plants and animals began to die at an extremely fast rate, and were then devoured by them, turning into more black tides that swept in all directions. Luckily, we found their weakness. They are afraid of light. As long as they are exposed to strong light for 10 units, which is equivalent to 1 day in your world, the microorganisms in the Kuroshio will lose their activity. After continuous exposure to sunlight, the black tide becomes an extremely stable organic sewage, which can greatly increase crop yields. Ironically, the planet Urea even temporarily eliminated hunger because of this. However, some consequences will take tens of thousands of years to fully manifest. At first, we observed the pollution of the oceans and the death of large numbers of marine life. Within 1,000 years, all fish in the oceans were extinct. After a short period of revelry, the anaerobic organisms on the seafloor also ushered in their final twilight within 10,000 years. Lin Ming's heart trembled when he heard this. The destructive power of the black tide was actually so great. The humanoid creature continued in a deep voice. During this period, the intelligent life on the entire planet united and carried out an unprecedented self-rescue. We pushed an asteroid of suitable mass from the asteroid belt and, after precise calculations, made it hit the designated location, changing the orbit of the planet Urea and resulting in the situation you are seeing now. Small areas on the planet Urea are always in a state of polar day, while larger areas are always covered by the black tide, which is their eternal paradise. Lin Ming looked into the distance and saw the sun still near the horizon. It turned out that the polar day in this area was caused by the indigenous people of the planet Urea. We have survived in this area for nearly 10,000 years, and we have learned the truth of everything. A hint of inexplicable meaning flashed in the humanoid creature's single eye, and it stood up from the hibernation capsule. Only then did Lin Ming see that this humanoid creature had a head that was similar to that of a human, but its body was like that of a pseudocrab, with 8 legs and a pair of crab-like hands. He began to climb up the tunnel slowly, and continued. All of this was caused by intelligent life in the universe with a higher level of technology. They send down the black tide on planets with life, allowing the black tide to devour the nutrients of the entire planet, and then, at some point, come to harvest the black tide, thereby seizing the nutrients of the entire planet. After learning the truth, we developed high-energy weapons, hoping to severely damage them when the lives that harvested the nutrients arrived. However, little do they know that time is their most powerful weapon. The increasingly scarce resources and energy have brought us to the final step, with a small number of us going into long-term hibernation and more survivors losing their lives. The humanoid voice was filled with sorrow. 100,000 years have passed, and I am the only one left among the Urians. I have used all my life's knowledge to be able to travel through time and meet the Reapers. I want to see what it is like to wipe out the life on my home planet. Rustle. Lin Ming stood at the entrance of the pit and heard a rustling sound coming from the pit. He knew that it was a humanoid creature approaching the cave entrance. Lin Ming took a step back and looked at the real-time map. The huge red light spot has reached the entrance of the cave. Lin Ming raised the electromagnetic gun. When a humanoid head appeared at the entrance of the cave, he pulled the trigger decisively. Laugh. The armor-piercing bullet instantly penetrated the huge single eye, leaving a thumb-sized hole in the humanoid's head. The humanoid creature immediately went limp and fell into the pit. Lin Ming did not move forward. After making sure that the red light spot disappeared, he asked the pseudocrab to drag the humanoid creature out and cut it into pieces from a distance. Sure enough, except for the carbon-based brain, the body of the humanoid creature has been completely transformed into a silicon-based life form like the pseudocrab. Otherwise, he would not have been able to survive in such a harsh environment for so long. In addition, through the perspective of the pseudocrab, Lin Ming saw a spherical container in the abdominal cavity of the humanoid creature. The pseudocrab touched it lightly, and there was a loud bang, followed by a violent explosion in the distance. Lin Ming took a deep breath. This humanoid creature actually wanted to die with him. Fortunately, Lin Ming was very careful and did not come into contact with the humanoid creatures personally, otherwise he would have been blown to pieces by now. I'm sorry, there is no hatred between you and me, but killing them all is the highest respect for other lives. Lin Ming bowed slightly towards the explosion point in the distance. After a moment of silence for the humanoid creatures, Lin Ming controlled several pseudocrabs to patrol the entire pit. At this point, there was nothing in the pit except the sewage pit. Lin Ming stared at the real-time map, his eyes slightly warm, and confirmed again that there were no abnormal light spots in the pit. Even so, Lin Ming was still a little worried. After all, the humanoid creatures have lived in here for who knows how many years. If there are some mechanisms or traps, or biological viruses or something, he won't be able to bear it. Lin Ming ordered the pseudocrabs to collect as many fragments of the humanoid creatures as possible and put them all in the hibernation chamber. He saw a button on the hibernation chamber with unknown text underneath. Because the humanoid creature had sent a self-decoding system before, Lin Ming quickly deciphered that the words meant ejection. We are all cosmic creatures, living in the immensity of the universe, and we will perish in the vastness of the universe. Lin Ming said softly and asked the pseudocrab to press the button. Boom. The ground beneath my feet shook, sand and gravel scattered, and dust flew. Lin Ming hid far away and saw a hole with a diameter of 7 or 8 meters opened near the pit. The hibernation chamber containing humanoid creatures shot out and flew into the sky. Lin Ming gently waved at the white track. Goodbye, the last survivor, I will take your place. After the launch port was opened, the bottom of the pit, which had not seen the sun for a long time, was filled with sunlight. Lin Ming remembered that the humanoid creatures once said that the black tide was afraid of strong light and would lose its activity under light after 24 hours. So he went back to the survival capsule and used a 3D metal printer to print some extremely smooth metal plates, allowing the pseudocrabs to be placed in various corners of the pit. In this way, sunlight can cover the entire pit after multiple reflections. Even if there are remnants of the Kuroshio in the pits, they will slowly lose their activity. In 10 hours, the sun will start to rise and reach an extreme 90 degrees in 12 hours, lasting for 48 hours. Lin Ming thought of the orbital information provided by the microsatellite. After calculating the time, when the sun is at its highest point in the sky, the inside of the pit should be disinfected by the light, and he could then move into the pit. The pit is a sealed environment, and there is a bend at the entrance. From a structural point of view, it can block most of the air circulation. In this way, we can try to initially transform the environment in the pit into a more livable residence. Lin Ming is full of energy. After all, the pits are living places built by humanoid creatures, and both the location and layout must have been carefully considered. As long as it is thoroughly disinfected, he can move in. Moreover, there is abundant sewage reserves in the pit. After being decomposed in the survival capsule, there will be no shortage of water and nutrients, and the big-mouth flower can also be transplanted out. That's really good. Lin Ming's heart was full of longing for the future. He ordered several parasitic crabs to patrol near the entrance of the pit. He took the remaining dozens of parasitic crabs back to the survival capsule. Before entering the survival capsule, Lin Ming issued an order to the neatly arranged pseudo-crabs. Move all the nearby rocks back. There are so many crabs now, so they are very strong. You should be able to move the larger rocks together. Today's goal is to move all the rocks within a 3-kilometer radius. Crack, crack, crack. All the parasitic crabs waved their claws in unison to show that they understood, and then began to move quickly. After entering the survival capsule, Lin Ming took off his heavy-duty cabin suit and opened the ether crystal. He noticed that there was a red dot in the upper right corner of the Planet Information tab. Wow, there's even an unread reminder, pretty trendy. Lin Ming opened the Planet Information. Planet Uriah. Introduction: you know very little about this planet, but fortunately, all the data of this planet are the same as your home planet. Rotation time, 24 blue star hours. Revolution time, not important. Current surface temperature, 75 to 85 degrees Celsius. Current status, midnight sun. Current gravity constant, 9.8 n/kg. Current atmospheric composition, nitrogen 80%, carbon dioxide 19%, other 1%. Tip: please pay attention to changes in the orbit of our planet. There are signs that after a period of time, the angle of the stars relative to the ground will change. The surface temperature has begun to increase slowly. According to this trend, Lin Ming estimates that when the sun is at its highest point in the sky, the surface temperature will at least reach 150 degrees. Fortunately, the unknown high-tech life did not leave the human survivors of the blue planet to die, but gave them timely reminders. Lin Ming opened the regional chat channel and found that some of the more sensitive players had already realized that something was wrong. It's over, the sun is about to rise, and I still haven't found a water source. If anyone has pure water to trade, I'll trade it for rust ore. My friend, it's time to update your version. It's a different era now, and you're still talking about rust ore. Didn't you see that the rust ore sold by those people in Tang province is starting to be discounted? Hee, I repaired the solar panels before the sun rose and prepared to store electricity. Those profiteers who hoarded electricity will probably suffer heavy losses. Something is wrong. Why is the price of electricity still rising even though there is no shortage of sunlight? The transaction price of each unit of electricity has increased from 3 units of oxygen to 3.5 units. Is it possible that most players haven't repaired the solar panels yet, and the temperature rises, so the cost of maintaining a suitable temperature in the survival cabin will increase? You're right, hurry up and get some electricity first. Looking at the chat records that kept flashing by, Lin Ming opened the Interstellar Exchange option and found that the price of oxygen was gradually falling, while the prices of electricity and purified water were rising. The price of each unit of electricity can already be exchanged for 4 units of oxygen, and it seems that it will continue to rise in the future. Purified water is even more outrageous. Every liter of water can exchange for 6 units of oxygen, and it is in short supply. Once it appears, it will be sold out immediately. Lin Ming looked at the high prices of purified water and electricity, and couldn't help feeling a little itchy. He now has 340 units of electricity, and the water resources are very abundant. If he sells it at this time, he will definitely make a lot of money. However, this thought only appeared in his mind for a moment, and Lin Ming shook his head slightly. Basic resources like oxygen no longer have much meaning to him. Apart from draining other players' oxygen reserves and reducing their chances of survival, it is of little use. As for donating electricity and water, Lin Ming is not a saint and cannot be so selfless. It is already very sensible to be able to refrain from raising prices at this time. At this moment, Lin Ming saw a private message. He raised his eyebrows slightly. Lin Ming had already set the private chat to be initiated only by friends. Who was contacting him at this time? Clicking on the private chat, Lin Ming saw that it was a message from Sun Yao. Boss Lin Ming, can you rent your electromagnetic gun? Lease. Seeing these two words, Lin Ming burst out laughing. Interstellar Exchange does not provide credit endorsement-related functions. Therefore, leasing is all based on the trust between both parties. He had traded with Sun Yao twice, once for the constant chamber construction blueprints, and once for superalloys. But that's all. The manufacturing cost of the electromagnetic gun is very low for Lin Ming, and he doesn't even look at it. But this is not a reason for him to rent out the electromagnetic gun casually. The value of an item is not determined by how low its manufacturing cost is, but by how difficult it is to obtain and its role in the transaction target. According to the current situation, whether it is the difficulty of obtaining the electromagnetic gun or its practical value, it can be said to be top-level difficulty for most players. Lin Ming didn't think Sun Yao could offer a corresponding price. Then again, when it comes to business, a qualified businessman will not turn away any potential trading partner. Lin Ming thought for a moment and replied, it can be rented, but it depends on your price. At present, Lin Ming has no shortage of basic resources, including oxygen, electricity, and pure water. Lin Ming also has some inventory and a large amount of reserves of non-basic resources, such as rust ore, high-purity silicon ingots, general chips, circuit boards, and electromagnetic coils. Those pseudo-crabs running around outside are potential resource reserves. Sun Yao quickly sent a line of words, Boss Lin Ming, do you want to eat meat? After sending this line of text, on a desolate planet countless light years away, an inexplicable smile appeared on Sun Yao's face. He knew that Lin Ming was doing very well now and could already manufacture electromagnetic guns, and he had no shortage of basic resources. But food-wise, he must still be eating nasty nutri-paste. Sun Yao had come into contact with some wealthy people before and knew that they were extremely pursuing quality of life. Lin Ming must be such a person. For this, paying a small price and taking a small risk are all acceptable. Sure enough, Lin Ming responded quickly, what do you mean, you got the meat? No. Sun Yao replied, and he sent the illustrations and videos that he had prepared to Lin Ming, but I have a way to obtain large quantities of meat. Sun Yao, spiked giant shell dragon. Sun Yao, video. Lin Ming clicked on the illustration of spiked giant shell dragon, and let out a wow sound. Spiked giant shell dragon. Introduction, a huge beast with spikes all over its body. It looks very ferocious, but it is actually a herbivore with a very gentle personality. Clicking on the video, Lin Ming saw a short video recorded by Sun Yao. It was a desolate land just like the one on the planet Uriah. 7 giant spiky-shelled dragons, each over 5 meters long and 2 meters tall, were running towards the sun. These giant shell dragons are covered with black diamond-shaped spikes. When they run, the spikes stand up slightly, reflecting the sunlight and looking shiny. Lin Ming was somewhat envious. TSK, it looks like a 2-in-1 silicon-carbon-based creature. The outer shell is silicon-based, which can reflect sunlight and maybe absorb some solar energy. The core is carbon-based, so it can be slaughtered for meat. The planet where Sun Yao lives is much stronger than mine. The existence of animals means the existence of a complete food chain. There will be water, food, herbivorous animals, carnivorous predators, and even microbial decomposers. However, no matter how good other people's things are, they are not yours. Moreover, if other players knew about the resources he possessed, they would probably be extremely envious. Lin Ming shook his head slightly, wondering when his vision had become so narrow. He sent a message to Sun Yao, what's your price? Sun Yao, lend me the electromagnetic gun for 1 day. Please fully charge it. After 1 day, I will return it to you, plus all the meat produced by a spiked giant shell dragon. Lin Ming flatly refused, I don't accept it. What a joke, lending out an electromagnetic gun for a whole day and spending 5 units of electricity just to exchange for the meat of a giant spiky shell dragon. It's not like Lin Ming doesn't have meat to eat. Sun Yao. Boss Lin Ming, I know electromagnetic guns are very valuable, but this is meat. It smells good, tastes even better, and is crunchy when chewed. Just imagine, if this meat is roasted a little, it will be fragrant and tender. Oh, my mouth is watering just thinking about it. Seeing the message sent by Sun Yao, Lin Ming laughed out loud. This Sun Yao is also a talented person. He actually wants to launch a food offensive to force him to submit. Are you using this to test the cadres? To be honest, if Lin Ming didn't have the high-protein canned frozen food, he might have already been ready to reach a deal with Sun Yao by now, and the only issue he would be discussing would be some details. But who let him have it? As he was feeling a little hungry, Lin Ming took out the open can, cut a few slices from it, and put them on a super alloy plate. Then, Lin Ming started recording the video. He first picked up a piece of pink meat with a super alloy fork and roasted it carefully with hot air. Sizzle. When the fat-rich meat slices meet the hot air, tiny bubbles immediately emerge, accompanied by a slight crackling sound. After a while, the pink slices of meat turned slightly brown, and wisps of white steam rose from the meat. Lin Ming stuffed the slice of meat into his mouth and chewed it in big mouthfuls. After recording all of this, Lin Ming sent the video to Sun Yao. Countless light years away, Sun Yao looked at the silent message box with a smug smile on his face. He took out a tube of nutritional paste and took a big sip. You've made me hungry myself. No matter how many resources you have, you will be defeated when you encounter meat that can satisfy your appetite. There are two businesses in this world that can best satisfy men's physiological needs. One is eating meat, and the other is also eating meat. At this time, many graceful young ladies in the regional channel have started the first business of selling meat and made a lot of money. It's not too much for Sun Yao to open up a second business, right? Soon, the ether crystal trembled slightly, and Sun Yao saw that Lin Ming had replied to the message. Heh, I thought you were just pretending to be an expert by keeping quiet, but I didn't expect you to be defeated. Let me see how you plan to bargain. In the video, Lin Ming was grilling the meat slices with hot air. The tender pink meat slices were sizzling with oil, followed by the sound of chewing. Sun Yao swallowed his saliva. What's going on? How come Lin Ming has meat to eat? Where did he get the meat? Could it be that the wild planet where he was also discovered living creatures and killed one with an electromagnetic gun? No way, he walked for 7 or 8 kilometers and accidentally found a water source in a nearby cave. He waited for 2 days before he discovered the elusive giant spiked shell dragon. It should be something that was obtained by chance. After all, Lin Ming only cut a few slices, and it seemed that the reserve was not much. Sun Yao was preparing himself mentally when he suddenly saw Lin Ming sending him another picture. Lin Ming, picture. Sun Yao's right hand trembled as he lightly tapped the picture. In the picture, there was a huge piece of meat weighing about 10 pounds on Lin Ming's super alloy plate. Lin Ming, tell me, what price are you going to offer? This thing tastes okay at first, but you'll get sick of it if you eat too much. You will get sick of it if you eat too much. Look, is this human language? Sun Yao gritted his teeth as he watched the video sent by Lin Ming. In this video, he swallowed the entire tube of nutritional paste with difficulty. There was a huge wave of ups and downs in his heart. It's like a child who gets a toy car that he thinks is so great, and is excited to show off to his friends. But they just say, oh, and open the toy box, which is full of toy cars, some of which have been broken. Comparing yourself to others will make you feel thief. Sun Yao struggled to calm down, and after a long while, he finally adjusted his mindset. The boss is the boss, I was rash. Looking at the message sent by Sun Yao, Lin Ming smiled slightly. Although he didn't see it with his own eyes, he guessed Sun Yao's psychological activities almost exactly. Lin Ming typed a line of words casually, I can borrow the electromagnetic gun, but I don't care about the spiked giant shell dragon. Seeing Lin Ming's reply, Sun Yao's spirits were lifted again. As long as Lin Ming wants to talk, it means he has what Lin Ming wants. But what is it? After raising the question, Sun Yao received a reply from Lin Ming. 4 simple words, I want dragon eggs. Sun Yao's little white teeth were about to break. He had been lurking for a long time before he accidentally saw the spiked giant shell dragon. He didn't expect that Lin Ming would directly set his sights on the dragon eggs. After pondering for a long time, Sun Yao replied word by word. Boss Lin Ming, we don't know if the spiked giant shell dragon lays eggs. Even if there are dragon eggs, hatching them requires harsh conditions, not to mention how many resources it will take to raise them. Lin Ming. You don't need to worry about these. One dragon egg for one electromagnetic gun. When you find the dragon egg, send me the picture and the illustration, and I will trade it to you for the electromagnetic gun. After sending this, there was no response from Lin Ming. Sun Yao stared at the message in the chat box with lifeless eyes. The dragon egg of the spiked giant shell dragon. Although the illustration says that the spiked megalosaurus is a herbivorous animal with a very docile personality. But if you encounter someone stealing your eggs, you'll probably fight to the death. Thinking of the huge size of the giant spiked shell dragon and the spikes all over its body, Sun Yao felt that such a huge creature would not require any skills at all, and could just rush over and crush him into pieces. Lin Ming was not interested in what Sun Yao thought, nor did he care much about how to obtain the dragon egg of the spiked giant shell dragon. Lin Ming didn't even have much hope that Sun Yao could obtain the dragon egg. Originally, it was Sun Yao who proposed this business. If he can do it, that would be the best. But if he can't, there will be no loss for him. Things that would add icing on the cake were not part of his plan, nor would they have any additional impact on Lin Ming's plan. After dealing with these things, Lin Ming ate some fried meat mixed with nutritional paste to fill his stomach, then got up and went to the constant temperature room. The big-mouth flower in the constant temperature room is what he cares about most. After all, if the plan goes well, the output of the big-mouth flower will be the key to solving the food problem. No matter how much meat an animal produces, it will eventually be eaten up. Lin Ming could still tell the difference between one meal being full and another. Laugh. After passing through the transfer cabin, Lin Ming was delighted to see that the three big-mouth flowers that had devoured the freeze-dried vegetables and seeds had shown obvious changes. First came the big-mouth flowers that devoured the freeze-dried vegetables. There was little change above the flower stem, and the flower buds had already withered. Looking closely, thumb-sized tubers began to grow from the roots of the big-mouth flower. Lin Ming counted them and found that there were 8 tubers in total, with the outer skin slightly yellowish. It seems that dehydrated vegetables were tubers before. I wonder what they taste like. Lin Ming touched it through the glass tube, and then looked at the other 2 big-mouth flowers that had swallowed the seeds. There is not much change in the root systems of these 2 big-mouth flowers, but the rhizomes are obviously different. The flower buds have withered and the stems have become thick, from the thickness of chopsticks to the thickness of a little finger, and it seems to be still growing and thickening. Not only that, the originally short plants began to grow taller, now reaching about half a meter. Lin Ming observed that the stems and leaves also became wider, and fruits wrapped in layers and the size of a little finger began to grow at the joints. Star corn. Lin Ming raised his eyebrows slightly and quickly recognized the characteristics of this plant. Corn is rich in carbohydrates, in addition to being rich in trace elements and crude fiber, and is a very good source of staple food. Of course, the taste is somewhat worse than that of wheat and rice. However, in this situation, having a staple food crop is already very good, and Lin Ming does not ask for anything else. After checking the consumption of the constant temperature chamber, he found that the oxygen was produced by blue algae and had reached a break-even point. There was plenty of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere outside, and Lin Ming had sufficient reserves of electricity to provide light and temperature. There is also a stable source of water and nutrients, so for now, all we have to do is wait and see. Thinking that he would be able to eat the interstellar corn he had grown with his own hands in the near future, Lin Ming couldn't help but laugh out loud. Although eating meat can satisfy your appetite, eating meat every meal will make you feel a little sick of it. His stomach is still more accustomed to eating staple foods. Of course, it would be best if we could combine meat and vegetables and achieve a balanced nutrition, but there is still a long way to go. At the beginning, Lin Ming obtained a total of 5 big-mouth flower seeds, and each one successfully germinated and grew into a big-mouth flower. Now 3 of them have been specialized, and 2 are left waiting to be fed. When Lin Ming passed by, these 2 big-mouth flowers would sway gently, obviously asking for food. No more. Wait until the corns on your companion's plants are ripe. Then I'll feed you the corn kernels. Looking at the blooming big-mouth flowers and the sharp barbs inside, Lin Ming resisted the urge to touch them. But then I came to my senses and thought, since the big mouth flower has already produced interstellar corn, I can just save some of the corn for seeds and plant it. There is no need for the big mouth flower to devour it again. The microsatellite has not detected any new F-class carbon-based life resource supply cabins so far, and there will be no new plants for the big mouth flower to devour in the short term. Can the big mouth flower eat meat? When Lin Ming came up with this idea, he thought it was absurd. But there are carnivorous plants on Earth, such as the Venus flytrap and pitcher plant, and the giant lily is a variety that has been modified by biotechnology, so everything is possible. At this time, there were 2 mature big mouth flowers, and Lin Ming decided to try one of them. Quickly returning to the survival cabin, Lin Ming carefully cut off a piece of meat the size of a fingernail and carefully placed it into the pistil of the big mouth flower. The sharp barbs moved immediately, swallowing the piece of meat, and then the petals continued to open. Looking at the big mouth petals that opened and closed faster and faster, Lin Ming raised his eyebrows. Why did it look like it wasn't full? In this case, Lin Ming simply tried it to the end and cut off another piece of meat the size of a fingernail. After the big mouth flower swallowed it, the petals opened and closed faster. You have quite an appetite. Lin Ming kept cutting the meat. Only after the big mouth flower had swallowed 5 pieces of meat did its petals reluctantly close completely. The heavy flower bud drooped slightly under the weight of the meat and fell into a deep sleep. Coming out of the constant temperature room, Lin Ming observed the hard work of the crabs through the shared perspective of the parasitic crabs. In addition to the parasitic crabs patrolling and guarding the pits, there are 55 parasitic crabs currently moving stones. This number is a significant increase compared to the initial work with the parasitic crabs. However, the efficiency has not been improved much. The reason is simple: there are fewer and fewer stones nearby, and the parasitic crabs have to carry stones from farther away. Although these crabs work day and night and are tireless, the high intensity of their work causes them to consume their stored energy very quickly, so they have to stop midway to recharge. TSK, how come I'm actually looking forward to the sun rising earlier? Looking at the pseudo-crab that took more than 10 minutes to fully charge, Lin Ming clicked his tongue. He touched his chin and found that there were more than a dozen huge rocks standing nearby, which the mimic crab could not move no matter what, so he decided to help them. After letting the 3D metal printer produce a dozen dum-dum bullets, Lin Ming put on a heavy-load extravehicular suit, picked up the electromagnetic gun, and fired at the boulder a few kilometers away. Whoosh! A flash of silver light flashed past quickly, and in an instant, the huge rock exploded into countless fist-sized stones. Boom! 7 or 8 seconds later, the sound of breaking stones slowly came, making Lin Ming's ears buzz. Boom boom boom. 5 shots were fired, smashing 5 huge rocks into pieces. Lin Ming charged the electromagnetic gun and fired again. In less than a minute, more than a dozen huge rocks were crushed. Okay, call it a day. Today is also a hard-working day. Lin Ming ordered the pseudo-crab to recycle all the dum-dum bullets, and he returned to the survival capsule and made a cup of hot vitamin drink. Sipping the sweet drink gently, Lin Ming stroked the ether crystal and opened the regional chat channel. He saw that at this moment, the number of players in the regional chat channel was only about 9,400, and after a while, the number would decrease slightly. Nearly 600 people have already ejected their escape pods. Lin Ming sighed and watched the players chatting. Have you checked the regional channel? Someone has unlocked the second-level survival pod. It's an American named Thompson. Where is Boss Lin Ming? Has it been unlocked? What functions does the second-level survival capsule have? Please tell me. Do I need to guess? It must be higher protection and more technology. The surface temperature here is over 100. The survival cabin now needs to consume 1 unit of electricity per hour to maintain a constant temperature. The second-level survival cabin definitely does not need it. Boss Lin Ming, have you cracked the E-level universal password? Please share it with us. That's right, save the child. My power is running out. If I don't upgrade the life capsule, I will probably have to eject the escape capsule. The smart ones have already delivered the supplies to Mr. Thompson, but the fools are still waiting here. Thompson said that anyone who contributes 1,000 units of supplies to him at this time can obtain management authority when he recalls all mankind. Americans are like this, what cyber indulgence? Seeing the messages in the chat channel, Lin Ming opened the regional chat channel and found that the messages were constantly flashing like a tide, in languages of various countries. There are as many as 1 million people in the regional channel. Even if each person only has the permission to send 3 messages per day, it is enough to make the chat channel full at all times. However, above these messages that kept appearing on the screen, there was a line of red text. Your region is the slowest developing among all the regions. Only now has someone upgraded the survival cabin. As a reward, I will directly tell him the E-level universal password. Below the red font is a line of white font. It is a message sent by the American player Thompson, which was pinned to the top for 1 day. The English was automatically translated, and Lin Ming saw what Thompson sent. Thanks to the Lord's grace, I have obtained the E-level universal code. I will tell the code to anyone who contributes 1,000 units of materials to me, and when I recall all mankind, you will be granted the status of a member of my parliament. Lin Ming paused the chat channel and found that most of the people were begging Thompson for the E-level universal password in various languages. Some players are also praising Thompson in various languages. Look, my God, this is the advantage of race. Only the noble Ansa people can master high technology in such a short time. Thankfully, technology is in the hands of civilization, and skin color means justice. But soon a player mocked. You 2 stupid dogs above, if you had the time to look at your father Thompson's portrait, you wouldn't say that. He is black. Lin Ming was naturally not interested in participating in this kind of gossiping chat, but the prompt in red font did catch his attention. You can upgrade the survival capsule, and directly obtain the E-level universal password. The red font is pinned to the top of the regional channel. It seems that the first player in each region to upgrade the survival capsule will be informed of the E-level universal password. Lin Ming didn't know whether the second player who upgraded the life capsule would receive this reward. However, he currently had no relevant information about upgrading the life capsule, and didn't even know the triggering conditions, so he didn't have any hope for it. This made him feel a little bit threatened. Even in a region with 1 million people, his development is not advantageous, not to mention that there are countless outstanding elites among the more than 3 billion players. If he can see the resource distribution points, won't others get any extra rewards? Lin Ming did not think that he was chosen by that high-tech life form. In any case, we must first develop ourselves. We still have a long way to go before we can transform the planet. Through the perspective of the parasitic crab, Lin Ming saw that the stones being transported were nearly 10 cubic meters, so he ordered the robotic arm to start moving. Sizzle, sizzle. The process of decomposing stones and rust ore lasted for several hours. Lin Ming directly decomposed all the rust ore inside and obtained 30 units of oxygen. After doing all this, Lin Ming felt a little tired. He had been awake for more than 10 hours. Climbing up the gangway and looking through the hemispherical glass cover, Lin Ming saw that the angle of the sun was obviously much higher. Compared to the original hovering near the horizon, it is now at an angle of 20 degrees. According to this progress, when I wake up, the sun should be shining brightly in the sky. By then, the pit will have been disinfected and we can move in. Lin Ming made a plan in his mind and lay down in the hibernation capsule. To be on the safe side, he set an alarm in the middle of his 8 hours of sleep to make sure he woke up once in the middle. If there is any abnormality in the life capsule due to the rising sun, he will discover it in time. After doing all this, Lin Ming closed the top of the survival capsule, the observation port leading to the hemispherical glass cover to avoid extreme light, and then fell into a deep sleep. The current surface temperature is over 100 degrees Celsius. The life support system power of the survival module has increased to 50%, consuming 1 unit of electricity per hour. The current surface temperature is over 150 degrees Celsius. The life support system power of the survival module has increased to 80%, consuming 2 units of electricity per hour. Lin Ming was awakened by a buzzing sound. He sat up and found that the life support system next to the cabin where the noise came from should be the refrigeration system working. In addition to the survival capsule, Lin Ming also has a constant temperature room that needs to maintain a suitable temperature. Therefore, the life support system is not fully loaded and consumes 2 units of electricity per hour. He opened the life capsule information and found that the surface temperature outside had exceeded 170 degrees Celsius, while the angle of the sun was slightly tilted and had not yet reached the angle of direct sunlight on the ground. If the sun is shining brightly, the surface temperature must not exceed 200 degrees, right? Lin Ming sat up, washed up briefly, and checked the situation in the pit. Due to the metal plates that had been placed previously, the pit had been exposed to the scorching sun and the temperature inside had exceeded 100 degrees. Lin Ming opened the regional chat channel and found that the number of players had dropped again, reaching around 8,900. During the 8 hours he slept, more than 500 players chose to eject the escape pod. It's hot, hot, hot. The surface temperature here has reached 200 degrees. The life support system of the survival module is running at full power. The temperature inside the module is still rising and has reached 45 degrees. I'm the same. I'm completely submerged in water right now, and I don't think I can hold out for much longer. When will the sun set? Here I am, the sun is blocked by clouds. Hee, the surface temperature is only over 30 degrees. I really envy the people above me. The surface temperature here is over 170 degrees and is still rising. I think it will soon break 200. What are you envious of? The guy above you won't be so proud for long. I've been through the same situation. Not long after, it started to rain acid and my heavy load out of the cabin suit was damaged. Luckily, a friend gave me a suit before ejecting. Have you ever thought about moving to another place? I just tried it and the engine of the survival capsule is working fine. I have already moved to a place with mountains. The temperature can be reduced by more than 50 degrees in the shade at the foot of the mountain. You can still play like this, I'll move out as soon as possible. Seeing the comments of the players in the chat channel, Lin Ming smiled. It seems that many players have thought of moving the survival capsule to avoid the sun. After all, the survival capsule has an engine, and the system does not indicate any damage, which means it can be used. Most players should have summoned a resource supply cabin to recover fuel. If we don't move the life capsule now, when will we move it? Moreover, their attempts also gave Lin Ming confidence, indicating that the life capsule could indeed complete the flight without worrying about inexplicable failures. The disinfection should be almost done, it's time to move. Lin Ming gently stroked the ether crystal and opened the life capsule operation interface. Since the previous resource supply cabin was recovered, 2 units of fuel were stored in the survival cabin. Lin Ming set the landing point of the life capsule to the bottom of the pit, where the humanoid hibernation chamber was launched. The diameter here is 7 or 8 meters, which is enough for the life capsule to land vertically inside. Moreover, the top of the launch hole can be closed, blocking out the sunlight and allowing the temperature to drop rapidly to a more suitable level. Just do it. Warning, the current fuel can only sustain a short stay at low altitude. Please confirm the landing point information. Insufficient fuel will cause early landing. After confirming the launch warning, Lin Ming lay in the hibernation capsule and fastened his seat belt. Preparations for launch are in progress. Launch is expected in 1 minute. The computing core of the survival capsule started running at high speed and began to perform self-checks on various systems. At the same time, the unfolded solar panels began to fold and slowly retract into the survival capsule. 3 sturdy alloy brackets extend from one side of the survival capsule, firmly fixing the constant temperature chamber. The survival capsule has 2 expansion interfaces. At this time, one is occupied by the constant temperature chamber and the other is empty. If the aircraft were to fly at high speed in this asymmetric state, its posture in the air would certainly be difficult to control. Fortunately, Lin Ming was only performing short-distance takeoffs and landings, so the engine could still withstand this slightly unbalanced weight after distributing the thrust, and a strong force would send bricks flying. Warning, the fairing is not detected, the heat shield is partially damaged, and there is a risk of disintegration after forced takeoff. Are you sure? Yes. Lin Ming confirmed again. System self-check completed. Engine will ignite in 10 seconds. 10, 93, 2, 1. Boom. Hot flames spurted out from the tail engine nozzle, and the landing gear began to slowly retract. The survival capsule was suspended at an altitude of about 10 meters, with the tail engine nozzle slightly tilted and slowly moving towards the launch port of the pit. 1 minute later, the survival capsule hovered above the launch port, the engine slowly reduced thrust, and the tail flame gradually decreased. Under extremely precise control, the survival capsule slowly descended, the landing gear extended, and landed steadily on the ground. Done. Lin Ming opened the life capsule information and found that the fuel consumption just now was negligible, and the 2 units of fuel did not even change. At this time, the temperature outside drops to 120 degrees, and the life support system only needs to operate at low power to maintain the appropriate temperature. If we wait a few more hours, the light in the pit will exceed 24 hours, and then the entrance can be closed, and the temperature can be further reduced. Lin Ming put on a heavy-duty extravehicular suit and prepared to explore the bottom of the pit. Although he had seen the space at the bottom of the pit from the perspective of the pseudocrab before, Lin Ming was still a little surprised when he saw it with his own eyes. The space at the bottom of the pit is very spacious, and there is nothing else except stone living facilities. The surrounding stone walls are made of high-strength rock. The fact that it took 10 parasitic crabs half an hour to dig a half-meter hole has proven how strong it is. Lin Ming walked around in the space and felt very satisfied. After being thoroughly disinfected, this place becomes a perfect resting space. Sturdy, comfortable, with water access, and insulation from the heat. Moreover, since the space in the pit is relatively closed, the air composition in the pit can be modified at a later stage, and he can even move freely here without taking off his cabin suit. This is home. Lin Ming sat on a stone chair at a depth of over 100 degrees, looking at the space with satisfaction. With his eyes slightly warm, Lin Ming saw a black light spot faintly visible in the corner of the pit. Lin Ming walked over quickly and found that there was a smooth stone wall there. There's something in there. Worried that overloading the exoskeleton of the cabin suit would damage the things inside, Lin Ming called a pseudocrab and asked it to dig through the stone wall. Crack, crack, crack. The 2 claws of the pseudocrab alternately scratched the stone wall, leaving one shallow scratch after another. It took the pseudocrab a full hour to dig open the stone wall, revealing a square secret compartment inside. In the secret compartment is a fist-sized super-alloy storage box, which fits tightly together and there is no visible mechanism to open it. But this did not pose a problem for Lin Ming. He threw it directly into the survival capsule and let the decomposition module inside start working. Disassemble the alloy safe X1, obtain E-level universal chip X1, second-level survival cabin upgrade blueprint X1, storage chip X1. It's developed. When Lin Ming saw the decomposed things, an expression of surprise appeared on his face. I didn't expect humanoids to leave behind such good things. This is probably the core wisdom of their civilization. Back in the survival capsule, Lin Ming was excited as he looked at the 3 black chips the size of a fingernail delivered by the robotic arm. He started using the E-level universal chip directly to decipher the E-level universal password. The E-level universal code is being cracked. The result is expected to be available in an hour. Looking at the prompts that appeared on the light screen, Lin Ming was very satisfied. He picked up the second chip and opened the atlas. Level 2 Survival Cabin Upgrade Blueprint X1. Introduction: the core module construction blueprints that integrate the highest technology of intelligent life on the planet Urea can be used to upgrade your survival module according to the blueprints. Construction consumption: Super Alloy X100, High Purity Silicon Ingot X10, Electromagnetic Coil X50, Circuit Board X50, F-Level General Chip X10, or F+ Level General Chip X1, 100 units of electric energy. Construction requirements: 3D Metal Printer X1. Construction time: 3 hours. Note: during the construction process, the life support function of the survival capsule will be temporarily shut down. Lin Ming looked at the construction materials and found that he had most of them, except for the super alloy and electromagnetic coil. But this is also simple. Lin Ming caught 2 pseudocrabs, disassembled them, assembled the electromagnetic coils, then opened the Interstellar Exchange and posted the transaction information. Electric energy, X1 unit in exchange for super alloy, X5 units. Pure water, X1 liter in exchange for super alloy, X5 units. Nutrient cream, X1 tube exchange, super alloy, X5 units. The sudden appearance of transaction information made the chat channel boil. Boss Lin Ming, what are you doing? Hey, You are exchanging electricity and water for superalloys at such a low price at this time. Are you doing charity? Oh my God, how did you know that I'm dying of thirst now? And I just happen to have superalloys. If you don't mind, I'd like to be your godfather. Wow, so cool. I love Boss Lin Ming so much. His profile picture is so handsome. He must be a very sunny person. Boss, are you lonely? I can video chat with you anytime, and it can be customized. In less than a minute, 100 units of superalloy had been collected, and Lin Ming hurriedly removed the transaction information. Lin Ming was overwhelmed by the influx of trading information from players. Within just a few seconds of removing the trading information, another 50 units of superalloy were traded. No, next time you upload the transaction information, you have to set a transaction limit, otherwise you will be emptied out directly. Lin Ming secretly thanked his lucky stars that he did not hang up the oxygen, otherwise he might have been in a dilemma of insufficient oxygen by now. After putting on the heavy-duty extravehicular suit, Lin Ming finished his supplies and began to upgrade the survival capsule. The 3D metal printer began to work at a high speed, continuously printing out superalloy protective plates, which were then installed in various places by the hard-working robotic arms. Lin Ming noticed that while superalloy protective plates were installed in some places, the superalloy protective plates in some parts would be directly decomposed and turned into superalloy powder required by the 3D printer. When installing the superalloy protective plate, circuit boards or electromagnetic coils are loaded into designated positions to upgrade the electronic configuration of the survival capsule. Lin Ming did not choose to remove the F+ level general-purpose chip on the electromagnetic wave communicator, but chose to directly use 10 F-level general-purpose chips to form a multi-core computing array. Anyway, this 10-core computing array is only used to meet the basic functional requirements of the survival capsule, and this computing power is sufficient. The 3D metal printer continued to operate, installing the superalloy protective plates one by one, just like repairing the ship of Theseus. After looking at the life capsule being upgraded for a while, Lin Ming shifted his attention to the last chip. The illustration shows that this is a memory chip that only records a video. Playing the video, Lin Ming saw that it was a record of the intelligent life on the planet Urea about the process of them being invaded by the black tide. It's the same process as what the humanoid creature said before. A spaceship passed through their galaxy at an extremely high speed, dropping a separation capsule containing the biologically modified black tide. In the following nearly 10,000 years, the intelligent life of Urea tried every means to resist the invasion of the black tide, but was ultimately helpless due to the depletion of resources. However, Lin Ming noticed that when they entered a long hibernation and waited for the arrival of the Reaper, they had made a plan. Urea Life Preservation Plan. In this plan, many distinctive or mainstream animal and plant genetic specimens on the planet Urea were frozen in batches and forever frozen in the shadow of the back of the silver moon. They hoped to preserve the last spark of life when the Urea civilization becomes extinct. Silver Moon. Lin Ming murmured, "It seems that this is the moon that is several times bigger than the moon. I didn't expect that there are so many genetic specimens of animals and plants on the back of the moon. If we let the big-mouthed flower devour the planet, can we restore the vibrant state of the planet Urea?" At present, the premise is that he can successfully transform the planet Urea and control the black tide. Soon, the ether crystal popped up a prompt screen. The E-level universal password has been cracked. The password is 1:3. Well done, input the password into the microsatellite and search for any E-class carbon-based life resource supply pods nearby. Lin Ming was excited. Compared to the F-class, the E-class carbon-based life resource supply cabin is obviously one level higher. I wonder what good things it will give. The upgrade of the life capsule is still ongoing. Lin Ming looked at the progress and found that most of it has been completed and the progress is smooth. Player Thompson, LV2, applies to add you as a friend. Looking at the light blue screen that suddenly popped up, Lin Ming raised his eyebrows slightly. He had heard of this Thompson in the chat channel. He was the first guy in their region to upgrade the life capsule. I didn't expect that after upgrading the survival capsule, there would be a golden LV2 added after the name. It looks quite flashy, but why did this guy add me? Since he used to be a salesman, Lin Ming did not have the habit of refusing others to add him as a friend. After all, business is done through conversation, and everyone can be your potential customer. After accepting Thompson's friend request, the other party quickly sent a message. After the system seamlessly translated it, Lin Ming had no reading difficulty. "Hello, friend, I am Thompson. I believe you have read my message in the regional channel." Lin Ming replied briefly, "What's up?" Thompson didn't expect Lin Ming to not envy him for taking the lead in upgrading the survival capsule, and didn't even give him the most basic praise. He felt a little unhappy, and it naturally showed in his tone. "My friend, from what I've learned, you are one of the better players in your region. I'm here to discuss cooperation, and I hope you can cooperate." Looking at Thompson's slightly stiff tone, Lin Ming had a hint of displeasure on his face. This guy must be a fool. He looks like a nouveau riche who has never seen the world. If he were on Blue Star, he would probably be cheated and lose everything within 3 months. Looking at Thompson's profile picture, Lin Ming nodded. This is what black skin looks like. Being suppressed for a long time has resulted in them being far inferior to the old white men in terms of knowledge reserves and self-confidence. They have been using these tricks for at least a few hundred years, and even if they are still the same despicable tricks, they package themselves in a very noble way on the surface. Some fools would fall for this, but Lin Ming is not one of them. He typed a few words casually. "Oh, go ahead. Say it. Is this how you talk to the first player in the region to upgrade his survival pod? I am the chosen one blessed by God." Tens of thousands of light years away, Thompson's face turned red with anger, but it was not visible from the outside. He bared his white teeth and said using the voice input method. "Lin Ming, I hope you don't know what's good for you. You dragon people have an old saying, he who knows the times is a hero. I am the chosen one who has mastered the E-level universal password." Lin Ming believed what Thompson said. After all, the high-tech intelligent life had posted a notice that he had mastered the E-level universal code. But the E-level universal password, is that something so great? Lin Ming replied, "I know." Thompson clenched his fist in anger. "Lin Ming, do you know what the E-level code stands for? It represents higher technology, more supplies, and more resources. I choose to cooperate with you because I think highly of you, and it is also out of trust in you." When I said I knew, I meant I knew the password. Lin Ming didn't want to waste time talking to this out-of-nowhere Thompson, so he directly sent the E-level code, 1:3. Thompson looked at the long list of passwords and was stunned for a moment. 100 decimal places, this is. He compared them one by one in disbelief, and was shocked to find that this was actually the E-level universal password. Thompson was shocked. After a brief shock, there was anger. Extremely angry. There is no other reason. As we all know, it is very difficult to decipher the E-level code, and he obtained it after upgrading the second-level survival capsule. This means that among the people who cooperated with him to obtain the E-level code, there is a traitor. Betrayal. I hate betrayal the most. My father betrayed my mother and me, causing me to grow up in the midst of others' ridicule. Thompson's eyes were red as he scanned the chat list. He has contacted more than 70 of the 100 areas in the region. There are more than a dozen companies that have reached cooperation agreements. Who among these dozen people could betray him? After reviewing the chat records with these people one by one, Thompson locked on one of them. That person is Park Busung from South Korea. Thompson's eyes were so angry that they seemed to spit fire. Only Koreans can be so shameless. Northwest wonder Park Busung reached an agreement with me so quickly and agreed to so many harsh conditions. It turns out that he had no intention of cooperating properly from the beginning. At this moment, Park Buchung's message came. Master Thompson, 1,000 units of electricity are not easy to gather. How about I trade 100 units to you first, and I can gather the rest within 3 days? Is that okay with you? When Thompson saw the news about Park Buchung, he jumped up immediately. It was indeed him. This was Park Buchung's delaying tactic. Fortunately, he still believed in the spirit of contract and sent the E-level universal password to Park Buchung in advance. Thompson opened the chat box and roared, "Pu Buchung, I want you to die." Lin Ming naturally didn't know that Thompson had so many twists and turns in his mind. His attention at this moment was focused on the light blue screen in front of him. E-class carbon-based life resource supply cabin X1 detected, distance 4.9 light minutes, target is moving away rapidly, estimated to leave the maximum call area in 10 minutes. The E-class supply cabin is moving so fast. Send a distress signal quickly. Looking at the light spot that was rapidly moving away and approaching the limit of the coverage range of the distress signal, Lin Ming hurriedly gave orders. After 5 minutes, the distress signal will reach the farthest end, and it is estimated that it can catch up with the E-class carbon-based life resource supply capsule at the maximum distance. After 10 minutes, the corresponding information will be returned. Lin Ming stared at the light blue screen nervously, watching the waveform of the distress signal on the schematic diagram slowly approaching the light spot. 10 minutes later, the ether crystal finally gave Lin Ming a satisfactory hint. An E-class carbon-based life resource supply capsule *1 has been detected. Based on the capsule's current trajectory and speed, it is estimated to arrive in 5 hours. Fine. Lin Ming breathed a sigh of relief. He asked, why does it take so long? Logically speaking, an E-class supply cabin should be very fast, right? The ether crystal replied, the flight trajectory of this supply capsule is opposite to the orbit of the planet Uriah, and both deceleration and reverse acceleration require time. Lin Ming nodded. At this time, the life capsule had been upgraded. Lin Ming was slightly excited and walked into the life capsule from the descending gangway. Big. This was Lin Ming's first feeling. The original interior space of the survival capsule was 2 meters * 3 meters in size, 2 meters high, and a total of 12 cubic meters, which made living there inevitably a bit cramped. The living space of the survival capsule has now become 3 meters * 4 meters and 2.5 meters high. It seems that the number has not increased much, but the actual internal space has almost tripled. The much more spacious interior looks much more comfortable, but there are some drawbacks. The huge internal space increases the power of the life support system, which consumes 1 unit of electricity per hour during normal operation. 1 unit of electricity is consumed every hour, which means 24 units a day. TSK, this is stealing. Lin Ming opened the life capsule information and felt very satisfied. Level 2 Interstellar Survival Pod. Introduction, accept your fate, this is the home you can never leave in this life. Fuel, 2/200, capable of small range, low speed movement. Electricity, 198/1000, electricity is the basis of your survival. Oxygen, 43/1000, each unit of oxygen can sustain you for 1 hour of intense exercise, 2 hours of rest/sleep, or 10 hours of hibernation. Purified water, 73/1000, unit, liter. Food, nutritional paste X17, each tube of nutritional paste is enough to maintain 1 day's calorie consumption, high-protein frozen canned food X9.7. Space, March 30th, items not stored in the survival pod may be damaged by extreme temperatures or other reasons. Accessories, solar panels, current power generation efficiency, 0%, electromagnetic wave communicator, loaded with F+ level universal chip, hibernation chamber, usable, escape capsule, usable. Expansion interface, 1/4, constant temperature room, in operation. Compared with the Level 1 survival capsule, the loading capacity of the Level 2 survival capsule has doubled. It can be said that Lin Ming can currently store a considerable amount of resources without worrying about the problem of explosion. The number of expansion interfaces has also increased from 2 to 4, allowing for more expansion compartments in the future. The solar panels have not yet been deployed, so they are not generating electricity. Looking at the scorching sunlight shining almost directly down from the top of the pit, Lin Ming felt that it would be a huge waste not to unfold the solar panels. The space at the bottom of the pit is limited, and the solar panels can only be deployed at a very small angle. If they can be deployed outside, they can generate electricity at full power. Lin Ming touched his chin and suddenly snapped his fingers. Yes, I have microwave power transmission technology, I almost forgot this. Come on, some crabs, lift the solar panels outside. 3D metal printer, making a pair of microwave transmission devices. I don't know if it's because the survival capsule was upgraded to level 2, but the 3D metal printer completed the manufacture of a pair of microwave transmission devices in just 10 minutes. The microwave power transmission device is very delicate and looks like a pair of palm-sized speakers. The transmitting end is responsible for converting electrical energy into microwave transmission, while the receiving end is responsible for converting microwaves into electrical energy. Soon, several parasitic crabs moved the solar panels to the ground. After unfolding, 2 solar panels of 10 square meters are laid flat on the ground. At this time, the sun has risen to the middle, and the solar panels do not need to adjust the angle. The crab's claws are flexible, and it quickly connected the microwave transmission device to the transmission end of the solar panel. Lin Ming placed and installed the receiver on the interface of the survival capsule. There must be no obstacles in the middle of microwave transmission, otherwise it will greatly affect the transmission efficiency. Fortunately, the crater silo is vertical, so there is no need to worry about this. After simple debugging and angle alignment, the survival capsule showed that the solar panels had been connected and started generating electricity at full power. The current power generation efficiency of solar panels is 100%, and they can produce 9 units of electricity per hour. Looking at the prompt on the light blue screen, Lin Ming frowned slightly. Didn't it say that the maximum power generation of solar panels is 10 units/hour? How come there is 1 unit less? The ether crystal quickly replied. The current surface temperature is too high. In order to ensure power transmission efficiency, 1 unit of electricity is required per hour to start a high-power fan to cool the solar panels. You can also use purified water instead of electricity consumption. It is estimated that 20 L of purified water will be consumed per hour. Seeing the reply from the ether crystal, Lin Ming immediately waved his hands. Forget it, forget it. If air cooling can be used, there is no need to force water cooling. Just kidding, even though there is a lot of polluted water in the pit, it still takes electricity to decompose it into pure water. Moreover, water resources are still a non-renewable energy source. Lin Ming would not be so extravagant as to use less water. Currently, the survival capsule consumes 1 unit of electricity per hour. Not counting other consumption, Lin Ming made a net profit of 8 units of electricity per hour, which means a surplus of nearly 200 units of electricity per day. Tisk, thank goodness the solar panels are completely repaired, and the sun rising is a net gain for me. Lin Ming thought of those players who encountered the same situation. If those players repair the solar panels, even partially, the electricity generated will be enough to sustain the consumption of the life support system and avoid being killed by heat. Players who have not repaired the solar panels can either move the survival capsule or use water or other methods to cool down to survive. Players who did nothing could only give up their chance of survival and eject the escape pod. As for sharing the E-level universal password, Lin Ming had no intention of doing so at all. A little bit of rice is a favor, a big bit of rice is a grudge. The purpose of sharing the F-level universal password is to solve everyone's survival problem. Any player with a little bit of common sense would take the opportunity to send a distress signal to get through the current difficult situation. For those players who are lazy or unlucky, even if Lin Ming shared the E-level universal code and allowed them to survive 48 hours under the scorching sun, their survival would still be difficult. Sharing the E-level universal password will definitely be beneficial to some players. But the greater possibility is that most players will become dependent on him, which will be bad. As for moral issues, Lin Ming has no pressure in this regard. After all, he contributed the F-level universal code in order to improve the strength of the players, so that when the time comes for transactions, he will have more non-basic resources or technologies to exchange. Capital investment is about making money, not charity. If capital does charity, then it will definitely hope to make it back from somewhere else. Holding a tube of nutritional paste in his mouth, Lin Ming ate while waiting for the arrival of the E-class carbon-based life resource supply cabin. The demonstration animation on the light blue screen showed that the E-class carbon-based life resource supply capsule would arrive in 10 minutes. Lin Ming quickly discovered the difference of the E-class supply cabin. What's going on? Why isn't the trajectory of the supply capsule a parabola this time? It looks like it won't land on the ground in the end. The ether crystal replied. The manufacturing technology level of E-level and above resource supply capsules has exceeded your current technology level. In order to prevent technology leakage, the resource supply capsule will pass through the low Earth orbit, release the supplies, and then fall into the star. You really are not tactful at all. After seeing the explanation of the ether crystal, Lin Ming understood. To be able to reach such a high speed, the propulsion system and fuel of the E-class supply module alone are far beyond the current technological level of Blue Planet. Soon, when the E-class supply module passed the perigee, it released the super alloy supply box. Seeing the super alloy supply box draw an arc in the air, Lin Ming was a little worried. Will it burn up in the air? The ether crystal did not respond. When it was still several kilometers away from the ground, the ether crystal gave a real-time picture. The super alloy supply box wrapped in flames was wrapped in a ball of foam-like stuff. The foam gradually burned away in the high temperature, but did not damage the super alloy supply box at all. Boom. A loud noise was heard, and the super alloy supply box fell to the ground under the protection of foam, and then bounced high. Boom, boom, boom. After several consecutive bounces, the foam-like object on the outside of the super alloy supply box gradually fell off, and the super alloy supply box remained quietly on the ground. Tisk, is this even possible? I didn't expect such a high-end supply box to land in such a violent way. Lin Ming quickly asked several pseudo-crabs to work together to lift the super alloy supply box down. Quickly decompose it, quickly, quickly. As soon as the super alloy supply box arrived, Lin Ming couldn't wait to urge. The E-level resource supply box has been recovered. This time we obtained Super Alloy X1, Reverse Engineering Technology Chip X1. Looking at the prompt that popped up on the light blue screen, Lin Ming quickly asked the robotic arm to take the chip over. What does this technology mean? Holding the decomposed chip in his hand, it is exactly the same as the chip obtained before. The outside of the fingernail-sized chip was black. Lin Ming asked the ether crystal to give him an illustration. Reverse Engineering Technology Chip. Introduction. It is not only important to know the facts, but also the reasons behind them. From now on, you will be able to reverse analyze the technological creations you own and obtain all their technologies. Just a simple sentence made Lin Ming extremely excited. Reverse engineering. He now has a Class 2 survival capsule, a heavy-duty space travel suit, and a life-saving crab, all of which are high-tech products. However, he can only possess it, not copy it. Once you have reverse engineering technology, you can obtain the corresponding manufacturing technology. As long as there are enough resources, you can make anything. Analysis technology. Reverse engineering technology is being deciphered, and it is estimated that the relevant technology will be mastered in 1 hour. Reverse research is successful, you have mastered reverse engineering technology. Seeing the light blue screen prompt popped up by the ether crystal, Lin Ming decided to give it a try. Let's first reverse engineer the technology needed to build a survival capsule. Please select the chip used for reverse engineering research. F-Class General Purpose Chip. Based on the computing power provided by the current chip, it is estimated that the reverse research will take 10,000 years and consume 1 unit of electricity per hour. Should we start the reverse research? You can shorten the reverse research time by increasing the number of chips or increasing the chip computing power. Day. Seeing the prompt, Lin Ming was embarrassed. It turns out that reverse engineering is not a panacea and is based on computing power. He thought for a moment and said, try the F+ level universal chip. Based on the computing power provided by the current chip, it is estimated that the reverse research will take 1,000 years and consume 1 unit of electricity per hour. Should we start the reverse research? It seems that the computing power of an F+ class general purpose chip is equivalent to that of 10 F-class general purpose chips. What about the E-class? The ether crystal pops up a prompt again. Based on the computing power provided by the current chip, it is estimated that the reverse research will take 10 years and consume 1 unit of electricity per hour. Should we start the reverse research? 100-fold improvement. According to this calculation, an E+ level general purpose chip can only shorten the reverse research time to 1 year. I definitely can't wait that long. Don't even think about getting a D-level chip. It's probably as difficult as climbing to heaven to get one. Then the only feasible direction is violent nuclear reactor. Lin Ming squinted his eyes and thought. Can you reverse engineer the F-class universal chip? Based on the computing power provided by the current chip, the estimated reverse research time is 24 hours, and the power consumption is 1 unit per hour. Do you want to start the reverse research? Tip: reverse research will damage the research target and it cannot be regenerated or repaired. The technological content of Class F general-purpose chips is not high, so the time for reverse research is suddenly shortened, which Lin Ming can accept. However, he did not master the technology for manufacturing chips. The resolution of 3D metal printers was at the micron level, which could not achieve the precision required for chip manufacturing. Try solar panels. Lin Ming asked the parasitic crab to remove a solar panel and conduct reverse research using an E-class general-purpose chip. Based on the computing power provided by the current chip, the estimated reverse research time is 0.1 hours, and the power consumption is 1 unit per hour. Do you want to start the reverse research? Yes. Unexpectedly, the time required to reverse engineer solar panels was so short. Lin Ming immediately clicked confirm. After thinking about it carefully, he understood. Although the F-class general-purpose chip is very small, the circuits inside it are extremely complex, and the number of transistors is likely to be in the tens of billions, so reverse research is extremely time-consuming. The same is true for the survival capsule. The remains of the intelligent life on the planet Urea had structures and technologies that Lin Ming could not understand at all, not to mention the large and small chips and circuit boards inside. Although solar panels are much larger, they do not have high-precision manufacturing processes, so reverse engineering is fast. After a few minutes, Lin Ming saw the words, "Research successful." Solar panels. Introduction: solar panels that can convert light energy into electrical energy are your best source of electricity. Manufacturing materials: high-purity silicon ingot X10, electromagnetic coil X3, circuit board X1. Power consumption: 1 electricity. That's it. Seeing how few materials were needed to make a solar panel, Lin Ming took a look at his current inventory, which included 163 high-purity silicon ingots, 48 electromagnetic coils, and 72 circuit boards. It turns out that what limits his solar panel production is high-purity silicon ingots. Lin Ming first used a 3D metal printer to make a solar panel, which took 10 minutes. After the parasitic crab installed the solar panel in place, Lin Ming saw that the power output of this solar panel was no different from the original one. Yes, it seems that the knockoff product has the same functions as the genuine product, and there is no shortage of weight. Lin Ming directly maximized the production capacity of the 3D metal printer and issued the manufacturing task for the remaining 7 solar panels. It's a pity that there are no silicon mines around. It would be a pity to decompose the pseudo-crab directly. This little thing is quite useful. Looking at the busy 3D printer, Lin Ming muttered to himself. After a moment of silence, Lin Ming's eyes lit up. Yes, he can trade with other players. Directly purchasing materials was too easy, so Lin Ming directly sent a message on the regional channel. We can process solar panels on your behalf. Each solar panel requires 20 high-purity silicon ingots, 6 electromagnetic coils, and 2 circuit boards. There is no extra charge. We are honest and fair. The message sent by Lin Ming instantly attracted the attention of the players. Boss Lin Ming is here to show up. What's the situation with this LV2? Boss, have you also upgraded the survival capsule? As expected of Big Boss Lin Ming, we are still shivering in the shade, but Big Boss has already upgraded the survival cabin. I can actually make solar panels. My God, I can't even repair solar panels. Oh, I want to place an order. The electricity is only enough to last for a few hours, but I don't have the corresponding materials around me. The one above, you might as well just disassemble the damaged solar panel and let Boss Lin Ming make new ones for you with the materials. The guy upstairs, I see you have a unique way of thinking, come and learn how to cook from me. It's hard for him. Boss, the order has been placed but not paid for, I hope to receive the goods. The regional channel was buzzing with activity, and Lin Ming was flooded with orders. Player Zheng Qinghong would like to exchange high-purity silicon ingot, X60, electromagnetic coil, X18, and circuit board, X6 for your 1 milliliter water. Do you agree? Player Li Bingtao wants to exchange high-purity silicon ingot, X40, electromagnetic coil, X12, and circuit board, X4 for your 0.1 unit of oxygen. Do you agree? Player Zhao Xingxing wants to exchange high-purity silicon ingot, X20, electromagnetic coil, X6, and circuit board, X2 for 1 milliliter of your urine. do you agree? Countless transaction applications were sent in, and Lin Ming was overwhelmed. As usual, he took orders in order of priority, and after receiving the materials, he directly traded the solar panels that had just been made by the 3D printer. Urine, insufficient, transaction failed. Lin Ming was shocked. Fuck, who is so heavy-handed that he actually wants to trade my urine? Seeing Zhao Xingxing's sweet and cute profile picture, probably a young girl in her 20s, Lin Ming opened the chat. Girl, let's change the transaction method, I don't have that thing in stock. Zhao Xingxing sent a voice message directly, and her charming voice rang out, Brother Lin Ming, I just want to cut in line. I want to remind you in this way, okay? Of course, Lin Ming refused Zhao Xingxing's request. Although Zhao Xingxing is sweet and lovely, she is only visible but not tangible. Even if she provides some audio or video-related services, Lin Ming can only worry. Eventually I had to go with manual transmission. No need. However, this also made Lin Ming decide to impose trading restrictions. All players' survival capsules are equipped with 10 damaged solar panels as standard. The materials obtained from decomposing them can be used to make 3 usable solar panels. They will definitely be able to find the corresponding materials to repair the solar panels in the future, and the electricity generated by the 2 solar panels is enough for the current use. Therefore, Lin Ming limits each player to only trading the materials needed for 2 solar panels. This way he can serve more players, and these players will have several damaged solar panels to repair later on, maximizing the benefits. In terms of total revenue, he will not suffer any loss as there are hundreds of players who want to manufacture solar panels. This is his only business and he doesn't worry about others taking over. Monopoly business is still the best. Lin Ming sighed, accepted the players' trading requests one by one, and then started to queue up the orders. After using up all the production capacity of the 3D metal printer today, Lin Ming finally stopped accepting orders. He calculated that even when he was sleeping, the 3D printer would run at full capacity, continuously producing solar panels. Keep working hard, and I'll be able to build a solar mine. Lin Ming's face was full of smiles as he watched the 3D metal printer continuously spit out black high-purity silicon powder and then heat it into shape. Unfortunately, reverse research requires damage to the research object and is irreversible, otherwise he really wants to reverse engineer the 3D metal printer and then mass-produce it. By the way, we can also do some reverse engineering on the life support system then. Lin Ming suddenly had an idea. Reverse engineering the survival capsule takes a very long time. Wouldn't it take much less time to just reverse engineer a certain subsystem? Lin Ming immediately gave orders to the ether crystal. Please select the chip used for reverse engineering research. E-level general purpose chip. Based on the computing power provided by the current chip, the estimated reverse research time is 10 hours, and the power consumption is 1 unit per hour. Do you want to start the reverse research? Yes. It was just as Lin Ming thought. The life support system is mainly used to maintain temperature and humidity and adjust the ratio of gas components and air pressure, etc. This technology can be accomplished with Blue Star's technological level. After being able to manufacture a life support system, Lin Ming can install one in each of the 9 branches inside the pit. By then, the temperature, humidity and air composition in the entire pit will become habitable, and Lin Ming will not need to wear an extravehicular suit and can move freely in the pit. Not only that, by then the big-mouth flowers and mature interstellar corn can be transplanted into the pits, and he won't have to build a constant temperature chamber. Lin Ming didn't care about the materials and electricity consumed in making the constant temperature room. What he cared about was the space inside the pit. Thinking of this, Lin Ming walked into the constant temperature room to observe the growth of the big-mouth flower. He was shocked to find that the growth rate of the big-mouth flower was faster than he had imagined. The interstellar corn has begun to take shape, with each corn growing to the size of a fist. The rhizome has also grown to the size of an egg and appears to be still growing. What made Lin Ming most happy was that the bud of the big-mouth flower that had devoured the meat had withered, and something like a bean pod began to grow in its place. No wonder the big-mouth flowers were so hungry for meat before. It turns out that after devouring meat and absorbing nutrients, they can grow seeds. Does that mean that I will never lack big-mouth flower seeds in the future? Looking at the last big-mouth flower that was still in full bloom, Lin Ming considered again and still chose not to feed it meat. It's very simple. Although bean pods can grow after eating meat, the pods are not yet mature, so it is unknown whether the seeds inside can germinate. Wait until the pods are ripe, pick them and make sure the seeds can germinate, then it's not too late to feed this big-mouthed flower with meat. Afterwards, Lin Ming took a look at the blue algae. The blue algae has occupied the entire culture rack, and it is obvious that tiny bubbles are coming out of it from time to time, which should be oxygen. Lin Ming thought about it and decided to take some blue algae as samples and cultivate them in the sewage pool in the pit to see if this thing can grow directly in the sewage pool. To avoid draining nutrients from the sewage pool or causing other uncontrollable situations. Lin Ming took some time to let the busy 3D metal printer print a super alloy metal door according to the shape of the tunnel. After making preparations, Lin Ming put on a heavy-duty space travel suit, carried a metal cylinder containing the blue algae sample, and began to move toward the top of the pit. Behind them were two pseudo-crabs, one in front and one behind, holding their claws high and carrying a super alloy metal door. The tunnel in the pit was obviously specially designed, with a slope of about 30 degrees and obvious steps. Therefore, in less than 10 minutes, Lin Ming had reached a branch at the top of the tunnel, where he first discovered the leader of the pseudo-crabs. Lin Ming squatted down, standing half a meter away, and carefully observed the sewage pool. From the structural map scanned by the microsatellite, he could see that the sewage pool was approximately a 10 by 10 meter square, 3 to 4 meters deep, and contained a total of 300 to 400 cubic meters of sewage. Due to Lin Ming's previous cunning and robbery, the water in this sewage pool has been reduced by 1/3, and there are still more than 200 cubic meters, which is more than enough for cultivating blue algae. Open the metal cylinder and carefully pour the cyanobacteria sample into it. After doing all this, Lin Ming did not stop, but immediately got up and left, and began to install the super alloy metal door. He left a pseudo-crab inside the door to observe changes in the sewage pool so that any abnormalities could be dealt with immediately. He chose to cultivate the branch of the pit at the top. In this way, even if the sewage in this pool was lost or even completely unusable, the loss would be within a controllable range and would not cause any impact on the residents at the bottom. This aspect should have been taken into consideration when the pothole was first designed. Each branch is independent of the main channel, and as long as the intersection entrance is closed in the event of an accident, it will not affect other parts at all. Buzz buzz buzz. Buzz buzz buzz. Before Lin Ming had time to catch his breath, the ether crystal suddenly vibrated rapidly. Boss Lin Ming, Boss Lin Ming. Are you there? Are you there? Are you there? I'm dying, save me, save me. Video. Lin Ming opened the ether crystal and found that it was Sun Yao who was sending him a message. Clicking on the video, Lin Ming saw Sun Yao, who was full of excitement and shouting happily, "Wow, ha ha ha, I found it, I found it. 8 eggs of the spiked giant shell dragon. 8 in total. It's great. If I sell this to Boss Lin Ming, I don't know how many electromagnetic guns I can get in exchange." Before he could finish his words, a huge shadow enveloped Sun Yao, and the excited expression on his face immediately froze. Sun Yao turned his head away stiffly. I saw a giant spiky shell dragon standing not far away, its 2 goose egg-sized eyes full of anger. Roar. The giant spiky shell dragon let out a long roar, and its saliva covered Sun Yao. The video ends. Dead. Seeing that Sun Yao's profile picture was still lit, Lin Ming sent Sun Yao a video call request. Sun Yao answered the call quickly. At this time, less than half a minute had passed since he sent the video, and the man and the dragon were still confronting each other. Sun Yao was holding a dragon egg and was about to throw it to the ground. The spiked giant shell dragon had an angry look in its eyes, but it did not dare to move forward because of Sun Yao's actions. Lin Ming heaved a sigh of relief when he saw this. Fortunately, you are still alive. I'm going to die soon. Sun Yao cried out, Boss Lin Ming, the illustration says that the spiked giant shell dragon is a herbivorous animal. It shouldn't eat meat, right? Lin Ming comforted him. Herbivorous animals rarely eat meat, but sometimes they will try it when they come across meat. After all, it contains rich trace elements that are not found in grass. After hearing this, Sun Yao's expression became even uglier. Lin Ming continued, moreover, even cows and sheep will protect their calves when they encounter tigers and leopards. If you hold its eggs, even if it doesn't eat you, it will trample you to death. Has anyone ever said before that you are good at comforting people? Sun Yao's face turned fierce. Boss Lin Ming, since I can't get out, let's fight. Player Sun Yao wants to exchange, spiked giant dragon egg, X14, oxygen, X0.1 unit. Do you accept? No. Lin Ming directly refused, and then, in the face of Sun Yao's puzzled expression, he reinitiated the transaction request. Player Lin Ming, LV2, wants to exchange, electromagnetic gun, X14, spiked giant shell dragon egg, X1. Do you accept? Boss, you actually upgraded the survival capsule. Sun Yao actually focused his attention on something else at this time. Wow, that's amazing. Seeing that the spiked giant shell dragon was getting impatient and began to take a tentative half-step forward, Lin Ming urged, stop talking nonsense and agree to the deal. After Sun Yao agreed to the deal, a 2-meter-long silver electromagnetic gun immediately appeared in his hand. Seeing that the Earth Dragon egg in Sun Yao's hand disappeared and was replaced by something he had never seen before, the spiked giant shell dragon instantly went berserk and rushed straight towards Sun Yao. Your gun is big, but will it be any use against this thing? Sun Yao shouted and subconsciously pulled the trigger at the spiked giant shell dragon. Boom. A loud bang. Under Sun Yao's shocked gaze, the upper body of the spiked giant shell dragon exploded into a ball of blood mist and disappeared. What kind of gun is this? Sun Yao was stunned when he saw the electromagnetic gun blast the upper body of the giant spiky shell dragon into pieces. It was a dinosaur-like creature that was 5 meters long and weighed 3 or 4 tons. Those who have not experienced it personally will not understand the tremendous pressure it brings. Just now Sun Yao had made up his mind to die, but he didn't expect that in a blink of an eye, the giant spiky shell dragon was directly blown to pieces by the electromagnetic gun. Lin Ming was relatively calm. He had long known the power of the electromagnetic gun, and the electromagnetic gun he had just traded to Sun Yao was loaded with dum-dum bullets, which were even more powerful. Silicon-based organisms can be blown into 2 pieces, let alone carbon-based organisms. Lin Ming shook his head and smiled indifferently, and said to Sun Yao, who was in a daze, according to what we said before, 1 electromagnetic gun for 1 dragon egg, what are you going to do with the remaining eggs? Sun Yao, who had escaped death, thought about it seriously and said, we will split these 8 dragon eggs in half. I will trade 3 more to you. Boss Lin Ming, please exchange them with basic resources. You can decide the price. Okay. Since Sun Yao was so generous, Lin Ming did not hold back. He sold each dragon egg for 30 units of basic resources, and used 30 liters of water and 60 units of electricity to exchange for 3 more dragon eggs. For the remaining 4 dragon eggs, Sun Yao took out metal cylinders, each of which contained 2 dragon eggs. Lin Ming gave Sun Yao 3 more dum-dum bullets. This way, even if he met the spiked giant shell dragon again, Sun Yao would have the confidence to challenge it. Looking at the 4 dragon eggs that were traded, Lin Ming had a happy smile on his face. I hope there will be both male and female dragons. Then I can set up a spiked giant shell dragon breeding farm. He picked up the dragon eggs and put them into the constant temperature chamber one by one. I don't know what the incubation temperature of dragon eggs is, but the incubation temperature of carbon-based organisms should be similar. I'll leave it for a few days and see the effect. If it doesn't work, I'll think of another way. Lin Ming looked at the rapidly running 3D metal printer and felt deeply moved. It is true that the sight of people working is the most beautiful, especially when you watch others working. After receiving a batch of solar panels, Lin Ming inspected the current items and was very satisfied. Most items are fully utilized, with only the microsatellite currently sitting idle. It's useless for a microsatellite to be flying in the sky. Let's find something for it to do. Lin Ming gave orders to the microsatellite and began to detect nearby strata. He can see resource points on the map, and microsatellites can magnify his advantage. Whether it is due to the hard geology or other reasons, the microsatellite can only scan strata with a diameter of about 10 meters at a time. Depending on the geology, it can go up to 50 to 100 meters underground. Looking at the real-time map that was slowly expanding with the pit as the center, Lin Ming felt like he had sent out a scout to explore the surrounding fog bit by bit. It's a pity that the microsatellite doesn't have a camera or anything like that. Otherwise, we could have a panoramic map and see all the resources around us. Lin Ming felt a little regretful. He thought about it and decided to send out 10 pseudo-crabs to explore the surrounding environment. The maximum connection distance of the pseudo-crab is 10 kilometers, but because the pseudo-crab's reserve electricity comes from solar energy, as long as the order to return is given after a period of time, there is no need to worry about the pseudo-crab not coming back. Lin Ming started planning the route right away. If the patrol route of the parasitic crab is a straight line, then only a star-shaped map can be drawn. The optimal field of vision of the parasitic crab is 10 meters. The patrol route designed by Lin Ming for them is S-shaped, so that they can slowly expand their vision of the surroundings. Okay, you guys open the flat maps and the microsatellite detection 3-dimensional maps. Guys, get busy. At the command, the crabs immediately started to move, lined up in a row, and crawled out of the pit. After doing all this, Lin Ming made a cup of hot vitamin drink, sipped it while browsing the area chat channel. Now that we don't have mobile phones and no other forms of entertainment, occasionally checking the chat channel is the best way to relieve stress and get the latest information. After the surface temperature suddenly rose to 200 degrees under direct sunlight, the number of people in the regional chat channel dropped sharply. But the players quickly adapted. Now the trend of decreasing numbers is gradually slowing down and stabilizing at more than 8,200 people. I am acquiring opportunities to speak on the regional and world channels. Each time I speak on the regional channel, I will give you 0.1 units of resources, and each time I speak on the world channel, I will give you 0.2 units of resources. The number of resources I am acquiring is limited. If you are interested, please chat with me privately. Basic resource exchange, oxygen, water, and electricity exchange with no upper limit, more favorable than the exchange price, first come first served. The Wandering Survival Group sincerely invites all players to join the group. The transaction price among group members is favorable, and there are many non-basic resources. Every day, one group member will be selected to give out 10 units of basic resources as a reward. It only takes 1 unit of basic resources to join the group. Please chat privately if you want to join the group. The Interstellar Bank opens today. You can deposit your unused resources with me. I will give you a 20% daily return, permanent rebate. The minimum deposit is 1 unit of resources. Credit is guaranteed. Beautiful Ruyun is starting a group live broadcast. Friends who want to join the group, please join quickly. The wonderful show is about to begin. Joining the group will cost 1 unit of basic resources. It was already the 5th day since Lin Ming arrived on the wild planet. Many players have already mastered the system and started looking for ways to make money. Take the Interstellar Bank for example. Anyone with a discerning eye knows that it is a typical Ponzi scheme, but a large number of players still flock to it. Many players know that this is a Ponzi scheme, but still choose to take a gamble. After all, in the early days of the Ponzi scheme, some people could make a profit. They are betting that they can earn back their capital before the dealer runs away with the money. Lin Ming was watching with great interest when suddenly someone sent him a message. When I clicked on it, it turned out to be sent by Tang Qing'an. Because of the unpleasantness they had before, the two had no contact since then. Lin Ming was a little curious about why Tang Qing'an sent him a message at this time. Clicking on the message, Lin Ming found that what Tang Qing'an sent was a link to join the group, and a note. Advanced Resource Trading Group, endorsed by Tang, only 1 unit of basic resource is required to join the group. There are many advanced resources in the group, welcome to join. Unexpectedly, Tang Qing'an was the one who invited him to join the group. To join the group, one needs to pay 1 unit of basic resources. After a little consideration, Lin Ming traded 1 unit of electricity to Tang Qing'an. 1 unit of electricity was nothing to Lin Ming at that moment, and Tang Qing'an had been able to trade rust ore on behalf of Tang Province before, so he should have a lot of resources in his hands, so he wouldn't specifically cheat him out of 1 unit of basic resources. Soon after receiving the resources, Tang Qing'an sent 3 handshake emojis to Lin Ming, and then pulled Lin Ming into a group called Duobao Pavilion. In the group, some players are broadcasting live, showing what they want to exchange. Pitch berries. I went out today and found a berry bush on the foothills. To be honest, this thing tastes sour and astringent, but it's edible and can supplement vitamins. I'm looking at about 200 grams. I hope I can exchange it for 10 units of electricity or 5 units of oxygen. Physalis. I didn't expect that some players could grow plants near their survival capsules. In this way, the planet he is on is closer to the original blue planet in terms of both atmospheric composition and biological resources. Thinking that his planet had been attacked by the black tide and most of the creatures had become extinct, Lin Ming was extremely envious. He still has a big-mouthed flower that has not swallowed any items, so it should be able to swallow the sour berries as well. But after thinking about it for a while, Lin Ming gave up the idea. According to this player, sour berries taste sour and astringent, and their main function is to supplement vitamins. He had no shortage of relevant things, so he lost interest in making an offer. However, his lack of interest does not mean that other players are not interested. Something to supplement vitamins. In the early days of the Age of Discovery, sailors suffered from scurvy. After research, it was discovered that the cause of scurvy was the lack of vitamin C in food. Failure to supplement vitamins for a long time can be fatal. Therefore, the sour taste of Physalis is not a disadvantage. I'll give you 3 units of oxygen. I'll give you 5 units of electricity. 1 liter of pure water, plus half a tube of nutrient paste. I only need 50 grams. One by one, players typed out their prices in the group. Soon, in less than 5 minutes, the player who owned the sour berry sent a message in the group saying that the sour berries were sold out. Pity. Many players who did not win the auction for the sour berry sighed inwardly and began to focus on the next item to bid. Tang Qingyan had already warmed up in the group before, saying that something very good would be the finale today, and the sour berries were just an appetizer at best. After a short wait, the second player started the live broadcast. The live camera zoomed in, and the players saw what was in his hand, a black chip the size of a fingernail. F+ grade universal chip. The player sent the illustrated guide to the group and began his explanation. The computing power of this chip is 10 times that of an ordinary F-class general-purpose chip, but the energy consumption is the same. It can be used to repair electromagnetic wave communicators and can also be used to decipher universal codes. A player immediately sent a message to remind, Boss Lin Ming has shared the F-level universal password. Can this thing decipher the E-level universal password? The player who was broadcasting live froze in his tracks. No. A player immediately mocked, what are you talking about? A Class F universal chip can also repair the electromagnetic wave communicator. Why should I use a higher-level chip? Seeing this question, the live broadcast player regained his confidence. Because this chip has a relatively high computing power, it will not burn out after the electromagnetic wave communicator is repaired. Instead, it will enter a cooling period and can then be used again. As he spoke, he demonstrated on the spot and sent a distress signal. After waiting for a few minutes, he actually found 3 F-class carbon-based life resource supply cabins. What kind of innate live broadcast holy body can actually search for 3 supply cabins directly? If it weren't for the fact that the ether crystals hint couldn't be faked, I would have suspected there was an inside story. How much is this chip? The player who was broadcasting live had a look of surprise on his face, and said, I don't know what I can get in exchange, so let's bid. 5 liters of pure water. The first player to make an offer confused everyone. What a joke. At this time, many players have not discovered water resources. They are saving water every day, and the 10 liters of water given at the beginning of the game are almost gone, and they are about to drink urine. This person directly offered 5 liters of purified water. Is there a river nearby? After a brief silence, a player made an offer, 1 solar panel. You're crazy. You're bidding on all the broken solar panels. I'll do the same. I'll bid too. The player who made the offer immediately retorted, the one above, this is a complete solar panel, it can generate electricity once installed. One player wondered, impossible, did you find ultrapure silicon ingots, circuit boards, and electromagnetic coils around you? The player who made the offer was very proud, hee, you never expected that, I customized it from Boss Lin Ming. Each person can only order 2 pieces, and I ordered early, so I got 3 pieces. It's from Boss Lin Ming. No wonder. I want it customized as well. I also. Me too. Lin Ming, who was eating melons, suddenly found that there were more than a dozen new orders for customized solar panels, and he smiled and shook his head. No, this has nothing to do with anything. Aren't you auctioning F-plus grade general-purpose chips? Why are you getting off topic? However, since the order came, Lin Ming accepted it. At worst, we can start scheduling the production capacity of 3D metal printers for tomorrow. The sun was shining directly at that time, and the solar panels had a very high efficiency in generating electricity. In addition, many players needed electricity to supply their life support systems. Therefore, the two hit it off and quickly reached a deal. Items were sold one after another, and Lin Ming also saw something he wanted. A player named Zhang Bei started a live broadcast. Glass, found in a nearby meteorite crater. Well, since it's hard to climb up the crater, it's difficult to mine, so I only mined a small part. Lin Ming looked at the fist-sized glass in Zhang Bei's hand and felt a little tempted. Glass is not a very high-tech product. In theory, it can be made as long as there is sand. However, due to the lack of formula and corresponding synthesis technology, the equipment in the survival capsule cannot be manufactured. This is a program limitation. For the next plan, he will need to use glass, and the demand is very large. So Lin Ming asked, "What's the price?" 1 liter of pure water is boss Lin Ming. Looking at Lin Ming's ID and the big words, LV2, in brackets behind it, Zhang Bei stuttered. "If you need any resources, you can give me whatever you want." Lin Ming frowned slightly. 1 liter of purified water was a bit expensive. After all, the glass in Zhang Bei's hand was only the size of a fist, and the texture was not very pure. But he bought the glass in order to reverse engineer it, to get the synthetic formula for making glass, so that he could make glass himself from sand. He has no shortage of purified water now, so there is no need to use other resources to lower the price, so Lin Ming said, "Okay, let's just use purified water. I'll trade you." Zhang Bei didn't expect Lin Ming to agree so readily. After all, as time goes by, the preciousness of oxygen is gradually decreasing, and the value of water resources is rapidly rising. Zhang Bei quickly agreed to Lin Ming's transaction request. "TSK, you are indeed a big shot. You are so generous, you exchanged 1 liter of water for a glass ball. You don't know the boss's taste. He has everything he needs now. Maybe he is using this glass ball as a decoration. I'm so jealous. There are so many wealthy players. Can't I be one more?" Lin Ming's appearance caused a lot of heated discussion among the players. 5 minutes later, Tang Qing'an sent a message, "Everyone, be quiet. The last lot of today's auction is about to start live broadcast. The last lot is a jetpack." What the hell? After seeing the news from Tang Qing'an, Lin Ming stood up immediately. Soon, a player started a live broadcast. Lin Ming noticed that this player was not in the survival capsule, but was wearing a heavy-duty evacuation suit and was outside in the heat. The most noticeable difference is that on his back, he carries a peculiarly shaped backpack. The size of this backpack is similar to that of an ordinary backpack, but it has 2 nozzles the size of mineral water bottles at the tail, and there are trumpet-shaped extensions at the tail of the nozzles. "Hello everyone, my name is He Weiqing. I discovered this jetpack by chance." He Weiqing turned his back to the screen and zoomed in to take a close-up of the jetpack. Lin Ming saw that the jet flight backpack was streamlined as a whole, and its shape was somewhat similar to that of a lifeboat. It was clipped onto the universal interface on the back of the heavy-load extravehicular suit with 2 buckles. The jet flight backpack is powered by a turbofan and the electricity in the heavy-duty EVA suit is its power source. In addition to the weight of the player and the heavy-duty EVA suit, the maximum load mass is 300 kilograms, the maximum flight altitude is 100 meters, the maximum flight speed is 30 kilometers per hour, and it consumes 1 unit of electricity per hour. There is a rapid flight mode. In this mode, the flight speed is doubled and the energy consumption is increased to 3 units of electricity per hour. If the rapid flight mode is used for a long time, the jet flight backpack may be damaged. Having said that, He Weiqing began his demonstration. Without He Weiqing making any movement, the jetpack behind him began to buzz. Buzz. The 2 powerful turbo fans ran from low to high frequency, instantly spurting out strong airflow, blowing up the dust under He Weiqing's feet. At the same time, He Weiqing soared into the air from the smoke and dust, rushing hundreds of meters into the air. Lin Ming couldn't help but clench his fists. Flying has been the dream of mankind since ancient times. Therefore, humans invented airplanes and rockets. It broadens your horizons and transforms the tangible world from a flat plane into a three-dimensional one. Woohoo! He Weiqing let out a loud shout of pleasure. Afterwards, He Weiqing's body changed from vertical to horizontal flying, and the live camera followed He Weiqing's rapid movement. He Weiqing bent his left hand beside him, raised his right fist high, and made a superhuman flying move, demonstration of rapid flight mode. Buzz. Before he finished his words, the turbofan made an even stronger buzzing sound, and He Weiqing's flying speed increased instantly. Brush. Low altitude pass. He Weiqing suddenly dropped his flying altitude and flew rapidly less than 2 meters above the ground, leaving a cloud of dust behind him. Aerobatics. He Weiqing took off from the ground, with a flight trajectory of almost 90 degrees. He rose to midair within a few seconds and performed several figure-8 flying movements. Then, the roar of the jetpack stopped instantly. He Weiqing rose several dozen meters again by inertia, and then began to fall slowly. Live broadcast accident. Lin Ming looked at He Weiqing in the live broadcast camera. He Weiqing was falling faster and faster, but the jetpack didn't move at all. Buzz. When He Weiqing was less than 2 meters away from the ground, the jet flight backpack suddenly made a loud roar, and the turbofan ran to the extreme. The strong airflow immediately offset the force of He Weiqing's falling, as if there was an invisible rope that held He Weiqing tightly. The speed of the turbofan gradually decreased, and He Weiqing slowly fell from 2 meters in the air and stood steadily on the ground. It is equipped with an anti-crash mode. No matter how desperate you try, the flight control program will take over when necessary to avoid a crash. The demonstration is over. Lin Ming clenched his fists, looking extremely excited. There is no doubt that this was an extremely perfect demonstration, which aroused his great interest. Be sure to get the jetpack. Lin Ming stood up, put on a heavy-duty space travel suit, and began to prepare. At the same time, the group chat became lively, and many players who thought they could compete began to make offers. A set of heavy-duty escape suits, just got from the brothers in the ejection escape pod, 99% new, plus 5 units of electricity. What are these? They are F+ grade universal chips, which were just bought in the group. I won't tell you the specific functions. Plus 3 liters of purified water. Move back a little. I have a high-protein can of frozen food from an F-class carbon-based life resource supply capsule. I'm willing to pay for 5 kilograms. Picture. The player just sent the picture of the high-protein frozen can to the group, as well as the picture of the cut and roasted meat. The meat slices were browned and had wisps of white steam. There's actually meat to eat. It looks so delicious. Oh my god, my bidding is meaningless. Everyone has the F-class universal code, why do you stand out? He Weiqing, who was broadcasting live, also swallowed his saliva, and his expression was very hesitant. He picked up 2 jetpacks from a ruin. If I exchange one of the sets for 5 kilograms of canned food, it would be acceptable, but I would still feel like I was losing out. Hunting trap. Just then, a player started sending a picture. In the picture, a super alloy trap made of super alloy and as big as a wash basin is particularly intimidating. It is better to teach a man to fish than to give him a fish. This super alloy hunting trap can be reused, and it has a super alloy chain that can be anchored to the ground. No matter how huge the beast is, it cannot escape. You can eat meat every meal. As soon as the bid was made, the channel fell silent. He Weiqing nodded and was about to agree when he suddenly found a prompt in the group. Lin Ming, LV2, started the live broadcast. Next to He Weiqing's live broadcast, another live broadcast screen suddenly appeared. In the picture, Lin Ming was standing outside wearing a heavy-duty egress suit, holding in his hands a 2-meter-long electromagnetic gun made of super alloy, shining silver. Electromagnetic gun. I made it. Lin Ming spoke in a flat voice, briefly demonstrated the shape of the electromagnetic gun, and then adjusted his stance. He stood with his feet one in front of the other, holding a gun in his right hand, aiming at a huge rock 4 kilometers away. Using electromagnetic rails to drive super-alloy bullets, each shot consumes 1 unit of electricity. As he said that, Lin Ming pulled the trigger. Whoosh! The strong recoil forced Lin Ming, who was wearing a heavy-duty egress suit, to retreat several meters. As the perspective zoomed in, the players were shocked to find that 4 kilometers away, there was a thumb-sized hole in the middle of the boulder, with wisps of green smoke still coming out. Armor-piercing bullet, muzzle velocity 3,000 meters, effective range 10 kilometers, within the effective range, it is indestructible. Then, Lin Ming took out a super-alloy bullet from his waist that was as thick as a thumb and as long as an adult's forearm. You call this a bullet? The effective range is 10 kilometers. Oh my god, is it that scary? What a cool gun, boss Lin Ming, shoot me to cheer us up. Such a long barrel, I have a bold idea, hee hee hee. Lin Ming ignored the noise in the group, stuffed the dum-dum bullet into the muzzle of the gun, and took aim. Whoosh! In an instant, the huge rock shattered into countless small stones, raising a cloud of dust. After the shooting, Lin Ming lowered his right hand slightly, and the slender barrel of the electromagnetic gun tilted downward. The sun was scorching, and the electromagnetic gun reflected the scorching sunlight, as if with a circle of orange light effect, which looked particularly eye-catching. Boom. 10 seconds later, a deafening explosion finally came, making the players' heads dizzy. Dum-dum bullet, muzzle velocity 3,000 meters, effective range 5 kilometers. Within the effective range, I am invincible. Trade this electromagnetic gun for your jetpack. Lin Ming turned his gaze slightly and looked at He Weiqing, who had a dull expression and his mouth slightly open. All right. He Weiqing swallowed his saliva. Wasn't it said that he would be the finale of today's live trading show? Why did you bring in boss Lin Ming? Electromagnetic gun, so awesome. Why do I feel like I got a great deal? He Weiqing stammered, boss Lin Ming, do you want me to add anything? Lin Ming smiled and said, no need. Okay. He Weiqing hurriedly initiated the transaction. Player He Weiqing wants to exchange, jetpack, X1 for your, electromagnetic gun, X1. Do you accept? Yes. After the transaction was completed, Lin Ming closed the group live broadcast. When he made the transaction, he added 3 armor-piercing bullets and 3 dum-dum bullets as gifts for He Weiqing. Get the jetpack. Lin Ming was delighted to see the prey, and quickly charged his heavy-duty space suit, then put the jet backpack on his back. Click. A crisp sound was heard, and the jet flight backpack was firmly fixed to the back of the heavy-load extravehicular suit. At the same time, a pale blue light screen popped up from the ether crystal. A new expansion accessory for the heavy-duty spacesuit has been detected, a jet flight backpack. You will be shown how to use it soon. A video of several minutes in length began to play, explaining in detail the various flying techniques and functions. Got it. Thank you. Lin Ming bent his legs slightly and made a jumping gesture. He felt a huge force coming from behind and he flew into the air. So cool. In the lower right corner of the field of vision, the current real-time speed appears, 28 kilometers per hour. After a short period of adaptation, Lin Ming has been able to skillfully control the jetpack to perform various cool moves. In addition to free flight, the jet backpack also supports intelligent flight. As long as the location is specified, it can automatically fly to the destination. Lin Ming pulled it up to its maximum height and hovered at an altitude of 100 meters. He could see the scenery of more than 10 kilometers around him. Looking closely, there was rubble all around, in a mess. A blank area with a radius of 3 kilometers is particularly eye-catching. That is where Lin Ming's life capsule first stopped. The pseudo-crabs had already cleared away all the rubble nearby. Near the pit, a group of parasitic crabs were diligently carrying stones and piling them near the entrance of the cave. The solar panels near the cave entrance are particularly eye-catching against the ochre-colored ground. 10 parasitic crabs patrolled in unison in 10 different locations, drawing high-precision maps. Lin Ming was very excited about all these things. The sea is wide enough for fish to leap, and the sky is high enough for birds to fly. On the 5th day after arriving on the planet Urea, Lin Ming had finally developed to a certain scale and no longer had to worry about survival. The next step is to grow bigger and stronger. After flying happily in the air for another hour, Lin Ming landed reluctantly. The reason is simple. In the private chat channel, players who are waiting in line to get the goods have been sending messages to inquire about the manufacturing progress of solar panels. Delivery is imminent, please be patient. Back at the bottom of the pit, Lin Ming delivered the manufactured solar panels to the waiting players. A little tired. After the continuous excitement, there is deep fatigue. After swallowing a tube of nutritional paste and taking a few gulps of water, Lin Ming set the ether crystal to do not disturb mode and fell into a deep sleep. Lin Ming slept for more than 10 hours, and when he woke up, he felt refreshed. It's so comfortable. I haven't woken up naturally in a long time. Lin Ming stretched, washed up briefly, and opened the ether crystal. The most common messages are of course requests for delivery. Lin Ming got up halfway through his sleep yesterday to deliver a batch of goods, so there were only about 30 solar panels left over, and he completed the delivery quickly. For every solar panel sold, Lin Ming makes a net profit of $1 in materials. Lin Ming did some calculations and found that in less than a day, he had earned nearly 100 pieces of materials for solar panels. If all these solar panels were manufactured, the electricity generated would be enough to fully charge the energy storage system of the survival capsule in just 1 hour. However, it will take time to manufacture 3D printers. Lin Ming simply stopped accepting orders for solar panels, and used all the remaining production capacity of the 3D metal printer for his own use. Keep working. Finish building these solar panels and you'll have a day off. Lin Ming encouraged the 3D metal printer that was running day and night, then stood up and walked towards the constant temperature room. Those big-mouthed flowers are what he cares about most now. As soon as he entered the constant temperature room, Lin Ming was startled by one of the big-mouthed flowers. That is the big-mouthed flower-growing interstellar corn. At this time, its appearance has nothing to do with the big-mouthed flower. It looks exactly like a corn plant. The plant is 2 meters tall, and its stems, branches and leaves are completely withered and yellow, without any vitality. A dozen corns the size of forearms grew on the stalks, and the corn silk had turned dark brown. Mature. Lin Ming carefully broke off a corn cob, tore it open and saw that the corn inside was bright yellow and very pleasing to the eye. Smells good. The natural aroma of corn made Lin Ming swallow his saliva, and he opened his mouth and started to bite. The fresh corn kernels burst in his mouth, sweet and fragrant, leaving a lingering taste on his lips and teeth. It tastes good. It will be even better if grilled. Lin Ming picked all the dozen corns and peeled them one by one. Lin Ming picked 5 corns with relatively large and full kernels for seeds, and stored the rest for occasional snacks. Then, Lin Ming looked at another big-mouthed flower that had also swallowed the seeds. The appearance of this big-mouthed flower has changed a lot. A rice ear has sprouted from the stem, which is turning from green to yellow and is not yet ripe. It's actually rice, ha ha ha, there are so many different staple foods. Lin Ming gently touched the rice ears. According to the growth rate of the big-mouthed flower, it is estimated that the rice ears will be fully mature and can be harvested and threshed later today. Unfortunately, the yield is really low, so we can only save all the seeds and eat them during the next harvest. The third big-mouthed flower devoured dehydrated vegetables. At this time, there was no change in the upper part, but the tuber at the root had grown from the size of an egg to the size of a fist, and one had fallen off. It looks like it's almost ripe. Is this a potato? Lin Ming was speechless. I didn't expect potatoes to be classified as vegetables. In reality, the 3 things he grew all had relatively high carbon content and could all be used as staple food. However, potatoes can also be used in daily cooking, which can improve the diet. Lin Ming collected the fallen potatoes and began to roast them together with the raw corn he had just bitten into with hot air. 10 minutes later, 3 kinds of delicious food appeared on Lin Ming's super alloy plate: roasted potatoes, roasted corn, and roasted meat slices. After sprinkling some salt on the baked potatoes, Lin Ming took a deep breath. A good day starts with breakfast. Lin Ming enjoyed this meal particularly well. Maybe it was because he hadn't eaten them for a long time, but ordinary roasted potatoes and corn, sprinkled with just a little salt, tasted like delicacies to him. Originally, Lin Ming had a big appetite. Before, after eating barbecue, I needed to take a tube of nutritional paste every day to supplement calories. But this time I only ate a roasted potato and a roasted corn, plus a few slices of grilled meat, and I actually felt full. Carbohydrates are still more filling. Lin Ming burped and felt a sense of satisfaction in his stomach, as if there was a slight heat current in his abdomen. Sizzle, sizzle. The 3D metal printer was still working tirelessly. In the time it took to finish a meal, the 3D printer produced another solar panel. The efficiency is still too low. It would be better if there were more machines. Lin Ming secretly thought it was a pity. It's not like he hadn't thought about reverse engineering the 3D metal printer, producing a few more, and achieving multi-threaded output. But the disadvantage of reverse engineering is that during the reverse cracking, the reverse target will be damaged and cannot be repaired. Even if the reverse engineering is successful, if Lin Ming does not produce the corresponding materials for the 3D printer, it would be embarrassing if he has the technology but cannot make it. Reverse engineering is great, but it takes time to reverse engineer the technology to know what materials are needed, which is a pity. Lin Ming sighed slightly, then began to check the life support system that he had reverse engineered yesterday. Gently stroking the ether crystal, Lin Ming called up the system log. The carbon-based life support system has been reverse engineered. You have mastered the technology of the carbon-based life support system. Carbon-based life support system. Introduction: a system that consumes electrical energy to maintain temperature, humidity, and air composition to a level suitable for the survival of carbon-based life is the foundation of your survival. Material requirements: ultrafine iron powder X150, general chip of any grade 10-1, electromagnetic coil X5, circuit board X5, pure water X1 liter. Manufacturing requirements: 3D metal printer is required. Manufacturing consumption: electricity X10 units. Lin Ming was somewhat surprised to see the materials needed to manufacture a carbon-based life support system. It's not that there are too many materials needed, but too few. For him, the ultrafine iron powder was a byproduct of decomposing rust ore and producing oxygen, and there were already hundreds of copies. There are also general-purpose chips, circuit boards and electromagnetic coils. Since it was ready for production, Lin Ming immediately stopped the current work of the 3D metal printer and started producing the carbon-based life support system. The ether crystal prompts. Making a carbon-based life support system requires 10 units of electricity and takes 0.5 hours. Do you want to start manufacturing? Yes. After confirmation, the 3D metal printer starts working immediately. Portions of ultrafine iron powder enter from the feed inlet, are heated through the nozzle, and form long and thin pipes. After looking at it for a while, Lin Ming understood why not many materials were needed to manufacture a carbon-based life support system. The function of the carbon-based life support system is to maintain constant temperature and humidity and regulate air composition. Maintaining a constant temperature is very simple, and all you need is a cooling fin plus a fan with an electromagnetic coil and a circuit board. The principle of constant humidity is similar. The air composition is adjusted using a centrifuge, which is not very high-tech. Of course, the prerequisite for adjusting the air composition is that Lin Ming has sufficient oxygen supply. After all, components that regulate air composition can only play a regulating role and cannot produce oxygen out of thin air. Once everything is assembled and monitored and adjusted with a general-purpose Class F chip, the relevant requirements can be met. Half an hour later, the ether crystal sent a prompt that the carbon-based life support system had been completed. Lin Ming took a look and found that this thing was very similar to a fresh air conditioner, divided into an indoor unit and an outdoor unit. The indoor and outdoor units are connected by metal pipes, and pure water acts as a refrigerant. Of course, if a special refrigerant is used, the efficiency of the carbon-based life support system will be improved, but Lin Ming does not have it, so he has to use purified water instead. This also resulted in the carbon-based life support system manufactured by Lin Ming consuming 2 units of electricity per hour, which was far less efficient than the genuine one that came with the survival capsule. But it doesn't matter if the efficiency is lower, it just means higher energy consumption. At present, electricity is not a big problem for Lin Ming. Tisk, if this thing was placed on Blue Star, it probably wouldn't be able to leave the factory because it wouldn't meet the national energy consumption requirements. Lin Ming laughed. Wearing a heavy-duty extravehicular suit, Lin Ming prepared for the installation. He planned to install it at the first tunnel branch first. After all, that was his experimental field. He had already put blue algae in it yesterday, and it should have started to produce oxygen by now. Lin Ming opened the perspective of the parasitic crab waiting there and found that a thick layer of green floating objects had floated on the sewage pool, and blue algae had begun to multiply in large numbers. Huh. Lin Ming felt his eyes getting slightly hot. In the middle of the sewage pool, a green gas icon appeared, with a small floating window next to it. Blue algae, oxygen, 1 unit/hour point. The sudden appearance of the floating window surprised Lin Ming. Although he could see the resource points before, he could only see light spots of different colors, but he could not see the types of resources and their output efficiency. Why is there a change? Thinking back to what had happened recently, Lin Ming looked at the corn cob that had been eaten clean on the plate. Could it be because of eating interstellar corn and interstellar potatoes? Eating this thing has such benefits. The sudden surprise made Lin Ming very happy. Regardless of whether it was because of eating these things or not, being able to see the specific information and output of the resource points was a complete benefit to him. It seems I have to eat more in the future. Lin Ming thought happily. He called 2 parasitic crabs to carry the internal and external devices of the carbon-based life support system. Lin Ming himself held a dozen pipes and quickly went up the steps in the tunnel. Soon, the men and 2 crabs reached the first branch of the pit. After confirming that there were no other threats inside except for the blue algae, Lin Ming opened the superalloy door. After finding a place where he could get out of the way, Lin Ming began to install the indoor unit. After installing and fixing the indoor unit, Lin Ming went to the entrance of the pit and started fixing the outdoor unit. After fixing, connect them in the middle with pipes. After testing the tightness of the pipeline, Lin Ming took out 1 liter of pure water from his heavy-load extravehicular suit and added it to the liquid storage tank of the external machine. As for energy supply, Lin Ming made a pair of microwave power transmission devices, which directly used the solar panels next to them for energy supply. Lin Ming tried to activate the carbon-based life support system. Buzz buzz buzz. The metal fan of the external unit began to run at high speed, and soon reached 7,200 RPM. Lin Ming returned to the first branch of the pit, closed the superalloy door, and turned on the monitoring equipment of the heavy-loaded extravehicular suit. Current temperature, 65 degrees Celsius, current relative humidity, 85%, current atmospheric composition, nitrogen 75%, carbon dioxide 13%, oxygen 11%, other 1%. Current temperature, 55 degrees Celsius, current relative humidity, 75%, current atmospheric composition, nitrogen 76%, carbon dioxide 10%, oxygen 14%, other 0%. Current temperature, 25 degrees Celsius, current relative humidity, 50%, current atmospheric composition, nitrogen 78%, carbon dioxide 0%, oxygen 22%, other 0%. The carbon-based life support system is functioning normally, and the current space is suitable for living. Success. Lin Ming clenched his fists. Since the pit had been thoroughly disinfected with light before, Lin Ming was not worried about the black tide. He carefully raised the glass cover on the helmet of his reload suit. Call. After taking a deep breath, I didn't feel anything unusual. It seems that as long as we follow these steps, we can transform the entire pit into a livable environment, and then we can move around freely. Lin Ming was planning the next pothole renovation plan in his mind. Before that, there is one more step to do. Cyanobacteria produce oxygen by breaking down carbon dioxide through photosynthesis. If the carbon dioxide concentration in the pit is too low, the cyanobacteria cannot photosynthesize. If the carbon dioxide concentration is too high, he will have symptoms of difficulty breathing. But this can be solved. There is a soilless cultivation frame system in the constant temperature room, which can introduce carbon dioxide into the frame to maintain a higher concentration of carbon dioxide in some areas. Lin Ming returned to the bottom of the pit, entered the survival capsule, and tried the reverse constant temperature chamber. Please select the chip used for reverse engineering research. E-level general purpose chip. Based on the computing power provided by the current chip, it is estimated that the reverse research will take 1 year and consume 1 unit of electricity per hour. Should we start the reverse research? You can shorten the reverse research time by increasing the number of chips or increasing the chip computing power. Looking at the time consumed, Lin Ming was not worried. With previous experience, the time consumed can be shortened by adjusting the target of reverse engineering to a subsystem in the constant temperature room. Adapting reverse engineering targets to soilless culture framework systems. Based on the computing power provided by the current chip, the estimated reverse research time is 2 hours, and the power consumption is 1 unit per hour. Do you want to start the reverse research? Sure enough, if we just reverse the soilless cultivation framework system, the time required is drastically reduced. After all, the function of this system is similar to that of a carbon-based life support system. It only requires the adjustment of nutrients and air components, and its technological content is not high. The soilless cultivation frame system is modular, and each layer is considered a subsystem. Lin Ming removed one of the layers and began reverse research. Reverse engineering technology is being deciphered, and it is estimated that the relevant technology will be mastered in 2 hours. After doing this, Lin Ming turned his attention to the parasitic crabs and microsatellites that had begun to detect the terrain yesterday. Gently stroking the ether crystal, a light blue light screen appeared, and a three-dimensional map of the nearby area was displayed in front of Lin Ming. With him as the center, the terrain within a radius of 10 kilometers and the situation about 50 meters underground have been clearly detected. Staring at the three-dimensional map, Lin Ming's eyes felt slightly warm, and the three-dimensional map changed instantly. Many points of light of different colors appear on the three-dimensional map. Some light spots are on the ground, while others are several meters or even dozens of meters underground. Next to these light spots, there are small floating windows that record detailed information about the light spots. Rust iron ore, reserves 53 units. F-level general purpose chip, 13 pieces in stock. Damaged F-class general purpose chip, 256 pieces in stock. On the surface, most of the resources have already been mined by Lin Ming and are not very attractive to him. Looking down, Lin Ming noticed some larger black spots. Hornboite, reserves 58 units. Hornboite, reserves 418 units. Muscovite, reserves 167 units. Titanium ore, reserves 262 units. Hornboite, Muscovite. Lin Ming opened the corresponding illustration and found that these ores could be used to extract high-purity silicon ingots. There is no need to say much about titanium ore. It can be synthesized into superalloys with iron blocks. Unfortunately, most titanium ores are stored more than 10 meters underground. According to the digging efficiency of the pseudo-crab, the cost-effectiveness is too low, and it is estimated that it cannot be mined in a short period of time. Fortunately, Lin Ming was not short of superalloys at the moment. Even if he was, the Interstellar Exchange could purchase them at a lower price. As for hornblende and muscovite, most of them are found in the shallow layer of 1 or 2 meters underground. Anyway, the stones collected by the pseudo-crabs were no longer valuable, so Lin Ming began to assign responsibilities to the pseudo-crabs and let them start collecting amphibole and muscovite. His eyes continued to move, and at the edge of the three-dimensional map, Lin Ming's eyebrows moved slightly, and he discovered an underground pit. Could there be other humanoids dormant nearby? Thinking of the humanoids' knowledge of the planet Urea and the E-level chips they left behind, Lin Ming felt a little uneasy. The level of humanoid biological technology is relatively high, and should have reached or even exceeded the previous technological level of Blue Planet. Moreover, they called Lin Ming the Reaper and wanted to kill him before they died. With such intelligent life nearby, Lin Ming couldn't sleep or eat well. Microsatellite, focus on detecting this area. On the three-dimensional map, the structure of the underground pits has only been partially explored by microsatellites. The attitude adjustment nozzle of the microsatellite sprayed out flames, slightly adjusted its attitude, and began to concentrate on detecting the area designated by Lin Ming. Soon, the complete structure of the underground pit appeared. Lin Ming breathed a sigh of relief. There is no green or red light in the pit, but a gray gear mark, and a floating box next to it shows. A technological creation, a relic of some intelligent life. It's time to live. Lin Ming immediately stood up and put on a heavy-duty space travel suit. After letting the 3D metal printer produce 10 bullets, Lin Ming held an electromagnetic gun, put on a jet backpack, and quickly left the pit. And you, come here. Lin Ming waved to 3 pseudo-crabs, grabbed the claws of one of them and flew into the air. The remaining 2 parasitic crabs grabbed the 2 crab legs of the parasitic crab and flew up as well. Opening the 3D map, Lin Ming made a mark at the entrance and put the jetpack into adaptive flight mode. Buzz buzz buzz. The jetpack's turbine spun rapidly, and it flew toward the hole at a speed of 30 km per hour. The pit is 10 kilometers away from Lin Ming. With the jetpack, Lin Ming only took 1/3 of the time to reach the entrance of the pit, a journey that usually takes an hour. Go ahead and explore the way first. Put down the pseudo-crab, and Lin Ming ordered one of them. The pseudo-crab quickly did as it was told and swiftly slipped into the tunnel. From the perspective shared by the pseudo-crabs, this pit is no different from the one where Lin Ming is, both of which were artificially dug. It is also divided into several branches. However, in the branch space, the pools storing polluted water have dried up, leaving only some cracked black substances. The gear mark on the 3D map was at the very bottom of the pit, and it took the pseudo-crab about 10 minutes to get there. The furnishings at the bottom of the pit are similar. The place where the hibernation capsule was originally placed is empty. It seems that the humanoid creatures who have been holding on here have chosen to eject. Following the instructions of the light spot on the 3D map, Lin Ming quickly directed the pseudo-crab to find a black chip. Good job, that's it, clamp it gently and bring it back. Soon, the mimic crab brought back the black chip. Taking the black chip, Lin Ming opened the illustration of the ether crystal and saw the relevant information. Liquid distillation tower manufacturing drawings. Introduction. The liquid distillation tower developed by Urea Intelligent Life for the Kuroshio uses a special process to catalyze the Kuroshio and can obtain a variety of chemical products. Material requirements: ultrafine iron powder X500, F+ or higher grade general chip X1, electromagnetic coil X10, circuit board X10. Manufacturing requirements: 3D metal printer is required. Manufacturing cost: electricity X50 units. Liquid fractionation tower. Looking at the preview picture in the illustration, the liquid distillation tower is a 5-meter-high object that looks like a blast furnace. This is similar to an oil distillation tower, which can produce different grades of products according to different temperatures. Lin Ming discovered that compared to the life support system, the materials and energy consumption required to manufacture the liquid distillation tower were several times higher. 500 units of ultrafine iron powder, F+ level universal chips, 50 units of electrical energy. TSK, ordinary players can't make this. However, the liquid distillation tower is used to catalyze the black tide, and other players probably won't be able to get it. This should be the special technology of the planet Urea, just like Sun Yao has the giant spiked shell dragon and He Weiqing can get the jet backpack. Lin Ming took a look at the ether crystal task list. The progress of reverse research on the soilless cultivation framework system was already more than halfway completed. By the time he returned, the research should be almost complete. The current focus is to renovate the first branch of the pit, and then use it as a template to renovate the entire pit. As for the liquid distillation tower, which consumes huge amounts of energy but has no apparent use for the time being, Lin Ming plans to build it later. After all, the 3D metal printer was busy at this time, and Lin Ming hoped to complete the production of all the solar panels before the scorching sun ended. In this way, he can fully charge the energy reserve of the survival capsule, so that he will have enough electricity available even if the sun sets again near the horizon. Pulling up a pseudo-crab, Lin Ming took 3 pseudo-crabs back, just like when he came here. After arriving at the pit, Lin Ming waited for about 10 minutes, and the ether crystal stone popped up a prompt. The soilless cultivation framework system has been reversed and cracked. You have mastered the soilless cultivation framework system technology. The soilless cultivation frame system adopts a modular design. Lin Ming took a look and found that each module is 1 layer and only requires 20 units of ultrafine iron powder and 3 units of electricity to build. Lin Ming carefully measured the first branch of the pit and confirmed the construction plan for the first phase. First, build 3 rows of frames, 5 layers in each row, for a total of 15 modules. 1 row is used to transplant big mouth flowers, interstellar corn and interstellar potatoes, and the remaining 2 rows are used for blue algae to circulate and produce oxygen. After making the design, Lin Ming sent the construction task to the 3D metal printer. Sizzle, sizzle. The 3D metal printer nozzle runs at high speed. After building the current solar panel, it immediately changes its task and starts building the soilless cultivation frame system. The parasitic crab waiting nearby quickly took out the constructed solar panel and installed it into the solar power array on the ground. After checking the construction progress, I found that each module takes the same amount of time to build as a solar panel, which is 10 minutes. In this way, 15 modules of the soilless cultivation frame system will take 2.5 hours to manufacture. I guess you'll have to work overtime today. Looking at the 3D metal printer that never stopped running, Lin Ming opened the Interstellar Exchange channel and searched for the metal printer, but found that no one was selling it yet, so he had to give up. After browsing the item list of the Interstellar Exchange, Lin Ming discovered that in addition to basic resources, players began to trade some non-basic items. F-class universal chip, nutrient-rich soil, sour berries, rock salt, titanium ore, and external combustion generators, as well as giant shell dragon meat, giant shell dragon skin, and giant shell dragon teeth. Lin Ming simply skipped the first two things. Lin Ming had seen sour berries in the trading group of Duobao Pavilion. They tasted sour and astringent, so he didn't like them. Rock salt is used to replenish salt. Lin Ming has refined salt, so he doesn't need it for the time being. The appearance of titanium ore surprised him a little. According to the storage locations of titanium ore discovered on the planet Urea, most of them are more than 10 meters underground or even deeper. Unexpectedly, some players have been able to mine titanium ore. This shows that apart from Lin Ming, other players' technological development is also progressing rapidly, so they should not be complacent. Technology is growing exponentially, and if you fall behind at any point, you may never catch up. Reminding himself not to be proud of a tiny achievement, Lin Ming continued reading. The external combustion generator uses a Stirling engine as its power to drive the generator to generate electricity. Due to the low efficiency of the Stirling engine, the maximum power generation rate is 1 unit of electricity per hour, and it consumes a large amount of fuel and oxygen. When Lin Ming was analyzing the pros and cons of the external combustion engine, he found that a player had bought it for 20 electric energy. Other players also noticed this situation and immediately started discussing it. The guy who just bought the generator is stupid, right? Doesn't he understand the huge consumption of the Stirling engine? It will use up all your oxygen after running for only a few hours. That's right, if we have this much time, we might as well go find Mr. Lin Ming and buy some solar panels. Clean energy is the future. You are not well informed. Boss Lin Ming has closed the solar panel trading. Now the price of a good solar panel has been driven up to the sky. Oh, then there's no need to buy something with such a low cost effectiveness. It's a complete waste. Perhaps it was the players' heated discussions that made the player who bought the game unable to sit still, and he retorted. You're a bunch of idiots. The core principle of an external combustion engine is still to boil water. Now that the sun is so bright outside, I can just use a few mirrors to use solar energy to boil water. Isn't this also another solar power generation device? As soon as these words were spoken, the players who were originally mocking were instantly dumbfounded. Can we still play like this? Bullying me for not understanding science. Ah, I just know little, I'm not stupid. Clear but confused eyes, what is a Stirling engine? Lin Ming found the players' discussions a little funny. In his spare time, watching some fun occasionally was also a way to relax. As for the giant dragon meat and other materials, Lin Ming took a look and found that it was indeed Sun Yao who was selling them. It seems that this guy has returned to the survival capsule safely and disassembled the half of the giant shell dragon. Thinking of the benefits of eating interstellar corn and interstellar potatoes, Lin Ming decided to trade for a piece of giant dragon meat, perhaps eating it would have additional effects. Sun Yao posted a private message about the price, and Lin Ming directly sent a message to Sun Yao. Are you there? How much is the giant dragon meat? Sun Yao responded very quickly, Boss Lin Ming. I was so busy exchanging the meat of the spiked giant shell dragon for other things that I forgot to give one to the boss. It's my fault. I'll trade it to you directly. Player Sun Yao wants to exchange 10 kilograms of spiked giant shell dragon meat for 1 milliliter of pure water. Do you agree? Looking at the transaction request sent by Sun Yao, Lin Ming decisively rejected it. He and Sun Yao have had several transactions and can be considered to be somewhat familiar with each other. But this familiarity is based on interests. If he got a piece of dragon meat for free, Sun Yao would definitely feel uncomfortable. Otherwise, Sun Yao would have given him a portion of dragon meat as soon as he obtained it, instead of asking for it only when Lin Ming sent the message. This was obviously just a polite remark, made based on Lin Ming's strength. The planet where Sun Yao lives has a complete ecosystem, and the reserves of various resources may be more than those of the planet Urea. It is very likely that Lin Ming will have more transactions with him in the future. Feelings that are based on interests can only be strengthened by interests. When he first started doing business, clients would often treat him to meals and drinks, hang out at business clubs during the break, and even have additional arrangements. He was young at that time and didn't know that all the gifts were secretly marked with a price. Customers spend $10,000 on him in the hope of making $50,000 or even $100,000 on product policies. It wasn't until he lost a major client with sales of over $1 million for several months that Lin Ming realized it. A man who eats someone's food should be grateful, a man who receives someone's gifts should be grateful. From then on, when Lin Ming went to meet clients, he no longer participated in business receptions, but he became more and more arrogant, and even dared to slam the table in front of clients with annual sales of over 100 million. Putting away his reminiscence, Lin Ming thought for a moment and said, "I'll exchange it with you for a can of frozen high-protein food of equal weight. This can is salty, which can replenish salt and is durable. How about it?" Sun Yao immediately agreed. "Okay, let's listen to boss Lin Ming." Lin Ming nodded. Sun Yao was a straightforward person who didn't beat around the bush. He liked his straightforward personality. So, Lin Ming added another interstellar potato and 1 interstellar corn. Player Lin Ming wants to exchange 10 kilograms of high-protein frozen canned food, 1 interstellar potato, and 1 interstellar corn with you for 10 kilograms of spiky giant shell dragon meat. Do you agree? After Sun Yao confirmed it, the deal was quickly concluded. "Boss Lin Ming, what are these interstellar potatoes and interstellar corn? Aren't they just ordinary potatoes and corn?" Lin Ming replied, "This is what I got from the carbon-based life resource supply cabin. Eating it can strengthen your body. There is such a good thing." Sun Yao was overjoyed. Originally, Lin Ming was at a slight disadvantage when he exchanged high-protein canned food for dragon meat. After all, one is a frozen product and the other is a fresh product. Lin Ming instantly traded him the electromagnetic gun, which saved his life, so Sun Yao still agreed to the deal. But Lin Ming added an extra bit at this time, completely eliminating the potential price difference in the transaction, and he even gained a slight advantage, which made Sun Yao feel an inexplicable emotion. A big boss is a big boss. Not only does he develop well, he is also generous and will not let others suffer any loss. It's worth it to trade with Lin Ming. Looking at the good-looking interstellar potatoes and interstellar corn in his hands, Sun Yao hesitated for a moment and sent an illustration to Lin Ming. "Boss Lin Ming, are you interested in this?" Lin Ming opened the illustrated book sent by Sun Yao and raised his eyebrows in surprise. Damaged conveyor belt. Introduction: The conveyor belt that can run continuously and improve your transportation efficiency has been in disrepair for many years, resulting in some functional damage and cannot be used. It turned out to be a conveyor belt. He thought of the resource mining parasitic crabs. The size of the parasitic crab itself is limited, and its movement speed is very slow when transporting resources. If we build a conveyor belt system and let the mimic crabs concentrate on mining resources, while the conveyor belts will be used for transportation, the efficiency of resource mining can be greatly improved. As for the minor damage to the conveyor belt, there is reverse engineering technology, which can be used to reversely study the drawings and then manufacture it. Lin Ming nodded secretly. This is the benefit of doing things in moderation. If Sun Yao feels comfortable, he will take out extra things for trading. Otherwise, it is very likely that Sun Yao will only trade some basic items with Lin Ming in the future, and keep the rest hidden. Businessmen pursue profit, and so does he. Nice one. Lin Ming did not hide his interest in the conveyor belt. What price do you want? Sun Yao hesitated for a moment, thought about it, and said truthfully, "I don't know either. I have enough basic resources now. Electricity doesn't seem to be of much use. I also have an electromagnetic gun. I wonder if Boss Lin Ming has anything else that I can exchange. Lin Ming, pseudo-crab. What kind of incredible technology is this? Has Boss Lin Ming started making intelligent robots? Sun Yao was shocked. By chance, through a friend's introduction, he exchanged a dragon egg for a damaged conveyor belt. I originally thought that such a technological creation, even if it was damaged, would still be of great value, but I didn't expect Lin Ming to directly take out the pseudo-crab. I didn't make these. They were made by the intelligent life on my wild planet. But the quantity is limited, and I only have 2. Lin Ming knows when to be honest and when to hide his shortcomings. He then said, "How about I give you one in exchange?" Good. Sun Yao happily agreed. After completing the transaction, Sun Yao turned left 3 times and right 3 times around the pseudo-crab, then bent down and carefully touched it. Squeak, squeak. The pseudo-crab rubbed its carapace in Sun Yao's palm, and its 2 little eyes trembled slightly, showing that it was enjoying it very much. What a high-end parasitic crab. Its back can actually feel like a touch. Sun Yao simply squatted down and touched the back of the pseudo-crab. The parasitic crab enjoyed this so much that it turned over to expose its abdomen, and used its 2 claws to gesture on its abdomen. "Do you want me to tickle your belly?" Sun Yao scratched the crab's belly. This time the crab felt more comfortable, and its 8 legs were trembling slightly. "That's great. I didn't expect to have a pet parasitic crab here. I'll call you Xiao Hei from now on. You know, I once had a black Labrador named Xiao Hei. He was over 2 years old, but he was still very naughty. He liked to rummage through trash cans and carry the trash everywhere. At this time, I would pick up the slippers to scare it, and Xiao Hei would lie on the ground, showing his belly, and wagging his tail to show his affection to me. Then I couldn't bear to hit it, so I could only scratch its belly and tell it not to rummage through the trash can anymore. But, that stupid dog, even though he knew he was wrong this time, he would still dare to turn the garbage everywhere next time. Wow, woo, woo, Xiao Hei, where are you? I miss you so much, Xiao Hei. Sun Yao suddenly lay on the belly of the pseudo-crab and burst into tears. After getting the damaged conveyor belt, Lin Ming immediately began to study it. Please select the chip used for reverse engineering research. E-level general purpose chip. Based on the computing power provided by the current chip, the estimated reverse research time is 1 hour, and the power consumption is 1 unit per hour. Do you want to start the reverse research? Yes. The conveyor belt does not require high technology, so reverse engineering only takes 1 hour. Putting the progress of reverse research on hold, Lin Ming began to prepare to assemble the soilless cultivation frame system. After a short wait, the 3D printer has completed 5 modules and can be assembled into a set. Lin Ming brought 2 parasitic crabs and moved the 5 modules to the first branch of the pit. After opening the metal door, Lin Ming discovered that after the initial high-speed operation, the operating speed of the life support system gradually decreased and the noise was greatly reduced. Lin Ming used super alloy rivets to fix the 5 modules to the stone wall on one side, and connected them to the life support system with pipes. Soon, the system was in operation, pumping sewage directly from the sewage pool below, and after filtering, it was transported into the pipes. The life support system began to adjust the water temperature and extracted the appropriate amount of carbon dioxide from the outside air. It's done, we can start transplanting. Lin Ming nodded slightly, quickly went down to the bottom of the pit and entered the constant temperature room. The big mouth flower with potatoes has completely withered, and a dozen potatoes have fallen off the rhizome. The big mouth flowers that grow rice are also fully mature, and the heavy rice ears bend the stems. The bean pods of the big-mouthed flower that devoured the meat had already burst open, and Lin Ming found 5 big-mouthed flower seeds on the ground. As for the big-mouthed flower that had swallowed nothing, its flowers were still in full bloom, swaying gently when Lin Ming approached. Lin Ming collected potatoes, rice and big-mouthed flower seeds and took the first pit branch. Lin Ming kept 5 potatoes for consumption, and cut the rest into small pieces and placed them on a soilless cultivation frame for germination. The same is true for the seeds of the big-mouth flower. It took a little time to thresh the rice and corn, and then they were placed at a certain distance and began to germinate. The next task is to wait quietly. Lin Ming looked at the frame filled with seeds with hope, asked the pseudocrab to be on duty here, and then closed the superalloy door. Back in the survival capsule, Lin Ming took off his heavy-duty cabin suit and took out the spiked giant shell dragon meat that he had traded from Sun Yao. Eating corn and potatoes will upgrade his talents, so will eating the meat of the spiked giant shell dragon upgrade his talents again? The answer to this question can only be obtained through practice. Lin Ming directly cut off 1 kilogram of meat, froze the remaining meat, and prepared to start grilling. Since there was more meat this time, Lin Ming decided to process the meat first. First, make diamond-shaped cuts on the meat, then marinate it with fine salt, and finally apply nutritional paste. Lin Ming has now finally mastered the correct usage of the nutritional paste. Nutritional paste is a paste made by mixing a variety of seasonings and foods. If you eat it directly, both the texture and taste are unacceptable. But if you use the nutritional paste as a seasoning, apply it on the meat for marinating, and then roast it, a wonderful reaction will occur. Sizzle. After half an hour of marinating, Lin Ming began to bake the marinated meat and potatoes together with hot air. Tiny bubbles immediately appeared on the pink pieces of meat when they came into contact with the hot air. In less than 5 minutes, the outside of the roast has turned an attractive brown color. The temperature of the hot air was slightly lowered, and after about 10 minutes of baking, the entire survival cabin was filled with the aroma of meat. Gulp. Roasted giant dragon meat smells much better than canned barbecue meat. Lin Ming kept swallowing his saliva. Take a bite. The first thing you take a bite of is the crispy shell that is burnt but not burnt. The outer shell, which has undergone the Maillard reaction, has a crispy and chewy texture. When you chew it gently, your mouth is filled with fragrance. Lin Ming stuffed another piece of baked potato into his mouth, swallowed it, and looked at the fragrant barbecue. Under the crispy shell is a piece of meat that is roasted to medium rare, tender and juicy. Lin Ming cut off a piece and put it into his mouth. As soon as he chewed, the marinated gravy exploded between his lips and teeth, and his entire tongue tasted the perfect flavor. It was so delicious that Lin Ming almost swallowed his tongue into his stomach. Lin Ming swallowed the meat in just a few bites, then cut off a piece of fat. Gurgle. The high-calorie fat made Lin Ming, who had been a vegetarian for a long time, exclaim, "It smells so good." In less than 5 minutes, Lin Ming had swallowed a pound of roasted giant dragon meat and a piece of roasted potato. Just like before, Lin Ming felt a warm current in his abdomen flowing to his limbs, making him feel hot all over. It seemed as if he had endless strength, making Lin Ming want to scream, run wildly, and exercise to his heart's content. So, Lin Ming picked up the superalloy sword he had made before. Lin Ming had tried to lift this sword weighing over 100 pounds before, and he had to use all his strength to barely lift it. Although it is still a bit difficult to pick it up at this time, I can already swing it a few times. As the giant dragon meat in his stomach continued to be digested, Lin Ming felt that his body was getting stronger and stronger. The weight of the sword began to become acceptable, and he could even wield it lightly and freely. My strength has increased a lot. Putting down the sword, Lin Ming stretched his body, and his joints crackled. He opened the 3D map, stared at it for a moment, and his eyes began to feel warm. Then, various resource spots appeared, with floating windows indicating the reserves next to them. It's a pity that my talent hasn't been upgraded. It seems that each type of food has a different focus. After closing the 3D map, Lin Ming continued exercising for a while and absorbed all the giant dragon meat. He did a test, having the 3D printer print barbells of different weights in steps of 10 kilograms. Lin Ming tried them one by one, and finally found that he could now even lift a 300-kilogram barbell, which was unimaginable before. I remember that the most powerful weightlifting champion on Blue Star could lift around 500 kilograms. If I eat a whole piece of dragon meat, I should be able to easily surpass that number. Lin Ming took a deep breath. At this moment, the ether crystal popped up a prompt screen. The conveyor belt has been reverse engineered. You have mastered the technology to manufacture the conveyor belt. Conveyor belt. Introduction: a conveyor belt that can run continuously to improve your transportation efficiency. Material requirements: ultrafine iron powder X50, general chip of any grade 10-1, electromagnetic coil X1, circuit board X1, tough material X1. Manufacturing requirements: 3D metal printer is required. Manufacturing consumption, electricity x 5 units. Looking at the materials needed to make the conveyor belt, Lin Ming touched his chin. Tough material, it looks like rubber or something similar. I don't have any related resource deposits around me, and I haven't seen any in the interstellar exchange. Frowning and thinking for a long time, Lin Ming suddenly clapped his hands and asked, "Can the skin of the spiked giant shell dragon be used? Looks like I have to talk to Sun Yao." With the previous transaction as a prelude, Lin Ming didn't have to waste any time talking and Sun Yao agreed to the deal. There are 5 skins of the spiked giant shell dragon in total. What do you want this time? Lin Ming asked Sun Yao to make an offer first. Sun Yao quickly replied, "Boss Lin Ming, do you have any extra interstellar potatoes and interstellar corn? Just give me one of each." Lin Ming has some reserves of interstellar potatoes and interstellar corn, so this is not a big problem. After the transaction was completed, Lin Ming mentioned intentionally or unintentionally, "Don't call me boss anymore. It sounds awkward. Just call me Lin Ming. Have you eaten the meat of the spiked giant shell dragon? After I ate it, I felt stronger." Sun Yao. "Brother Lin, I ate it and my strength has increased a lot. Now I can lift more than 400 kilograms of stone." Lin Ming was a little surprised when he saw the message from Sun Yao. He ate a pound of dragon meat of the spiked giant shell dragon at one time, and his strength increased to 300 kilograms. "I thought this was pretty good, but I didn't expect Sun Yao to gain even more weight, more than 100 kilograms more than him. If you think about it, you will understand that people's physiques cannot be generalized. Maybe Sun Yao is stronger than him, so his upper limit of strength is higher than his." Lin Ming then asked indirectly, "Then you have eaten the interstellar potatoes and interstellar corn, right? Do you feel anything special?" Sun Yao. He, brother Lin, that's for sure, you know what I mean." Lin Ming blinked. It seems that his ability to see resource points is not an exception, and Sun Yao seems to have a similar talent. The inexplicable feeling of loss in his heart flashed away, and Lin Ming quickly adjusted his mood and said, "Could it be that you also?" Sun Yao. "Yes, brother Lin, this is really good stuff. My time has tripled. I used to be able to reward myself for 10 minutes. After eating the interstellar corn and interstellar potatoes, today I rewarded myself for more than half an hour. Both of my arms are sore." Lin Ming. He suddenly realized that the conversation between the two seemed to be on different channels. After chatting for a few more words, Lin Ming closed the chat. In front of him, 5 pieces of dragon skin of the spiked giant shell dragon were quietly spread out. The skin of the spiked megalosaurus is covered with silicone-based spikes, which they use to regulate their body temperature and absorb sunlight. These spikes must be dealt with before making the conveyor belt. Lin Ming tried to pick up a piece and used the decomposition core that came with the survival capsule to decompose it. The ether crystal soon popped up a prompt. This decomposition yields high-toughness dragon skin X1, high-purity silicon ingot X3. The method works. Lin Ming processed the remaining 4 pieces of dragon skin and then began to try to make a conveyor belt. The conveyor belt uses few components, mainly bearings, metal frames, control boxes, and the dragon skin covering it. In less than 5 minutes, the conveyor belt was completed. This is a conveyor belt that is 1 meter long and half a meter wide, with adjustable brackets underneath that can adjust the height between 0.2 meters and 1.5 meters. The conveyor belt has a control box that can send commands directly through the ether crystal. Lin Ming put the conveyor belt on the ground and opened the control interface of the ether crystal. Run. Buzz. The metal bearings on the conveyor belt began to turn, and the dragon skin on it moved rapidly. Reverse. The conveyor belt stops immediately and then starts running in the opposite direction at the same speed. The conveyor belt is very simple, and what can be adjusted are the height, forward and reverse rotation and running speed. The minimum running speed is 1 meter per second and the maximum is 5 meters per second. As for energy consumption, electricity is still used. The advantage is that the conveyor belt has its own microwave power transmission receiving end, and it only consumes 1 unit of electricity in 1 day of operation. Lin Ming thought about it and realized that things like conveyor belts, 1 or 2 would not be very useful, and a dozen would just be enough to get you started. If you want to significantly improve efficiency, the transportation distance will often have to be calculated in hundreds of meters. Currently, there are sufficient materials for making conveyor belts, except for tough materials which are extremely scarce. Considering that half a spiked giant shell dragon can produce 5 dragon skins, a whole one can produce 10 dragon skins. If he could obtain the dragon skins of 7, 8 or even 10 giant spiky-shelled dragons, Lin Ming could build a conveyor belt cluster that was 100 meters long. Of course, among the planets currently known to Lin Ming, the only one that has a spiked giant shell dragon is the planet where Sun Yao is located. It seems that I need to talk to Sun Yao again. This time, Lin Ming did not directly open Sun Yao's chat box. After all, the cooperation we are discussing this time is different from the previous ones. The previous cooperation was a single transaction, and after the transaction, there would be no follow-up contact between the two parties. But if he wanted to clear out a gathering area of giant spiked shell dragons, it would definitely be impossible for Sun Yao to accomplish it on his own. Lin Ming would definitely give him some extra help. Otherwise, even if Sun Yao agreed, he would go to the gathering area of the giant thorn shell dragons alone, and be beaten to death before he could kill a few of them. That would be a waste of time and effort. Judging from the contact during this period, Sun Yao is a straightforward person. This kind of person is very smart, but he or she will not play tricks in their relationships. But once they are cheated, they will turn against you and will never give you a second chance to cheat them. To be honest, Lin Ming really likes making friends with this kind of people. After all, he has no intention of cheating Sun Yao. This cooperation just happens to be an opportunity. If the two people cooperate smoothly, their relationship will be closer and they can become allies. Lin Ming sat there, thinking for a long time, and finally made up his mind. He opened Sun Yao's chat box. Are you busy? Sun Yao. Brother Lin, wait for me for a moment. I just finished eating interstellar corn and interstellar potatoes. You know what I mean. Lin Ming. After waiting for more than 40 minutes, Sun Yao contacted Lin Ming again. Brother Lin, what do you want to talk to me about? Lin Ming typed in the chat box, are you interested in working together to clear out the area where the spiked giant shell dragons gather? Sun Yao. That's too much. Brother Lin, you don't know that the appetites of those female anchors are getting bigger and bigger. In a half-hour one-on-one live broadcast, she asked me for a pound of dragon meat. At the end, she said her voice was hoarse and asked for another liter of purified water. But I didn't suffer any loss. I asked for an original set, and I took it off during the live broadcast, hee. Lin Ming. Today he was surprised by Sun Yao again and again. I didn't expect that young people nowadays are so extravagant. Although I can't eat them, it's a feast for the eyes. Lin Ming, I decided to cooperate with you to clear out the gathering area of the spiked giant shell dragon. From the video you sent me last time, there are about 7 to 8 adult dragons in a gathering area of spiked giant shell dragons, and no more than 10 at most. You now have the mimic crab to explore the way, and the electromagnetic gun as a weapon. I will provide you with logistics and ammunition and spare electromagnetic guns in real time. The loss of ammunition and electricity will be mine. How do you do it? Sun Yao did not hesitate. No problem, let's do it. After confirming the cooperation, Lin Ming began to discuss some details with Sun Yao. Lin Ming. It takes time to reload the electromagnetic gun. If you encounter a lot of spiked giant shell dragons, you can trade with me directly after you fire. I will trade you a fully charged and loaded electromagnetic gun. Sun Yao. Brother Lin, no problem. Well, try to use armor-piercing bullets to penetrate the head or heart, and you can kill the spiked megalodon directly. With the auxiliary aiming of the heavy-duty egress suit, this shouldn't be a big problem. Of course, in an emergency, just use dum-dum bullets to kill him. Okay, don't worry, Brother Lin. I've eaten dragon meat, and now I'm much stronger and my reaction speed is much faster. It's just a few giant spiked dragons, no problem. When the time comes, you can start a live broadcast and share the small window of vision of the pseudo-crab. It's safer to have 2 people watching than 1 person. Lin Ming had something else to say to Sun Yao, which was that he could see the resource points. At that time, as long as Sun Yao starts the live broadcast, Lin Ming can see the resource points in real time through the shared vision of the pseudo-crab. If the spiked giant shell dragon or something else attacks secretly, Lin Ming will be able to discover it in advance. In this way, Sun Yao's risk factor can be reduced to a minimum. After all, it was Lin Ming who initiated the raid. No matter what, ensuring Sun Yao's life safety is the top priority. Finally, Lin Ming began to discuss the distribution issue with Sun Yao. I mainly want the skin of the spiked giant shell dragon. The others are of little use to me. You decide how to distribute them. Sun Yao replied. Then the dragon skin will go to Brother Lin, and the dragon meat will go to each of us in half. I'll take the remaining dragon teeth, dragon tendons, and other materials. If we find dragon eggs, we'll split them in half again. How do you think? Sure, but I don't want the dragon eggs. I still have 4 and I don't know what to do with them. Lin Ming was quite satisfied with this allocation. After all, it was Sun Yao who did the hard work, and Lin Ming's contribution in this operation was limited. He took advantage of this distribution method and therefore gave up the ownership of the dragon egg. After the plan was made, Lin Ming took out the jetpack and sent the illustration to Sun Yao. If you encounter an emergency and decisively abandon the action, I will give you this, use this to leave. When Sun Yao opened the illustration of the jetpack, he was shocked. My God, to what level has Boss Lin Ming developed? The first player in the area to upgrade the survival pod, the first player to share the F-level universal password, he had so many basic resources that he had to sell them, including solar panels at wholesale prices, and he also took out pseudo-crabs. Now there is even a jetpack, a life-saving device. Thinking of how he had treated a damaged conveyor belt as a treasure not long ago, Sun Yao awkwardly used his toes to dig out a 4-bedroom, 1-living-room apartment from his heavy-duty extravehicular suit. After the supplies were completed, Sun Yao touched the pseudo-crab lying next to him and said, "Xiao Hei, let's go." Lin Ming followed Sun Yao's every move through the live broadcast perspective. It has to be said that people's situations cannot be generalized. The area around Sun Yao's life capsule was just like him, with only sand and gravel. But after walking for a few kilometers, Sun Yao arrived at a low-lying area. This is the entrance to a narrow slit. Although it is called a narrow slit, it is actually more than 10 meters wide and nearly 100 meters deep. Sun Yao walked slowly down the narrow crack, and Lin Ming discovered that plants were beginning to appear on the surrounding cliffs, but they had already died under the scorching sun. But this situation began to change when Sun Yao descended about 50 meters. At this location, the cliffs are able to block most of the sunlight, protecting the growth of plants and animals. The originally dry and cracked ground became slightly moist, with large patches of camel thorn-like weeds scattered on both sides, and even green bushes could be seen occasionally. Brother Lin, what do you think of this paradise I found? There is a water source in front. I encountered the giant spiky shell dragon when I was fetching water before. Sun Yao pointed to the front and said, if I wasn't worried about wild animals nearby, I would have moved the survival capsule here. It's really good, much better than my place. My place is a barren land without even a weed. As Lin Ming spoke, he began to stare at the shared perspective of the pseudo-crab exploring the way ahead. His eyes felt slightly hot as Lin Ming saw the flashing lights of various colors on the shared perspective. Clay, reserves 31 units. Withered grass, feed, 29 units. Paving juniper, feed, 78 units. Water source, 78,971 cubic meters. Seeing the water reserves here, Lin Ming was extremely envious. He said, you have a lot of water reserves here, which can be called a small lake. Why don't I see you selling water at the Interstellar Exchange? In the live broadcast, Sun Yao gave a bitter smile, untied a metal cylinder from his waist, let the pseudo-crab go to fetch water, and he stood cautiously a few dozen meters outside the lake, watching from afar. Brother Lin, you don't know. At first, I also thought I was rich, but after seeing a giant spiky shell dragon being sucked into an unknown creature underwater, I no longer have this idea. Sun Yao said this and sent a picture to Lin Ming. Lin Ming clicked on the picture and found it was an extremely blurry video screenshot. In the screenshot, a huge tentacle can be vaguely seen, rolling up an adult spiked giant shell dragon. Tisk. An adult giant spiked shell dragon weighs nearly 1 ton, but the tentacles can easily lift the giant spiked shell dragon in the air. No wonder Sun Yao is so cautious. For the huge unidentified creature below, a creature of Sun Yao's size was not even enough to fill the gaps between its teeth. So, occasionally hit some water, it doesn't care. But if Sun Yao gets too arrogant and starts frantically pumping water next to the lake, the giant creature will inevitably intervene to ensure that its living environment is not affected. It's okay. I get a bucket of water every now and then, so the creature doesn't really care. Taking the metal cylinder handed over by the crab, Sun Yao touched the crab's carapace and tied the metal cylinder around his waist. Good job, keep patrolling, Xiao Hei. The pseudo-crab continued to patrol, and Lin Ming suddenly caught a glimpse of a purple light flashing across the screen. Zaidan Luo, medicine, 1 unit. Drug. This was the first time Lin Ming saw this kind of classification. Although no players are asking for medicine in the regional chat channel, people will inevitably get sick. The potential value of medicines is absolutely unlimited. But the problem is that this is Sun Yao's planet, and the two had not agreed on how to distribute this discovery before. After struggling for a moment, Lin Ming said, "There seems to be a plant that looks different to the right of the pseudo-crab." "Oh, really?" Sun Yao looked in the direction and after careful identification, he found a young lavender plant among the cypress bushes. He smiled and said, "Brother Lin, you have a sharp eye. You can do this." Sun Yao's words came to an abrupt end. The live broadcast fell silent for a moment. 2 minutes later, Sun Yao sent an illustration, Purple Dan Luo. Purple Dan Luo. Introduction: This herb has unique medicinal properties. Drinking the leaves after soaking them in water can repair most non-fatal injuries and relieve fatal injuries. Mashing them into juice and applying them externally can stop bleeding, promote bone growth, and accelerate wound healing. Brother Lin. Sun Yao's voice trembled slightly. There is only one plant, how to divide it? We have already agreed before. I only want the dragon skin and dragon meat. The rest is yours. After a brief excitement, Lin Ming regained his composure. Afterwards, he laughed at himself. Lin Ming, Lin Ming, how can you be so greedy? With so many resources and various scarce technologies in his hands, he actually became greedy when he saw a medicinal herb. Sun Yao was silent again. After a while, he said, "Brother Lin, after all, we are here together to wipe out the spiked giant shell dragon. Whoever sees it gets a share. This herb has 10 leaves, 5 for you and me. No need. I'm not sick now, so it won't be of much use to me." Lin Ming suddenly remembered that he still had a big-mouthed flower in full bloom that hadn't swallowed anything, and then said, "How about this, you keep the leaves and give me the stems." Sun Yao's expression was somewhat anxious, but the illustration says that only the leaves of Zaidan Luo have medicinal effects. Just divide it like this, listen to me. Lin Ming said in a nonchalant tone, "I'll use the stems to soak in water and drink it. Maybe it can increase the reward time." After saying this, Sun Yao took a deep breath. Is this the big boss? Although he is tempted by such a precious thing, he still sticks to his bottom line. If the two of them switched places, they would have agreed when he suggested splitting it equally. All right. Sun Yao carefully picked off 10 leaves and put them into the inner pocket of his heavy-duty out-of-cabin suit. He traded the stems to Lin Ming and said solemnly, "Brother Lin, if you need Zaidan Luo, feel free to ask." Good. Lin Ming nodded slightly at Sun Yao's performance. He was not wrong about the person. Sun Yao is a friend worth making. After getting the stem of the purple Dan Luo, Lin Ming got up and went to the constant temperature room. In the constant temperature room, the lonely big-mouthed flower sensed Lin Ming's arrival and swayed gently. "Don't worry, there's something delicious today." Lin Ming fed the stems and roots of the purple Dan Luo into the blooming buds. The buds of the big-mouthed flower immediately rolled up, tightly binding the stems of the purple Dan Luo, and then the buds drooped, motionless. Lin Ming gently touched the closed bud and said, "When you are mature, I will transplant you over there and let you stay with other flowers of the same kind." After doing all this, Lin Ming looked at Sun Yao's live broadcast perspective. After dealing with the purple Dan Luo, Sun Yao paid special attention to the plants and trees around him. Unfortunately, no other precious herbs were discovered. After passing the wide lake, Sun Yao arrived at a slightly concave cliff. Lin Ming noticed that there was a cave entrance here. The weeds in front of the cave entrance had been trampled to death, and huge dragon claw marks could be seen occasionally. This is the lair of the spiked giant shell dragon. It's quite a large space inside. Sun Yao explained to Lin Ming, now is not the time for the spiked giant shell dragon to come out. It will probably take another 3 or 4 hours before they come out to drink water and look for food. Lin Ming touched his chin and said, doesn't that mean we need to wait here for 3 or 4 hours? Is your reload suit fully charged? Sun Yao chuckled, I have my own way. As he spoke, Sun Yao took out another metal cylinder from his waist. Opening the metal cylinder, Lin Ming saw Sun Yao pour out a dragon egg from it. Is he really a genius? Lin Ming exclaimed in amazement as he watched Sun Yao hand the dragon egg to the pseudo-crab and let it carry it and run into the nest of the giant spiky shell dragon. Roar! 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 Soon, dragon roars were heard one after another. The parasitic crab goes in quickly and runs out even faster. From the shared perspective of the mimic crab, Lin Ming has seen the situation inside. There are a total of 9 giant spiky shell dragons, all of them are adults, be careful. Okay. Sun Yao naturally also saw the situation inside from the shared perspective. He took out the electromagnetic gun from behind, checked the loading status, and quickly retreated. Tap tap tap. During the live broadcast, Lin Ming could clearly hear the rapid and powerful footsteps. Suddenly, a huge spiky giant shell dragon rushed out of the cave and opened its bloody mouth towards the pseudo-crab. Roar! Whoosh! A flash of silver light passed by, and a thumb-sized hole appeared on the head of the giant spiky shell dragon, and red and white substances flowed out from it. Bang! The spiked giant shell dragon shook twice and fell to the ground helplessly. Well done! Lin Ming praised and at the same time applied to trade the electromagnetic gun in Sun Yao's hand with the electromagnetic gun in his hand that had been loaded. Sun Yao agreed instantly, and then pulled the trigger at another spiked giant shell dragon that left the cave. Whoosh! Another spiked giant shell dragon fell. It has to be said that kinetic weapons are lethal to carbon-based organisms. No matter how hard your skull is, it is no match for a super alloy armor-piercing bullet with a muzzle velocity of 3,000 meters per second. After killing 3 spiked giant dragons in succession, the spiked giant dragon inside realized that something was wrong. What the hell? Why are the people in front of me all asleep? Seeing the remaining few spiked giant shell dragons hesitating near the cave entrance, Sun Yao shouted, Xiao Hei, lure them out. Crack, crack, crack. The pseudo-crab that had run to the side to watch the fun immediately picked up the dragon egg again and ran to the cave entrance. Roar! Seeing the stolen dragon egg, the 2 giant spiked dragons inside lost their composure and rushed out again with roars. Whoosh! Trading electromagnetic guns. Whoosh! 2 more spiked giant shell dragons fell to the ground. In an instant, the number of spiked giant shell dragons dropped by half. In this way, no matter how the pseudo-crab lured them at the entrance of the cave, the remaining 4 giant spiky shell dragons refused to come out. Sun Yao shouted to the parasitic crab, Xiao Hei, increase your strength. Crack, crack, crack. The 8 legs of the pseudo-crab moved quickly and it ran into the cave holding the dragon egg. Roar! 4 giant spiky shell dragons rushed over quickly, but saw the pseudo-crab picking up the dragon egg and running away again. However, the spiked giant shell dragon did not chase out, but retreated back into its nest. Then, the pseudo-crab ran in again holding the dragon egg. The spiked giant shell dragon roared and rushed out again. After several times of this, 2 giant spike-shelled dragons finally could not bear the humiliation and rushed out of the cave, but were quickly killed by Sun Yao. There are 2 left. After confirming through the perspective of the pseudo-crab that there were only 2 green spots of light inside, Lin Ming said to Sun Yao, "Sprinkle some water." Sun Yao slowly took out an armor-piercing bullet and loaded it, then walked slowly towards the cave entrance. The mountain does not see me, but I see the mountain. When industrial civilization faces agricultural civilization, the damage it inflicts can be 1 to 100. When interstellar civilization faces prehistoric creatures, it is pure slaughter. In just 5 minutes, all 9 spiked giant shell dragons were killed. This could not be called a battle at all. TSK, this is the power of the electromagnetic gun. Sun Yao walked to the pile of giant spiky shell dragon corpses and gently kicked the millstone-sized dragon head. Before this, I would have been scared even to look at them. 9 spiked giant shell dragons, kill them all adults. Sun Yao counted the harvest and said to Lin Ming happily, "Brother Lin, I'll go in and see if there is anything else." "Okay, be safe." Lin Ming gave a warning. "Don't worry." Sun Yao held an electromagnetic gun and let the pseudo-crab explore the way in front, while he followed vigilantly more than 10 meters behind. Lin Ming also kept an eye on the shared perspective of the pseudo-crabs. Perhaps because the spiked megalosaurus is a herbivore, there is no food stored in the nest. There were no dragon eggs either. It seemed that all the previous ones had been taken away by Sun Yao. No wonder when the giant spiked shell dragon saw the dragon eggs, it would rather risk its life to chase them. That is the hope for the continuation of their tribe. A bunch of poor bastards. Sun Yao, the instigator of the incident, had no awareness of this, and after taking a look around, he looked a little disappointed. "Sun Yao, what is that thing on the ground?" Lin Ming pointed at the black, football-sized things in the shared perspective of the pseudo-crab and asked. His eyes felt slightly warm as he saw gray spots flashing on these black balls the size of footballs. "Ah, these." Sun Yao trotted over to a pile of black balls, squatted down to take a look, and then reached out to touch them. Unfortunately, he was wearing a heavy-duty space travel suit and had no sense of touch, so he couldn't tell what it was. "Stop touching it, I know what it is." Lin Ming saw the floating window next to the light spot and hurriedly stopped it. "Feces, nutrients, 1 unit. What is it?" Sun Yao was filled with curiosity. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the black ball hard, pulling out a soft lump of something with vaguely recognizable plant fibers and intact wild fruits or fruit cores. "This is shit." Sun Yao trembled all over and shook his hands vigorously, throwing the feces in his hands with great force onto the stone wall more than 10 meters away, making a crisp sound. Ah. Sun Yao took off the metal cylinder from his waist and used the water inside to wash his dirty heavy-duty out-of-cabin suit. He said with tears in his eyes, "How disgusting. This is good stuff." Lin Ming thought of the miniature farm he built in the first branch. The feces of the giant spiky shell dragon is an excellent nutrient for the blue algae and crops inside. Moreover, there are several piles of feces here, and there are dozens of black balls in each pile, which is quite a large number. He said to Sun Yao, "I will give you 10 units of electricity, and you can trade all these feces to me." "Brother Lin, what do you want these things for?" Although Sun Yao was confused, he still started to act. The prerequisite for trading items is to own the items. These uncollected resources cannot be traded directly. Sun Yao suppressed his nausea, stretched out a finger, and gently touched a black ball of feces. After obtaining ownership of the black ball of feces, he immediately started trading with Lin Ming. Lin Ming was waiting early in the first tunnel branch. After the transaction, he threw the black ball feces directly into the sewage pool, which was already half empty. Plop, plop. This scene, coupled with the slightly dull plop sound, made Lin Ming feel a little nauseous, and his stomach churned for a while. Fortunately, he was wearing a heavy-duty spacesuit and couldn't smell the potentially invigorating scent. For some unknown reason, Sun Yao was extremely efficient and completed the transaction of all the black ball feces in just 5 minutes. After doing this, Sun Yao immediately took the metal cylinder and carefully rinsed the heavy-loaded cabin suit. "Ah, I feel unclean." Sun Yao raised his right hand, looked carefully, and smelled it. Of course, he couldn't smell anything through the glass helmet. Lin Ming did not say anything to comfort her. It is normal to use feces as nutrients and even urine to replenish water when surviving on a completely unfamiliar planet. The reason why people are called human beings is that they have morals and are called human beings only after they have satisfied their basic needs of food and clothing. If people cannot even satisfy their basic needs of food and clothing, animality will take precedence over humanity. Survival is the first principle of all life. After a few minutes, Sun Yao gradually calmed down, walked to the entrance of the nest, and began to clean up the body of the spiked giant shell dragon. There were 9 giant spiky shell dragons, all of which were adult size, and each one needed to be carried individually by Sun Yao. With the help of the heavy-loaded escape suit, Sun Yao only needed to carry the tails of the giant spiky shell dragons and drag them one by one to the entrance of the canyon, then temporarily move the life capsule over and decompose them to obtain materials. Damn decomposition core, every time it decomposes the meat of the spiked giant shell dragon, it only gives me 100 kilograms, and the rest is various materials. As for the internal organs, skeleton, and other meat, I don't know where they went. While carrying the giant spiky shell dragon, Sun Yao complained to Lin Ming. Lin Ming asked back, then why don't you just kill it yourself? With a super alloy knife, it should be easy, right? Sun Yao. Brother Lin, I thought so too, but think about it, since there is a complete ecological chain in the canyon, it means that in addition to herbivorous animals, there must be carnivorous animals. Those guys have very keen noses. If I leave even a little bit of blood or meat residue outside the survival capsule and they find it, my survival capsule will be in danger. Lin Ming nodded after hearing this. What Sun Yao said makes a lot of sense. The ecosystem of his planet Urea collapsed due to the flood of the black tide. Therefore, except for the first few days of fear, Lin Ming gradually relaxed his vigilance towards his surroundings. After all, the pseudo-crabs and microsatellites were constantly exploring the surrounding area, and he could see the resource points, which confirmed that the surrounding area was safe. But this is not the case with Sun Yao. He had no idea of the situation around him. It could be said that most of the places nearby were like a black box to him. In addition, since we discovered a canyon with a complete ecosystem, we naturally have to be more cautious. Huge resources also represent huge dangers, and the two go hand in hand. Yes. Lin Ming suddenly thought that if Sun Yao could trade the spiked giant shell dragon to him, he would do the decomposition, so that he would not be deducted by the decomposition core. However, Lin Ming quickly rejected this idea. If he spoke at this time and was misunderstood by Sun Yao, thinking that he wanted to take all the giant spiky shell dragons for himself, then their partnership might end there. The most important thing is, why is Lin Ming not worried about the danger that Sun Yao is worried about? Is he 100% sure that the surroundings are safe? If it can be ensured, what methods are used? If he were to expose some or all of his technological creations, or even his talents, for a little extra gain, then the loss would outweigh the gain. He only wanted the skin of the giant spiked dragon, and anything else was not in his plan. Of course it's good to have it, but don't force it if you don't have it. Don't lose your original heart. Lin Ming was lost in thought when he caught a glimpse of an extremely huge red dot rising rapidly at the bottom of the lake, quickly approaching Sun Yao, who was carrying the corpse of the giant spiked shell dragon. Careful. That thing is coming out. Lin Ming said hurriedly, and at the same time traded the jet flight backpack that he had prepared long ago to Sun Yao. Use this, put it on your back. Sun Yao also saw the violently churning lake water through the shared perspective of the pseudo-crab. He hurriedly threw away the spiked giant shell dragon and agreed to Lin Ming's trade request. With a click, the jet backpack was carried on Sun Yao's back. Crash! The huge tentacles stirred up water splashes all over the sky, and a sticky and slippery tentacle that 5 people could hold quickly approached Sun Yao. Sun Yao had already put on the jetpack and jumped slightly. Boom! The strong air waves blew away the water, and Sun Yao broke out of the water like a flying fish. Court death. Seeing that the tentacle missed the target, Sun Yao changed his target to the corpse of the giant spiky shell dragon on the ground. He quickly changed to dum-dum bullets and shot at the tentacle. Crash! The huge tentacles retracted instantly, causing a splash of water nearly 10 meters high. Lin Ming noticed that in the still violently fluctuating lake water, a hint of blue was quietly spreading. How dare you steal my spoils? Sun Yao was suspended in the air with a jet backpack on his back, holding the reloaded electromagnetic gun in both hands, staring at the lake surface which was gradually returning to calm. Lin Ming saw that the huge red dot was sinking rapidly and soon disappeared without a trace. It should be safe. But he didn't tell Sun Yao this. Since it has been confirmed to be safe, let Sun Yao figure it out on his own. After floating in the air for a while, Sun Yao no longer saw the shadow of the unknown creature. He originally wanted to fire another shot into the lake, but after thinking it over, he gave up. After all, these are the bullets given by Lin Ming. Every time one is used, there is one less bullet, so it is better to save some. After confirming it was safe, Sun Yao slowly landed on the ground, dragging the body of the giant spiky shell dragon on the ground, and quickly left. While carrying the things, Sun Yao asked, "Brother Lin, didn't I hit him just now? Otherwise, the dum-dum bullet would have been so powerful that it would have smashed the guy to pieces." "No, you hit it." As Lin Ming spoke, he sent Sun Yao a video that he had just recorded. Playing it at 5 times slow speed, a huge tentacle was seen breaking through the surface of the lake and slowly approaching Sun Yao. Sun Yao put on his jetpack and flew into the air, then loaded up on dum-dum bullets. A flash of silver light shot out and penetrated the huge tentacle. Almost in an instant, an extremely huge hole appeared in the middle of the tentacle. The cavity is so big that it can even accommodate an entire spiked giant shell dragon. Then, the hole shrank rapidly under the strong elastic force of the tentacle, leaving only a palm-sized hole on the surface of the tentacle, from which some light blue blood flowed out. After watching the video, Sun Yao exclaimed, "This tentacle is so elastic." Yes, dum-dum bullets can create a cavity effect, greatly increasing the destructive power, but there are no internal organs inside the tentacles, plus they are elastic, so the damage is not serious. Lin Ming also sighed, "This tentacle is so big that it can smash half of the wound of the spiked giant shell dragon. For it is just a flesh wound." Fortunately, although it was only a flesh wound, the unknown creature, whose true appearance was not revealed, shrank back due to the injury and is not expected to appear again in a short time. Sun Yao seized the time and dragged and hauled, and with the help of the jetpack, he quickly dragged all the corpses of the giant spiky shell dragons to the entrance of the canyon. "Okay, it's safe now, I'm going to go do my own thing." Lin Ming said something and turned off the live broadcast. "Okay, Brother Lin, I'll give you the materials you need after they're decomposed." Sun Yao first flew back to the survival capsule, took off the jetpack from his back, and kept stroking it. "What a great thing. I had such a great time flying just now. I wish it was mine." After playing with the flying backpack for a long time reluctantly, Sun Yao returned the jet flying backpack to Lin Ming. Retracting the jetpack, Lin Ming nodded slightly. After this cooperation, the mutual trust between him and Sun Yao was further strengthened, and they can gradually expand the scope of cooperation in the future. While waiting for Sun Yao to decompose the giant spiky shell dragon, Lin Ming began to send signals to the microsatellite. At this time, the microsatellite had scanned most of the geological information nearby, and Lin Ming had more important things for it to do. Calculate the nearest orbit and see what the angle of the sun will be next. Laugh. A tiny flame spurted out of the nozzle of the microsatellite, and its posture was slowly adjusted, and it began to observe the relative orbital motion of the stars and the planet Uriah. 10 minutes later, the ether crystal appeared with a prompt light screen. It is predicted that after 12 hours, the angle of the star relative to the surface of the Earth will gradually decrease, and after 8 hours it will decrease to 45 degrees, and last for 72 hours. By then, the surface temperature is estimated to drop to less than 100 degrees Celsius. It's starting to cool down. 2 days of scorching sun will soon pass, and the sun will hang obliquely in the sky. A 45-degree angle can provide good lighting while preventing the underground temperature from being too high. If there is no need to carry heavy objects, he can even move around outside in a lightweight spacesuit. Although the heavy-load extravehicular suit is assisted by an extremely sensitive exoskeleton, sometimes some delicate movements are still impossible to perform and it cannot provide a sense of touch. Sun Yao should be deeply aware of this. The next 3 days will be a period of growth, so we need to speed up the process. Lin Ming thought for a moment, then gave the microsatellite an order: conduct deep space exploration to see if there are any E-class supply pods nearby. Laugh. The microsatellite adjusted its angle and began deep space exploration. Going down into the pit, Lin Ming entered the first branch of the pit and found that on the soilless cultivation frame, the seeds of interstellar corn and rice had already shown signs of germination, while there was no obvious change in the fragments of interstellar potatoes. It seems that it won't be long before we can eat interstellar rice. Lin Ming went down to the bottom of the pit and found that the 3D metal printer had already printed a lot of solar panels. The pseudocrabs were carrying them out one by one and then starting to install them. When the sun's angle changes, we need to arrange a pseudocrab to constantly adjust the angle to ensure that the solar panel is always at the optimal angle. Lin Ming looked at the power reserve of the survival capsule. Currently, there are more than 470 units. According to this progress, the power reserve can be fully charged before the angle of the sun changes. In a short period of time, Lin Ming's electricity reserves will be greatly enriched, but because of the production capacity of his 3D printer, he is temporarily unable to consume enough electricity. And for the next 3 days, he was able to maintain good electricity output from the solar panels. Therefore, Lin Ming opened the Interstellar Exchange and decided to buy some items using electricity. After some browsing, Lin Ming saw a chip, which stored the structural drawings of the frame mining system, and the price was as high as 9,999 units of basic resources. Framework Mining System. Introduction. The mining system with a super alloy drill is placed in a huge metal frame. It can maintain its own stability when drilling for minerals, so that mineral resources can be mined uninterruptedly. Material requirements: ultrafine iron powder X1500, general chip of any grade 10-1, electromagnetic coil X50, circuit board X50, super alloy X30. Manufacturing requirements: 3D metal printer is required. Manufacturing cost: electricity X500 units. After looking at the illustrations of the framework mining system, Lin Ming gritted his teeth. The super alloy drill of this system perfectly solves the problem that titanium ore or other resources are buried deep in the earth and cannot be mined by the parasitic crabs. Moreover, Lin Ming already has the ultrafine iron powder and other related materials required for manufacturing. The 500 units of electricity required for production is a little difficult, but not a big problem. The only problem is the price. Although the price is within Lin Ming's affordability, the current amount of electricity he has stored has not yet reached its upper limit. The solar panels are producing power gradually, and the maximum power generation will be reached later today, but it still cannot meet the man's high bid. To put it another way, even if Lin Ming had so much electricity, he would not trade it easily. 9,999 units of electrical energy, just like the electromagnetic gun that has 999 units of basic resources, is just a gimmick for display. But if Lin Ming really went to inquire about the price, the players would definitely ask for a high price after seeing Lin Ming's name and his LV2 level. Lin Ming doesn't want to be a sucker. At this moment, Sun Yao sent a message to Lin Ming. Brother Lin, a total of 87 dragon skins, 900 kilograms of dragon meat and all other materials have been decomposed. I have traded your share to you. Please pay attention to approve the transaction application. Lin Ming opened the Interstellar Exchange and found that Sun Yao had traded 87 dragon skins and 450 kilograms of dragon meat to him, so he clicked to agree. Received. Lin Ming replied to Sun Yao, by the way, I need your help with something. Sun Yao immediately replied, Brother Lin, we don't have to be polite with each other, just speak up. Lin Ming told Sun Yao about his interest in the framework mining system and told him in detail how to bargain. I understand. Don't worry, Brother Lin. Sun Yao immediately understood. After closing the chat box, Sun Yao switched to the Interstellar Exchange channel and found the player who was selling the framework mining system. The player's name is Lu Guodong. Judging from his profile picture, he looks like a man in his 30s with a fair face and no beard. Hello, frame mining system, is this thing still available? Sun Yao repeated the words Lin Ming gave him in his mind and sent a message to Lu Guodong. Lu Guodong immediately replied, yes, do you want it? Sun Yao, of course I want to, it's a good thing, but I don't have that much basic materials. Lu Guodong, oh, I hung it so high just for display. The actual selling price will definitely not be that high. Now everyone is in the early stages of development and resources are limited. I know that. Sun Yao nodded. Just as Lin Ming said, Lu Guodong's psychological price was not actually high. It was just that the technology of the framework mining system looked very high-end, so he wanted to get a good price. He sent a message, how many units of basic resources are you going to exchange for? Let me see if I have enough. Not much, not much. Lu Guodong immediately replied, I think you look kind, brother, and I want to make friends with you. How about this, a fixed price of 2,000 units of basic resources? 2,000 units of basic resources. Sun Yao sneered. He could obviously rob it, but he still had to exchange it for the framework mining system. Anyway, the transaction is all about asking for a high price and paying it back on the spot, so Sun Yao spoke directly. Brother, we are all stranded on a strange planet. You know the progress of development at this time. I am currently maintaining the minimum survival needs. I will exchange all the remaining resources with you. The total amount of various resources is 150 units. What do you think? Sun Yao's offer silenced Lu Guodong. He asked for 2,000 units of basic resources, but Sun Yao came up and discounted his price by 10% and even added another zero. Who could tolerate this? Lu Guodong, 1,500 units, no less. Brother, you also know how precious minerals are. Currently, there are fewer and fewer rust iron ores around us. This will be a money-making machine in the future. Sun Yao shook his head and replied, it's too expensive. Even if I don't eat or drink and take out all my supplies, it's only 200 units. Brother, would you consider it? Lu Guodong hesitated. After he put the framework mining system on the market, there were players who came to him to ask for prices. However, the highest price offered was by the group in Tang province, who offered 400 units of basic resources, which had to be paid in installments. Lu Guodong was tempted by the price, but he was not confident about the installment payment method. Among individual players, Sun Yao had already offered the highest price, but he was not satisfied with this price. Lu Guodong asked tentatively, how about you add another 200 units of basic resources? As long as you agree, we can make the deal immediately. Seeing Lu Guodong's reply, Sun Yao chuckled. Doesn't this test Lu Guodong's psychological price range? He refused decisively. Forget it, brother. I thought about it. Even if I bet all my wealth and took out 200 units of basic resources, if I end up with this thing like you, it will be a hassle. Sorry for bothering me. Seeing Sun Yao retreat, Lu Guodong immediately became anxious. The deal is about to be done and the transaction can be completed as long as the price is agreed. How can I give up at this time? He sent messages to Sun Yao one after another, brother, 350 units, fixed price, trade now if you can. Are you there? Brother, reply when you see the message, 330 units, I'll just consider it as making you my friend. Hello. After leaving Lu Guodong alone for a while, Sun Yao replied, no, brother. I don't have enough basic resources. 150 units. If you agree, then we can trade. If you don't agree, forget it. This time, after waiting for half an hour, Lu Guodong still did not reply to Sun Yao's message. Sun Yao knew that Lu Guodong was in a fierce struggle at the moment, so he edited another message. By the way, brother, you seem to be easy to talk to. I'll show you a way. In our regional channel, Boss Lin Ming is doing so well. You can go talk to him. If he's interested, wouldn't you make a fortune? A word of advice can wake up the dreamer. Lu Guodong, who was struggling, suddenly had his eyes light up. Without having time to reply to Sun Yao's message, he immediately found Lin Ming's contact information and sent him a friend request. Player Lu Guodong applies to add you as a friend, do you agree? Seeing the friend request that popped up, Lin Ming's mouth curled up slightly. Sun Yao has just sent him Lu Guodong's desired price, and now it's his turn to show his skills. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, Lin Ming finally accepted Lu Guodong's friend request and sent him a message. Lu Guodong quickly replied, hello, Boss Lin Ming. Hello, what's up? After seeing Lin Ming's brief reply and the words LV2 behind his name, Lu Guodong felt his throat go dry. Although I didn't talk to the boss face to face, I felt an inexplicable pressure in my heart. If the boss is displeased, the framework mining system will really be in his hands. Boss, I found a little thing, I wonder if you are interested. Lu Guodong, framework mining system. Well, let me take a look later. After Lin Ming sent this message, there was no response. Lu Guodong waited for a full hour and couldn't help but send another message to Lin Ming, boss, what do you think? Oh, I was just busy. Lin Ming was still concise, you want to sell it? Lu Guodong, yes, boss, just 1,000 basic resources, any kind of basic resources will do. Seeing Lu Guodong's offer, Lin Ming laughed secretly. It seems that this guy is still a little greedy and wants to sell the framework distribution system at a high price. Lin Ming, do you think I'm a sucker? I dare not, I dare not. Seeing Lin Ming's reply, Lu Guodong panicked. It turns out that the big guys are not easy to fool. Gritting his teeth, Lu Guodong replied, "Boss, I'll give you a 50% discount. What do you think of 500 units of basic resources? This thing is not very useful." Lin Ming analyzed to Lu Guodong, "On the surface, it is a mining machine that can mine continuously, but in fact it has many disadvantages. First, it requires a lot of basic resources to manufacture, and consumes a lot of electricity. Secondly, there is no mature exploration technology on the market. We can only gamble on luck. If we build this big thing and there are northwest resources in the place where it is located, it will be equivalent to wasting all our efforts. This thing is so big that it is not easy to move. Third, even if the first 2 points are all right, the electricity required for continuous operation is difficult to solve. So, this is a useless thing. You should find someone else." Seeing Lin Ming's analysis one by one, Lu Guodong swallowed his saliva. The big guys are the big guys, and they quickly saw through the drawbacks of the framework mining system. Second, the fatal problem of not being able to know the distribution points of underground resources directly leads to a significant decline in the value of the framework mining system. This is also the reason why he has not yet launched the framework mining system. Players who cannot see these shortcomings will not be able to obtain so many basic resources. Players who can get enough basic resources can see the disadvantages of the framework mining system. Lu Guodong felt that his mood had sunk to the bottom. 350 units of basic resources. I gambled all my electricity to get this. Boss Lin Ming will definitely be the first to gather all the materials to build the framework mining system. Lin Ming, you mean, you have no electricity now? He let the cat out of the bag again, revealing his current difficult situation. After saying this, Lin Ming knew that he had run out of ammunition and food in his attempt to turn the tables by relying on the trading framework mining system. 280 units of electricity, one price. Just when Lu Guodong was in despair, he saw the price Lin Ming offered. Good. Lu Guodong seemed to have grasped a life-saving straw and agreed immediately. Let's trade. After completing the transaction, Lu Guodong sent a message to Lin Ming with tears in his eyes. "Thank you, big boss, thank you, big boss. If there is good technology in the future, I will give you the lowest price." After closing the chat box, Lin Ming looked at the black chip lying in his palm and couldn't help laughing. He felt that even if the price was lowered to 250 units of electricity or even lower, Lu Guodong would agree. But Lin Ming still left a certain profit margin for Lu Guodong, and out of habit from business talks, he did not like the number 250. Research on framework mining system, estimated to obtain relevant technology in 1 hour. Lin Ming was very satisfied when he saw the prompt light screen popped up by the ether crystal. The shortcomings of the framework mining system he just mentioned do exist for other players. But Lin Ming has plenty of electricity, and he also has pseudocrabs that can mine rust ore. The most important thing is that Lin Ming can see the resource points. This point crushes most players, as he can maximize the mining efficiency of the framework mining system. All the parasitic crabs concentrate on mining stones. I'm short of rust ore right now. Lin Ming issued an order to the pseudocrab. More than 50 parasitic crabs are still too few. Through the busy vision of the pseudocrab, Lin Ming sighed. He decided to reverse engineer the crab. But he didn't hold out much hope for it. Please select the chip used for reverse engineering research. F-class general purpose chip. Based on the computing power provided by the current chip, the estimated reverse research time is 10 minutes, and the power consumption is 1 unit per hour. Do you want to start the reverse research? Yes. The reverse engineering of the pseudocrab has been completed. You have mastered the technology to create the pseudocrab. Pseudocrab. Introduction: silicon-based life with low computing power has a peculiar appearance, can adapt to various terrains, and can complete the given tasks in harsh environments. Material requirements: high-purity silicon ingots X2, general chip of any level X1, circuit board X1, electromagnetic coil X1, energy storage block X1. Manufacturing requirements: 3D metal printer is required. Manufacturing consumption: electricity X5 units. When Lin Ming saw the materials needed to make the pseudocrab, he already had a rough idea in his mind before doing the reverse research. After all, these were the materials we obtained when we decomposed the pseudocrab before. This reverse cracking is nothing more than drawing out the blueprints for making the pseudocrab. What he lacks now is not the technology to make mimic crabs, but electromagnetic coils and circuit boards. Lin Ming spent an hour reverse engineering the electromagnetic coil and the circuit board respectively. Electromagnetic coil. Introduction. This small and versatile electronic component can be found in most technological creations. Material requirements: ultrafine iron powder X1, ultrafine copper powder X1. Manufacturing requirements: 3D metal printer is required. Manufacturing consumption: electricity X1 unit. Circuit board. Introduction: a substrate with a precise structure and many printed circuits, which is the carrier of computing chips. Material requirements: high-purity silicon ingot X1, high-strength lightweight material X1, ultrafine copper powder X1. Manufacturing requirements: 3D metal printer is required. Manufacturing consumption: electricity X1 unit. Really? Lin Ming was unable to manufacture these two seemingly basic components. The electromagnetic coil lacks ultrafine copper powder, but this can be solved after he mines the copper ore. But he had never heard of the high-strength, lightweight materials needed to make circuit boards. It is obvious that this material is not a basic material and requires certain technology to synthesize. Lin Ming searched on the Interstellar Exchange but could not find any relevant materials. This is the trouble with being ahead of most players. When most players were still trading basic resources, he already needed advanced resources, but since they could not be produced in the area, he had to rely on himself. This turns into a ridiculous cycle. To make a parasitic crab, you need to make a circuit board and an electromagnetic coil. If you want to get the circuit board and electromagnetic coil, you need to disassemble the crab. A stubborn mind becomes a blockage in both ends. Soon, Lin Ming stopped caring about this matter. After all, the development of technology is gradual. Even if he doesn't have high-strength lightweight materials, other players will slowly discover them in the future, and at that time they can just exchange them for resources or technological creations. After a busy whole day, Lin Ming felt a little sleepy. He prepared to eat something to fill his stomach and then have a good sleep. During such stressful times, a good meal and adequate sleep can be a great way to relieve mental strain. Belch. After eating another meal of grilled dragon meat and other side dishes, Lin Ming touched his stomach. There was a surge of warmth in my lower abdomen, but the feeling seemed to be less than before. It seems that there is a limit to the strength that dragon meat can increase. Lin Ming smacked his lips. It seemed that if he wanted to improve his talent, he needed to find some other ways. He was a little curious about what kind of enhancements he could get when his talent was upgraded next time. Detected E-Class carbon-based life resource supply cabin X1, distance 5.5 light minutes, target is approaching rapidly, estimated to enter the maximum call area in 6 hours. Seeing the prompt that suddenly popped up from the ether crystal, Lin Ming issued an order. After the target enters the call area, send a distress signal. The designated task has been completed. It is estimated that after 6 hours, a distress signal will be sent in the designated direction. Well, it looks like a new supply pod has arrived when I wake up. I hope it gives me some good stuff this time. Lin Ming took a deep breath. He has been on the planet Urea for 7 days and can be said to have achieved certain results. It's time to reward yourself. Boil some hot water, I want to take a good bath. The 45-degree hot water was quickly boiled, and Lin Ming took a comfortable shower, feeling much refreshed. The bath water flows directly into the constant temperature chamber, providing nutrients to the blue algae there. Before going to bed, Lin Ming decided to make use of the sleep time. The parasitic crab has given orders to collect stones from a larger area to decompose the rust ore. 3D metal printers are working overtime to produce solar panels. The chip that is currently idle is the E-Class general purpose chip. I am such a nice person, letting you have so much free time. Lin Ming thought for a moment and said, then I'll give you a job. Research glass in reverse. He had previously obtained a piece of glass, which he had originally intended to use for reverse research, but he had been busy recently, so he had only put it on the agenda now. Based on the computing power provided by the current chip, The estimated reverse research time is 0.2 hours, and the power consumption is 1 unit per hour. Do you want to start the reverse research? Yes. After confirming, Lin Ming lay in the hibernation capsule and closed his eyes comfortably. Sleep. After sleeping for 10 hours, Lin Ming stretched and sat up from the hibernation capsule. It feels so good to wake up naturally instead of being woken up by an alarm clock. After a quick wash, Lin Ming opened the ether crystal and began to check the prompts that appeared after he fell asleep. The glass has been reverse engineered. You have mastered the technology of making glass. Detected E-class carbon-based life resource supply capsule *1. Based on the current orbit and speed of the supply capsule, it is estimated to arrive in 7 hours. Current remaining time, 2 hours and 57 minutes. The parasitic crab reported an anomaly. The first is the technology of making glass. Lin Ming also had a general idea of the technology for making glass. After taking a look, he found that as he thought, as long as he collected sand from the surrounding area and consumed electricity, he could produce glass continuously. Therefore, the time consumed in reverse engineering the glass is extremely short. The E-class carbon-based life resource supply cabin will arrive in 3 hours, which makes Lin Ming a little excited. Hey, abnormal, what's abnormal? Lin Ming opened the video sent by the pseudo-crab. This is a panoramic video recorded from the perspective of a parasitic crab. Crack, crack, crack. In the video, a parasitic crab is exploring the surrounding area, strictly following the path set by Lin Ming and exploring the details of the surrounding area. The ground around us is covered with gravel and sand, and in front of us is an endless desert. The scorching sun in the sky is slowly changing its angle, just as measured by the microsatellite, hanging obliquely in the sky. Everything works fine. Crack, crack, crack. The pseudo-crab took another step forward, and the scene in front of it changed instantly. The originally boundless desert suddenly disappeared, replaced by black ground and endless mountains in the distance. A sun as big as a millstone hung above the mountains, radiating endless light wantonly. Lin Ming noticed that this huge sun was actually blue. The gravel that was everywhere on the ground disappeared, replaced by a black unknown substance. These black substances have completely lost their moisture and cracked into various irregular shapes. The sudden change confused the general chip of the pseudo-crab, which had low computing power to begin with. It tried to return to its original position and found that the scene before it was back to normal, desert, gravel, and the sun slightly tilted overhead. Seeing that everything has returned to normal, the pseudo-crab did not suspect anything and continued to explore forward. Take a step forward, and the world before your eyes changes again. It stood there for several minutes, then turned around and looked. I saw that there seemed to be an invisible wall in the space behind me, dividing the space into 2 completely different worlds. The world inside is a desert world, with sand and gravel, and the scorching sun hanging overhead. The world outside is a black world. Everything, whether it is the ground or the mountains, is covered with black matter. The universal chip of the pseudo-crab calculated at a rapid speed, circling around in place, trying to fill in the gap between the 2 worlds. However, it failed. Therefore, the pseudo-crab could only stay where it was and report the abnormality to Lin Ming. The video ends. After closing the video, Lin Ming fell silent. A strange idea emerged in his mind. He rejected this idea at the first moment, but a feeling of powerlessness emerged deeply in his heart. Yes, on the first day, he should have thought about why the sun was at the same angle for everyone. The environment around everyone seems to be no different. Sand, desert, and scorching sun. Maybe it was because he had never been to an alien planet. Lin Ming subconsciously thought that all this was normal and that this was how a wild planet should be. But it was not until the giant spiked shell dragon appeared in Sun Yao's world and a complete ecological chain emerged that doubts began to appear in Lin Ming's mind, but he did not think much about it at that time. If you think about it, other players have also made some different discoveries, such as sour berries or ruins with technological artifacts. Then, an idea that is somewhat unbelievable but should be close to the truth is about to emerge. The life capsule and everything within dozens of kilometers around it were gifts from that high-tech life form in order to help them get through the most difficult initial stages of development. The sun he saw did not exist in reality. The real sun in this world was the huge blue sun outside. It's ridiculous. I thought he was very stingy and only gave us a few basic resources. I didn't expect that he would give us a stable little world. After putting on a heavy-duty extravehicular suit, Lin Ming put on a jetpack and flew towards the pseudocrab to report the abnormal location. He wanted to see with his own eyes what the real world of the planet Urea was like. Buzz buzz buzz. The jet backpack ejected strong airflow, quickly approaching the location of the pseudocrab at a speed of 30 km per hour. Opening the map, Lin Ming took a look and found that the location where the pseudocrab reported the abnormality was nearly 50 kilometers away from the life capsule. Nearly 2 hours later, Lin Ming arrived at the border area. He saw a pseudocrab lying on the ground, motionless. Laugh. Slowly landing on the ground, Lin Ming touched the little head of the pseudocrab and said, "Go back, leave this to me." Crack, crack, crack. The parasitic crab stretched out its 2 claws, clamped it, and started to return the same way. Lin Ming stood up and looked, and found that there seemed to be a slightly twisted wall in front of him. Just like the air wall in online games, it separates the 2 spaces. He took a step forward and saw the true appearance of the planet Urea. These black substances must be the dried black tide. Lin Ming squatted down and picked up a piece of black cracked substance. With a light rub, it turned into black powder. With his eyes slightly fixed, Lin Ming looked at the black powder. Nutrients, 0.01 units. Really? These black substances can all be used as nutrients. Looking up, dozens of kilometers away, there is a mountain range thousands of meters high, stretching across the front, endlessly. These mountains are also covered with black matter. Since the power stored in the heavy-duty extravehicular suit was not enough to support flying such a long distance, Lin Ming gave up the idea of going over to take a look. Is this high-tech life? With a wave of its hand, it sent billions of people to different planets tens of thousands of light-years away, and also gave them an initial area with a radius of 50 kilometers. This unimaginable and magnificent power was called a miracle even by Lin Ming, who possessed certain scientific knowledge. Forget it. These are not things I can worry about in the short term. Let's just develop first. Who knows, I might be able to possess such power in the future. Lin Ming clenched his fists and said to himself. He looked at the wall of air in front of him and suddenly realized something was wrong. Originally, the air wall was 1 meter away from him, but now the distance seemed closer. Lin Ming raised his eyebrows and drew a line with his foot where the air wall was. After a short while, Lin Ming saw that the line appeared behind the air wall. The area covered by the air wall is slowly decreasing. This means that after a certain period of time, they will completely lose the protection of the air wall. We still need to rely on our own strength and develop well to survive on this planet. Lin Ming no longer hesitated and jumped lightly. The jetpack sprayed out a strong airflow, carrying him high into the sky. On the way back, Lin Ming went over the current situation in his mind again and thought of the planet where Sun Yao was. He opened the chat interface. "Sun Yao, what is the composition of the atmosphere where you are?" Soon, Sun Yao replied, "Nitrogen 80%, oxygen 15%, carbon dioxide 3%, and other 2%. Seeing the air composition of Sun Yao's planet, Lin Ming asked, "Then have you never lacked oxygen from the beginning?" Sun Yao, "Yes, the life support system of the survival capsule can extract oxygen from the outside air to meet my daily consumption. However, I looked at the regional chat channel and it seems that the planet everyone is on is relatively short of oxygen." Lack of oxygen? There is no such thing at all. Lin Ming then asked, "Then why don't you sell oxygen in exchange for other resources?" Sun Yao, "I want to, too, but only stored oxygen can be traded. I don't have the means to extract oxygen directly from the air now." Lin Ming understood instantly. The life support system will only supply oxygen to Sun Yao, but will not allow Sun Yao to trade oxygen. Even if Sun Yao were to obtain a means to extract oxygen from the air for trading, most players would no longer be short of oxygen. This trend is already emerging. Several basic resources, including oxygen, water, and electricity, are already being sold by a large number of players in the interstellar exchange. Various foods also began to appear. As players develop, these basic resources will no longer be a problem. As for the comments made by many players in the previous regional channels about the lack of various resources, this can also be explained by the Pareto principle. Pareto principle, also known as the 80-20 rule. This means that 20% of the people have 80% of the say. Although players in regional channels are very active, in fact only a small number of players speak out. Most players will not speak all the time, they will only say a word or two occasionally. They are the silent majority. After understanding this, Lin Ming nodded. It seems that after the initial stage, the resources of the planets we live on will gradually begin to differentiate and begin to have their own characteristics. The characteristic of his planet is the black tide. Endless black tide. Why do I feel like the characteristics of my planet are a bit lame? After secretly complaining for a while, Lin Ming noticed that a bright light appeared in the sky. The supply cabin had arrived. Something separated from the supply capsule, drew a parabola, and headed straight for the pit where Lin Ming's survival capsule was located. Laugh. Lin Ming landed slowly and found that the E-class carbon-based life resource supply cabin had arrived before him. Recover the supply cabin. The E-level resource supply box has been recovered. This time we obtained Superalloy X10, Big Mouth Flower Seed X10, Arc Furnace X1. Due to the huge size of the arc furnace, the size of the superalloy box increased dramatically this time, and the superalloy obtained by decomposition also became 10 units. Electric arc furnace. Introduction: this device uses high-voltage arc to melt resources. Due to the high level of smelting technology, the purity of the smelted products is extremely high. Operation consumption: electric energy x 100 units/hour. Arc furnace. Lin Ming was excited after seeing the introduction of the arc furnace. This thing showed up just in time. If he created a frame-type mining system, he would originally need to transport the minerals to the survival capsule so that he could use the decomposition core to obtain the corresponding minerals. But at this time, it can be decomposed directly using an electric arc furnace. And according to the description, the product of the arc furnace is of higher purity. The only downside is that electric arc furnaces are extremely energy-intensive to operate, consuming up to 100 units of electricity per hour. High energy consumption is not its problem, it's my problem. Together with the pseudo-crab, Lin Ming erected a 5-meter-high arc furnace. Unable to suppress his excitement, he decided to give it a try. He took out 20 units of high-purity silicon ingots and put them into the feed port of the electric arc furnace. Show me what you're capable of. Arc furnace, start. Crack. Inside the arc furnace, the high-voltage arc began to operate, and soon, 2 black silicon ingots appeared at the discharge port. With an output ratio of 10:1, that's a bit of a waste. Lin Ming felt a little distressed when he saw the black waste slag falling to the ground from the slag outlet. He picked up a black silicon ingot and opened the illustrated guide. Single crystal silicon. Introduction: extremely pure silicon ingots with almost no lattice defects or impurities, used to make chips or solar panels. Semiconductor-grade single crystal silicon. Lin Ming exclaimed when he saw the description of monocrystalline silicon. I didn't expect that the arc furnace has such a strong purification capability that it can directly produce semiconductor-grade single crystal silicon. In this way, he will have no shortage of raw materials for manufacturing chips. But the biggest problem at the moment is that he doesn't have the 3D metal printer needed to produce the chips. The 3D metal printer he currently owns is Type 1, with a resolution at the micron level, which cannot be used to manufacture high-performance chips. To manufacture chips with decent performance, the resolution of a 3D metal printer must be at least less than 50 nanometers. No hurry, no hurry. Lin Ming calmed down and went down to the bottom of the pit. The 3D metal printer finally finished its busy work, and dozens of solar panels were being carried out one by the parasitic crabs and installed on the power generation array. Lin Ming now has as many as 110 solar panels, and the electricity generated per hour can fully fill the energy reserve of the survival capsule. Electricity will no longer be the bottleneck restricting my development. The current situation is production capacity. Looking at the 3D metal printer that had just been idle for a while, Lin Ming took out the skin of the spiked giant shell dragon. Rest for an hour, don't you feel good? Come on, let's continue working. Sizzle, sizzle. Various materials enter from the feed port of the 3D metal printer and are gradually manufactured into a complete conveyor belt module. Then, Lin Ming began to use electricity to purchase all kinds of necessary materials in the interstellar exchange. The next 3 days were a period of stable development, with mild and abundant sunshine, and sufficient time for the solar panels to generate electricity. He plans to produce the frame mining system and distillation tower. The efficiency of industrial machines is far beyond that of handicraftsmen like the pseudocrab. Even though the 3D metal printer is currently fully booked, he can first use an arc furnace to extract high-purity mineral resources, and then let the 3D metal printer slowly produce the finished product. For Lin Ming now, seeing the 3D metal printer idle is as painful as losing money. Ultrafine iron powder, 1 electrical energy can be exchanged for 5 units. Let's get 5,000 units first, there will be places to use them later. Superalloy, 1 electric energy can only be exchanged for 3 units, TSK, give me some. Save some fuel. When the time comes, we can launch a few more satellites to explore the entire planet. Yo, big mouth flower seeds. Lin Ming kept turning the pages and found that some players had already listed the big mouth flower seeds on the interstellar exchange. Big mouth flower seeds can be obtained in low-level carbon-based life resource supply cabins. It seems that as time goes by, many players have begun to obtain the seeds of the big mouth flower and can start planting. Lin Ming clicked on it and saw the details interface of the big mouth flower seeds. Many players had already started discussing it enthusiastically. What kind of Plants vs. Zombies mod is this? Will zombies spawn around us in the future? Can you please take a closer look at the introduction above? The big mouth flower is used to devour plants and can be specialized into corresponding traits. That means we can start farming now. I see someone is selling seeds at the exchange. Seeds alone are useless. Do you have the right environment to grow them? Why not? I found an oasis nearby with lots of plants. Can't I plant them there? Oasis, do you have a water source? I'm the big guy who's been selling water like crazy these past 2 days. Big guy, you have a lot of water. Watching the players' discussion, Lin Ming suddenly thought of a business opportunity. Constant temperature room for sale. Although the climate of some players' planets allows for the direct cultivation of giant lilies, these players are a minority after all. Most players still cannot meet the conditions for growing big mouth flower, and the constant temperature room can just solve this problem. Lin Ming did what he said. He used a 3D metal printer to create a constant temperature room and then posted it on the interstellar exchange. Selling constant temperature chamber, bring your own raw materials, manufacturing cost 100 units of basic resources, no electricity required. All materials and labor included, 200 units of basic resources. The launch of the constant temperature room instantly attracted a lot of attention from players. Boss Lin Ming's high-tech store has new products. Let me know what this is, a constant temperature room. An expansion cabin that can grow giant lilies or other plants, wouldn't that solve my problem? It comes with its own raw materials, and it's ready in seconds. Boss Lin Ming, we all graduated from 9 years of compulsory education, why are you the only one who stands out? Soon, the constant temperature room that Lin Ming had set up was instantly destroyed by a player using 100 units of ultrafine iron powder and 100 liters of water. Although there are sewage pools in the pits that can be used to extract water resources, the total capacity is limited after all, so the more water is used, the less water there is. The cesspool in the first branch has been reduced to half its original size. Being able to exchange for some water resources at this time is still a good deal for Lin Ming. In just over 10 minutes, Lin Ming had received pre-orders from several players, some of whom brought their own raw materials, and some of whom provided all the materials and labor. Whether they provided food, water, or oxygen, Lin Ming accepted them all. After receiving 10 orders, Lin Ming removed the constant temperature room from the shelves and stopped accepting orders. After all, the production capacity of 3D metal printers is limited, and he still needs to manufacture the frame mining system and distillation tower first. We have enough materials. Let's build a frame mining system and mine some minerals. Lin Ming has discovered copper mines in the surrounding area, which can be mined and smelted in an electric arc furnace. In this way, there is enough raw material for manufacturing electromagnetic coils, and electromagnetic coils can be produced continuously. Sizzle, sizzle. The 3D metal printer that had just produced a conveyor belt module immediately changed its production target and began to produce a frame-type mining system. Due to its huge size, the frame mining system is manufactured into hundreds of different parts and then assembled separately. Otherwise, even if it was produced, Lin Ming would find it difficult to move this thing out of the pit. Metal cylinders with iron structures are produced one by the 3D printer. Lin Ming nodded repeatedly after watching this. The main frame of the frame-type mining system is somewhat similar to the main structure of the tower crane he has seen on construction sites. In the middle of the main frame is an electric motor driven by electricity, which drives the superalloy drill to drill continuously and mine underground mineral resources. It takes 3 hours to manufacture all the modules of the framework mining system. Lin Ming did not just wait, but went to the first pit branch to see what happened to the seeds. When they arrived at the first branch of the pit, Lin Ming was very satisfied with the situation inside. Rice seeds and corn seeds have begun to germinate and are ready to be transplanted. The same is true for potato tubers and spathiphyllum seeds. It's time to start transplanting. Lin Ming carefully transplanted the germinated seeds into the soilless cultivation frame system. These seeds are the foundation for the future development of his farm and must be treated with care. Once these seeds grow into plants and bear fruit, the number of seeds will increase dozens of times. When the time comes, you can ask the pseudo-crab to do the transplanting. He can afford even a small mistake in the transplanting process that results in seed inactivation. After doing all this, Lin Ming placed the 10 bigmouth flower seeds he had just obtained on the culture medium to germinate them. The first pit branch has been developed, so the next 8 pit branches can be transformed in batches according to the same model. Lin Ming was planning the future development of the pit in his mind, and he was a little worried. To transform the remaining 8 pit branches, at least 8 life support systems and more soilless frame cultivation systems are needed. All of these require the production capacity of 3D metal printers. And at the 3D metal printer, there are nearly 100 conveyor belts that need to be manufactured. Fortunately, it takes time for the seeds to mature, so Lin Ming doesn't need to be too anxious. However, 3D metal printers won't be able to rest anytime soon. Lin Ming suddenly thought of a question. The 3D metal printer has various modules, such as the feed port, robotic arm, spray nozzle, molding substrate, and so on. While one module is working, the other modules have a short stop period during which no work is done. That is to say, although the 3D metal printer appears to be busy, in fact most of the modules are taking turns to rest. According to this logic, the busier the 3D metal printer is, the more time it has to rest. Therefore, 3D metal printer's work is resting. Wow! Lin Ming was impressed by his own brilliant idea. He went down to the bottom of the pit and saw the 3D metal printer at work, and his mindset suddenly changed. Work hard, so you can rest better. After encouraging the 3D metal printer a few words, Lin Ming went to the constant temperature room to check the condition of the bigmouth flower that had devoured the stem of the purple Danlua. The flower buds of this bigmouth flower have fallen off and the stems have become slender. The veins of the 2 huge leaves began to change from green to purple. It seemed that they were in the specialization stage. It was estimated that in another day or 2, they would be able to fully specialize into purple Danlua. Okay, the bigmouth flower is stronger than I thought. Is this the power of top-level biotechnology? Lin Ming exclaimed in praise. He looked at the 4 dragon eggs of the spiked giant shell dragon lying on the ground. These 4 eggs have been on the ground for some time and nothing has changed. But he is not in a hurry. According to common sense, it takes at least half a month or even longer for egg-laying organisms to hatch successfully. Although the spiked giant shell dragon is not a creature from the blue planet, it should also follow this rule. He remembered that when he was in biology class, his teacher once showed him a set of photos of chicks growing inside eggs. The method to detect the growth of a chick inside an egg is also very simple. Just shine a strong light on the egg and you can see what's inside clearly. Lin Ming followed suit, took a dragon egg in his hand, and shone it from the bottom with the high-intensity searchlight on his heavy-duty spacesuit. Soon, the dragon egg turned into a translucent light yellow color. Lin Ming clearly saw a red spot the size of a fingernail on the opaque egg yolk. Dense blood vessels grew on the red patch, covering the entire yolk. It's a live egg. It looks like it's in the early stages of development. It will take some time for it to hatch. Using this method, Lin Ming tested other dragon eggs. The 4 dragon eggs should have been laid in the same period of time and their development should be roughly similar. Okay, then you guys can grow up slowly here. Carefully placing the dragon egg on the ground, Lin Ming left the constant temperature room. After a short wait, the 3D metal printer was finally completed. Lin Ming and the 2 parasitic crabs worked together to carry hundreds of modules out of the pit. At the same time, Lin Ming assigned a new task to the 3D metal printer, to manufacture a liquid distillation tower. There are only a dozen circuit boards left, and no one is selling them at the Interstellar Exchange. I'm a bit overwhelmed. Looking at the limited supply of circuit boards, Lin Ming scratched his head. Let's take it one step at a time. Since the frame mining system adopts a modular structure, it is relatively simple to install or dismantle. Lin Ming found a copper mine with a reserve of 57 units and began to build a framework mining system above the copper mine distribution point. The first step is to build the basic framework. The huge metal frame was hammered into the ground 1 meter deep and then rose up layer by layer like a tower crane. After installing the 5-meter-high support frame, Lin Ming, wearing a jet flight backpack, installed the electromagnetic drive and super alloy drill. Finally, install the receiving end of the wireless power transmission module to obtain electricity from the solar cell array, and a simple mine is formed. The copper mine is located 5 or 6 kilometers away from the pit. If the previous situation continues, the pseudo-crabs carry the mined copper ore to the pit, and then use the decomposition core of the survival capsule to smelt and purify it. The transportation efficiency will be extremely low. Currently, not many conveyor belts have been manufactured, and 100 conveyor belts are only 100 meters long, which is far from meeting current needs. Fortunately, Lin Ming has an arc furnace. He moved the arc furnace directly next to the copper mine. In this way, only 2 or 3 crabs are needed to complete the fully automated process of putting copper ore into the electric arc furnace. Try it first. Lin Ming started the framework mining system. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Driven by the motor, the super alloy drill slowly accelerated and began to sink slowly. Laugh. The extremely strong super alloy drill made a harsh friction sound when it came into contact with the hard ground. Fortunately, although the ground is hard, it is in no way comparable to superalloy. The superalloy drill bit sank smoothly, slowly approaching the copper mine more than 10 meters deep underground at a speed of 1 meter per minute. Lin Ming opened the 3D map and saw that the superalloy drill had touched the copper mine. Crash. Soon, finely crushed copper ore poured out from the discharge port of the frame mining system. The parasitic crab next to it immediately started to move, quickly picking up the copper ore with its claws and dropping it into the feed port of the arc furnace. Crack! The electric arc furnace was started at the same time, and soon, purple-red pure copper blocks appeared at the discharge port of the electric arc furnace. Pure copper block. Introduction: copper ingots with extremely high purity are high-quality metal raw materials with a wide range of industrial uses. Success. Lin Ming cheered as he held the fist-sized piece of pure copper in his palm and played with it repeatedly. This enabled him to create electromagnetic coils. All that remains is to find a way to find high-strength and lightweight materials to manufacture circuit boards. As long as he can solve the circuit board production problem, he can mass-produce pseudo-crabs. This low-intelligence silicon-based life form is very useful at present and can greatly improve Lin Ming's production efficiency. Hundreds or even thousands of parasitic crabs lined up in a row can even replace conveyor belts. But it's a bit of a waste of talent. Watch the electric arc furnace working continuously to purify the copper ore. Tiny pieces of copper ore enter from the feed port, and then pure copper blocks are produced at the discharge port. At the same time, a large amount of waste slag is discarded. Lin Ming had an idea. He opened the control interface of the arc furnace and issued the command. Reduce the purity of the output to 99%. What I want is the output. After adjusting the smelting purity of the arc furnace, Lin Ming saw that the effect was immediate. The original output rate of pure copper blocks was less than 1/10, and the remaining 90% turned into waste slag. But after the adjustment, the output rate of copper blocks doubled, and only 70% to 80% became waste slag. Lin Ming picked up a piece of output and opened the illustration. High-purity copper block. Introduction. Copper blocks containing certain impurities are good metal raw materials, which slightly reduce the output efficiency and increase the output power consumption. Good. Lin Ming nodded to show his satisfaction. Although the output of high-purity copper blocks is slightly less efficient and consumes more electricity, the output is doubled. In terms of overall efficiency, it is profitable. As for the electricity consumed, the solar array is currently generating enough power to be used, so there is no need to worry for the time being. After adjusting the production line here, Lin Ming returned to the bottom of the pit and waited for the liquid distillation tower to be completed. This is a big guy that is also about 5 or 6 meters high. It looks similar to a blast furnace and is divided into several floors. Each layer has a discharge port that can output different products. Sizzle. The 3D metal printer continued to work, and it took more than 2 hours to complete the production of the huge liquid distillation tower. Lin Ming immediately assigned the task of manufacturing the life support system to prevent the 3D metal printer from getting a bad rest. Due to the huge size of the liquid distillation tower, it is impossible to transfer it directly through the tunnel. Therefore, Lin Ming moved the life capsule and transported the liquid distillation tower to the ground through the ejection channel. After building a new technological creation, of course you have to try it out first. The feed inlet of the liquid distillation tower is a huge water storage tank with a volume of 1 cubic meter. Lin Ming asked the parasitic crabs to pump sewage from the second tunnel branch and fill the water tank. After installing the microwave transmission device, Lin Ming started the liquid distillation tower. A high-frequency noise sounded. The electromagnetic coil in the liquid distillation tower starts working to heat the liquid. Lin Ming placed a metal cylinder at the discharge port of each layer to collect the output. Crash. The first thing to come out was the outlet on the top, and clear liquid kept flowing out. Lin Ming opened the illustration and found that it was pure water. After all, it is the main component of sewage. Soon after, the discharge port of the second layer also began to move, and a large amount of white powder slowly emerged from it. This is. Lin Ming felt that these powders looked familiar. After opening the illustrated book, he was shocked to find that the white powder was actually the vitamin powder he had obtained before. Come to think of it. When the black tide swept across the entire planet and devoured all organic matter, it must have contained some vitamins or nutrients. After waiting for a while, some grayish-white, slightly translucent substance appeared from the third layer outlet. Lin Ming picked up a piece and found that this substance was very similar to rock sugar. High-strength and lightweight material. Introduction. It is a very tough polymer material with extremely high strength, strong plasticity, light weight, impact resistance, and corrosion resistance. It is one of the best industrial raw materials. I searched for him everywhere, and when I turned around, I found this thing right where he lived. Who could have imagined this? A sudden feeling of happiness enveloped Lin Ming, and he felt a little dizzy. With high strength and lightweight materials, he can put together the industrial puzzle and produce most technological creations independently. What is the entire industry chain? Tactical retreat.jpg. Now that he has the high strength and lightweight material, Lin Ming must test its performance. It is light enough, but how strong is it? Just do it. Lin Ming first used a 3D metal printer to create an arched superalloy frame and tray. Then, a rope as thick as a toothpick was made using iron powder, superalloy, and high-strength lightweight materials. He planned to test the tensile strength of these things. First, the wire. Lin Ming tied the wire to the top of the arched superalloy frame, tied a superalloy tray underneath, and began to add stones into it. The stones are cut, weighing 10 kilograms each. After placing 5 stones, the wire snapped and broke in the middle. Iron wire can withstand a tensile force of about 50 kilograms, so what about superalloys? The superalloy demonstrated strong tensile strength. Lin Ming placed more than 60 stones in one breath before the superalloy rope broke. The tensile strength of the superalloy exceeds 600 kilograms, which is more than 10 times that of iron wire. Lin Ming looked at the superalloy rope with some surprise. It was worthy of the name, superalloy. Finally, Lin Ming began testing high-strength lightweight materials. Don't let me down. Lin Ming began to try adding stones. When the amount reached 50 yuan, Lin Ming gritted his teeth secretly. Based on this strength, high-strength lightweight materials can already approach the tensile strength of superalloys, but their weight is far inferior. He continued to add rocks. Soon, the number of stones reached 100, which is a weight of 1 ton. However, nothing has changed in the high-strength, lightweight material. This tensile strength is already twice that of superalloy. Lin Ming continued to add stones, and when the number of stones reached 200, the high-strength lightweight material still did not change. This. Lin Ming swallowed his saliva. Soon, more than 300 stones were added on top, with a total weight of more than 3 tons. The density of stone is about 3 to 4 tons per cubic meter. The design capacity of the pallet can hold up to 5 cubic meters of stone. It should be able to reach the maximum tensile strength of high-strength lightweight materials. Lin Ming kept adding stones, and he was already a little numb. Finally, all 5 cubic meters of stones were added to the metal pallet. At this time, the total weight of the stones in the pallet exceeded 15 tons. However, the high-strength and lightweight material, which is only as thick as a toothpick, is still as solid as an old dog and shows no signs of breaking. If you want to test, you have to test it thoroughly. Lin Ming temporarily interrupted the task of the 3D metal printer and asked it to use iron powder to make iron blocks, each weighing 500 kilograms. 3D metal printers are extremely efficient in making something that requires absolutely no technological effort, and each piece can be manufactured in just 1 minute. After making 60 iron blocks in one go, with a total weight of 30 tons, Lin Ming began testing. This was all his stock. Compared with stones which weigh 3 to 4 tons per cubic meter, iron blocks have a higher density, about 8 tons per cubic meter. Lin Ming continued to add iron blocks onto the tray, and in a blink of an eye, all 60 iron blocks had been placed. The high-strength and lightweight material has been stretched a bit, making it look as thin as a gossamer. But it still hasn't broken. Oh my God, what kind of incredible tensile strength is this? Lin Ming was shocked. His common sense told him that no material could withstand such strong tension, but high-strength and lightweight materials were right in front of him. A high-strength and lightweight material that is only as thick as a toothpick can lift a 30-ton iron block without breaking. I'm going all in. Lin Ming quickly opened the Interstellar Exchange and used electricity to frantically purchase ultrafine iron powder. Then, the 3D metal printer that had just produced a life support system did not stop for a moment and immediately began to produce heavy iron blocks. Lin Ming added half a ton of iron blocks into the pallet one by one, and the total weight of the iron blocks in the pallet kept changing. 35 tons, 40 tons, 45 tons, 60 tons. After adding another piece of iron, the high-strength lightweight material finally reached its limit and broke in the middle. A 60-ton iron block fell to the ground with a loud bang, raising a cloud of dust. And Lin Ming also got the result he wanted. The tensile strength of superalloy metal wire is 10 times that of iron wire. The tensile strength of high-strength lightweight materials is 100 times that of superalloys. This is not a simple multiple relationship. Among the engineering applications that Lin Ming has learned about, there are many engineering cases that use metal tension. For example, large cable-stayed bridges are pulled up by dozens or even hundreds of multi-turned steel cables. These cables are made of hundreds of thinner steel wires, and each cable is as thick as a forearm. The reason why so many steel cables are used is, firstly, to ensure uniform tension, and secondly, because the steel cables themselves have their own weight. This means that the steel cable cannot be made infinitely thicker to increase the tension, otherwise the steel cable will break because it cannot bear its own weight. And if those steel cables were replaced with high-strength lightweight materials, only a thin cable would be needed to produce the equivalent pulling force. He simply couldn't imagine that a thin thread made of high-strength lightweight material could pull up an entire large cable-stayed bridge, as well as the traffic passing through it. If the silk threads made of high-strength and lightweight materials were also rolled into cables as thick as a forearm like steel cables, and there were hundreds or thousands of them, the weight that could be pulled would be unimaginable. Looking at the broken high-strength lightweight material in front of him, Lin Ming raised his head. He thought of a word. Space elevator. Compared with the extremely expensive and cost-ineffective rocket launch method, the space elevator can transport large quantities of materials into space at a slower speed and at a lower cost. Just like the cost of sea freight is much less than air freight. Some things, once you have an idea in your mind, you can't control it. Lin Ming took a deep breath and suppressed the excitement in his heart. Look up at the stars and keep your feet on the ground. It is still a long way to go before we can build a space elevator or even a space city. The key is to develop the present first and then slowly transform the planet Urea. Lin Ming returned to the bottom of the pit. After being busy all day, he felt a little tired. He gained a lot today, but it aroused a stronger desire in his heart. Thinking of the high-tech creature that could destroy the blue planet and decide the fate of billions of humans with a wave of its hand, Lin Ming narrowed his eyes slightly. One day I can. Sipping the vitamin drink in small sips, Lin Ming stared at one place with his eyes fixed on something, not knowing what was on his mind. It wasn't until the ether crystal vibrated slightly that he woke up from his trance. The ether crystal rarely vibrates. What happened? Putting down the superalloy cup, Lin Ming gently stroked the ether crystal. He saw a line of red fonts appearing at the top of the regional channel. Humans, you have developed for 7 days. Those who have survived are all strong members of your race. First of all, I would like to express my congratulations to you. As a reward, I will evaluate the technological creations you have in 48 hours, and the strongest in each region will receive my reward. Evaluate technological creations. Lin Ming woke up instantly and looked through the regional chat channel. Players are discussing it enthusiastically. Is Lao Deng going to give out gold coins? I wonder what kind of reward he will give. Hush, you don't want to live anymore. Be careful, he will kill you directly. He once said that only the strong have the right to speak out. Now that we have become strong, we should not be wiped out so easily. Really? That guy is not dead. Can I just ask him for something? For example, give me a level 2 survival capsule or something. Maybe we're not that strong. There's some news in the regional channel, brothers, hurry up and watch the show. Go, go, go. Lin Ming opened the regional channel. He discovered that it was the American named Thompson who had asked the question. As the first player in the region to upgrade to the second-level survival capsule, Thompson obviously received extra treatment. For example, his speech will be pinned for a short period of time, and according to his request, the font color will change from black to white. Do all dark-skinned people like white? Lin Ming muttered to himself and looked at Thompson's speech. Great Lord, please allow your people to ask a question. Explain. Great Lord, what is your reward for the strongest? First, he can obtain a designated E+ grade technological artifact. Second, he can ask me 3 questions or requests, but I may refuse. Thanks be to the Great Lord, your people are bathed in your grace and their hearts are filled with reverence. Thompson's tone was humble. Tisk. Lin Ming closed the regional chat channel. This is the difference between the Chinese people and the Americans. Americans admire the strong and worship personal heroism. They will serve and flatter those who are far beyond their reach. When the Chinese people were bullied by powerful beings, they did not think of surrendering, but of enduring hardships. Either you kill me and don't give me a chance, or wait for me to come back and I'll kill you. Lin Ming would respect, envy and admire that high-tech life. But the only thing I won't do is fear. The news of evaluating technological creations is undoubtedly explosive. Whether it was the regional or district chat channel, or even the world chat channel, everyone was eagerly discussing the reward bestowed by the high-tech life form. If it weren't for the 100% tariff on inter-regional trade, I would have really planned to contribute 1,000 resources to that guy named Thompson. The strong will always be strong, and the weak will always be weak. With the first mover advantage, it will be hard for the players behind to catch up. It's a pity that there were some players who were doing well in our area, such as Boss Lin Ming or those people from Tang Province, but now all the limelight has been taken away by that cotton machine. Lin Ming was not interested in the noise in the regional channel, but Sun Yao came up first. Brother Lin, did you see the message that person sent? Who? Seeing Sun Yao's address to high-tech life, Lin Ming raised his eyebrows. See, do you have any ideas? Sun Yao's message was full of enthusiasm, an E+ grade high-tech creation, plus 3 requests. If we can get first place in the region, we will be rich. Lin Ming. That guy is not alone. Players from many regions have contributed resources to him. How can we compare? Sun Yao. Brother Lin, you can collect technological artifacts from the players in our area first. After all, you are the first person in our area to upgrade the level 2 survival capsule. In addition, you shared the F-level universal password before, so many players respect you very much. As far as I know, those people in Tong province have already started to raise funds for high-tech creations. Have those people in Tang province started to take action? Lin Ming remembered the Duobao Pavilion trading group that Tang Qing'an had pulled him into. It has to be admitted that the people of Tang province have a very keen business sense and have started planning very early. Seeing that Lin Ming had not replied, Sun Yao became anxious. Brother Lin, I have some small things here. I got them in exchange for dragon meat these days. Do you think anyone is interested? Sun Yao, camera, malachite, modular technology. When Lin Ming saw the 3-item illustration sent by Sun Yao, he exclaimed. It seems that Sun Yao exchanged the meat of the giant spiked shell dragon for a lot of good things. There is no need to explain the camera, everyone knows it. Malachite is a type of copper ore. Lin Ming discovered a copper mine nearby and there is not much demand for it. But modular technology aroused Lin Ming's great interest. Modular technology E-class. Introduction: make the technology you master modular, which can be disassembled or assembled as needed to become a new technological product. Prerequisite technology: reverse engineering technology is required. It turns out to be the next level of reverse engineering technology. Lin Ming couldn't sit still anymore, so he sent a message to Sun Yao. I'm very interested in modular technology, what's your price? Sun Yao, Brother Lin, it's awkward to talk to me about the price at this time. If you want it, just use it first. If there are any benefits later, don't forget me. Seeing Sun Yao's message, Lin Ming nodded. He had met a few people with personalities similar to Sun Yao, who were very kind to their friends and dared to make bets and investments in them. This kind of investment will most likely result in a total loss, but if successful, the rewards can be huge. It's like someone once asked a question: if you were asked to go back to 20 years ago and invest 100,000 yuan in Tingshuan, would you be willing to do so? You absolutely don't want to do that because you didn't have 100,000 20 years ago. Since Sun Yao had made the decision, Lin Ming did not hesitate and said directly, okay, give me both the camera and the modular technology. Okay. Sun Yao directly traded the 2 items. After getting the 2 items, Lin Ming was surprised to find that the level of technological assessment appeared after the introduction of the 2 items. The modular technology is E-level, while the camera is F-level. It seems that he has opened the display of the technological level of items so that we can know the value of the items in advance. At this moment, every second counts. Lin Ming immediately started to act. Deciphering modular technology. Use E-class chips to reverse engineer the camera. Modular technology is being decoded, and it is estimated that the relevant technology will be mastered in 6 hours. Based on the computing power provided by the current chip, the estimated reverse research time is 0.3 hours, and the power consumption is 1 unit per hour. Do you want to start the reverse research? Yes. After suspending the 2 processes, Lin Ming began to check the rating levels of the surrounding items. Heavy-duty space suit, lightweight space suit, pseudo-crab, electromagnetic gun, jet flight backpack, constant temperature room. All of these are F-level. After all, these items could be made according to Blue Star's previous technological level, and their technological content is average. The difference is that the 3D metal printer is rated F+. The only advanced item is the 2nd-level survival capsule, which is rated E-level. Lin Ming left the bottom of the pit and checked the technological creations outside. Life support systems, solar panels, microwave transmission devices, conveyor belts, are all Class F. The liquid distillation tower, arc furnace and frame mining system, as expected, were rated E-level and are among Lin Ming's few high-tech creations. While checking the liquid distillation tower, Lin Ming discovered that he had previously overlooked the output of the 4th layer, which was the bottom layer. These black substances look similar to waste slag. With his eyes slightly warm, Lin Ming saw a floating frame appearing from the black substance. Nutrients, 0.5 units. Okay, at least these waste residues are worth using. Lin Ming called a pseudocrab and asked it to throw the waste into the sewage pool at the branch of the first pit. As for electromagnetic coils, circuit boards, high-strength lightweight materials, these are raw materials and are not classified as technological creations. Or maybe it was not rated because of the low level of technology. It seems that if you want to get a higher rating, you must have an absolutely large number of technological creations, or technological creations of sufficiently high technological levels. After thinking for a moment, Lin Ming decided to adopt a strategy of winning by quality. The reason is simple. The production capacity of the only 3D metal printer has been fully utilized. Even if Lin Ming has enough raw materials, he cannot produce too many technological products. Thinking in his mind, Lin Ming opened the chat channel and entered the chat group of Tuobao Pavilion. Welcome Mr. Lin Ming, our group will start a new bidding auction in 10 minutes. The group administrator immediately welcomed Lin Ming. Lin Ming took a look at the group and saw more than 100 avatars lit up. It seemed that many players wanted to take the opportunity to sell their technological creations. After all, now with the announcement, the prices of many technological products have skyrocketed. Prices that they had not dared to think of before are now negotiable. Lin Ming was waiting for the auction to start, but unexpectedly Tang Qingyan sent him a message. Are you interested in discussing cooperation? Cooperate. After seeing the message sent by Tang Qingyan, Lin Ming felt a little PTSD. Why does it seem that every time people from Tang province approach him for cooperation, there always ends up being something unpleasant? Compared to Tang Haoran's ignorance of the world, Tang Qingyan's methods seem much more sophisticated. He first pulled Lin Ming into the Tuobao Pavilion trading group without seeking any benefits, allowing Lin Ming to taste the sweetness. It was some time later that a request for cooperation was made. This will put aside any previous unpleasantness. When the two were discussing cooperation, Lin Ming would not have too much prejudice. This is a qualified businessman. Lin Ming thought to himself and sent a message to Tang Qingyan, I would like to hear the details. Tang Qingyan quickly replied, I noticed that you are selling some technological creations recently, such as solar panels, electromagnetic guns, and constant temperature chambers. These are relatively scarce resources. Therefore, we have decided to contract your entire production capacity for the next 48 hours. As expected of a native of Tang province, the first thing he said was words like contracting and monopoly. Lin Ming's 3D printer had limited production capacity, so he subconsciously rejected Tang Qingyan's request. Sorry, the production capacity for the next 10 hours has been occupied, and I still have 10 orders for constant temperature rooms to deliver. These are not the issues. Tang Qingyan showed Lin Ming several screenshots of the chat. We have already communicated with those players, and they are willing to transfer the orders for the constant temperature room to us. If you don't believe me, you can ask them to confirm. Lin Ming looked at the screenshots carefully and found that Tang Qingyan's method of intercepting these orders was very simple, paying double the materials, and after 48 hours of evaluation, giving the constant temperature room to these players for free. This is quite a big deal. After all, Tang Qingyan's purpose of hoarding constant temperature chambers is to increase the number of technological creations so as to get a higher rating. After the evaluation, these constant temperature rooms are of little use. As for the players who placed orders for constant temperature chambers, there won't be much loss if they plant the plants 2 days later, as twice the materials are enough to make up for it. It doesn't matter who the constant temperature room is delivered to. As long as they reach an agreement, Lin Ming has no objection. He told the truth, I have other plans for my production capacity. I know that your 3D metal printer has limited production capacity, said Tang Qingyan. Seeing this message, Lin Ming's eyes narrowed, flashing with dangerous light. Who leaked the news? The person who has the most contact with him at present is Sun Yao, but he is also unaware of Lin Ming's limited production capacity. Tang Qingyan, 3D metal printer, Type 1, X3. Not only did you get a 3D metal printer from the resource supply cabin, we were lucky enough to get 3 as well. Tang Qingyan solved Lin Ming's doubts, we know the advantages of this thing, and we also know its disadvantages. Lin Ming nodded. 3D metal printers are available from basic carbon-based resource supply pods. After such a long time, there will always be players who can get it. It is not surprising that there are more than 500 people in Tonga province and they got 3 units. Moreover, there are probably players in Tang province who are specifically watching the interstellar exchange. Even if other players put 3D metal printers on the shelves, they will be snapped up in the first place. This also resulted in Lin Ming, who did not frequently open the interstellar exchange, being unable to purchase a 3D metal printer. Tell me about the specific cooperation plan. Lin Ming seemed to have guessed what Tang Qing'an was thinking. It's simple. We help you expand your production capacity, and you help us manufacture technological products. Tang Qing'an said directly, after you manufacture and deliver the 10 constant temperature chambers to us, I will rent you a 3D metal printer. We will provide the materials and electricity used to manufacture the technological artifact. After 48 hours, the ownership of this 3D metal printer will be yours. Lin Ming smiled and asked, aren't you afraid that I will refuse to pay after receiving the goods? Tang Qing'an, before cooperating with you, we have conducted an internal evaluation, and the final decision is that we can cooperate with you. The benefits far outweigh the risks. After all, the biggest loss is just one piece of material and one 3D metal printer. Looking at Tang Qing'an's very honest words, Lin Ming nodded. This is what a qualified businessman should be like. He couldn't refuse Tang Qing'an's approach to cooperation. After all, if, as he wished, he succeeded in reverse engineering and was able to manufacture a 3D metal printer, then his production capacity would be greatly released. But there is a biggest problem, that is, if he lacks one or more of the materials used to make the 3D metal printer, he will not be able to fulfill the agreement. After thinking for a while, Lin Ming said, one more thing. I also have my own production plan, so I may not be able to produce at full capacity. If necessary, you can rent me an additional 3D metal printer. During the production period, you don't need to provide the required electricity. I will provide it myself. Tang Qing'an decisively made the decision, deal. After confirming the cooperation, Tang Qing'an asked tentatively, Lin Ming, I know you have a lot of technological creations, and the survival capsule was upgraded very early, so you may be in the process of impacting the regional assessment. Our cooperation has a higher chance of success. Now our cooperative members in Tonga province have increased from more than 500 to 1,000. 1,000 to 1, the advantage is on me. Lin Ming declined Tang Qing'an's further request, I want to try it myself. Okay, I'll wait for your news. Tang Qing'an said no more. After closing the chat with Tang Qing'an, Lin Ming first confirmed the authenticity of the transferred orders with the 10 players who had placed orders for the constant temperature chamber, and then began to use the 3D metal printer to fully manufacture the constant temperature chamber. Originally, the constant temperature room took 8 hours to build. What Lin Ming sells is a simplified version, in which the soilless cultivation frame system and other subsystems are reduced from 5 modules to 1. Even so, it takes 2 hours to complete the construction of a constant temperature room. After negotiation with Tang Qing'an agreed that after Lin Ming delivered 5 constant temperature chambers and pledged the remaining 5 sets of materials, he could obtain the right to use a 3D metal printer. By the way, the constant temperature room that was originally built is not very useful anymore, so we can sell it. If we dismantle 4 sets of the soilless cultivation frame system inside, we can further increase the construction speed of the constant temperature room. Just do it. Lin Ming rubbed his hands and began to make drastic changes to the constant temperature room. Before dismantling and modifying the existing constant temperature chamber, Lin Ming placed the blue algae and dragon eggs inside into the first tunnel branch. At this time, the tiny stems of various plants on the branches of the tunnel can already be seen, and it is estimated that they will mature in just 2 or 3 days. Back at the bottom of the pit, Lin Ming made drastic moves to remove the redundant modules in the constant temperature room and first delivered 1 set to Tang Qing'an. After the delivery, Lin Ming looked at the progress. It will take another 5.5 hours to decipher the modular technology. Since the remaining 4 constant temperature chambers have the dismantled soilless cultivation frame system, it will take a total of 7 hours to complete the manufacture. Take a nap first, and when these processes are completed, get up and do some work. Before that, Lin Ming decided to reverse engineer the heavy-load extravehicular suit. The technological rating of this thing is only F level. It shouldn't take much time to reverse engineer it using an E-level chip. Based on the computing power provided by the current chip, the estimated reverse research time is 4 hours, and the power consumption is 1 unit per hour. Do you want to start the reverse research? Yes. After doing all this, Lin Ming felt a little tired. He swallowed a tube of nutritional paste with water and lay down in the hibernation cabin. Today, it took me nearly half a day just to go to the edge of the light curtain to see the real world outside. Adding other miscellaneous things to it, I was always busy and the day passed quickly. This time, Lin Ming did not sleep until he woke up naturally as usual. Instead, he set the alarm for 5.5 hours later. After deciphering the modular system, he woke up immediately. The main point is that every second counts. The modular system has been deciphered. You have mastered the modular system technology. The heavy-load spacesuit has been reverse-engineered. You have mastered the technology to manufacture the heavy-load spacesuit. Lin Ming was woken up by the alarm clock on time, and the ether crystal popped up a prompt light screen, indicating that the modular technology had been deciphered. How does this technology work? Lin Ming was a little curious. The ether crystal gave a vague explanation. The modular system is a post-reverse engineering technology that can modularly deconstruct the technological products you have mastered. I know every word, but when they are put together they become confusing. There was no point in saying more, so Lin Ming decided to try it himself. He waved his hand and summoned a parasitic crab. Crack, crack, crack. The pseudo-crab obediently walked in front of Lin Ming, raised its 2 claws and clamped him to show its respect for Lin Ming. Well, make this little thing modular. Modularizing the pseudo-crab. The pseudo-crab can be deconstructed into computing core module, photoelectric conversion module, energy storage module, walking module, armor module, and transportation module. The modularization of the pseudo-crab is completed. Looking at the prompts that appeared on the light screen, Lin Ming blinked and waited for a few minutes, only to find that the pseudo-crab had not changed at all. Then what? The ether crystal popped up a prompt: you can replace the module to improve the technological content of the mimic crab. He seemed to understand the use of modular technology. The universal chip built into the pseudo-crab is F-class. He took out an F+ level general-purpose chip, replaced the computing core module. Replacing the computing core module requires the use of a 3D metal printer. Should we terminate the current process, manufacturing a constant temperature chamber? Yes. The 3D metal printer, which was working and resting at the same time, entered a short state of complete rest, and then the pseudo-crab walked onto the metal substrate, turned over, and exposed its belly. Sizzle. The 3D metal printer opened a hole in the plastron of the parasitic crab, revealing the circuit board inside. Lin Ming saw that in the middle of the circuit board was a black F-class general-purpose chip. Sizzle. The 3D metal printer soldered off the universal chip, replaced it with an F+ grade universal chip, and then sealed the plastron of the pseudo-crab. How does it feel? Lin Ming looked at the pseudo-crab and asked. The pseudo-crab turned around once, then again. The crab claws scratched the top of its head, as if it sensed something different. It walked dazedly to the 5 pseudo-crabs that were installing the support frame of the constant temperature chamber and stood still. Lin Ming saw that the upgraded pseudo-crab's small eyes were fixed on the movements of the 5 pseudo-crabs. A few seconds later, the pseudo-crab suddenly rushed to another pseudo-crab, raised its claws and smashed the pseudo-crab's head hard, and snatched the half-installed constant temperature chamber support frame. What's going on? Is it out of control? Lin Ming looked at the upgraded pseudo-crab vigilantly, ready to intervene at any time. What happened next made Lin Ming's eyes widen. The upgraded mimic crab used its claws to install a component of the constant temperature chamber support frame, and then handed it to the claws of the mimic crab that was beaten. Then, the upgraded version of the pseudo-crab raised its 2 claws and clamped them at a high frequency, alternating between long and short claws, making a crackling sound. The frequency was so fast that Lin Ming was reminded of those players who protected their parents in Zon. Crack, crack, crack. The upgraded version of the parasitic crab's high-frequency clamping action lasted for half a minute. The rest of the parasitic crabs raised their claws and clamped down a bit, as if to show that they understood. Next, the beaten pseudo-crab installed a component on the support frame of the constant temperature chamber and handed it to the next pseudo-crab. The next parasitic crab took it, quickly installed a component, and passed it to the next one. At the same time, the beaten pseudo-crab had already installed a component of the new module and handed it over. Wow, this is an assembly line. Lin Ming was stunned. The 5 parasitic crabs maintained the same rhythm and completed the installation of 5 sets of constant temperature chamber support frames quickly and efficiently in just half an hour. Before this, it took them more than an hour to complete the installation of a set of each one. The time consumed was reduced by more than half. The most important thing is that it was not Lin Ming who optimized the installation efficiency of the pseudo-crab, but the upgraded version of the pseudo-crab. After completing the initial demonstration and issuing commands, the pseudo-crab put its 2 claws behind its back and stood there motionless, supervising the process. However, Lin Ming had already seen from the details panel of the pseudo-crab that this pseudo-crab had actually entered a state of shallow hibernation. This guy actually learned to be lazy. After installing 5 sets of constant temperature chamber support frames, the upgraded version of the pseudo-crab staggered in front of Lin Ming as if it had drunk fake wine. It pointed at the 5 sets of constant temperature chamber support frames with its claws, then pointed at itself, and then slightly raised its body. Lin Ming was both angry and amused. Are you waiting for my praise? The upgraded version of the mimic crab raised its claws. Snap. Good job. You have improved efficiency. It looks like I will have to deliver these constant temperature rooms ahead of schedule. Lin Ming touched the head of the upgraded version of the mimic crab and said, there are 5 groups left. Let them continue to work. Don't just sit there. The upgraded version of the pseudo-crab received the order and danced towards Lin Ming, as if to show its loyalty. Then, it quickly ran to the beaten parasitic crab, raised its claws, and hit its carapace hard again. Snap. The 5 parasitic crabs began repetitive and efficient movements as before. Lin Ming opened the panel of the upgraded version of the pseudo-crab and found that the introduction of the upgraded version of the pseudo-crab had one more sentence. Compared with its peers, its computing power has been greatly improved. The rating level then becomes F+. Modular technology, so terrifying. With the upgraded version of the pseudo-crab as a template, Lin Ming figured out how to use modular technology. He looked at the heavy-duty EVA suit he was wearing. The heavy-duty extravehicular suit has been reverse-engineered and can be modularly deconstructed. Moreover, he has a heavy-duty extravehicular suit given by Zhao Yihong, which can be used for research and experiments. Modular heavy-duty spacesuit. Modular reloading of spacesuit. The heavy-duty spacesuit can be deconstructed into computing core module, life support module, exoskeleton module, energy storage module, thermal insulation module, and protection module. The modularization of the heavy-duty spacesuit is completed. With the previous experience of upgrading the pseudo-crab, Lin Ming was familiar with it. He took out the heavy-duty spacesuit that Zhao Yihong had given him and placed it on the base plate of the 3D metal printer that had just completed the manufacturing of the last constant temperature room module. Look, I came at the right time, so you can get back to work seamlessly, so you don't get enough rest. Lin Ming said to the 3D metal printer, upgrade the computing core module of the heavy-duty spacesuit and replace it with an F+ level universal chip. Sizzle. The silent 3D metal printer immediately started moving. In less than 2 minutes, the computing core module of the heavy-duty extravehicular suit had been upgraded. Lin Ming opened the interface of the reloaded spacesuit and found that the description had not changed and the technology rating was still F. What's the matter? Lin Ming was confused. He decided to give it a try. Holding the heavy-load extravehicular suit, Lin Ming entered the living cabin. After cleaning and disinfecting the inside, he changed into the upgraded heavy-load extravehicular suit. Well, no feeling. I just don't feel anything. He made various movements and the exoskeleton responded quickly, as responsively as his own. Nobody. Lin Ming took off his heavy-duty spacesuit and studied it for a long time before finally figuring it out. The computing core module is only used to control the life support module and exoskeleton module of the heavy-duty extravehicular suit. The computing power of F-class general-purpose chips is sufficient to meet these computing requirements. Even if he increased the computing power of the computing core tenfold, he still had to complete these tasks. Due to hardware limitations, the heavy-duty extravehicular suit cannot provide better functions. Oh my god, Makabaka. Lin Ming was devastated and was ready to give up on the modification of the heavy-load extravehicular suit. Then he glanced at the electromagnetic gun in the corner. A bold idea came into his mind. Modular electromagnetic gun. Modularizing electromagnetic guns. The electromagnetic gun can be deconstructed into computing core module, electromagnetic conversion module, energy storage module. Electromagnetic gun modularization completed. The principle of the electromagnetic gun is very simple. It is to supply power to the electromagnetic coil and use the ampere force generated by the electromagnetic field to drive the bullet to shoot out at high speed. Therefore, the core of the electromagnetic gun is the electromagnetic conversion module. Make an electromagnetic conversion module. Soon, the 3D metal printer completed the work. This is a 1.5 meter long super alloy barrel with an electromagnetic coil inside for driving. However, it cannot be used because it lacks power supply and computing core modules. Can an electromagnetic conversion module be added to the heavy-duty EVA suit? You can combine all the technology modules you have, but some combinations may not work. Then I know. Lin Ming looked at the long gun barrel and gave another order to the 3D metal printer: add the electromagnetic conversion module to the heavy-duty space suit, and fix it on the back. Sizzle. The 3D metal printer worked quickly, attaching the long barrel to the back of the heavy-duty EVA suit. Due to the advanced nature of modular technology, all modular technological creations have universal interfaces for power supply or data transmission. Lin Ming opened the introduction of the heavy-duty spacesuit and found the difference. Combat heavy-load extravehicular suit. Introduction: a very heavy spacesuit with an exoskeleton to assist in movement. It can withstand extreme environments, maintain your normal body temperature in an environment of -100 to 300 degrees Celsius, and carry objects weighing less than 1 ton. It is equipped with an electromagnetic gun and can carry out small-scale, low-intensity combat. Power consumption: 1 unit/hour, electromagnetic gun fires 1 unit/time. Oxygen consumption: same as resting consumption. Can. Lin Ming was delighted to see the prey and quickly put on a combat heavy-load spacesuit. He quickly left the pit and reached the ground. Lin Ming discovered that a switchable HUD aiming cross appeared on the helmet of the combat heavy-load extravehicular suit. Aiming in a random direction, the idea of firing emerged in Lin Ming's mind. Snap. The electromagnetic gun barrel that was originally attached to his back quickly rose up, then placed flat on Lin Ming's right shoulder and aimed in that direction. Lin Ming clearly heard a whoosh sound beside his ear, and a flash of silver light shot out from the barrel of the electromagnetic gun. After firing, the electromagnetic barrel retracts back behind it. What victor? After several attempts, Lin Ming quickly discovered the drawbacks of the combat-type heavy-load extravehicular suit. Manual reloading is required every time, and the shooting frequency is too low. The most important thing is that it consumes electricity. Since there is no independent power supply, the electromagnetic gun shooting consumes the power reserve of the heavy-loaded extravehicular suit. Originally, the heavy-load extravehicular suit could operate continuously for 10 hours, but now with the electromagnetic gun, each shot will reduce the activity time by 1 hour. Continue to upgrade. Oh, and deliver the goods first. Lin Ming returned to the bottom of the pit and handed the constant temperature room to Tang Qing'an. You are very efficient. Tang Qing'an did not hesitate and quickly traded for a 3D metal printer. Looking at this identical 3D metal printer, Lin Ming gritted his teeth and uttered a few words: use E-class chips to reverse engineer the 3D metal printer. Based on the computing power provided by the current chip, the estimated reverse research time is 10 hours, and the power consumption is 1 unit per hour. Do you want to start the reverse research? One step closer to liberating production capacity, Lin Ming shouted excitedly, yes. Putting the reverse research process on hold, Lin Ming continued to transform the combat-type heavy-load extravehicular suit. The first thing is to solve the problem of power supply for heavy-load extravehicular service. It is very simple to do this. Lin Ming directly added an energy storage module to the heavy-load extravehicular suit. In this way, the maximum power reserve of the heavy-duty extravehicular suit doubled, directly becoming 20 units of electricity. Then, Lin Ming installed a microwave power transmission receiving end. As long as there is a microwave power supply within 100 kilometers, the heavy-load extravehicular suit can have unlimited flight time. At worst, you can just carry a set of solar panels with you and install them wherever they are needed. If solar panels did not require a relatively large area to provide sufficient electricity, Lin Ming would have wanted to install solar panels on the heavy-duty extravehicular suit. In this way, in most cases, there is no need to worry about power consumption when using a heavy-load extravehicular suit. Then, Lin Ming added a pair of pseudo-crab carrying modules, namely crab claws, on the back. This way he doesn't have to reload manually, but can let the crab claws do the loading. In order to increase firepower, Lin Ming also installed an electromagnetic conversion module on the left side. It's almost done, we can go out and try it now. Lin Ming walked out of the pit. He was holding a jetpack in his hands. Click. The jet flight backpack is placed on the back, with electromagnetic gun barrels on both sides. Lin Ming bent his knees slightly and jumped up. In addition to the extravehicular suit and Lin Ming, the flight backpack could also carry 300 kilograms. At this time, it is shown that it can carry 260 kilograms, so there is no impact on the flight speed. Lin Ming adjusted the flight speed to the highest and aimed in one direction, salvo. The electromagnetic gun barrels on the left and right shoulders appeared at the same time, and two silver streams of light pierced the sky. Click. The electromagnetic gun barrel retracts behind the back, and a pair of crab claws move at the same time, and the loading is complete. Volley. 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 After using up all 10 bullets in one breath, Lin Ming stopped and floated in the air. Fighting is awesome. After flying happily in the sky for a while, Lin Ming landed reluctantly and returned to the bottom of the pit. He felt a little hungry. There is still a lot of giant dragon meat, eat more. Taking out a piece of dragon meat, Lin Ming cut off 1 pound. Add some high-protein canned meat, boiled potatoes, and corn to make a delicious breakfast. After eating, Lin Ming wiped his mouth and opened the progress list that had just been suspended. At this time, there are still more than 9 hours left to complete the reverse engineering of the 3D metal printer. We still have to wait so long. Lin Ming felt itchy. At this time, Tang Qing'an sent him a message, "Brother Lin, please send me the list of materials needed to make the constant temperature room and electromagnetic gun." Lin Ming did not hide anything for himself, nor did he report more materials. He sent all the materials needed to make the 2 items. After all, the 2 of them had discussed the cooperation, Tang Qing'an fulfilled his promise, and Lin Ming would not breach the contract. At the same time, he told Tang Qing'an, it takes 2 hours to make a constant temperature chamber, and 1 hour to make an electromagnetic gun. It originally took 8 hours to manufacture a constant temperature chamber, but Lin Ming made a simplified version, which greatly shortened the time. Tang Qing'an traded a material and the corresponding electricity to Lin Ming, first make an electromagnetic gun, and then we can compare them. Good. After receiving the materials, Lin Ming gave the order for the 3D metal printer to start manufacturing the electromagnetic gun. Then, Lin Ming clicked on the suspended progress list. There are 9 hours and 11 minutes left to reverse engineer the 3D metal printer. Every day feels like a year. Lin Ming was swiping back and forth on the queue out of boredom and found a prompt that he had previously ignored. The camera has been reversed and cracked. You have mastered the camera technology. Camera. Introduction. This gadget was once all the rage, capable of taking clear photos with a maximum shooting rate of 30 photos per second. Material requirements: ultrafine metal powder X5, general chip of any grade 10-1, circuit board X1, electromagnetic coil X1, high transmittance glass X3. Manufacturing requirements: 3D metal printer is required. Manufacturing consumption: electricity X1 unit. The camera lives up to its description as a gadget in the introduction, with very low technological content. It didn't even receive the lowest F-level technology rating. Moreover, the manufacturing process is extremely simple and the material requirements are not high. The only thing that is a bit difficult is the high transmittance glass. However, with the arc furnace, Lin Ming is not worried. He put on a heavy-duty EVA suit, left the pit, and headed straight for the arc furnace. The arc furnace without a task queue stood there alone, without any movement. It hurts my heart to see you don't get any rest, so I'm here to find work for you. Lin Ming ordered several parasitic crabs to bring some sand, make some highly transparent glass for me. Buzz. Crackling. The electric arc furnace starts to start, sucking sand from the feed port into the furnace. The high-voltage arc crackled and 100 units of electrical energy were quickly consumed. Afterwards, fist-sized pieces of high transmittance glass continued to emerge from the discharge port. Enough, enough. Seeing the electric arc furnace continuously producing high transmittance glass, more than 100 pieces had been produced in less than a minute, and Lin Ming quickly called a halt. However, there is still a large amount of molten glass liquid in the arc furnace, and it is still being produced. 5 minutes later, the arc furnace finally stopped its process, and 500 pieces of high transmittance glass were piled aside by the pseudo-crab, forming a small mountain of glass. Lin Ming picked up 3 pieces of highly transparent glass and reached the bottom of the pit. The 3D metal printer just completed the printing of the electromagnetic gun barrel. Abort the process and build a camera. Lin Ming had a lot of superalloy materials at that time, so he did not use ultrafine iron powder, but directly used superalloy to manufacture the main structure of the camera. It only took 5 minutes to complete a silver superalloy camera. Okay, let's continue making electromagnetic guns. Lin Ming said this and started playing with the camera. Due to its small size, a complete energy storage block cannot be stuffed inside the camera. Therefore, the camera is powered by a small capacitor, which needs to be recharged every 100 photos. Click, click. Lin Ming took pictures of the surroundings. These photos are stored on the camera and can be exported at any time. It's quite clear. After enlarging the photos 100 times, Lin Ming found that the details of these photos were well preserved. Then there are some things you can try. Modular microsatellites. Modularizing microsatellites. Microsatellites can be deconstructed into computing core module, photoelectric conversion module, protection module, propulsion module, fuel storage module, and microwave transmission module. Microsatellite modularization is completed. Modular camera. Modularizing the camera. The camera can be deconstructed into computing core module, shooting module. Camera modularization is complete. Well, this camera is too simple. It can only be disassembled into 2 modules. Lin Ming estimated that if it weren't for the modular technology, he would have wanted to modularize the camera as a whole. After waiting for the 3D metal printer to complete the production of the electromagnetic gun, Lin Ming delivered it to Tang Qingyan and also gave it a super alloy armor-piercing bullet. Tang Qingyan replied, "Okay, thank you, let's compare them and decide what to make next." "It's okay, no rush," Lin Ming said, and then assigned a task to the 3D metal printer: make a microsatellite. Sizzle, sizzle. The 3D metal printer started working immediately. The microsatellite is small in size and takes only an hour to manufacture. During this period, Tang Qingyan sent a message to Lin Ming: "Brother Lin, after comparing, we decided to make the electromagnetic gun with all our strength. The required materials will be traded to you later." Okay. Lin Ming nodded in agreement. He probably understood what those people in Tang province were thinking. The technology rating of the constant temperature room and the electromagnetic gun is both F-level, but the constant temperature room consumes more materials and the manufacturing time is doubled. With the same technological assessment, if it consumes less materials and takes less time to manufacture, then it must be the electromagnetic gun. Moreover, compared with the constant temperature room, the electromagnetic gun can provide good fire support. At certain times, it has a wider range of uses and is easier to use. It can even be said that Tang Qingyan used a 3D metal printer in exchange for Lin Ming's 2 days of electromagnetic gun production capacity, which can greatly enhance the military strength of the people of Tang province. Even if they didn't get first place in the technological assessment, they would definitely not lose money on this business. But Lin Ming was not worried about these. At this time, they were separated by countless light years, and these electromagnetic guns posed no threat to him. Moreover, after testing the power of the electromagnetic gun, the people of Tang province must be amazed at its power. But Lin Ming just gave away a bullet, but didn't say that the next electromagnetic gun would also come with bullets. The electromagnetic gun is free, but the bullets are charged. This bullet is made of superalloy and is very difficult to manufacture. If you want it, you have to pay more. After delivering another electromagnetic gun, Tang Qing'an sent a message to Lin Ming. Brother Lin, why don't you have any bullets this time? Lin Ming, the bullets I just gave you are from my previous inventory. Now that the production capacity is insufficient, I will not give you any more bullets. Tang Qing'an was a little anxious, and quickly replied, but without bullets, the electromagnetic gun is useless. Lin Ming, you want the electromagnetic gun for technology assessment, right? It won't be of much use whether it has bullets or not. He was not worried about Tang Qing'an making his own bullets. 3D metal printers can manufacture technological creations with extreme precision according to drawings. But without drawings, products cannot be manufactured. After all, 3D metal printers have no thinking and cannot create something by themselves. This was the reason why Lin Ming asked the 3D metal printer to make a superalloy shield and sword when he went out to explore. The superalloy shield and sword were hand-drawn drawings by him. The shape is rough and simple, and even kindergarten children can draw it. 3D metal printers can produce them quickly. But the shape of the superalloy bullet needs to be aerodynamic. It is not impossible for Tang Qing'an to draw it by hand, but in that case, the accuracy and range of the superalloy bullet will be greatly affected. Therefore, the simplest and most effective way is to ask Lin Ming to order superalloy bullets. Tang Qing'an replied, Brother Lin, we are willing to exchange double the materials for superalloy bullets, what do you think? Lin Ming, it's not that I disagree, it's just that the current production capacity is not enough. I still have some things to make myself. The production capacity of the two 3D metal printers is already full. After hearing this, Tang Qing'an fell silent. Lin Ming was not in a hurry and waited quietly for his reply. 5 minutes later, Tang Qing'an replied. Brother Lin, according to our previous agreement, if your production capacity is insufficient, we can rent you a 3D printer, but you will need to pay for the electricity consumed by the manufacturing. Do you think this is okay? May I? That's great. This is exactly what Lin Ming wants. After getting Lin Ming's confirmation, Tang Qing'an replied, Brother Lin, please confirm again that this 3D metal printer is rented to you. You need to return it after the time is up. No problem. Lin Ming readily agreed. Soon, a new 3D metal printer was traded by Tang Qing'an. Looking at the newly acquired 3D metal printer, Lin Ming used this new machine to fully manufacture electromagnetic guns. After all, it's someone else's thing, so he won't take up the production capacity. An hour later, a brand new microsatellite was created. Looking at the small microsatellite and the seemingly powerless thrusters below, Lin Ming gave an order, make 3 more fuel storage modules and 4 more propulsion modules. Sizzle. Lin Ming's own 3D metal printer soon started new work. After the new modules were manufactured, Lin Ming began to transform the microsatellite. The fuel storage module was expanded to be distributed in a field shape, and 4 propulsion modules were added to form a cross shape. Sizzle. The 3D metal printer began to transform the microsatellite according to Lin Ming's plan. The originally small microsatellite has more than doubled in size. The amount of fuel that can be loaded suddenly increased from 10 units to 40 units, and the number of thrusters also increased from 1 to 5 in parallel. Loading camera module. Sizzle. The camera was added to the top of the microsatellite and mounted together with the microwave transmission module. Finally, the 3D metal printer created a new protective module that can protect the key equipment of the microsatellite from being burned by high temperatures during launch. Lin Ming opened the illustration of the microsatellite. Small Exploration Satellite F+. Introduction. It can greatly expand your horizons, detect surrounding terrain and imaging, predict short-term weather, and conduct limited exploration of interstellar space. Equipped with powerful thrusters and sufficient fuel, it can complete continuous orbiting of the planet. Consumption. Launch consumes 10 fuel, maintaining 2 fuel/24 hours in orbit, and fuel consumption doubles when in orbit. It can form images and orbit planets. Lin Ming clenched his fist. In this way, he could conduct a complete survey of the planet Urea. Lin Ming exchanged 4 kilograms of Gigantosaurus meat for 40 units of fuel. He refueled the small satellite and then moved it to the ground. Fuel filling completed. Self-check completed. small satellite will ignite in 10 seconds. 10, 9, 3, 2, 1, ignite. The 5 thrusters simultaneously ejected light blue flames, and circles of Mach rings were particularly conspicuous among the blue flames. Small satellites are launched at high speed. 5 minutes later, the ether crystal popped up a reminder screen. The launch of the microsatellite has been completed. The current satellite can complete the following tasks. 1. Omitted. 2. Omitted. 3. Omitted. 4. Omitted. 5. Planetary mapping. Small satellites can orbit planets and change their orbits to conduct detailed mapping of the planets. Start planetary mapping. The track has begun to change, and the surveying and mapping has begun. The camera carried by the small satellite takes pictures of the same location at a rate of 30 frames per second, and then the pictures are superimposed to improve clarity. After completing the survey of one location, we will start photographing and surveying the next location. Lin Ming opened the light curtain, and the small satellite was gradually publishing the information it had mapped. The photos are superimposed on each other, just like loading pictures when the network connection is extremely poor. At first they were some mosaic pictures with extremely poor clarity, then they gradually became clearer, and finally formed a clear whole. It takes about 90 minutes for the small satellite to orbit the planet Urea. Each time a circle is completed, a circular area on the planet Urea can be mapped, which looks like a belt tied around the planet. After completing a circle of surveying, the small satellite will change its angle and conduct surveying from another angle, gradually completing all the information about the entire planet Urea. Just from the first round of surveying, Lin Ming had already obtained information that was amazing enough. The first is the operating status. The planet Urea is actually rotating while lying down. Lin Ming remembered that the rotation inclination of the blue planet was about 23 degrees. Because of the angle, the intensity of light received at each location is different, resulting in 4 seasons and polar day or polar night in the polar regions. The rotation inclination of the planet Urea is close to 90 degrees. Due to being tidally locked to the star, one side of the planet Urea is always facing the star, causing one side to be in a state of permanent day and the other side to be in a state of permanent night. Because of this, the place where he is always in a state of polar day, and the sun will never fall below the horizon. Zooming in on the picture, Lin Ming discovered that the vast majority of the areas currently being surveyed were covered in black, with only very few areas having colors other than black. Enlarging the picture again, Lin Ming saw that there were 3 huge meteorite craters. Each crater is over 100 kilometers in diameter and is hundreds of kilometers apart. It is the high craters of the meteorite crater, coupled with the eternal daylight, that block the advance of the Kuroshio tide. The 3 craters are arranged in a triangular shape, looking like 3 holes on a black bowling ball. And he was in one of these 3 craters. Lin Ming thought of what the intelligent life on the planet Urea had said. They tried to save themselves, but unfortunately failed. It turns out that those tall mountains were not formed naturally, but were formed by the impact of meteorites, forming craters. They brought 3 meteorites and, after careful calculations, used the impact to change the orbit of the planet Urea. However, they eventually met their final fate due to the depletion of resources. Every effort that life makes to survive is a glorious hymn. Small satellites are also continuing to carry out mapping. Lin Ming continued to observe the pictures, which became increasingly clear and with higher resolution. At this time, the situations inside the 3 craters were already vaguely visible. The crater he was in was the most desolate. Lin Ming gazed at it for a moment, and spots of light of various colors appeared on the map. Next to the light spots, there are small windows floating, marking the various mineral resources here. Various spots of light were also flashing inside the other 2 craters. However, the floating window information next to these light spots is no longer monotonous minerals. In one of the meteorite craters, Lin Ming saw the remains of a factory. The remains of a large liquid distillation tower, a technological artifact. The remains of a solar power array, a technological creation. Space Launch Base, a creation of technology. This shows that this crater is the main base for industrial production of urea intelligent life. But in another crater, the situation is completely different. Inside these craters, there are no longer large factories or industrial relics, but some vaguely visible hemispherical inverted glass domes. Under dozens of glass domes, most of them have turned into barren land similar to the area near him, but under a few glass domes, Lin Ming actually saw patches of fresh green. Wild botanical garden, natural settlement. Endangered animal protection area, natural habitat. Animal husbandry area, natural settlement. It turns out that there is some plant life still surviving on this planet, but I don't know if there are any animals on it. Lin Ming took a deep breath. The ideas of Uria's intelligent life are exactly the same as his. The planet's atmosphere is no longer suitable for open-air habitation. So they built some glass domes with huge spans, like a transparent bowl, upside down on the ground. In this way, a small ecosystem is formed. The ecosystem inside is tending towards normality and is on a controllable scale, enabling continuous monitoring of the invasion of the Kuroshio. Unfortunately, after tens of thousands of years, most of the ecosystems have collapsed, and the few remaining ones have mostly turned into deserts, with only a few vegetation covers. At this moment, a strong desire emerged in Lin Ming's heart. He wanted to go there and take a look. It took Lin Ming a lot of effort to suppress the desire in his heart. After all, those two craters were a world he had never encountered before. If he went there rashly, he might encounter an accident. When a person is penniless, he is at his boldest and is willing to risk his life to fight for a future. But when he has wealth and accumulation, he will gradually become conservative and begin to cherish his life. Lin Ming is the latter. But that doesn't mean he won't explore the area. Lin Ming looked at the jet flight backpack on the combat heavy-load extravehicular suit. Just because he doesn't go doesn't mean the parasitic crab can't go. Small satellites can only capture some low-resolution images, but parasitic crabs can conduct on-site exploration. But before that, the pseudo-crab needs to be transformed. Assign tasks. After the reverse engineering of the 3D metal printer is completed, start reverse engineering the jetpack. A gleam of light flashed in Lin Ming's eyes. He wanted to create a few flying pseudo-crabs. Of course, a tiny parasitic crab cannot support a jet backpack to fly across hundreds of kilometers of area covered by the Kuroshio. Manufacture modules related to the parasitic crab, including energy storage modules, walking modules, and transport modules, which will be 5 times the size. At the command, the 3D metal printer began to enter a crazy workflow. Modules are produced one by one. Lin Ming started upgrading the pseudo-crab. He thought of the pseudo-crab leader he had killed before. Following the appearance of the pseudo-crab leader, Lin Ming assembled 3 sets of transport modules, 1 set of computing core upgraded with F+ class general-purpose chips, 5 sets of energy storage modules replaced with standard energy storage modules, and 5 sets of walking modules. 2 hours later, 2 pseudo-crabs that were taller than the pseudo-crab leader that Lin Ming had seen before were created. These 2 crabs have long abdomens, and their heads look like crabs, but their abdomens and lower body look a bit like scorpions. Crack, crack, crack. The 2 upgraded pseudo-crab leaders clamped their claws at the same time, showing respect to Lin Ming. Well, go outside and bask in the sun to recharge your energy. After a while, I will assign you tasks. Snap. The 2 pseudo-crab leaders received the order and quickly left the underground pit. After assigning the idle 3D metal printer the task of manufacturing an electromagnetic gun, Lin Ming also left the underground pit. He looked at the illusory sun hanging obliquely in the sky and thought of the craters surrounding him dozens of kilometers away. A complete plan appeared in his mind. I want to add a cover to the crater here. Lin Ming murmured in a low voice. The intelligent life on the planet Urea has taken the first step and they have established dozens of ecosystems of various sizes. But these ecosystems are too small to withstand any extreme situations. Only by expanding the ecosphere to cover the entire crater can we hope to withstand extreme situations. Because of the composition of the planet's atmosphere, an open-air ecosystem cannot be sustained, and carbon dioxide will kill most organisms. Only by sealing off the interior of the crater can the internal air composition be adjusted to form a huge habitable zone. The best material for the lid is glass. Of course, if it were made purely of glass, the huge weight would crush the glass dome. This is why the ecosystem created by the intelligent life of Urea is so small. However, with the liquid distillation tower, high-strength and lightweight materials can be distilled out, and everything is different. The extremely high strength and extremely low weight of high-strength lightweight materials ensure that they can withstand extremely strong tensile forces. If there are thousands of ropes made of high-strength lightweight materials, with both ends fixed in the crater and crossed in the middle, the glass dome will be pulled up. With the addition of a super-alloy frame support inside, there is hope. It is very likely that the intelligent life on Uriah had already thought of this plan, but for various reasons, was unable to implement it. The first step is to add glass inner covers to the 3 craters to change the atmospheric composition, initially restore the ecological cycle, and form 3 habitable zones. The second step is to use an undersea tunnel or a glass tunnel to connect the 3 craters, and use a maglev train or a conveyor belt inside the tunnel to transfer materials. The third step is to use high-strength and lightweight materials to build a space elevator, or use a spacecraft to launch tens of thousands of reflective lenses to reflect sunlight to the back of the planet and use the light to completely kill the black tide. The fourth step is to transform the entire planet. We will use cyanobacteria and the existing ecosystem to adjust the atmospheric composition of the entire planet and turn Urea into a habitable planet. Step by step, grand ideas slowly appeared in Lin Ming's mind, and grand blueprints slowly opened up in Lin Ming's mind. Each step will consume countless resources, require countless technologies, and take a lot of time. But now that we're here, we have to do something, right?